Chapter 634. The Attack and Betrayal. Jiang Ping'an, upon hearing the commotion, summoned the power of his divine eye and peered through the magma above. A man clad in the attire of a disciple from the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect was besieged, relentlessly assaulted by 10 cultivators, the clashing of magical artifacts creating a cacophony. These assailants were all formidable beings at the peak of the integration stage. The besieged individual was covered in wounds, utterly powerless against the onslaught. Within, Zhuo Feng was engulfed by despair. He had not anticipated such misfortune. Having just acquired an opportunity, he was now targeted by the cultivators of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. If it were only a few adversaries, he might have had a chance to escape, but with 10 assailants, his strength was insufficient for any hope of fleeing. He was certain his demise was imminent. Zhuo Feng, cease your resistance at once and hand over that item. A Tianlan Immortal Mansion cultivator demanded coldly. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Zhuo Feng roared, blood spilling from his mouth. No idea? Then we shall take it after you are dead. The assault from the Tianlan cultivators intensified. At that moment, a bolt of black lightning streaked through the air, and in an instant, the heads of 2 Tianlan cultivators exploded. Beware! Zhuo Feng has assistance. The Tianlan cultivators reacted swiftly, turning their attacks toward the black lightning. The besieged Zhuo Feng was momentarily taken aback. Who was this person? He had never seen him before. Why would he risk his life to intervene? Could he be another from the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect? Zhuo Feng gritted his teeth, seemingly resolved, and shouted, Brother Zhang, quickly take that item and leave. It must not fall into the hands of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Do not concern yourself with me. All eyes of the Tianlan cultivators were fixated on the black lightning. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuo Feng ignited his life force and utilized the teleportation technique to vanish. The Tianlan cultivators chose not to pursue Zhuo Feng, directing their efforts instead against the newly emerged cultivator. Your accomplice has betrayed you and fled. Quickly surrender that coffin. The sudden arrival was none other than Jiang Ping'an. As he faced his adversaries, he coldly replied, I do not know him, nor do I possess any coffin. You have been deceived. The expressions of the 8 cultivators hardened. What the hell? If you don't know him, why did you intervene? Are you an idiot? Quickly eliminate him and chase after Zhuo Feng. Furious, the 8 cultivators were incensed by this meddler, questioning the audacity that emboldened him to act alone. When I assist you in your pursuit later, you can die now. A figure embodying the roots of destruction and combat emerged. Sensing the aura emanating from him, the anger and disdain on the faces of the 8 cultivators evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. Domain level. Though Jiang Ping'an had yet to master the powers of the domain, even a casual swing of his fist now contained formidable principles of destruction and combat. As the others attempted to flee, they found their bodies ensnared by an unseen force, rendering them immobile. Jiang Ping'an summoned the battle god technique to its highest level and unleashed a thunderous punch, shattering the group as easily as clay, their defenses utterly futile. There was no sense of accomplishment in slaying cultivators of a lower realm. Harnessing his mental energy, he stowed away the fleshly remnants into the devouring sky bottle within his miniature realm. This lone individual was valued at 5,000 celestial crystals. Despite their energy consumption during battle, they remained highly valuable. Together, 10 such individuals amounted to a staggering 50,000 celestial crystals. And refining people into celestial crystals was indeed a swifter endeavor. Meanwhile, Zhuo Feng executed a swift escape through the art of evasion, distancing himself from peril. Once he landed atop a mountain peak to rest, he cast a glance back, his eyes brimming with remorse and guilt. I am sorry. I did not wish to act thus, but the desire to survive compels me. Go in peace, and once I have grown stronger, I shall surely avenge you against the Tianlan Immortal Manor. Avenging me is unnecessary. Your death will suffice. A voice devoid of emotion suddenly resonated. Zhuo Feng's hair stood on end as he whirled around in horror. You emerged. It was the very individual who had aided him moments prior, now confronting him amidst a throng of adversaries, yet managing to escape. Do not kill me. We are fellow disciples. I can share the opportunities one have acquired. Zhuo Feng lamented, regretting his betrayal in the pursuit of escape. At this juncture, he realized he was utterly incapable of vanquishing this foe. You could have fled directly, and I would have paid you no heed. Yet, why did you choose to ensnare me? I apologize, I am rather petty. To avoid future reprisals and trouble, you must perish. Jiang Ping'an cared not for the rivalries of various factions. Incurring his wrath was inadvisable, for had this been another cultivator, they would have already met their demise at his hands. He invoked the mental secret technique, reincarnation, to launch an assault. In an instant, Zhuo Feng's expression became vacant, then contorted in agony as his soul was torn asunder. With Zhuo Feng dispatched, Jiang Ping'an commenced the grim task of gathering the corpses. After expending some time, he refined them, alongside the celestial crystals they bore, ultimately amassing just over 100,000 celestial crystals. With the crystals acquired previously, he was nearing the threshold to concoct a spirit void pill. Was this not a more expedient means of acquiring wealth than laboriously absorbing energy? While organizing the resources, Jiang Ping'an chanced upon an unusual artifact on the disciple of the Feathered Emperor Immortal Sect. It was a coffin resembling crystal, bound by a chain of obsidian hue. Imbued with an incomprehensible power, Jiang wished to peer inside the coffin through his sight, yet found it impenetrable. This coffin was undoubtedly extraordinary. Regarding such enigmatic objects, Jiang Ping'an harbored a sense of reverence and caution. In his homeland, coffins symbolized misfortune and death. He had no desire to carry such an object. Better to sell it, as it appeared valuable. As he contemplated this, the crystal coffin abruptly erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, and the dark chain detached, swiftly coiling towards Jiang Ping'an. His complexion shifted dramatically as he hastily activated the devouring sky bottle, attempting to consume the coffin and chain. However, both the chain and the coffin remained utterly unaffected. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ping'an found himself ensnared by the chain, his celestial energy sealed and rendered dormant. Jiang Ping'an, in another body, swiftly wielded the judge's pen, unleashing a formidable assault imbued with celestial energy upon the chains. The sound of clanking echoed, yet the chains remained unscathed. They rapidly extended and entwined, ensnaring both him and his corporeal form. Suddenly, the lid of the crystal coffin shifted with a grating noise, sending chills through his bones. A terrifying aura of death surged forth from the coffin, casting the entire miniature world in shades of gray, causing the enlightenment tree to wither at an alarming rate. The overpowering and horrifying presence made Jiang Ping'an's heart tremble, fear spreading through his being. He found himself paralyzed, breath held, eyes fixated on the crystal coffin. With a resounding clap, a skeletal hand gripped the coffin's wall, emanating a force so potent that it caused the miniature world to quiver violently, as though on the verge of shattering. Chapter 635, The Skeleton Within the Coffin. The entire realm was engulfed in a deathly gray hue, emanating an air of dread and despair. Bound by chains, Jiang Ping'an gazed in shock and terror at the crystal coffin. The bony hand atop it seemed capable of obliterating all that existed. Breathless with anxiety, he sensed a profound terror lurking within. Then, a skull emerged from the coffin, its empty eye sockets resembling the abyss of the netherworld. A mere glance nearly shattered Jiang Ping'an's soul, his heart almost ceasing to beat. The terrifying power exceeded his comprehension, leaving him bewildered as to the nature of this entity. "I want to go home," a deep, sorrowful voice resonated. A single utterance that seemed to disturb the very fabric of the celestial laws, causing them to wail, simultaneously stirring within Jiang Ping'an a profound longing for home. Tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. Struggling to maintain his composure, Jiang Ping'an recognized that the skeletal figure's strength was unfathomably vast, capable of influencing both the celestial laws and the emotions of others with just a word. "Senior, I will release you. Return home, and I shall provide you with these hundreds of thousands of celestial crystals as fare. These two celestial artifacts, if you desire them, are also yours." He endeavored to soften his tone, recalling the last time he had striven for gentleness was during the birth of his daughter. In a bid for survival, he was willing to relinquish even the celestial artifacts, only wishing for this terrifying being to depart swiftly. "I cannot find my home," lamented the skull, its voice increasingly melancholic, the bones creaking ominously. Through its dark eye sockets, a faint glimmer of spiritual light could be discerned. Jiang Ping'an, bearing the weight of pressure, swallowed hard and continued softly. "Senior, could you tell me the name of your homeland? I could assist in the search. You are the 13,042nd to seek my home. Yet all have failed and met their demise." The skull's voice resonated with profound desolation and sorrow, inducing an overwhelming despair that nearly compelled Jiang Ping'an to consider ending his own life. His mental fortitude was remarkable. Had it been the previous individual he had slain, they might have succumbed to despair by now. Jiang Ping'an sensed something was amiss. over 10,000 had encountered this coffin. Yet all had perished. There was certainly something sinister at play. Jiang Ping'an felt an increasing sense of trepidation as he cautiously spoke. Senior, I am acquainted with a sect known as the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. They are remarkably powerful, and I can assist you in contacting them to help locate your homeland. Useless. The skeleton interjected, a hint of reminiscence flickering in its presence. Many formidable forces have aided me, yet all have perished. Jiang Ping'an, exuding a bitter smile, replied, Senior, while I wish to assist you, I am merely an ordinary cultivator and cannot be of much help. I wish to return home. You will guide me back. Will you not? The skeleton's obsidian gaze bore into Jiang Ping'an, instilling a chilling foreboding in him. He sensed that should he dare to contradict this being, his life would be forfeit. Yes, I wish to escort you home, he conceded reluctantly, compelled by the instinct for self-preservation. Upon his agreement, the dark chains binding him emitted a brief glimmer before vanishing. They did not truly disappear. Instead, they transformed into a peculiar mark etched upon Jiang Ping'an's skin, a tangible reminder of the control this entity now held over his life. A wave of frustration surged within him. How could such a formidable existence seek assistance from an ordinary cultivator? He suppressed his tumultuous thoughts and respectfully inquired, Where is your home, Senior? With no other recourse, he resolved to placate this entity and devise a way to extricate himself from this predicament. I have forgotten, but I recall there being a small stream at my doorstep. The skeleton lamented, cradling its skull in a gesture of nostalgia. Jiang Ping'an thought to himself, By the heavens, this explains why those who encountered this skeleton before met their demise. It cannot even remember where its home lies. In the boundless realm of immortals, how many streams could there possibly be? What a futile endeavor. My soul has been damaged. Assist me in locating the immortal Yuan Dao fruit to restore it. And in return, I shall bestow upon you some formidable techniques. I must now return to my slumber, but do ensure my existence remains concealed. There are pursuers after me, and several realms have shattered due to my exposure. The skeleton reclined once more into the crystal coffin, the miasma of the miniature world retreating with it. It raised a hand to close the coffin lid, and silence enveloped the space. Jiang Ping'an stood rooted to the spot, aghast. Several realms had crumbled because of it. What kind of terrifying entity possessed such power? A celestial immortal? Or perhaps an even more formidable true immortal? Or worse? His countenance darkened. Carrying this entity was more perilous than concealing an immortal artifact. What was to be done now? He longed to discard the coffin. Yet the peculiar chains had been fused into his very being, seemingly capable of manipulating his life and death, leaving him with no choice but to retain it. Who exactly was this skeleton? Where was its home? The anxiety brewing within Jiang Ping'an ignited his temper, yet he found no outlet for his frustration. Reluctantly, he resolved to assist in restoring its memories to alleviate the impending crisis. What exactly was the immortal Yuan Dao fruit? It surely could not be of trivial value. With a heavy heart, Jiang Ping'an returned to the city of Tianlan. The entire metropolis was engulfed in sweltering heat, shrouded in smoke, with flames erupting in every direction. He sought out a shop to sell his superfluous items, exchanging them for immortal crystals. With that considerable sum of celestial crystals, one could nearly procure a spirit void pill. Regardless of the circumstances encountered, enhancing one's strength remains paramount. Upon entering the shop, Jiang Ping'an was astonished to overhear a discussion regarding a crystal coffin. Have you heard? A crystal coffin was discovered within the secret realm of the illusory moon celestial dynasty, and it is highly likely to be an immortal artifact. It is astonishing that even after the illusory moon celestial dynasty's demise, such a relic could still be found within the secret realm. Let us go and take a look. Someone exclaimed. Do not bother. It has already been taken by another, who fled towards the Fire Dragon City. I pursued them, but they vanished without a trace. What a source of envy. I once ventured into the secret realm of the illusory moon celestial dynasty, yet I failed to uncover any immortal artifacts. Who could it be that possesses such fortune to acquire such treasures? Upon learning that someone had obtained an immortal artifact, the crowd's expressions turned sour, filled with jealousy and yearning. Observing their reactions, Jiang Ping'an felt a tumult of emotions. If they were to discover the true nature of that coffin, their envy would vanish, leaving them with nothing but despair. Jiang Ping'an approached the shopkeeper and sold his useless magical items and resources. With the celestial crystals acquired from these sales, he purchased a spirit void pill. This shop offered the spirit void pill at a mere 150,000 each. How outrageous. Previously, he had to pay 1 million for just 5 from that rotund vendor. This revelation darkened Jiang Ping'an's mood even further. He was particularly keen on refining people at this moment. Chapter 636. 6 Immortal Root Shopkeeper. I wish to inquire about something. Have you heard of the celestial yuan dao fruit? Jiang Ping'an was at a loss regarding the skeleton within the crystal coffin and yearned for it to swiftly regain its memories and depart. He had previously sought assistance, but that wretched skeleton had evidently offended someone, leading to the destruction of several realms. If it were to be discovered that he harbored such an entity, his life would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. It was imperative to keep the existence of this artifact a secret. The celestial yuan dao fruit. Indeed, I have heard of it. The shopkeeper replied, stroking his beard. This fruit is exceptionally renowned, exclusively meant for the consumption of immortals. Not only does it possess healing properties, but it also enhances one's cultivation, and its flavor is exquisite, attracting countless immortals. Unfortunately, it is quite scarce in our vicinity. Prior to the fall of the illusory Moon Dynasty, a celestial yuan dao fruit tree was cultivated, but alas, it never bore fruit before the dynasty's demise. Now, it is under the control of several major factions. It is said that the fruit will ripen within a few decades, prompting fierce competition among these factions. Why do you seek this information? This is beyond the reach of someone at your level. Do not entertain such thoughts. Jiang Ping'an sighed inwardly. The food of immortals is inherently expensive, and he could not afford it at present. He resolved to focus on elevating his cultivation. The stronger one becomes, the faster one can amass wealth, and he could always purchase it later. While others possess but a single immortal root, he has 6, undoubtedly requiring considerable resources. At this moment, Jiang Ping'an's mind was consumed by a singular thought: money. He had worried about finances in his youth, and now as an adult, the same concerns plagued him. He recalled his father's words that immortals are free from troubles. Such notions are utterly false. Immortals are still beings. As long as they exist, desires arise, and with desires come troubles. However, the immortals' concerns have shifted from pondering what to eat next to acquiring the resources necessary for enhancing their cultivation. First, one must find a secluded spot to condense their immortal root before devising a means to accumulate wealth. Jiang Ping'an departed from the heavenly fire dragon city, seeking out a desolate and uninhabited dormant volcano. After 3 days of vigilance, confirming that no one approached, he began to consume 2 spirit void pills and 1 feather transformation divine calamity pill. With a thunderous roar, crimson heavenly lightning descended from the heavens, striking the volcano's mouth. Jiang Ping'an commenced the process of condensing the powers of the immortal root and the gravitational immortal root. He initially aspired to condense the time immortal root, but ultimately relinquished that ambition. The laws of time were far too intricate to comprehend. Should he attempt to condense the immortal root of time, it could potentially take millennia to achieve a breakthrough. Activating his divine body technique, Jiang Ping'an entered a state of invincibility for a brief period, allowing the heavenly tribulation to course through him and nourish his immortal roots. Under the influence of the power of time, the 2 immortal roots grew in disparate dimensions. Although each instance of condensing the dual immortal roots drained his temporal power, costing him a millennium of lifespan, such a trade-off was trivial. Exchanging a millennium of life for mastery over 2 realms was exceedingly worthwhile. The commotion caused by the heavenly tribulation was rather significant. Even in this remote location, it drew attention. What transpired over there? It seemed as though a heavenly tribulation was occurring. Is someone undergoing the immortal tribulation? The disturbance of an immortal tribulation is far more profound. This must be an omen of rare materials. There certainly lies treasure. A multitude of cultivators surged towards Jiang Ping'an's location. Not everyone, unlike Miao Xia, recognized the heavenly tribulation of the feather transformation divine calamity pill. Most believed it heralded the birth of rare materials and hurried towards it, fearing they would miss out. As the 3rd bolt of lightning struck, Jiang Ping'an's 2 immortal roots fully manifested, surrounded by 18 stars, radiating brilliance. All 6 immortal roots successfully condensed. The next step was to comprehend the power of the realms, allowing the immortal roots to grow into towering trees that would bear fruit. Consuming this fruit would grant him the qualifications to transcend the tribulation and reach the immortal realm. Suddenly, a flash of white light streaked into the dormant volcano, revealing a tall and slender cultivator fixated on Jiang Ping'an. Where are the rare materials? Did you take them? Surrender the treasures, and I shall spare your life. Jiang Ping'an's expression remained indifferent. Begone. Do not provoke me, my mood is foul. He could not be bothered to explain that there were no treasures here. Such individuals would never believe him. Moreover, Jiang Ping'an's spirits were already dampened due to the matter concerning the crystal coffin. Do not provoke me? Ma Bolu paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. You amuse me. A mere newly ascended cultivator dares to act arrogantly before me? Did your family not advise you against such folly? Today, I shall impart to you your final lesson. Ma Bolu unleashed his domain of power and swiftly advanced. To preclude others from arriving and contesting for the treasures, he needed to resolve this matter quickly. Ma Bolu sensed that his opponent was merely a recently ascended cultivator, lacking even a proper domain. Eliminating someone of such caliber would be a matter of a single punch. In an instant, Ma Bolu appeared before Jiang Ping'an, his potent fist resembling a roaring dragon, causing the very fabric of space to tremble as if it could shatter at any moment. Jiang Ping'an activated his combat divine technique and countered with a devastating punch. Fool! Observing Jiang Ping'an's actions, Ma Bolu's eyes flickered with disdain. Engaging in a fistfight with a formidable master of the power domain, this lad's mind was undoubtedly clouded. Bam! A terrifying force erupted, instantly flattening the volcano. With dust swirling into the sky, and both combatants were forced to retreat. Jiang Ping'an was propelled far away, rolling several times on the ground, leaving a long trail before finally coming to a halt. Although Ma Bolu did not fly far, his face was etched with shock. How could someone who had just broken through to the domain level possess such immense power? He was able to trade blows with him in his own domain. Despite the opponent's formidable strength, that singular blow had resulted in a fractured arm. After a moment of stupor, Ma Bolu charged forward once more, thinking to himself, let us see what else you can do. He harbored a deep-seated aversion to such prodigies. Why should they, despite being of the same realm, be so much stronger? Eliminating such a talent would undoubtedly bring him joy and a sense of accomplishment. This would be the final blow. Jiang Ping'an glanced at his twisted, broken arm, murmuring to himself that his true form was still insufficiently strong. Having just broken through, his body's energy had been depleted in the struggle against the thunder tribulation, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. The holy demon body avatar emerged from the small world, positioning itself in front of his main body, and once again clashed with Ma Bolu. Boom! The tremendous force caused the ground to shatter, forming a terrifying crater. At the center of the pit, two glowing fists collided, with blood dripping from both fighters' hands. Ma Bolu's inner shock transformed into sheer horror. A monster. This was indeed a monster. He had comprehended the power domain. And within this domain, even other masters of the domain rarely managed to confront him directly. Yet this individual, who had only recently broken through, had achieved just that. The laws of destruction and the laws of battle. This individual was undoubtedly an elite of a great power. With this thought, an endless wave of fear surged within Ma Bolu. Failing to kill the opponent and having offended him was the most perilous predicament. Ma Bolu turned and fled. Once other cultivators arrived, escape would be even more difficult. Aside from his strength, his greatest confidence lay in his speed. Within a secret realm, he had acquired a speed-based technique. Among his peers, only those who had mastered the speed of lightning, the speed of light, and spatial power could rival him. Chapter 637. Battle against a domain-level master. Ma Bolu unleashed his speed technique, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away. If it weren't for the fear of others arriving, he would not be intimidated by a mere cultivator who had just entered the domain level. Today, he would let him off the hook, but when they met next time, he would surely eradicate him. Ma Bolu rationalized his retreat, clinging to his fragile dignity. Having witnessed the potential for his own demise, a cold voice suddenly echoed ahead. Ma Bolu abruptly halted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld Jiang Ping'an. How could it be? Why was the opponent standing before him? Ma Bolu swiftly altered his course to escape. Jiang Ping'an transformed into a black bolt of lightning and launched an offensive. Ma Bolu, sensing the power fluctuations emanating from his adversary, was left in utter disbelief. Black lightning. The shadowy thunder that exists solely in concept astonishingly manifests in reality. Witnessing Jiang Ping'an take the initiative to attack, Ma Bolu roared fiercely. Do you truly believe I am incapable of defeating you? He unleashed his domain and channeled his power into a devastating punch. Jiang Ping'an activated the fifth layer of the Battle God technique, amplifying his combat strength sixfold, and executed the second form of the Annihilation Fist. known as chaos of the ancient. The formidable turbulence of the laws disturbed the space around them, causing the strength of Ma Boli's domain and his punch techniques to suddenly wane. Ma Boli's expression changed dramatically, filled with disbelief. What sorcery was this that could influence his martial techniques and domain? The two fists collided, and both were sent flying backward. Jiang Ping'an charged forward once more, unafraid of a practitioner at the initial stage of the domain who lacked mastery of celestial techniques. Though he did not possess domain power, the augmentation from the battle god technique and the tribal totem patterns sufficiently compensated for this disparity. Were this individual to command formidable celestial techniques, Jiang Ping'an might not stand a chance. However, the crux of the matter was that this person lacked such powers. The fierce clash erupted in the sky, causing mountains to crumble and collapse. Jiang Ping'an was already in a foul mood, and this individual further provoked him. Thus, he would not let him go unscathed. It was the perfect opportunity to vent his emotions. Clad in dark battle armor that made him resemble a demon god, he wielded the ancient chaos in his left hand and the demon-suppressing strike in his right, matching his opponent blow for blow. Ma Boli grew increasingly alarmed, yet more baffled. By assessing this person's combat prowess, he could only conclude that he must be a genius, as such strength was typically reserved for disciples of the 5 great immortal sections. Yet, he had not witnessed this individual employing any unique celestial techniques of those sections. Although this person's techniques were formidable, aside from the augmentation technique which bore some resemblance to celestial arts, the others were not celestial in nature. Could it be that he was not affiliated with any of the 5 great immortal sects? A multitude of onlookers in the distance had begun to take notice. Continuing the fight would only allow others to seize the opportunity. How about we call a truce? Ma Boli suggested. On one hand, both parties were evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand. On the other, the fluctuations from their battle had drawn many spectators, and should either suffer injury or exhaust their celestial energy, they would likely be attacked by others. Throughout time, robbery has always been one of the quickest means to gain profit. Jiang Ping'an seemed completely oblivious, continuing his relentless assault. Bang! Jiang Ping'an landed a punch squarely on Ma Boli's face, causing it to cave in, and Ma Boli crashed heavily to the ground. The impact sent tremors through the earth, triggering landslides and volcanic eruptions, shrouded in swirling smoke. You bastard! Ma Boli seethed in fury, realizing this scoundrel was far too vengeful. Was it really necessary to fight so fiercely over a simple provocation? Ma Boli gathered his energy and shouted to the onlookers drawn by the commotion. This man has acquired 10 Taishu immortal spirit fruits. Everyone, unite and slay him. He aimed to exploit their greed to eliminate Jiang Ping'an. However, no one was foolish. They could all discern that Jiang Ping'an was extraordinary, likely possessing a powerful background, and dared not provoke him. Life is precious, and unless one was absolutely certain, none would recklessly involve themselves in danger. Moreover, none had seen Jiang Ping'an truly acquire 10 Taishu immortal spirit fruits. This individual possesses an extraordinary prowess, capable of engaging in combat even without fully mastering the domain. It is difficult to discern which faction he belongs to. Even if he is not affiliated with one of the 5 great sects, he must surely be an elite from another power. It is highly probable that he possesses a celestial root of the earth immortal grade, for such strength is unattainable otherwise. Observers are struck with awe at Jiang Ping'an's formidable combat abilities, increasingly convinced that he is an elite of a significant faction. Jiang Ping'an's countenance betrays no emotion, and despite his injuries, he does not falter. Each punch is executed with utmost precision, illuminating the heavens with divine radiance, creating shockwaves that cause nearby volcanoes to erupt. Ma Boli attempts to flee, but Jiang Ping'an relentlessly pursues him, rendering escape impossible. Since you wish to fight, let it be as you desire. Ma Boli realizes that fleeing is futile. Thus, he resolves to engage in a desperate struggle, prepared to perish together. The battle drags on for an extended period, surpassing 10 days, rendering time inconsequential. Jiang Ping'an, drenched in blood, endures countless broken bones. Despite Ma Boli's mastery of the power domain, his overwhelming strength proves difficult to overcome in the short term. During the relentless skirmishes, Jiang Ping'an gradually becomes acquainted with his newfound power. We have both exhausted our celestial energy to the limit. You cannot defeat me, so why prolong this? Ma Boli's voice is laden with fatigue and frustration. After such a prolonged conflict, his celestial energy is nearly depleted, Yet his adversary shows no sign of retreat. Exhausted to the limit? That is merely your state. Jiang Ping'an activates the Concealed Universe technique, and the 18 stars surrounding his celestial root begin to shimmer intensely. The celestial energy of the world is summoned forth, surging towards him like a tumultuous tide, enveloping him in a cocoon of celestial essence. Ma Boli's eyes widen in disbelief. He has never witnessed anyone absorb spiritual energy at such a terrifying pace. The rapid absorption stems from two factors: the high grade of his celestial root and the elevated level of his cultivation technique. It is undeniable that he possesses a celestial root of the heavenly immortal grade, coupled with an exceptional cultivation method, in a remarkably brief span. The celestial energy within a 10,000-mile radius is completely siphoned off, restoring Jiang Ping'an's celestial energy to its zenith. Fight! The single word erupts from Jiang Ping'an's throat, resonating deep within Ma Boli's soul. The surrounding power domain trembles violently, instilling within him a profound sense of dread, causing him to hesitate in battle. Ma Boli notices a golden circle forming beneath Jiang Ping'an's feet, a domain. Although its range is limited, encompassing only Jiang Ping'an himself, it is unmistakably a domain of battle intent. Who on earth are you? Within just a few short days of combat, this individual has elevated the principles of battle intent to a new level, manifesting a domain. Such an unparalleled genius could never remain nameless. Jiang Ping'an, uninterested in engaging in trivial conversations, steps into the void and unleashes his unparalleled fists with forceful strikes. He evolves through combat, growing stronger with each encounter. He has recently devised a new technique that combines sound with the principles of battle intent, capable of directly influencing the hearts of his foes. Although his battle intent domain remains too small to affect his opponent, the enhancement provided by his voice diminishes the enemy's combat prowess by 20%. Particularly, upon witnessing his remarkable talent, Ma Boli was profoundly affected, and this influence only intensified. Stripped of his fighting spirit, he found himself continuously retreating under relentless blows. Death was merely a matter of time. Just as the two engaged in battle, a dark mist suddenly materialized behind Jiang Ping'an. It was a mid-stage powerhouse. This individual had been lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike at Jiang Ping'an. The long sword in his hand gleamed ominously. Chapter 638. Entering the inner sect, I had already been on guard against you. At the very moment the sword lunged towards Jiang Ping'an, he swiftly turned and wielded the earth-shattering demon staff. The assailant, intent on a sneak attack, could never have anticipated that Jiang Ping'an had been vigilant all along. With a single swing, the staff unleashed a tempest, altering the very fabric of the atmosphere. Boom! The earth-shattering demon staff crashed down upon the ambusher, causing a dark mist to erupt. Upon witnessing the staff, Ma Boli stood utterly dumbfounded. A treasured artifact. This individual possessed a supreme treasure. Why hadn't he utilized it sooner to eliminate me with a single strike, subjecting me to torment for so many days? Ma Boli finally comprehended that in Jiang Ping'an's eyes, he was merely a sparring partner, not a life-and-death adversary. Jiang Ping'an paid no heed to Ma Boli's thoughts. His brow furrowed as he focused intently on the dark mist. The assailant had managed to escape. The peculiar nature of that dark mist not only replaced the assailant's demise, but also facilitated an instantaneous escape. Time was of the essence. The emergence of a treasured artifact would undoubtedly attract powerful foes, and he must depart swiftly. Jiang Ping'an raised the earth-shattering demon staff to strike Ma Boli. With little means to evade, Ma Boli's eyes glinted with rage and malice. When you ascend to immortality, I shall become part of the purging flames, incinerating you clean. Boom! Ma Boli's body was obliterated. Jiang Ping'an harnessed his mental energy to collect the blood and remains. This substance could be refined into a significant number of immortal crystals and must not go to waste. After retrieving the body, Jiang Ping'an departed quickly. Using the Skywalker escape technique, he altered his appearance and aura, returning to Tianhua Dragon City. On his journey back, he examined the storage artifact of this early-stage powerhouse. Aside from over 2,000 immortal crystals, he found no high-tier treasures. No wonder the opponent had relied on brute strength in their confrontation, an impoverished rogue cultivator. However, within a sealed vial, Jiang Ping'an discovered a black-red flame. When he opened the vial, the searing heat nearly singed his hair. This flame bore a striking resemblance to something he had seen before. Ah, yes. During the task assignment for the inner sect examination, he had seen a similar flame in the image stone provided. Upon comparing the image stone with the flame, it was confirmed to be the heart of the earth flame. Jiang Ping'an had almost forgotten about the task at hand. Now that he had discovered the heart of the earth flame, he could directly submit his task. According to the jade slip provided by senior brother Wang Yang, entering the inner sect not only allowed access to discounted resources, but also the choice of a regular immortal technique and a dedicated cultivation peak. The fact that one could obtain an immortal technique upon entering the inner sect highlighted the immense wealth of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. Jiang Ping'an was initially filled with joy, but his spirits dampened at the thought of the skull in the little world. He was uncertain how long it would take to afford the immortal Yuan Dao fruit for that skull. Upon returning to the city of heavenly fire dragons, he utilized the teleportation array to arrive at the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, bearing the Earth Heart Flame to complete his task. What about the other three? Inquired the personnel responsible for task verification. They perished in the Earth's core due to encountering a beast. Jiang Ping'an casually fabricated a reason. No one would investigate the demise of a few outer sect disciples. Even if they did, they would uncover nothing. The examining official did not press further and promptly handed him a golden token and a jade slip, mechanically stating, "Inscribe your consciousness onto the token. This serves as your identification. Carry the token to the martial arts hall to claim a volume of human immortal level martial arts." The most crucial matter is that newly entered inner sect disciples must partake in a competition every 3 years for a strength assessment, attended by elders. Those who perform exceptionally may be accepted as personal disciples. Unfortunately, your timing is unfortunate. The competition is still 3 months away, and if you miss it, no one will take you as a disciple. The remaining matters are of little consequence. The sect regulations and map are contained within the jade slip, which you must review. Our Feather Emperor Immortal Sect has exceedingly strict rules. Violations may lead to punishment or even death. Thank you, Jiang Ping'an replied courteously. Under the envious gaze of numerous outer sect disciples, he proceeded toward the inner sect with the token. He held a keen interest in the bestowed immortal technique. His cultivation level had evidently fallen behind his growth, and the creation of new techniques was too slow. He now needed to save time to comprehend the laws of the realm. Although it was merely the most ordinary human immortal level technique, it was still an immortal art that could enhance his combat prowess. Hey, wait a minute. A voice suddenly called from behind. A disheveled young man with a chaotic hairstyle approached with a grin. Brother, I just completed the outer sect assessment as well. From now on, we are fellow disciples. My name is Yang Wan, 23 this year. What is your name, brother? Jiang Ping'an cast a glance at him. The young man had already condensed his immortal root, surrounded by 7 sparkling stars, categorizing him as a celestial immortal root. Strangely, his immortal root appeared peculiar, resembling a blade that shimmered with unique power. Achieving this level at 23 was quite formidable. Jiang Ping'an, he replied politely, saying little else as he made his way toward the teleportation array leading to the martial arts hall. One could never discern the true intentions of those who approached. It was a mystery concealed beneath a facade. Yang Wan, undeterred by Jiang Ping'an's demeanor, clasped his hands behind his head and swiftly kept pace. Brother, you seem quite composed. You must be older than I am. I shall regard you as my elder brother. Not interested. Jiang Ping'an harbored suspicions regarding his intentions. It was too blatant to approach someone and immediately declare them an older brother, clearly a sign of immaturity. Elder brother, I am quite powerful. You could never guess what my immortal root is. What about you? What kind of weapon do you prefer? I like to wield a blade. Which elder do you aspire to learn from? Yang Wan buzzed incessantly in Jiang Ping'an's ear like a persistent bee. Jiang Ping'an appeared oblivious to his surroundings as he stepped through the teleportation array into the martial arts hall of the inner sect. At the entrance stood a towering statue, brandishing a long sword, its countenance stern and resolute, emanating an aura of lethal intent that instilled awe within those who gazed upon it. Jiang Ping'an felt as though the celestial energy within him had solidified, rendering him unable to summon it. The mere presence of this statue exuded such a formidable pressure that he could only imagine how terrifying the individual it represented must have been in life. Yang Wan beheld the statue with reverence, exclaiming, "Brother, do you realize? This must be the founder of the Feather Emperor Celestial Sect, whose swordsmanship commanded respect far and wide. It is precisely because I yearn to learn the Feather Emperor sword that I have come to this sect." With that, Yang Wan knelt and struck his forehead against the ground 3 times, the sound startling passers-by. What is he doing? Has he erred? Jiang Ping'an suddenly felt an odd notion that this individual was not approaching him with any ulterior motive, but rather was simply eccentric. Disregarding Yang Wan, Jiang Ping'an proceeded toward the martial arts hall. The hall radiated a golden glow, surrounded by celestial patterns, with numerous disciples coming and going. Jiang Ping'an even caught sight of several celestial beings. The depth of the Feather Emperor Celestial Sect was indeed formidable. As he reached the entrance, preparing to speak to the attendant, Yang Wan dashed over, exclaiming, "We are newly initiated disciples of the inner sect, here to explore celestial arts." The attendant smiled, gesturing toward the rooms within the hall. "Feel free to choose any room. Once inside, state your desired cultivation method, and the celestial arts will be presented automatically, along with demonstrations. Choose according to your needs. Brother, I shall see you shortly." Yang Wan left that remark before eagerly racing inside, clearly yearning for the techniques. Jiang Ping'an remained unhurried, his pace steady as he pondered, what type of celestial art should I select? Chapter 639, Celestial Arts. Jiang Ping'an entered an unoccupied room. It was modest in size, with a mirror formed by a formation before him, reflecting his image. The golden token at his waist flickered, and a line of text appeared upon the mirror. New disciples may choose any one human-level cultivation method. Please state the type of method you desire. There were numerous types of cultivation methods, generally categorized into mental methods and techniques. The Concealing Universe technique is a mental method responsible for absorbing and expelling celestial energy, serving as the foundation for other techniques. A superior mental method can significantly enhance the execution of techniques. Beyond mental methods, there exist techniques in martial arts, which are not markedly different, primarily serving combat and support functions. These techniques are further divided into weapon-based and spell-based categories. Jiang Ping'an lacked mental methods, and he found the Concealing Universe technique to be particularly useful. Thus, he decided to select an offensive type of technique. He typically fought using his fists, but already possessed a fist technique. Perhaps a staff technique would serve him well. Jiang Ping'an spoke, "I choose a staff technique." He possessed the Trembling Heaven Demon Staff, and mastering a staff technique in advance would facilitate better use of this formidable weapon. 2 lines of text materialized upon the mirror. There are 28 human-level staff techniques, primarily strength-based. Would you like to see a demonstration? Yes. Upon his affirmation, the mirror composed of formations displayed an image of him wielding a staff, showcasing the staff techniques in motion. Under the enhancement of the formation, the reflection in the mirror vividly manifests the power of the staff techniques being performed, providing an authentic experience that allows one to discern which method best suits the practitioner. Truly, the celestial realm boasts a remarkable level of formations, as if a real master were demonstrating the staff techniques before one's eyes. Jiang Ping'an gazed intently into the mirror, the images gradually coalescing in his mind. This was his unique talent, enabling him to materialize the combat images of practitioners within his consciousness, thereby facilitating a deeper understanding of their principles. Not only could he learn the staff techniques, but he could also comprehend the underlying laws of power, just as he worried about affording advanced laws. Here was a chance to grasp them, without any cost. He faced a dilemma in choosing among the 28 celestial-level staff techniques, far too many to select from. He decided to learn them all. "I'll just observe for a little while longer. It shouldn't pose any issues, right?" Jiang Ping'an settled on the ground, his gaze fixed upon the imagery, completely immersed in the experience, simultaneously learning the staff technique and contemplating the domain of power. He remained in this state for an entire month. Within the martial arts hall, there existed a core management chamber for formations, responsible for maintaining the various formations of the hall. The martial arts hall, a testament to the efforts of countless generations of the Feather Emperor Sect, accumulated a vast array of martial arts, standing as the most significant place within the sect, with several elders residing there. Elder Zhuo Feng, adhering to routine, arrived at the core management chamber and inquired of another elder within, "Old Ma, is everything well with the formations?" "All is normal," the elder replied nonchalantly. "By the way, if you have no pressing matters, could you check on room 357? There's a new disciple inside selecting techniques, and hasn't he emerged yet?" Elder Zhou stroked his beard. For these youngsters, this may be their first encounter with celestial techniques, so they certainly wouldn't take it lightly. It's understandable for them to linger a bit longer. Even after countless millennia, He vividly recalled the anxiety he felt when selecting his first celestial technique, empathizing with the children. However, he has been in there for a month. He may have encountered difficulties, Elder Ma remarked. A month? That indeed seems rather prolonged. I shall go take a look. Zhou Shun departed from the formation management chamber, making his way to room 357. Upon arriving at the door, he gently knocked. Little one, have you encountered any issues? If so, I can assist you. Jiang Ping'an, who had been deeply engrossed in his contemplation, suddenly awoke, realizing he had been observed by the elder for spending too much time. He hurriedly responded, "Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed elder. I have not faced any problems and will soon finalize my choice of technique. Well, if you do encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek guidance from us elders. We are here to provide assistance." With that, Zhou Shun turned and departed. Assuming the young disciple would soon conclude his deliberation after a month's stay, Jiang Ping'an sighed in relief and resumed his contemplation of the staff techniques and the laws. As long as he continued to delay his selection, he could persist in his free exploration. Zhou Shun returned to the formation management chamber, picking up a tome imbued with celestial runes to study while on duty, immersing himself in advanced techniques for another month. Suddenly, Elder Ma spoke up. "Old Zhou, what did the newcomer say when you last visited room 357? Zhou Shun paused in contemplation. Room 357? Oh. It dawned upon me that a certain young lad had been inside for an entire month. Why inquire about this? Because that rascal has yet to emerge. Elder Ma activated the formation, and the images from rooms 3, 5, and 7 materialized before them. In the visual display, Jiang Ping'an's gaze was intensely fixated on the image, his brow furrowing at times, while at others, it relaxed. Observing the scene, Elder Ma remarked earnestly, "I have been monitoring him for several days. He does not appear to be selecting a technique, but seems rather to be comprehending it. Do not jest. Who could possibly grasp a technique merely by observing it? Do you presume he possesses the legendary ability of mental manifestation?" Zhou Shun was entirely skeptical of Elder Ma's assertion. Mental manifestation was a rare gift, possessed by only a handful in the celestial realm. It is a unique aptitude that allows one to project the combat images of others into their consciousness through mere observation, thus enabling the learning of their techniques. In this era, only emperors wield such power. Elder Ma continued, "He certainly cannot possess mental manifestation. However, he may have a special perceptive talent that allows him to distinctly sense the powers of the laws. He is currently delving into the realm of these forces. Just wait and see. Shortly, you will witness him consume a medicinal pill to maintain his mental acuity." As they conversed, Jiang Ping'an retrieved a pill and tossed it into his mouth, his eyes unwaveringly focused on the image ahead. Zhou Shun paused, then chuckled in disbelief. This cheeky lad truly knows how to take advantage. He was beginning to accept Elder Ma's words. A typical individual would not spend 2 months here selecting techniques, nor would they consume pills merely to stay alert. Clearly, this was due to the immense mental expenditure from his comprehension of the laws, necessitating the replenishment of his energy with pills. To accelerate the understanding of the laws, practitioners of the domain level often had to purchase the laws, which entailed significant expenses. This young man was evading costs by utilizing the resources available to him. Zhou Shun put away his book and exited the formation chamber, making his way to the door of room 3, 5, and 7. Enough of this. Jiang Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. It seemed he had been discovered. He swiftly turned to face the source of the voice, an elderly man with a long beard, somewhat frail and short in stature. The elder concealed his aura, yet Jiang Ping'an could discern that he was a powerful being at the celestial level, brimming with formidable strength. "Senior," Jiang Ping'an greeted with a respectful bow. "Quickly choose a technique and leave. Do not occupy this space. This formation consumes substantial celestial crystals. Moreover, there is merely 1 month left until the newcomer competition. You must prepare." Zhou Shun was not fond of behaviors that squander the sect's resources. "Yes, senior," Jiang Ping'an replied courteously. After bowing once more, he turned to depart, having not chosen a technique. The 28 staff techniques were already imprinted in his mind. It was best to lie low for now and return later. "Wait a moment," Zhou Shun suddenly called out. Jiang Ping'an's heart jolted. Had his intentions been discerned? "Senior, is there anything else?" Jiang Ping'an inquired respectfully. Zhou Shun produced a palm-sized fragment of bone, radiating a faint celestial light, with the power of the great path swirling upon it. "This is a remnant I obtained from an enemy years ago. containing the remnants of the power of the path. I bestow it upon you." Jiang Ping'an was taken aback. "Senior, please take this." Zhuo Feng casually tossed the shattered bone to Jiang Ping'an, explaining that this item was merely a memento for him, lacking significant value and no longer useful to his own pursuits. This fragment of bone is not particularly precious. It is overlooked by high-ranking cultivators and cannot be comprehended by those of lower realms. Your ability to perceive the principles here demonstrates your keen insight, making it quite beneficial for you. This piece should aid you in grasping the complete domain of power. Zhuo Feng, born into an ordinary family, understood the hardships faced by common cultivators on their path to immortality. Each time he encountered these diligent disciples, he was reminded of his own struggles from years past. Aware that his innate talent had reached its limits and that he would never experience another breakthrough, he found his greatest joy in witnessing the growth of his juniors and the increasing strength of the Tianlan Immortal Sect. Hence, he often bestowed upon his disciples resources he had no use for. To him, they held little significance, yet for these ordinary disciples, they could be life-changing. As Jiang Ping'an gazed at the bone in his hand, his expression grew solemn, and he once again performed a respectful bow towards the elder. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for this precious gift. I am immensely grateful. May I inquire your name?" Despite the fragment being imbued with the power of the Tao in a diminished form, it was of great utility to him, saving considerable time and spirit crystals. The power of the Tao, the force of principles beyond mere domains, could only be comprehended by those at the tribulation stage or celestial level. He felt deeply moved that this elder, with whom he had no prior connection, would offer him such a valuable item. "Hurry back to your cultivation. Perform well in the assessment a month from now. Should your results be unsatisfactory, I may reclaim this celestial bone," Zhuo Feng urged, expecting no return and wishing to remain unnamed. "What level of performance do you expect from me, senior?" Jiang Ping'an inquired earnestly, determined not to disappoint the elder's goodwill and striving to meet his expectations. Zhuo Feng, assuming Jiang Ping'an was merely anxious about losing the bone, casually remarked, "Just aim for the top 100. With that, he departed, fully aware that this disciple might not reach that rank, but providing him with a target to strive for. Should he excel, he would attract the attention of other elders, even if only to become a named disciple, thus avoiding many pitfalls on his path to cultivation. In his own youth, he had not garnered the favor of the elders and had faced considerable challenges before finally seizing an opportunity to become an apprentice. It was only after becoming a named disciple that his cultivation truly commenced. As Jiang Ping'an watched the elder depart, he tightened his grip on the celestial bone. This forthcoming entrance examination would be taken seriously. He could not afford to let the elder down, for that would betray the faith placed in him. Stowing the celestial bone away, Jiang Ping'an proceeded to digest the martial arts techniques that were yet to be mastered, merely imprinted in his mind. Just as he exited the martial arts hall, a disheveled young man with a wild hairstyle rushed towards him. "Boss, you finally emerged. Why did you take so long to choose your techniques?" Yang Wan exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he approached the entrance. Upon seeing the other party, Jiang Ping'an paused, his expression turning peculiar. "Have you been waiting for me here for the past 2 months?" he inquired. "Indeed," Yang Wan replied matter-of-factly, "when my elder brother does not emerge, how can I, as a younger brother, possibly depart?" Jiang Ping'an was now certain that this individual approached him not with ulterior motives, but rather due to a deficiency in common sense. "I am not your elder brother. You ought to dedicate your time to cultivation." "That simply cannot be," Yang Wan countered. "When I left home, my sister warned me that my personality is prone to deception. I have already been duped several times along the way, and to prevent further trickery, I must seek out someone who appears intelligent to serve as my elder brother." He wore a self-satisfied expression, as if reveling in his own cleverness. Jiang Ping'an thought to himself, "It is indeed remarkable that this fellow has managed to survive this long." "Elder brother, let us spar. I have a feeling you are quite formidable," Yang Wan eagerly suggested. "The disciples' assessment for entry into the inner sect is a month away. We can engage in sparring then. Moreover, do not refer to me as elder brother. Your casual recognition of someone as such may lead you to further deception." Jiang Ping'an declined Yang Wan's challenge, for he had pressing matters to attend to. Yang Wan struck his right fist against his left palm, appearing suddenly enlightened. "Indeed, elder brother is wise. My casual assumption of elder brotherhood does indeed make me susceptible to deception. It seems my choice has not been in vain. Jiang Ping'an found himself at a loss for words regarding this individual. Not wishing to squander any more time with him, he made his way toward the law enforcement hall. Elder brother, where are you going? Our peak is in the opposite direction. I am heading to the law enforcement hall to report an elder who sent someone to kill me, Jiang Ping'an replied, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The disciple of Zhuo Feng had indirectly acknowledged, before his demise, that it was Zhuo Feng who had instigated his actions. According to the rules of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, Zhuo Feng would face severe punishment. Truly, my chosen elder brother is impressive. How daring to report even an elder. I shall accompany you, Yang Wan exclaimed, suddenly bursting with excitement, trailing closely behind as if anticipating a delightful event. Jiang Ping'an's expression twitched. He had relayed this information to caution Yang Wan of the danger and dissuade him from following, yet here he was, undeterred. Your involvement may implicate you, he warned. It seemed more straightforward to be direct with this fellow, whose thought process was evidently lacking. If my elder brother is unafraid, why should I be? That would paint me as cowardly, Yang Wan asserted, displaying an expression of bravado. I am now mortal enemies with the other party, with no path for retreat. This matter does not concern you. If you become embroiled, your life could be at stake. If there is a risk to my life, why does the elder brother still proceed? Yang Wan inquired, puzzled. Within the sect, they would not dare to act against me. Then they would not dare to act against me either. Yang Wan replied cheerfully. Jiang Ping'an sighed, deciding not to engage further with this individual, whose reasoning diverged significantly from that of others. Within the law enforcement hall, several enforcement disciples were idly chatting. In a month, the new disciples will compete. Are there any particularly attractive junior sisters among them? If so, I shall go to watch. Not sure, I haven't paid much attention. But I heard there is a disciple from the North Wilderness Immortal Sect. The North Wilderness Immortal Sect? How could their disciples possibly come here? The Northern Wilderness Immortal Sect. A prominent entity among the 5 great sects within the illusory moon domain, stands in equal renown alongside the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, their strengths nearly indistinguishable. The arrival of their disciples here to register is rather peculiar. They appear to be spies, albeit rather conspicuous ones. At that moment, 2 individuals entered the law enforcement hall, prompting several law enforcement disciples to cease their idle chatter. What brings you to the law enforcement hall? Jiang Ping'an inquired in a grave tone. The expressions of several law enforcement disciples turned serious. Who possesses the audacity to so blatantly disregard the sect's regulations? Elder Zhuo Feng, Jiang Ping'an stated once more. Clatter. One of the law enforcement disciples, unable to maintain his balance, fell to the ground. Rising hastily, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered. Who hired an assassin? Elder Zhuo Feng, Jiang Ping'an repeated. The law enforcement disciples were momentarily stunned. It was their first encounter with a report against an elder. Accusing an elder is a grave offense. What is the situation? Please elucidate. Zhuo Feng dispatched his disciple to assassinate me. I possess a recording stone as evidence. Jiang Ping'an produced the recording stone and infused it with spiritual energy, revealing a scene. In the midst of battle, a disheveled Jiang Ping'an shouted, "Wait! I am willing to offer you all my resources. Spare my life. You fool, if I kill you, your possessions will still belong to me." Tung Chun continued his assault on Jiang Ping'an. Desperately, Jiang Ping'an shouted, "If you kill me, Xiao Yuan's grandfather will not spare you. To silence any leaks, he will undoubtedly eradicate you. Do not attempt to sow discord between me and my master. The bond between my master and me is unshakable." Tung Chun remained unaffected by Jiang Ping'an's words, persisting in his attack. "Senior, save me," Jiang Ping'an cried out towards Tung Chun's rear. "This trick will not work on me. Die." The recording concluded at this juncture, as the subsequent scenes of Jiang Ping'an employing an immortal artifact could not be displayed. After viewing the recording, the law enforcement disciples fell into a contemplative silence, exchanging glances. Sensing their hesitation, Jiang Ping'an felt a foreboding surge within him and asked solemnly, "Will you not take action? It is not a matter of negligence. Rather, this person is no longer a disciple of our sect." One disciple explained, "This individual, Tung Chun, is indeed the disciple of Elder Qiu. Just 2 months prior, Elder Qiu came to the law enforcement hall to report that Tung Chun had stolen his treasured artifact, betrayed his master, and vanished without a trace. Tung Chun is currently wanted by the sect." Jiang Ping'an's pupils contracted. 2 months ago, he had just slain Tung Chun. Following that incident, Zhuo Feng had likely learned of Teng Chun's demise through the life token. In a bid to evade responsibility, Zhuo Feng hastened to the law enforcement hall to report his disciple, Teng Chun. Thus, even if Jiang Ping'an presented evidence, Zhuo Feng could exonerate himself, claiming that his disciple had betrayed the sect, absolving himself of any wrongdoing. Understanding that the report was futile, Jiang Ping'an suppressed his emotions and stated gravely, "I am unaware if anyone here is connected to that old fool, Zhuo Feng, but if there is, please convey this message. His disciple would rather self-destruct than identify him." Yet to safeguard himself, he allows his disciple to bear the stigma of betrayal against the sect. Truly despicable. The final sentence was penned by Jiang Ping'an, with a straightforward intention to provoke that old scoundrel. Only when his adversary is aggrieved will he find joy, having already established a vendetta with that old rascal. The latter would not let him off easily. Thus, it was imperative to inflict discomfort upon him. With that, Jiang Ping'an turned and departed. Before long, Zhuo Feng indeed received news of his denunciation. He was taken aback that Jiang Ping'an had managed to survive. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, clearing himself of any blame. However, upon realizing that his disciple would rather self-destruct than identify him, his heart ached with anguish. Jiang Ping'an, just you wait. Zhuo Feng's mind was consumed with murderous intent. A single strand of his hair could vanquish Jiang Ping'an, yet now that he had become a disciple of the inner sect, matters had become more complicated. Even the sect leader would hesitate to openly contravene the sect's regulations. He needed to find an opportunity to strike, and it had to be a lethal blow. Suddenly, Zhuo Feng recalled the upcoming newcomer assessment in a month's time. Jiang Ping'an would undoubtedly participate. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping'an had arrived at his designated mountain peak. For newcomers at the affluent Yuhuangxian sect, in addition to rewarding each individual with a volume of celestial technique, they would also provide a mountain peak for cultivation. Naturally, such a peak would not compare to those acquired through monetary means, yet it sufficed for the daily cultivation of ordinary practitioners. Wow, boss, we truly share a remarkable fate. My mountain peak is right next to yours, exclaimed Yang Luan, brimming with excitement. Jiang Ping'an replied nonchalantly, "This allocation is random based on the order of task completion. Since I submitted mine before you, your peak is adjacent to mine. Boss is truly astute. I hadn't even considered that." Yang Luan expressed with great admiration. Jiang Ping'an mused that this fellow was somewhat simple-minded. However, such practitioners often achieve success, as they focus solely on cultivation, indifferent to other matters. They may appear lacking in intelligence, but their understanding is merely limited, not genuinely foolish. After briefly familiarizing himself with the mountain peak and casually arranging a cultivation array, Jiang Ping'an immersed himself in his practice. Yang Luan, on the other hand, entirely neglected his own peak and began practicing his sword techniques not far from Jiang Ping'an. Seemingly oblivious to the concepts of privacy and discretion, Jiang Ping'an couldn't be bothered to explain things to him. He took out the celestial bone gifted by the elder, channeling his energy into the eye technique to observe the principles of strength inscribed upon it. Although the rules of the Great Path were fragmented, they were sufficient for him to comprehend the domain's regulations. As he grasped the principles, the celestial root within his body began to grow slowly. The seedling developed a small form, sprouting branches and leaves, while the surrounding 18 stars shone ever brighter. As the time for the newcomer competition drew near, the new disciples of the sect grew increasingly anxious. Their performance in this contest would determine their future. The better their ranking, the higher the likelihood of being chosen as disciples by the elders. Even the most ordinary registered disciples would fare better than those without the guidance of a master. If they could secure a place among the top contenders, they would surely be accepted as direct disciples, receiving personal instruction from celestial beings and access to resources. On the day of the newcomer assessment, the identity tokens of each new disciple emitted sounds. All disciples were instructed to arrive at their respective arenas according to their cultivation levels, preparing for the martial assessment. Numerous novice disciples awakened from their cultivation. Alas, I have only just entered the inner sect a few days ago, and have yet to master any celestial arts. How can I possibly compare myself to others? I must secure a place among the top 10. In this competition, I shall astonish everyone and ensure that all remember my name. Some disciples are filled with fervor while others harbor anxiety. Regardless of their emotions, they all make their way to the battlefield. Boss, the competition is about to begin. Yang Luan shouted at Jiang Ping'an with great enthusiasm. I am not deaf, Jiang Ping'an replied, rising slowly, his expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Although some disciples have already learned celestial arts and are formidable compared to the wandering cultivators outside, securing a position within the top 100 should not pose a significant challenge. Boss, let us make an impressive debut together, Yang Wan exclaimed, brimming with eagerness. One must never be too ostentatious in any circumstance, lest they become a target for others. Always retain a hidden card, unless faced with a life or death crisis. Refrain from revealing it. This approach ensures longevity, Jiang Ping'an advised, unable to resist commenting on the simplicity of his friend. Rest assured, boss, I understand this principle. My sister has imparted this wisdom to me. I currently possess 3 hidden cards that the enemy shall remain unaware of, Yang Wan declared, pretending to be quite adept at concealing his capabilities. Jiang Ping'an sighed deeply, realizing that the hidden cards his family had provided him were indeed formidable, allowing this fool to venture out on his own. Chapter 642, Miao Jing seeks disciples at the martial arts arena. The stands were overflowing with spectators. A multitude of sect disciples gathered to witness the contest. Why haven't I seen the particularly stunning junior sister? One inquired. That one is rather attractive. I find her pleasing. Another remarked. Can you not be so base? We are here to watch the junior sister. What else would there be to see? Without the junior sister, what is there to appreciate in the competition among novice disciples? One could also observe the junior brothers. In an instant, the male cultivator eager to watch the junior brothers found himself utterly deserted, everyone fleeing in fright. Look, it is the senior sister, someone exclaimed, causing the cultivators in the stands to collectively gaze in one direction. A woman, swaying slightly with a wine gourd in hand, made her way onto the viewing platform. Besides her stunning beauty, the most striking feature was the first-rate physique of the Feather Emperor Sect. Miao Xia approached the elders' viewing platform and simply reclined upon it. Why would the senior sister attend such a trivial contest? Perhaps she is here to see the handsome junior brothers? Do you think the senior sister is like you? I suspect she may have merely indulged in too much drink and wandered to the wrong place. Observing the desolate demeanor of senior sister Miao Xia, many cultivators wore expressions of complex emotion. Once, she had been the epitome of perfection in the hearts of all within the Feather Emperor Sect, renowned for her unparalleled beauty, physique, and extraordinary talent. She had embarked on the path of invincibility at the age of 8, effortlessly sweeping aside her peers, until 3 years ago when she encountered a formidable opponent. After suffering defeat, she fell into a state of despondency, succumbing to alcoholism and erratic behavior. Several elders appeared, witnessing Miao Xia's current state and sighing in resignation. The battle from 3 years prior had inflicted a profound blow upon her, from which she had yet to recover. At that moment, a refined gentleman approached, lifting Miao Xia and helping her sit upright before taking a seat beside her. Upon seeing the man, the nearby disciples immediately fell silent, sitting up straight, as if confronted by something terrifying. The elders were similarly taken aback. Elder Miao, what brings you here? Is it not permissible for me to come? Miao Jing replied nonchalantly. That is not the point. It has been many years since you last attended a competition. What brings you here today? The elders noticed that Miao Jing not only came to watch, but appeared to be present in his true form. The other elders were merely manifestations, as they had no time to send their true selves for such trivial matters. Even more peculiar was the presence of both Miao Jing and Miao Xia, which felt decidedly amiss. I have taken a liking to a disciple. Do not vie with me, Miao Jing declared, exuding an air of refined elegance, reminiscent of a gentleman. Yet, only those who truly understood him knew his true nature. Upon hearing his intention to accept a disciple, the elders grew serious. Elder Miao, the sect master has decreed that you cannot take on disciples. Miao Jing's path to enlightenment was too unique, inaccessible to ordinary individuals, and fraught with danger, hence the sect forbade him from taking on students. I shall not lead him down my path. You will understand shortly. Miao Jing dismissed the so-called decree. The elders were intensely curious about which prodigy could command such respect from Miao Jing. Suddenly, the inebriated Miao Xia lifted her gaze towards the dueling arena. The other elders followed her line of sight as 2 figures entered, one clad in black, bearing a stern countenance and calm demeanor, the other, with tousled hair and an exuberant expression, surveyed the surroundings and waved at the elders. Isn't that the disciple from the Northern Wilderness Immortal Sect? One elder remarked. Elder Miao intends to take him as a disciple? Recognizing Yang Wan, a disciple from the Northern Wilderness Immortal Sect here to learn swordsmanship. They found it perplexing since Miao Jing practiced the sword, while Yang Wan was focused on blades, clearly not a shared path. Could it be the disciple beside Yang Wan? The elders' gazes shifted to Jiang Ping'an, who appeared quite composed. Which prominent family does he belong to? Only the scions of illustrious families, endowed with exceptional talents, could capture the attention of the proud Yang Wan. No, he hails from the lower realms, Miao Jing interjected. Upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's origins, the elders lost interest. Beings from the lower realms possessed limited potential with low chances of significant growth. Although they were puzzled by Miao Jing's regard for him, it was ultimately inconsequential to them. Merely a point of curiosity. Among the elders, one man's expression darkened. This elder, sporting a bushy curly beard and similarly curly hair, bore a resemblance to Qiu Yuan, whom Jiang Ping'an had encountered previously. He was none other than Qiu Yuan's grandfather, Qiu Siping. Qiu Siping was taken aback that Miao Jing intended to accept Jiang Ping'an as a disciple. Should Jiang Ping'an indeed become Miao Jing's student, Qiu Siping would lose any opportunity to act against him. He must eliminate Jiang Ping'an during this competition. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, enlisting 5 formidable opponents of the same realm as Jiang Ping'an. Though killing was prohibited in the competition, accidents were always inevitable. Even if a death occurred, the repercussions would not be severe. Qiu Sipin has already promised several individuals that he would serve as their master. For these disciples, becoming a direct disciple is a cherished aspiration. Jiang Ping'an, having narrowly escaped death last time due to someone intervening on his behalf, is now undoubtedly facing his demise. Qiu Sipin declared with a booming voice, "Those disciples who have yet to arrive, please hasten to the arena. The competition will commence in half an hour, and we shall begin drawing lots now." Coincidentally, he was in charge of managing the draw. This cohort of entry-level disciples, at the early stage of their domain, consists of a total of 3,241 members who will face off in pairs. In the event of an odd number of participants, one will enjoy a bye. A bye, often referred to as a lucky draw, allows the fortunate individual who draws it to advance to the next round without competing. Whether one can reach the final stage depends on both luck and skill. Even if one does not make it to the end, performing admirably in battle may still attract the attention of the elders. The novice disciples began to line up for the draw at the combat arena. Each would draw a slip of paper from the box, each inscribed with a number, and those with matching numbers would duel together. Qiu Sipin stood behind the drawing box, observing Jiang Ping'an in the queue, a slight smirk gracing his lips. How dare a mere insect challenge a celestial being? Just then, Jiang Ping'an suddenly shouted, "Someone is cheating in the assessment." His voice rang out loudly, and at this proclamation, the entire arena fell silent, all eyes turning towards him. Cheating? What kind of cheating? Observing the collective gaze fixed upon him, Jiang Ping'an continued resolutely, "I harbor a grudge against the elder responsible for the draw. He has deliberately arranged an adversary to eliminate me. I request a different elder to oversee the lot drawing." Qiu Sipin's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this matter, known only to him, be revealed by Jiang Ping'an? Is this boy a diviner, capable of foretelling events? Chapter 643. The Elder's Gamble. The sudden interruption halted the drawing process. All eyes were riveted on Jiang Ping'an and Qiu Sipin, breaths held in anticipation, afraid to miss any crucial moment. Qiu Sipin spoke in a low, stern tone, "Jiang Ping'an, do not slander my reputation with baseless accusations. I have never sent anyone to harm you." His face darkened, eyes flashing with fury. Fingers clenched tightly into fists beneath his sleeves. He had not anticipated this boy's audacity to confront him openly, embarrassing him in front of the assembly. Although he was unaware of how Jiang Ping'an had discovered his scheme, he knew he could not concede. The other party could not possibly have evidence. Jiang Ping'an fixed his gaze upon Qiu Sipin, stating, "I merely mentioned our enmity. I never claimed you sent someone to kill me. How do you know my name?" Qiu Sipin's face stiffened, and fortunately, his bushy beard concealed the shift in his expression. He replied nonchalantly, "I received word last month that someone reported I had sent someone to kill you, claiming that my disciple, Ting Chun, was the assailant. However, 3 months ago, that ungrateful disciple stole a treasured item from me and defected from the sect, which is now actively pursuing him. The encounter with Ting Chun was entirely coincidental and has no bearing on my affairs. You have misjudged me. As for my knowledge of your name, it stems from my own feelings of guilt, prompting me to conduct a casual inquiry. Zhuo Ping's explanation is both reasonable and coherent. Jiang Ping'an smirked coldly, questioning the pretense. I have offended your grandson, leading to his punishment, and you dispatched your disciple to eliminate me. However, assistance arrived, resulting in your disciple's demise. To avert exposure, you shifted the blame onto him. Jiang Ping'an insisted on the necessity of evidence. Without it, he would report your defamation, seeking to expel such a troublemaker from the sect. A terrifying aura emanated from Zhuo Ping, silencing the spectators in the martial arena. Unfazed, Jiang Ping'an challenged him, demanding proof of his disciple Tingshan's alleged betrayal of the sect. Was this not your own assertion? At that moment, a senior elder interjected, suggesting they set aside their dispute for now. After the competition concludes, they should present any evidence to the law hall, assuring that the sect would not wrongfully accuse anyone. For the time being, they ought to proceed with the match and avoid wasting everyone's time. Who could have anticipated such an occurrence? This young man possesses audacity, daring to publicly accuse an elder. Jiang Ping'an respectfully bowed to the elder and requested a different individual to oversee the drawing of lots. Given his understanding of such treacherous individuals, he suspected that this person had undoubtedly placed his own agents among the disciples to target him. If this old fellow were to manage the drawing, his life would be in jeopardy. Jiang Ping'an's intentions were not to harm Zhuo Ping, but to ensure his own safety. By clarifying the situation, he hoped to deter any underhanded tactics from his adversary. He could sense the murderous intent emanating from Zhuo Ping, leading him to suspect foul play. This ability had saved him countless times. An elder approached the martial arena to conduct the drawing. Jiang Ping'an recognized him as the elder from the martial arts hall who had bestowed upon him the celestial bone. A slender figure with a tuft of beard and graying hair. Zhuo Ping cast a cold glance at Jiang Ping'an before returning to the observation seats. The fate of the 5 individuals he selected to confront Jiang Ping'an now rested upon fortune. The drawing continued, sparking conversation among the observing cultivators. Do you believe this Jiang Ping'an speaks the truth or fabricates lies? Surely, it must be false. If it were true, he would have succeeded in reporting by now. Perhaps he simply lacks evidence. What are the odds that he coincidentally offended Elder Chio's grandson, only for Chio's disciple to seek his demise? As Zhuo Ping returned, the cultured Miao Jing unexpectedly spoke up, declaring Jiang Ping'an to be his disciple. He cautioned others to exercise restraint, as he had no desire for bloodshed at the moment. Zhuo Ping's expression shifted, though he remained silent, returning to his seat. He now solely hoped for Jiang Ping'an's downfall in the arena. If Jiang Ping'an truly became Miao Jing's disciple, any future attempts to eliminate him would be rendered impossible. This was the first time he had encountered a man with such audacity. Miao Xia, cradling a wine jug, fixed her gaze upon Jiang Ping'an, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. She had encountered countless remarkable men, yet few possessed such audacity, daring to confront a celestial being without any backing. It appeared foolish, yet it was perhaps the most effective means of self-protection. Should Jiang Ping'an face inexplicable misfortune, the first name that would arise in everyone's mind would be Zhuo Ping. To ease the tension, an elder shifted the conversation, inquiring among the others as to which disciple held the greatest promise of claiming victory in this martial arena. That Yang Wan has a chance, one elder remarked. Xiao Yu also stands a chance. Her talent is formidable. However, I have already taken her as my disciple, so do not contest with me. A female elder chuckled, revealing that several of them had already predicted the contender for first place, either Yang Wan or Xiao Yu. Jiang Ping'an will be first, Miao Xia interjected unexpectedly. The elders exchanged looks of confusion. Judging by the fluctuations of the laws emanating from Jiang Ping'an, it was evident he had only recently entered the domain level. No matter how exceptional his talent, he could not possibly rival those who had long since attained this realm. Moreover, as someone from the lower realms, his innate abilities were inherently flawed, making it unlikely for him to possess formidable combat strength. Merely breaking into the top 100 would be a stretch. Miao Xia took a swig from her wine. Elders, shall we place a wager? If Jiang Ping'an secures first place, grant me a treasure. If I lose, I shall bestow a treasure upon you. The prospect of a wager added zest to the competition. To these elders, treasures, while not classified as high-level artifacts, were still of considerable value. With nothing better to do, they agreed to partake. One elder expressed confidence in Xiao Yu. Once a bet was proposed, others naturally followed suit. Betting on who would claim first place was straightforward. But wagering on whether a lower realm cultivator could seize victory was a different matter entirely. Such an opportunity to acquire a treasure without cost was not to be missed. 3 elders placed their bets. Unperturbed by the thought that Miao Xia might be unable to fulfill her end, considering her father's standing, Miao Jing whispered to his daughter, "Can Jiang Ping'an truly secure first place?" He was unfamiliar with Jiang Ping'an and felt it was somewhat precarious. After all, Jiang Ping'an had only just condensed his celestial roots and had yet to open his domain. "I do not know," Miao Xia replied honestly. Miao Jing was taken aback. "You don't know, yet you still wager? Are your father's treasures conjured by the wind?" This wayward daughter. Once his daughter had made such a bold statement, Miao Jing found it challenging to retract. For someone of his status, maintaining face was paramount. The battles within the martial arena commenced, with those drawing the same number entering the spatial barrier. The clashes between domain-level warriors were formidable, their impact extensive, necessitating the confines of a barrier for combat. A man, cloaked and stern, stood before Jiang Ping'an, his eyes piercingly fixed upon him. "I can tell from the fluctuations of the laws around you that you have just recently breached this level. Fear not, I shall not eliminate you instantly. Do your utmost to showcase your abilities. Perhaps the elders may take notice and accept you as a registered disciple." "Thank you," Jiang Ping'an replied gratefully. However, before he could finish his sentence, the cloaked man lunged forward in a sudden ambush, a menacing expression upon his face. "Get out of my way." Chapter 644. The 12 Sticks of Rising Dragon. In the face of a sudden ambush, Jiang Ping'an displayed not a flicker of emotion, entirely unfazed. The individuals from the celestial realm possessed remarkable talents, yet these cultivators were still too youthful, underestimating the complexity of convincing their adversaries with mere words. The man donning a conical hat wielded the power of the earth, attempting to bind Jiang Ping'an's feet by manipulating the soil beneath him as he launched his surprise attack. Anticipating such an assault, Jiang Ping'an soared into the air, distancing himself from the ground. Yet, ascending into the skies proved futile. The man under the hat summoned the earth's might, causing the soil to churn and rise, enveloping the entire area and instantaneously encasing Jiang Ping'an within a sphere of earth. It was over. A smirk curled at the corners of the man's lips. This was a technique he had learned, known as explosion. Although he could not fully unleash its true power at his current level, it would suffice against a novice in the realm. With a low growl, he commanded the earth sphere to detonate, unleashing a terrifying force that swept across dozens of miles, uprooting trees in its wake. Just as the man believed Jiang Ping'an had been obliterated, he was astonished to discover that his opponent remained unscathed, enveloped instead within a black sphere that absorbed the impact of the explosion. The sphere shimmered with arcs of dark lightning. Black lightning? This was the first time the man had encountered such a phenomenon in his long life. Was this individual a practitioner of the lightning element? Several elders who had been observing the gambling fight exchanged surprised glances upon witnessing this. In thunder? Such a rare ability. However, that alone was insufficient to overcome the disparity between them. The gap in strength was considerable. Seeing his initial attempt thwarted, the man promptly employed the technique explosion once more, unleashing a torrent of dust to envelop Jiang Ping'an and seal him again. Even if the Black Sphere's defense was formidable, it ultimately had its limits and required energy to sustain. The opponent had yet to master the realm, indicating that his celestial roots had not fully developed. The size of one's celestial roots influenced the quantity of celestial energy one could store. Thus, this individual had limited energy reserves, and surely this time, he would succeed in breaching the defenses. With a thunderous roar, the Earth's sphere erupted, sending shockwaves that extended across 100 miles, leveling thousands of mountains in an instant, creating a scene of breathtaking devastation. Dust and debris filled the air, swirling like a harbinger of annihilation, regardless of one's cultivation level. If they had yet to grasp the power of the realm, they could not rival him. The man had exerted his full strength, depleting a significant portion of his celestial energy, the resulting destruction evident. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Disbelief etched across his face. The black sphere still persisted. Impossible. How could it remain intact? This person had not mastered the realm. How could he withstand a celestial technique, even if he too wielded celestial arts? It should not have been enough to withstand his assault. There existed an undeniable gap in their respective laws. The sphere had indeed burst, but only 8 layers had succumbed. He had constructed 10 layers of defense. The black sphere dispersed, revealing Jiang Ping'an unscathed. Although his command of the laws did not match that of his opponent, he possessed an abundance of celestial energy. If one layer of defense proved inadequate, then 10 would suffice. After all, he had ample energy to draw upon. Thunder coalesced into a pitch-black staff, materializing in Jiang Ping'an's grasp. Recently, I have immersed myself in the study of staff techniques, realizing that true mastery can only be achieved through practical combat. Jiang Ping'an, wielding the staff materialized from the shadows of Yinlei, charged forward with determination. The man in the conical hat, still reeling from shock, was taken aback when he saw Jiang Ping'an approach with intent to attack. A sudden smile crept across his face. Was this individual not utilizing his formidable defensive capabilities, choosing instead to confront him head-on? Was this not an invitation to his own demise? Had the man chosen to retreat into the protection of his shadowy sphere, he would have been at a loss for a strategy. However, with the opponent's proactive aggression, an opportunity for victory had been presented to him. Without hesitation, the man in the hat drew his sword to counter the assault, the blade slicing through the air with remarkable speed. Jiang Ping'an swung his staff to meet the attack. The moment their weapons clashed, the sound of metal reverberated, and sparks flew. The man felt as if he had been struck by a mountain, his grip on the sword trembling. This was the essence of strength-based celestial arts. In just one strike, he recognized that Jiang Ping'an was employing celestial techniques, a force so overwhelming that it was undeniably magical. The man's own mastery of the earth domain endowed him with significant power, yet against another, his sword would have already fallen from his grasp. As he attempted to swing his sword once more, he found his hand sluggish from the force of the impact, unable to match the speed of Jiang Ping'an's staff. In a state of panic, he braced himself for the descending blow. When the staff and sword collided again, the surrounding dust was dispersed, revealing their forms. The man sensed that this strike was even stronger than the last. Immediately following was an onslaught of swifter and more powerful blows. The sound of impact echoed, boom, boom, boom. Jiang Ping'an, like a divine warrior, swung his staff with fervor, each strike more formidable than the last, as if he were stirring the very fabric of the universe. Rendering the man in the hat incapable of retaliation, his conical hat flung away. The celestial technique, Rising Dragon 12 Sticks, was a creation of a celestial being who embodied strength through mastery. It consisted of 12 distinct strikes, each one amplifying the preceding force. This power surged like relentless waves, continuously overwhelming the opponent. The strength of the user determined the destructive potential of the staff, with no upper limit. Due to his brief acquaintance with this technique, Jiang Ping'an had only grasped 3 of the 12 strikes. However, when combined with the laws of destruction and the combat spirit, each blow became exceptionally devastating. The laws of destruction, the laws of combat spirit. The man in the conical hat found himself retreating, his eyes widening in astonishment as he observed the fluctuations of power emanating from Jiang Ping'an. The realization struck him: should he fall victim to the laws of destruction, it would be a true demise. Meanwhile, the elders observing from the platform regarded Jiang Ping'an's utilization of these powerful laws with grave seriousness, casting glances at Miao Xia and Miao Jing. Could this young man also be a warrior body? The use of also was intentional, as Miao Xia was indeed a warrior body herself. What star rank does he possess? One elder inquired with anticipation. 6 stars, Miao Xia replied, concealing her smirk. Jiang Ping'an had informed her of 8 stars, and she had understated his prowess by 2. To possess 6 stars was remarkable. The elders were astonished. Typically, practitioners from the lower realms would be fortunate to attain 4 or 5 stars in celestial roots. 6 stars represented the pinnacle for earthly celestial roots. It was no wonder Miao Jing sought him as a disciple. A warrior body with 6-star celestial roots, coupled with the comprehension of the elusive laws of destruction, truly marked him as an exceptional student. Miao Xia raised her gourd of liquor to her lips, concealing her mischievous grin. May I reveal to you that he possesses an 8-star celestial root? To speak the truth, you venerable elders would undoubtedly vie for him. Moreover, this is merely one of Jiang Ping'an's physical forms. This man conceals a doppelganger. Qiu Si Ping, standing nearby, appeared increasingly grim. This wretched Jiang Ping'an actually possesses a battle body, with a 6-star talent, surpassing even his own. The more formidable Jiang Ping'an seemed, the more Qiu Si Ping yearned to eliminate him. The elder woman observed Jiang Ping'an in combat and remarked, his combat prowess is indeed commendable. However, His understanding of the laws remains rudimentary, and he has yet to master his domain. During this newcomer assessment, he is unlikely to deliver a truly remarkable performance. She nearly stated outright that Jiang Ping'an would be eliminated prematurely. An elder beside her chuckled, "Xia, do prepare the treasures for us in advance." They wagered that Jiang Ping'an would claim first place, yet with such combat ability, he would surely struggle to even enter the top 100. Chapter 645. Miao Jing takes a disciple. Why the urgency among the elders? Merely observe. Miao Xia was uncertain of Jiang Ping'an's strength, but she was confident he would not be easily eliminated. On the battlefield, the man in the conical hat was forced to retreat, his grip on the sword tearing at his palm. Aware that he could not match Jiang Ping'an in strength, he refrained from engaging him directly. Instead, he summoned the power of his domain to unleash the dark sandstorm. This technique obscured the enemy's vision and impaired their spiritual perception. Once a cultivator was enveloped by the sandstorm, their awareness would diminish, affecting their combat effectiveness. The man in the conical hat had already expended considerable energy casting 2 spells and could only resort to this tactic for a surprise attack. With the dark sandstorm invoked, fierce sands howled, blotting out the sun and turning the world black. The man in the conical hat swiftly retreated into the shadows. "In my domain, I am invincible." His voice echoed from Jiang Ping'an's right, yet he continued his assault from the front. The sound from the right was merely a diversion. A longsword lunged toward Jiang Ping'an. Bang! Jiang Ping'an struck the man in the conical hat with a heavy blow, sending him reeling as if he were mere parchment, nearly breaking in half. His internal organs shattered, blood spewed forth, and his body crashed to the ground. The man in the conical hat quickly employed a sand transformation technique, softening the earth to prevent severe injury from the impact. Clutching his abdomen, he was filled with shock and confusion. How could he possibly see me? This is impossible. It must be a coincidence. Once again, the man in the conical hat concealed himself in darkness, attempting a surprise attack from the right. Bang! Once more, he was sent flying by a powerful strike, his ribs shattered, and his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The man in the conical hat repeatedly attempted sneak attacks, yet each time he was met with the relentless force of Jiang Ping'an's staff, causing him immense suffering. Impossible. How could you know where I am? This tactic might work against others, but against Jiang Ping'an, who possessed a unique ocular technique, it was utterly futile, merely squandering celestial energy. Realizing this method was ineffective, the man in the conical hat had no choice but to abandon the technique, conserving his celestial energy for a direct confrontation. I must concede, your combat power is formidable. However, to defeat me is an impossibility. The disparity in our reserves of celestial energy is vast, and if this continues, victory shall undoubtedly be mine. The man in the bamboo had intended to outlast Jiang Ping'an. If this declaration were to reach Jiang Ping'an's former adversaries, it would undoubtedly elicit laughter. What audacity to compare one's energy reserves against Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an remained silent, quietly executing the 12 dragon sticks. The ferocious and domineering strikes of his staff resounded through the heavens. The man in the bamboo hat gritted his teeth in defense, biding his time until the opponent's celestial energy was depleted. However, as time passed, while the man's own celestial energy dwindled, Jiang Ping'an continued to wield his mystical arts without showing any signs of cessation. How much celestial energy do you possess? The man could no longer restrain himself. Roaring in inquiry, Jiang Ping'an offered no response. His arm muscles suddenly surged, mysterious runes affixed to his staff. As the staff danced, the man in the bamboo hat's earthen domain quaked violently. The 4th stick of the 12 dragon sticks was successfully executed. Sensing this overwhelming force, the man in the bamboo hat, frightened, shouted, "I concede." With a resounding crash, the sticks swept past the man, crashing heavily into the void, causing it to rupture and leaving a gash in the earth that plunged 1,000 meters deep. Sweat trickled down the man's forehead as he gazed in terror at the figure before him. This man resembled a war deity, wielding a black staff, his hair billowing, emanating an aura of fierce dominance that instilled dread. Your mental technique is also celestial arts. Under normal circumstances, a realm-level cultivator who had yet to master their domain would not possess such reserves of celestial energy. This individual likely commanded celestial-level mental techniques, allowing him to endure for so long. Jiang Ping'an, of course, would not disclose his circumstances. The staff vanished from his hand as he stepped out of the barrier. Several elders observed Jiang Ping'an's victory with varied expressions. Quite impressive, a solid foundation, though the level of the laws is somewhat lacking. This combat prowess might withstand 2 rounds. The 3 elders participating in the wager were decidedly disinclined for Jiang Ping'an to win, as it would result in the loss of a treasured item. Jiang Ping'an, come to the backstage. Miao Jing transmitted a message to Jiang Ping'an as he rose to head towards the backstage. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ping'an followed. The first match had yet to conclude, others were still competing, and it would take at least 3 to 5 days for the first round to finish. The entire tournament was expected to last at least a month. At the backstage entrance, Miao Xia, holding a wine jug, regarded Jiang Ping'an with half-closed eyes. Not bad. Decent talent. In just 3 months, you've grasped a bit of celestial arts. Yet, you still have a way to go compared to your senior sister. Jiang Ping'an replied respectfully. There is no need for flattery. Miao Xia led Jiang Ping'an, swaying slightly, into a room. The refined Miao Jing sat within, cradling a book. Upon Jiang Ping'an's entrance, Miao Jing gently set the book aside. I am not one for idle chatter. Let us speak plainly. I wish to take you as my direct disciple. Elders generally categorize their apprentices into 2 types, named disciples and direct disciples. Named disciples receive ordinary guidance and share a master-apprentice relationship akin to that of mortals. In contrast, direct disciples undergo rigorous training, akin to nurturing offspring, receiving resources and teachings of techniques. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your recognition. I assure you, I shall not bring you shame. Jiang Ping'an clasped his fists in salute, neither servile nor arrogant, exuding calm and composure. Previously, Miao Xia had suggested that her father take on disciples, but he had declined due to uncertainty. However, when this esteemed elder personally extended the invitation, he could not possibly refuse. Having a master is akin to possessing a formidable ally, significantly alleviating numerous troubles and allowing one to devote themselves entirely to the pursuit of the celestial path. Observing Jiang Ping'an's composed demeanor, Miao Jing was taken aback. The other's reaction was beyond his expectations. Before you agree, there are certain matters I must disclose. My path is unique, one that ordinary individuals cannot traverse. Thus, I shall not impart my techniques to you. The one who will truly guide you is my daughter, Xiaoxia, who, like you, possesses a battle physique. Should you choose another elder, they may provide superior training. Would you still wish to become my disciple? Miao Jing was reluctant to take on a disciple, merely acquiescing to his daughter's wishes. He surmised that his daughter had reached an age where she desired companionship, hence his assistance. Jiang Ping'an pondered briefly, then bowed once more. Recognizing the honor of being acknowledged by such a venerable figure, it is a privilege to be favored by you, esteemed elder. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently and bring glory to the lineage. You possess a steadfast nature, which is indeed suitable for my path, Miao Jing remarked, his gaze reflecting a glimmer of appreciation as he regarded Jiang Ping'an's unwavering demeanor. However, Miao Xia, overhearing this exchange, became immediately agitated. Old man, do not lead him astray. Jiang Ping'an is far too composed. Unlike you, who revels in chaos and bloodshed, you are on entirely different paths. Though Miao Jing appeared cultured, he was, in truth, the most tempestuous among all the elders of the sect, having embraced the way of slaughter, often venturing out to kill without cause. You fail to understand. It is the composed individuals who are most suited for combat, as they are less likely to be consumed by murderous intent. Miao Jing yearned to see his legacy continue but struggled to find a fitting successor. Step aside. Do not ruin this young man. Our battle physique lineage, while pursuing combat, does not seek senseless slaughter. Jiang Ping'an is evidently not one who delights in violence. The fiery Miao Xia was determined to protect Jiang Ping'an from her father's misguided influence. Is this how you speak to your father? For the sake of a man, you would disregard your father? Miao Jing, incensed, restrained himself from striking his daughter. What do you mean for a man? What nonsense are you spouting, old man? I simply value Jiang Ping'an's talent. Miao Xia brandished a wine jug, poised to hurl it at her father's misguided assumptions. What is the difference between valuing talent and valuing Jiang Ping'an himself? Spare me the charade. I have been around long enough to know that you have reached the age of desiring a man. Nonsense. I am not thinking of such things. You old fool. Get lost. Miao Xia lifted the wine gourd and hurled it at her father, sending him stumbling out. Chapter 646. Can he secure the first place? With Miao Jing ejected from the room, only Jiang Ping'an and Miao Xia remained. Miao Xia crossed her arms, her captivating gaze fixed on Jiang Ping'an. Do not heed that old man's ramblings. I harbor no such intentions toward you, so please do not misunderstand. Understood, Jiang Ping'an replied, his expression unwavering. Seeing Jiang Ping'an's indifference, Miao Xia was unexpectedly taken aback. Other male disciples, upon encountering her, either exhibited reverence or desire, yet this individual, much like Wang Yang, remained remarkably serene and composed. Wang Yang cultivates the righteous spirit of Haoran, and his thoughts must be sound. What then is the nature of this individual? Could it be that you are an ancient being who has practiced for over 10,000 years? Only those venerable ones remain composed upon encountering a woman of her caliber. It is said that cultivators from the lower realms are constrained by the laws of heaven and earth, making breakthroughs exceedingly slow. Thus, Miao Xia speculates that Jiang Ping'an must be quite advanced in age. Senior sister, I am over 200 years old, Jiang Ping'an replied. How remarkably youthful. Miao Xia expressed her surprise. In the lower realms, achieving such a level at this age indeed sets Jiang Ping'an apart. Miao Xia retrieved a bottle of wine, took a hearty swig, and unceremoniously burped before inquiring, for this competition, do you believe you can secure first place? Senior sister, as a cultivator from the lower realms, my innate talent is limited. The other disciples have long since entered the domain realm, mastering the powers of their domains and celestial techniques. For me to compete with them is quite challenging. Merely entering the top 100 would be commendable. Jiang Ping'an acknowledged his limitations. Defeating some ordinary new disciples was feasible, but claiming first among newcomers seemed daunting. Is there no way you could strive for it? Can you not attain first place? Miao Xiao pressed on. She had wagered with 3 elders, and should she lose, she would have to part with 3 treasured items. Jiang Ping'an shook his head. Senior sister, it is not simply a matter of effort. The disparity between myself and the other disciples is too great. What if I offered you a treasured item? Would that not allow you to place in the top 50? Miao Xia retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Moments ago, she mentioned that merely entering the top 100 was a lofty goal, yet now, with the promise of a treasured item, she believed he could reach the top 50. Just tell me what conditions would enable you to secure first place, Miao Xia asked directly. After a brief silence, Jiang Ping'an replied, the celestial origin Dao fruit. There exists a wretched skeleton in his small world, and its presence instills in him a sense of being controlled, which is profoundly unsettling. He yearned to be rid of this skeleton, which claimed that acquiring the celestial origin Dao fruit would allow it to repair its body and restore its memories. Oh, you have lofty aspirations, Miao Xia remarked. The celestial origin Dao fruit is exceedingly rare and invaluable, even to immortals, surpassing many elixirs in worth. After taking a moment to sip her wine, she continued, in our illusory moon domain, the celestial origin Dao fruit is not commonly found. Only the secret realm of the illusory moon celestial dynasty harbors a tree bearing this fruit. It takes decades to mature, and various factions covet it, making it quite difficult to obtain. However, if our sect could procure several fruits, given your talent and my father's influence, acquiring one does not appear insurmountable. The prerequisite is that you assist me in achieving first place. Assist you? Jiang Ping'an looked at the woman before him, puzzled. What does my competition have to do with you? Coughing awkwardly, Miao Xia averted her gaze. I made a wager with several elders. I was rather inebriated at the time and believed you could secure first place. If you fail to do so, I will be obligated to provide each of those 3 elders with a treasured item. Jiang Ping'an was taken aback. Drinking and gambling? This woman truly engages in all sorts of antics. Senior sister, are you certain you will uphold your end of the bargain? Observing Miao Xia's tipsy demeanor, Jiang Ping'an was wary of being deceived. Do you take me for someone who would go back on my word? At this moment, the senior sister, Miao Xia, was quite sober, yet her body swayed unsteadily, her garments nearly slipping from her shoulders, reeking of alcohol. Jiang Ping'an pondered for a moment before landing a punch squarely in Miao Xia's abdomen. The impact caused her to gasp, and a mouthful of liquor erupted from her lips, cascading violently. Jiang Ping'an. Miao Xia instantly regained her composure, her hair billowing as a fierce aura emanated from her, reminiscent of a raging beast. She grasped Jiang Ping'an's collar, glaring fiercely at the man before her, incredulous that he dared to strike her. Senior sister, you've had too much to drink, otherwise you would have been able to withstand my attack. Now that you're awake, I kindly request you to reiterate your earlier promise, Jiang Ping'an stated, his demeanor unflinching. exhibiting a respectful attitude as though he had entirely forgotten his actions. Miao Xia was taken aback. In her 20-plus years of life, she had never encountered someone so audacious. As the esteemed senior sister of the sect, one of the most distinguished figures in millennia, she was accustomed to reverence from everyone, including elders. Yet this man had the audacity to strike her to rouse her from her stupor. Even her father would not dare such a thing. The reason Jiang Ping'an felt emboldened to act thus was due to the fact that Miao Xia needed something from him. Coupled with the reality that his punch was not particularly forceful, it merely delivered a psychological shock. Miao Xia clenched her fists, the space around her seemingly crumbling under her intensity. Gritting her pearly teeth, she glared at Jiang Ping'an, warning, "You had better secure first place. If you fail, I shall return this punch to you 100-fold. Taking a deep breath to quell her rising fury, she added, "I promise you, if you achieve first place, I will procure the celestial yuan Dao fruit for you." Jiang Ping'an bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister, for your consideration." "Consideration, my foot. You expelled my liquor from your stomach. Compensate me with a jar of soul-nourishing wine." Last time, Jiang Ping'an had gifted Miao Xia several jars of this exquisite wine, which she had thoroughly enjoyed. He retrieved a jar and offered it to her. "Humph, at least you know your place," Miao Xia retorted, snatching the wine. Her resentment slightly alleviated. "Senior sister, I shall now return to my cultivation." Jiang Ping'an had originally aimed for the top 100, but now it was clear he must exert himself fully. Securing the celestial yuan Dao fruit would allow him to rid himself of the skeleton within, alleviating considerable trouble. "Wait," Miao Xia called after him. "Your current combat prowess is inadequate to secure first place. Come with me to the training grounds. I shall teach you a few things." "It's merely a few days. I want to gain much in that time," Jiang Ping'an replied. The assessment would last only a few days. And even with the enlightenment tree, he could not absorb too much knowledge in such a short span. "I am not teaching you techniques. Rather, I shall instruct you on how to truly wield your battle spirit. I've observed your combat style, and your utilization of battle spirit is utterly chaotic, squandering your innate talent. If you can master the battle spirit, your combat power could increase by at least 30%. Miao Xia possessed a battle body, granting her a far superior understanding of it compared to Jiang Ping'an. The battle spirit, a unique talent of the battle body, could form defenses and coalesce into various forms. However, Jiang Ping'an had merely employed it for defense, which was already commendable. If he could adeptly control the battle spirit, the defense he could generate would surpass even the might of Yin Thunder. A change finally flickered across Jiang Ping'an's calm visage. If his combat prowess could indeed enhance by 30%, this upcoming newcomer assessment would undoubtedly become significantly more manageable. Accompanying Miao Xia, they arrived at a secluded realm for cultivation. This mystical domain possessed a time flow tenfold different from the outside world, allowing for rapid enhancements in the coming days. Miao Xia's cheeks, adorned with a radiant blush, bestowed upon her an alluring charm. Jiang Ping'an gazed intently at her and inquired, "Senior sister, why are you assisting me so generously?" He had just witnessed Miao Xia pay a substantial sum of celestial crystals to gain entry into this sacred space. Her unwavering support, providing him with access to the elder's courtyard for training, accepting him as a disciple, and spending lavishly on the time cultivation sanctuary, left him feeling uneasy, as it was perplexing to him. Chapter 647, The Realm of No Self. Why assist you? Miao Xia mused, shaking her flask. "You are older than I. Is this truly a question you pose?" She continued, "In any realm, survival relies upon unity. Why do nations, clans, and sects exist? It is solely because mutual assistance fosters better survival. Why does a sect recruit disciples? To strengthen itself and ensure a secure environment for all its members. My assistance to you, on a grand scale, serves the sect. On a personal level, it is because when you grow stronger, I may need your aid." She paused. "Surely you do not suspect my intentions are sinister?" Jiang Ping'an stood momentarily stunned before offering a wry smile. "My apologies, senior sister. I overthought your motives." The conspiracies he had endured had clouded his judgment of others. "Enough of this idle chatter. The longer I remain here, the more celestial crystals I shall expend. Strike me once, and I shall impart knowledge unto you." Bang! Before Miao Xia could finish her sentence, a fist struck heavily against her chest. "I have not completed my thought." Miao Xia roared like a tempestuous dragon. "My apologies, senior sister. I was unaware you were unprepared. Perhaps you should refrain from drinking. It may impair your reflexes." Jiang Ping'an hastily withdrew his hand, surprised that she was not ready. For she was but a step away from ascension and should possess swift reflexes. Nonsense. You clearly launched a surprise attack. Miao Xia refused to concede that her inebriation played any role. She shot him a glare, not wishing to dwell on it further. Suddenly, a battle spirit, identical in appearance to her, materialized beside her. This spirit, radiant in golden hue and surrounded by divine brilliance, emanated an overwhelming aura. Despite being merely at the initial stage of the domain realm, it instilled a profound sense of pressure within Jiang Ping'an. The strikingly majestic golden battle spirit contrasted sharply with the relaxed demeanor of Miao Xia, who remained seated and sipping her drink. The battle spirit is a unique ability of our combat body. It does not belong to the natural laws of the universe, but is a manifestation of human will. The battle spirit you have summoned merely represents a simplistic amalgamation of combat intent. It has not unlocked its true potential. The essence of a genuine battle spirit lies in the soul. During combat, one should not merely control the battle spirit for defense and attack. Instead, allow your inner battle intent to guide you, relying on your instinctual prowess to confront your adversaries. As Miao Xia spoke, the battle spirit suddenly lunged toward Jiang Ping'an, executing a surprise attack in retribution. Bang! The blow was not particularly forceful, and Jiang Ping'an raised his fist to block the strike. How infuriating! Miao Xia was deeply disheartened. Having failed in her ambush, could it be that this man remained perpetually in a state of combat readiness? She feigned nonchalance, maintaining the guise of a mentor. Upon achieving such a state, one need not exert control over the body, nor remain vigilantly aware of impending danger, for one instinctively responds to combat. In this state, one's offensive, defensive, and restorative capabilities are significantly enhanced, allowing one to unlock their full potential in battle. This condition is referred to by outsiders as the state of no self. Other practitioners may also attain this state, yet our martial physique is inherently superior. Some concepts I could articulate would remain beyond your comprehension. Only through practical experience can one truly grasp them. As she spoke, Miao Xia's golden battle spirit continued to assault Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an's black battle spirit enveloped him, and the clash of combat loomed imminent. Miao Xia lay despondently on the grass, clutching a wine flask, eyes closed as she mused. Reaching this state is arduous. It demands total immersion, allowing the battle spirit within to govern the body, rather than the body commanding the spirit. This requires a wealth of combat experience and considerable innate talent. In my early days, under the tutelage of my father and several elders, it took me a year to master it. Even then, my father and the elders hailed me as a combat prodigy. That fellow Wang Yang took a year and a half to achieve the same. As she reminisced, a sense of pride filled her as she took a hearty swig of wine. Should you manage to step into the realm of no self, this novice assessment would undoubtedly be less daunting. However, given your origins from a lower realm, your innate talent may not be as exceptional, and mastering it in a short time is improbable, so there is no need for haste. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonated as Miao Xia spoke, rippling the surrounding space, and a dark radiance enveloped the heavens. Though it was black, it shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. This black luminescence emanated from Jiang Ping'an's dark battle spirit. With his eyes tightly shut, Jiang Ping'an, in a combat state, relaxed his muscles, instinctively dodging Miao Xia's golden spirit's onslaught and seizing opportunities to counterattack. Miao Xia, in the throes of drinking, abruptly opened her eyes, sitting upright in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Ping'an. The state of no self. This is inconceivable. What jest is this? I have just instructed this man on harnessing such power, and he has directly entered it. Despite her reluctance to accept this reality, it was evident from Jiang Ping'an's current state that he had indeed transcended into the realm of no self, unmindful of the spilled wine from her flask. Miao Xia stared blankly at Jiang Ping'an, who, shrouded in black battle spirit, resembled a general returning from the battlefield, his aura continuously intensifying. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Miao Xia begrudgingly accepted this truth, her expression becoming exceedingly complex. It had taken her a year, with the guidance of her father and numerous elders, to reach the state of no self. Yet this man, merely by casually sharing the method of wielding battle spirit, had stepped into that realm. Mastering such power is not merely a matter of instruction. Otherwise, every practitioner in the world would have traversed into this domain. In the realm below, Jiang Ping'an must have endured countless life and death battles, cultivating a wealth of combat experience, yet he merely lacked guidance. Miao Xia observed Jiang Ping'an's steadily increasing combat prowess, feeling both fortunate to have discovered this genius early and a tinge of jealousy. Why was it that while she had to toil for an entire year to master her skills, he could grasp them so swiftly? To vent her jealousy, Miao Xia retracted her battle spirit and decided to personally engage in combat with him, eager to assert her dominance over this man. Of course, to conceal her intentions, she suppressed her power to the early stages of the domain realm. However, as Miao Xia entered the fray, Jiang Ping'an's fighting spirit was ignited, surging with enthusiasm. This was his first encounter with a cultivator of similar physique, and he was eager to compete. The formidable techniques of the battle god art, the 12 ascending dragons, and the annihilation fist erupted in this moment, causing the very laws of the cultivation secret realm to tremble violently. To Miao Xia's astonishment, she noticed that the small domain Jiang Ping'an initially commanded was rapidly expanding outward. How could this lower realm cultivator's rate of advancement be so astonishingly swift? Lost in thought, Miao Xia was abruptly jolted as Jiang Ping'an's annihilation fist struck her. Although his martial arts were formidable, Miao Xia was already in the late stages of the domain realm, on the brink of transcending to become an immortal, and thus refrained from retaliating. However, her attire was less fortunate, torn asunder by the destructive laws. Quickly reconstituting her clothing, Miao Xia hurled a punch that resembled a roaring dragon, sending Jiang Ping'an soaring several kilometers through the air. He crashed into multiple mountains before finally coming to a halt. His defenses, battle spirit, and Yin thunder, proving utterly ineffective. Naturally, Miao Xia did not intend to kill him. Jiang Ping'an wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, silently reflecting that in the face of absolute power, even entering the state of selflessness was of no avail. He still had a long way to go, and his path of cultivation had only just begun. Upon hearing Jiang Ping'an's murmurs, Miao Xia's face twitched with irritation as she shouted, "You fool! Even now? You are still preoccupied with thoughts of battle." She shattered the void beneath her feet and charged towards Jiang Ping'an, intent on striking him down. Her anger stemmed from two sources. First, the destruction of her clothing by his earlier punch, and second, the fact that he seemed more concerned with his cultivation than with her, an affront to her dignity. Faced with Miao Xia's fierce onslaught, Jiang Ping'an felt deeply moved. His senior sister was so earnest in her efforts to help him improve. He could not disappoint her kindness and resolved to elevate himself with all his might. Entering the state of selflessness once more, he relied on his combat instincts to engage in battle. As time progressed, he gradually came to master this newfound power. In this domain, his battle spirit was activated, and his potential for combat was fully realized, resulting in a 30% enhancement in his fighting capability. Miao Xia became increasingly astonished. The speed at which this man advanced was remarkable, rivaling that of cultivators from the immortal realm. Truly, he was worthy of his 8-star celestial route. 6 days later, the first round of the tournament concluded, during which Jiang Ping'an spent 60 days within the temporal cultivation secret realm. Of the over 4,000 newcomers in the domain realm, only a little over 2,000 remained after the first round of competition. The second round of drawing lots was about to commence. In the midst of the queue, Yang Wan swiftly darted behind Jiang Ping'an, exclaiming, "Boss, where have you been these past few days? I've been searching for you." He continued, "I've had sister guidance for a few days." Jiang Ping'an, recognizing that Yang Wan meant no harm, softened his previously frosty demeanor. He was inclined to respond, as long as the matter did not insult his intelligence. "What? You managed to win over sister?" Yang Wan gasped, his voice resonating loudly in the martial arena, drawing numerous curious gazes. Jiang Ping'an remained composed as Yang Wan gave him a thumbs up, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Truly impressive, boss. You've only just arrived at the sect, and already you've caught sister's attention." The onlooking cultivators in the martial arena regarded Jiang Ping'an with discontent. They were all newcomers. Why should he be the one to win over sister? Should they encounter him in the competition, they were determined to teach him a lesson. With exuberance, Yang Wan proclaimed, "Boss, look, everyone is in awe of you." Jiang Ping'an, however, refrained from speaking further, fearing he might be driven to strike this individual with his formidable staff. Soon, it was Jiang Ping'an's turn to draw lots, and he obtained the number 725. He concentrated his celestial energy to manifest the number above his head, signaling for his opponent to approach. Before long, a man adorned with golden runes approached Jiang Ping'an, a smile revealing his pearly white teeth. I am number 725. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Ping'an narrowed his eyes slightly. Despite the man's smile, he sensed a palpable aura of hostility emanating from him. They bore no grievances. So it was perplexing that he would harbor such murderous intent simply due to their upcoming duel. Realization dawned upon Jiang Ping'an as he glanced towards the elder's observation platform, spotting the smirk on the face of that old rascal Zhuo Feng. As he suspected, Zhuo Feng had indeed orchestrated a scheme against him. Though Jiang Ping'an recognized the man as one of Zhuo Feng's agents, he lacked evidence to report him. Casting a fleeting glance at the rune-imbued cultivator, he chose not to engage further and proceeded towards the combat barrier. Regardless of his opponent's strength, he was resolute in claiming first place in this newcomer assessment. Only in doing so could he acquire the coveted immortal Yuan Dao fruit. On the observation platform, Qiu Pingxing felt a surge of relief as he witnessed Jiang Ping'an face one of his pawns, finally unburdening the frustration that had festered within him for days. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck. His chosen participant encountered Jiang Ping'an in the second round. The 5 individuals he selected possessed formidable strength, with even the weakest capable of ranking in the top 30. Given Jiang Ping'an's current combat prowess, he stood no chance and was destined to perish within the barrier. The other elders observing the match took note of Jiang Ping'an's adversary. Their curiosity piqued. Why does he resemble a member of the divine pattern Golden Clan? It was not merely resemblance. He was indeed one of them, as evidenced by the golden runes that adorned his form. Jiang Ping'an's luck appeared to be quite poor. With his strength, he could have persisted through 3 rounds and entered the top 1,000, but alas, he faced a cultivator from the divine pattern Golden Clan. One elder looked at Miao Xia with a smile. Xia, have you been helping Jiang Ping'an cultivate these past few days? It's a pity. The time has been too short. Given a few years, he might have contended for first place, but now that seems impossible. Is the treasure ready? Hand it over in advance, so you can save time to refine your skills. Watching the battle here is merely a waste of time. Miao Xia remained silent, unable to swallow the wine in her hand, her gaze fixated on Jiang Ping'an's opponent, her brows furrowed tightly. She never anticipated that Jiang Ping'an's fortune would be so unfortunate, facing a cultivator from the divine pattern Golden Clan in the second round. The divine pattern Golden Clan is a highly renowned lineage in the illusory moon domain. Within this domain, the 5 great immortal sects represent the most formidable forces, constituting the first tier, while the divine pattern Golden Clan belongs to the second tier. The ancestor of the divine pattern Golden Clan was an exceptionally powerful rune master, who imprinted the innate law of divine patterns into their bloodline, granting their descendants the power of runes. Simply put, they are born with formations within them. With the enhancement of runic formations, their defensive capabilities, offensive strength, healing speed, and the rate of recovering celestial energy are all significantly augmented. The talent of this cultivator from the divine pattern Golden Clan ranks among the very best among the early-stage cultivators in this batch. Miao Xia tightened her grip on the wine gourd and addressed the elders. Dare to raise the stakes? If Jiang Ping'an loses, I shall offer you an immortal artifact. If he wins, you will provide me with an immortal essence fruit or an immortal artifact. With a tearing sound, the book in Miao Jing's hands was ripped apart as he glared at his daughter. Is there such a thing as a father being robbed by his own child? If we only lose 3 treasures, it would be manageable, but if we lose 3 immortal artifacts, that would be unbearable. The elders did not acquiesce. Wagering a few treasures was merely a form of entertainment, but involving immortal artifacts altered the stakes and could jeopardize their relationships. Miao Xia was clearly caught up in the excitement of gambling, but these old fellows would not follow suit. At that moment, Qiu Siping, seated at the edge, suddenly spoke up. I find myself intrigued. One cannot miss the opportunity to gain an immortal artifact. The acquisition of an additional immortal artifact would provide resources for cultivation for thousands of years. The death of Jiang Ping'an alongside acquiring an immortal artifact would be a double blessing. Elder Qiu speaks boldly. Let all the elders witness. Once the duel concludes, we shall fulfill the wager. Miao Xia took a hearty swig of wine, forcefully slamming the gourd onto the table, causing wine to splatter. The other elders shook their heads helplessly. The outcome of this duel was already apparent. This cultivator from the divine pattern Golden Clan was not one of the ordinary cultivators Jiang Ping'an had previously encountered. Even defeating an ordinary cultivator was a challenge for Jiang Ping'an, let alone an elite like this one. Chapter 649, Battle with Xue Jun within the spatial barrier. Jiang Ping'an stood in confrontation against Xue Jun, whose body was adorned with golden runes. A smile graced Xue Jun's lips, filled with delight. He never expected such fortuitous luck to encounter Jiang Ping'an. Elder Qiu had promised him that should he eliminate Jiang Ping'an, he would be accepted as a true disciple and rewarded with a treasure. Faced with such a tremendous temptation, Xue Jun was indeed tempted. He had previously observed Jiang Ping'an's battles. Although he had comprehended formidable laws, he had only just entered the domain realm. His level too low to master the powers of the domain. At this level, he was undoubtedly doomed before Xue Jun. Without any further ado, the fierce battle erupted instantaneously. Xue Jun unleashed the domain of wood, causing trees to grow wildly, and the entire world was transformed into a verdant expanse. Vines filled the sky like countless tentacles, coiling around Jiang Ping'an and enveloping him in an instant. Jiang Ping'an activated his minor formless technique, his form swelling dramatically as he spanned thousands of meters, breaking free from the grasp of the vines. Fight! A voice resonated through the heavens as Jiang Ping'an's formidable battle intent surged towards Xue Jun. Xue Jun's body stiffened, a thought of inadequacy creeping into his mind, diminishing his own battle spirit and allowing fear to seep into his heart. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Ping'an summoned the Yin Thunder, conjuring a staff stretching 10,000 meters long, and unleashed the celestial technique Ascendant Dragon 12 Sticks, swinging the staff down upon Xue Jun with a whistling sound that pierced the air. Damn it! Xue Jun's expression shifted, hastily urging the trees to grow rapidly and shield him while he retreated swiftly. The staff crashed down upon the vines, obliterating them in a violent explosion. Xue Jun's countenance fluctuated. Although he knew Jiang Ping'an was inferior to him, the influence of Jiang Ping'an's battle intent had diminished his own resolve. Such an assault on the psyche is the most challenging to defend against. Taking a deep breath, Xue Jun constantly reminded himself that this was merely an illusion and not to be swayed, for this fool lacked a domain and could not possibly defeat him. He commanded the surrounding vines to continue their encirclement of Jiang Ping'an, employing a special secret technique, poisonous vines. This insidious auxiliary technique would poison anyone touched by the vines, with toxins infused with advanced laws capable of directly corrupting an enemy's celestial energy. As the adversaries summoned their celestial power, the poison would rapidly spread throughout their body, impairing their physical functions. If not treated promptly, it could threaten their very life. Although it would not claim Jiang Ping'an's life immediately, it could hinder his movements, allowing for a swift kill during this interval. The poisonous vines wrapped around Jiang Ping'an's feet, and the toxins surged into his body. As he activated his celestial energy, the poison spread throughout him. Xue Jun smirked. This fool is still oblivious to the gravity of his situation. He refrained from launching an immediate attack, allowing the toxins to wreak havoc within Jiang Ping'an before delivering a fatal blow, using the plants as temporary defense. Jiang Ping'an activated the tribal totem patterns, doubling his strength and unlocking the fifth layer of the Battle God technique, amplifying his power sixfold. Against his previous opponent, he had not even activated the Battle God technique. A ferocious aura erupted from Jiang Ping'an, resembling a demonic deity wielding a colossal staff in his assault. With the speed of Yin Thunder, the might of celestial techniques, and the destructive power of the laws of annihilation, he created a terrifying wave of destruction, shattering the laws in his wake. Xue Jun was taken aback. How could this individual possess such formidable combat prowess without mastering the domain? What would happen if he did? Nevertheless, no matter how strong Jiang Ping'an was, he would ultimately perish. The poison had already permeated his body, and his combat ability would soon decline. The two continued to collide, with Xue Jun on the defensive, refraining from offense. However, as time passed, Xue Jun was astonished to discover that Jiang Ping'an's combat strength remained entirely unaffected. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that Jiang Ping'an's power was steadily increasing. What was happening? Was he not poisoned? That was impossible. Xue Jun was utterly astounded. Despite having injected the toxin into Jiang Ping'an's body, the latter exhibited no discernible reaction. Jiang Ping'an, with an expression of impassivity, continued his assault. Poisoned? He had long transcended the vulnerability to toxins. He had acquired the innate ability of the 10,000 poisons 7 stars insect, rendering him impervious to all poisons, even transforming toxins into his own strength. At present, The 10,000 poisoned 7 stars insect was safeguarding his daughter against unforeseen perils. Shuejun's countenance darkened as he realized that Jiang Ping'an possessed the remarkable ability to resist toxins. Poisoning him was futile. Direct combat was the only recourse. Activating his innate powers, the golden runes upon Shuejun's body began to writhe like tiny insects. Allow me to showcase the innate strength of my divine rune golden clan. The formation embedded within his bloodline activated, causing his physique to swell larger than Jiang Ping'an's, surrounded by runes that rendered him almost divine in appearance. A whip of early domain level materialized in Shuejun's grasp, shimmering in gold, crafted from the hides of formidable beasts and imbued with immense power. This novice assessment permitted the use of artifacts of the same realm. The runes on Shuejun's arms crawled onto the whip, enhancing its power, encircled by runes. This was one of the applications of his innate ability, augmenting weapons. With a fierce swing of the whip, he unleashed a celestial technique, Whip of the Celestials. The whip collided with Jiang Ping'an's staff, shattering it. The overwhelming force propelled Jiang Ping'an through the air. Faced with Shuejun's complete mastery of domain laws and the augmented artifact, Jiang Ping'an found himself utterly outmatched. Shuejun pressed the advantage, declaring, "The chasm between us is as vast as the heavens and the earth." The whip struck Jiang Ping'an with the ferocity of a tempest, showing no mercy. It was entirely aimed at his annihilation. Each strike left a mark of law upon his body, igniting a searing pain. From the elders' seats, Qiu Siping observed this spectacle, a grin spreading uncontrollably beneath his bushy beard. Jiang Ping'an's combat prowess was no match for Shuejun. It was now merely a matter of how Shuejun would eliminate Jiang Ping'an. Qiu Siping turned to Miao Xia, saying, "My dear niece, it seems fortune favors me. I have wagered wisely, and you may find yourself obliged to part with a celestial artifact. Where does your confidence in Jiang Ping'an's defeat stem from?" Miao Xia, shedding her previous despondence, scrutinized the contest intently. Qiu Siping, stroking his beard with a chuckle, replied, "Isn't it evident? How can Jiang Ping'an possibly win?" However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly perceived something, and his voice abruptly ceased. Jiang Ping'an, who had been retreating, suddenly halted. His body enveloped in a dark battle spirit. The whip struck him, but was repelled back forcefully. Jiang Ping'an's aura shifted dramatically, unmistakably indicating a surge in power. Shuejun's pupils constricted, sensing that something was amiss with Jiang Ping'an. He swung his whip with all his might. Yet, Jiang Ping'an advanced instead of retreating, rapidly closing the distance, rendering Shuejun's whip ineffective. With his left hand, he unleashed chaos of the ancients, and with his right, demon suppression, landing powerful blows on his opponent. Shuejun was struck so fiercely that blood spurted from his nose. He attempted to retreat to create distance, but it was to no avail. Retreating too far rendered his whip ineffective, while retreating too close risked being overwhelmed by Jiang Ping'an's relentless pursuit. As he attempted to deploy other techniques for an offensive, Jiang Ping'an consistently devised rapid responses. An indescribable, intangible sense of oppression descended upon Shuejun, who could not comprehend the profound transformation Jiang Ping'an had undergone. Only a few elders in the spectator seats grasped the gravity of the situation, their eyes shimmering with profound astonishment. The state of no self. Even within the entire Yu Huangxian sect, few cultivators could reach this realm. Only the elite could attain such a feat remarkably. Jiang Ping'an had entered this state. Chapter 650. The realm of combat, intent upon entering the state of no self. Jiang Ping'an became entirely immersed in the combat mode, his fighting prowess surging immensely. A shadow loomed over Shuejun's face. Previously, the power balance had been 3-7 in favor of Shuejun, but now it had narrowed to 5-6, drastically diminishing the disparity. Shuejun could not fathom how this was possible. Jiang Ping'an, lacking a domain, had managed to reduce their gap so significantly within his own territory. The two engaged in a rapid clash amidst the void, the brilliance of their laws flickering. Shuejun inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resoluteness flashing in his gaze. To obtain the coveted treasure and become the elder's direct disciple, Jiang Ping'an must die at all costs. In this moment, Shuejun channeled his celestial energy into the bloodline formation within him, propelling it to operate at high speed. This would inflict some damage upon his body, reducing his lifespan. But as long as he could slay Jiang Ping'an, it would all be worth it. The runes on Shuejun's body became resplendently bright, his aura multiplying several-fold as he wielded the celestial whip, striking Jiang Ping'an with tremendous force. The whip, akin to a razor-sharp sword, cleaved through the battle spirit and struck Jiang Ping'an's form, slicing through flesh to reveal stark white bones. The disparity between them once again tilted to 3-7. Witnessing this scene, Elder Zhuo Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had been startled when Jiang Ping'an entered the no-self state, but fortunately, Xue Jun had not disappointed him. Now, Zhuo Feng was less concerned about Jiang Ping'an's survival. As long as Xue Jun emerged victorious, that was all that mattered. Should Xue Jun lose, he would have to present a celestial artifact to Miao Xia, which would be akin to losing a piece of himself. Miao Xia took a sip of wine and remarked languidly, "Elder Qiu, do not be too quick to breathe easy. The true terror of Jiang Ping'an is yet to reveal itself. Only those who have genuinely battled him understand his formidable nature." The elders, including Zhuo Feng, exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that Jiang Ping'an possessed some hidden trump card? Gradually, more individuals began to take notice of Jiang Ping'an's combat prowess. That individual is formidable. He has managed to withstand the assaults of the divine pattern Golden Clan cultivators without possessing a domain. He possesses a battle body, akin to the Master Sister's divine physique. Indeed, Jiang Ping'an was impressive, yet he was at a disadvantage and on the brink of defeat. Many were astonished by Jiang Ping'an's combat strength, but they could also discern that he was on shaky ground, likely to falter at any moment. Nevertheless, as half a day passed, Jiang Ping'an continued to endure. A day elapsed, and he still persisted. Even drenched in blood and covered in wounds, Jiang Ping'an continued to fight valiantly. Each time he faced a perilous situation, he transformed danger into opportunity, relentlessly swinging his bloodied fists as if he would never succumb. Remarkably, he persevered. Have you noticed? It seems Jiang Ping'an has grown stronger than he was just a day ago. I initially thought it was merely an illusion, but I too felt it. After each crisis, Jiang Ping'an appeared to evolve. Many cultivators were astonished to discover that Jiang Ping'an was advancing at an unimaginable pace. After 3 days of battle, the once passive Jiang Ping'an was now capable of deflecting Xue Jun's assaults. Xue Jun, increasingly alarmed, pondered the nature of this creature. The rate of his growth was terrifying. Suddenly, a black radiance erupted from Jiang Ping'an, rapidly spreading outward. Wherever the black light coursed, the verdant realm of wood dissipated swiftly. When this light enveloped Xue Jun, he froze, a sense of dread and fear swelling within him, igniting a reluctance to fight. A domain. Xue Jun was aghast. Although this domain was not fully formed and its influence was limited, it was undeniably a manifestation of domain power. While Xue Jun's domain significantly enhanced his wood-based techniques within its confines, exerting control over his adversary required proactive aggression. Jiang Ping'an's battle intent domain not only amplified his own prowess, but also weakened that of his foes. It particularly affected those with wavering resolve. With a grim expression, Xue Jun activated his wood domain to counter Jiang Ping'an's. Jiang Ping'an's domain extended merely 10 meters, lacking the strength of Xue Jun's, and was predictably suppressed. Nevertheless, the emergence of the battle intent domain narrowed the gap between them. As the battles within the other barriers concluded, the cultivators emerged to spectate the clash at hand. The combat prowess of these two was undoubtedly among the top 15 newcomers, perhaps even higher. They were evenly matched, and the victor would depend on who possessed greater reserves of celestial energy. In terms of energy storage, Jiang Ping'an had never faltered. 2 more days passed, and Xue Jun's energy reserves were nearly depleted, while Jiang Ping'an continued to unleash top-tier techniques without restraint. Xue Jun sustained injuries repeatedly, despite his healing wood techniques. Mending the devastation wrought by the principles of destruction proved arduous. Bang! A punch struck Xue Jun squarely in the face, caving in his nose and causing blood to spurt forth as his body spun and crashed heavily to the ground. I concede. Xue Jun spat out those 3 words, filled with intense reluctance. Continuing the fight held no purpose. Jiang Ping'an was a monster. Unless he was swiftly eliminated, he would relentlessly pursue. A tremendous pressure that could only be comprehended by those who battled him. Jiang Ping'an, bloodied and expressionless, too undoubtedly, he is the leader. In the absence of a complete domain, he managed to defeat a cultivator from the divine pattern Golden Clan. Haha. Miao Xia took a hearty swig of wine, laughing heartily, before turning to the dazed Zhuo Feng. Elder Qiu, where is the celestial artifact? Don't be deceitful. So many elders are watching. Zhuo Feng clenched his fists, his teeth grinding, and tossed a fan to Miao Xia before rising to leave. Not only had he failed to eliminate Jiang Ping'an, but he had also lost a celestial artifact. His heart was bleeding. It was nearly impossible to resolve matters with Jiang Ping'an in this competition. Xiao Xiping was even contemplating abandoning his pursuit of Jiang Ping'an. Someone like him posed too great a threat if allowed to grow. Miao Xia toyed with the celestial fan, her joy palpable. This junior brother was indeed her lucky charm, directly earning her a celestial artifact. She turned to the other elders. Elders, do not flee. Why run? With such combat prowess, Jiang Ping'an cannot claim the first position. One elder spoke with a subdued tone, lacking the earlier conviction. Jiang Ping'an's rate of growth was terrifying. Continuing this way, no one could predict the outcome. In the subsequent rounds of the newcomer assessment, Jiang Ping'an did not encounter particularly formidable opponents. After swiftly dispatching his adversaries, he followed his senior sister Miao Xia into the time-secret realm for battle. In the time-secret realm, 1 day of training equated to 10 days in the outside world, with Miao Xia possessing a complete domain of combat intent. Jiang Ping'an observed and comprehended earnestly. Coupled with the battles, his combat intent domain expanded rapidly. The duration of this newcomer assessment turned out to be longer than anticipated, with each round lasting several days. Each round saw half of the participants eliminated. Jiang Ping'an fought his way through, growing stronger with each battle. As his combat intent celestial roots rapidly developed, slowly expanding his domain, he surged into the top 10. No, this Jiang Ping'an is certainly not a 6-star celestial root. Xiao Xia, you have lied. Observing Jiang Ping'an's rate of advancement, an elder finally sensed something amiss and immediately questioned Miao Xia. Chapter 651, Unexpectedly Claiming First Place. Jiang Ping'an's growth rate was far too rapid. It was not the level expected of a 6-star celestial root. Among the numerous elders present, many were once exceptional talents, surpassing their peers. Even during their time, they had not experienced a growth rate akin to Jiang Ping'an's. His advancement was visibly striking. The gazes of several elders converged pointedly on Miao Xia, suspecting that she had concealed Jiang Ping'an's true talents. This would explain why Miao Jing personally sought him as a disciple. He must possess extraordinary talent. Miao Xia angrily slammed the wine jug onto the table, glaring fiercely at Jiang Ping'an. I suspected this lad was hiding his true capabilities. How could this possibly be a 6-star celestial root? It must be 7 stars. She would never admit to lying. The expressions on the faces of several elders conveyed a silent exchange of disbelief. A 7-star celestial root could not possibly exhibit such a growth rate. Perhaps it was 8 stars. If so, Jiang Ping'an's talent would be truly formidable. Old Miao, you have gone too far, deliberately concealing Jiang Ping'an's potential. His path is different from yours. What use is it for you to take him as a disciple? I am in need of a direct disciple. Kindly bestow this opportunity upon me. An elder's desire to take on an apprentice was ignited. For who would not wish to have a remarkably gifted disciple under their tutelage? Such a claim would undoubtedly enhance one's prestige. Miao Jing shot a glance at the elder. Did you not previously deride Jiang Ping'an for being a cultivator from the lower realms? Did I? The elder feigned ignorance, unable to recall his prior remarks. I certainly do not remember that. When I first encountered Jiang Ping'an, I recognized he was a person of substance. It seemed as though the elder had experienced a lapse in memory, entirely oblivious to his earlier words. Step aside, do not entertain such thoughts. I have already taken him as my disciple. Miao Jing, known for his fiery temperament, showed no regard for the elder's feelings. Initially, he had accepted Jiang Ping'an as a disciple for the sake of his daughter, but now, with growing satisfaction, he believed this young man would make a fitting son-in-law. Both possessed a warrior's physique, and it was conceivable they could produce an offspring of similar prowess. The other elders felt a pang of envy, lamenting their failure to recognize such an extraordinary talent earlier. While Jiang Ping'an exhibited commendable talent, it was evident that in this battle, he would struggle to secure the top position. Currently engaged in the quarterfinals, he found himself overwhelmed by his opponent. Observers noted that although Jiang Ping'an was advancing rapidly, the higher he climbed in ranks, the more formidable his adversaries became, rendering his battles increasingly arduous. Just as defeat loomed, his innate powers, the force and gravity roots, surged forth, joining forces with his warrior physique to assail the opponent. Jiang Ping'an harnessed the toxins he had previously absorbed, infusing each strike with venom. This poison was ineffective against him, but proved potent against others. I concede. His opponent, sensing the formidable nature of the toxin, hastily surrendered. Spectators were taken aback, astonished that Jiang Ping'an had concealed such a trump card. While it was common for cultivators to possess avatars, the unexpected revelation was that this avatar was nearly equal in strength to his warrior form. Jiang Ping'an advanced into the top 4 and began vying for the final 2 spots. Luck was on his side, for the 2 frontrunners, Yang Wan and Xiao Yu, encountered one another in this round. At the moment Jiang Ping'an triumphed in his match, the 2 were engaged in a fierce struggle. Both wielded blades, though Yang Wan's was a broadsword while Xiao Yu brandished a slender, sword-like blade. Observing their clash, Jiang Ping'an's expression turned grave. The combat prowess of these 2 was formidable. Even with his dual forms, victory seemed unattainable. He would need to employ both his mental power and the devouring avatar to contend with them. Their battle raged for 5 days. In swordsmanship, I cannot afford to lose. Yang Wan fought with unprecedented seriousness, his usual nonchalance replaced by a fierce determination, bloodied yet relentlessly swinging his great sword. Neither shall I yield, Xiao Yu declared, equally resolute. Each was unwilling to be outdone in their most esteemed skill, and the contest had escalated beyond mere competition, becoming a fight for survival. In unison, they unleashed their most powerful strikes, a terrifying clash of blade intent shattering the mountains within their domain. With a thunderous roar, the collision sent both reeling, blood spilling from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground, motionless. The elders, alarmed, rushed forward to assess their conditions. Both had suffered grievous injuries, their meridians shattered and their roots damaged. Why are these 2 so relentless? Quickly, take them to the sect's celestial pool for treatment. We cannot allow any mishap to befall them. If their celestial roots are damaged and not treated promptly, they will be rendered completely useless. The female elder hurriedly escorted the 2 away. At that moment, only Jiang Ping'an remained, a novice amidst the crowd. Miao Jing exchanged a few words with the remaining elders before addressing everyone. Due to Yang Wan and Xiao Yu's injuries, they will be unable to recover in the short term. Therefore, the first place in this novice competition goes to Jiang Ping'an. This was merely an ordinary novice competition, and time could not be squandered here. With no significant rewards at stake, the event was promptly declared over. The spectators began to murmur among themselves. Jiang Ping'an's combat prowess was undoubtedly inferior to that of Xiao Yu and Yang Wan. He had merely benefited from their misfortune. Sometimes, fortune itself can be a form of strength. Securing the title of first among the newcomers must have delighted Jiang Ping'an immensely. Although he was formidable, many did not believe he deserved the top position. It was evident that Yang Wan and Xiao Yu were stronger. Jiang Ping'an was indifferent to the hollow honor of being first. What truly mattered to him was the wager with Miao Xia. Achieving first place would ensure her assistance in obtaining the celestial Yuan Dao fruit. The skeleton within his internal world felt akin to standing naked before others, an unbearable discomfort. Do not let this title of first place lead you to arrogance. Your current strength is merely average within the sect, with a considerable gap compared to many practitioners of the same rank. Do you understand? Miao Xia, holding a wine jug, led Jiang Ping'an back to her mountain, adopting a tone akin to that of an elder educating a younger one. I understand. Jiang Ping'an was well aware that he merely stood out among this batch of novices. Within the grand power of the Feather Emperor Sect, he ranked insignificantly among his peers. What do you understand? Miao Xia tiptoed and tapped Jiang Ping'an on the head. As a battle body, how can you be so humble? You should be bolder and sweep them away. Jiang Ping'an. What on earth does this woman mean? He suspected she was merely looking for an excuse to hit him, as her words were completely illogical. Forget it. He would not quibble with a drunkard. Senior sister. About the celestial Yuan Dao fruit, do not worry. When the celestial Yuan Dao fruit matures within the illusion moon secret realm, our sect will compete with other forces for it. At that time, if our sect secures it, I will request one for you. Jiang Ping'an pondered for a moment and asked, but what if our sect cannot obtain it? Miao Xia paused. Her wine jug halted at her lips. Indeed. What if they could not secure it? Smack. Miao Xia tiptoed again to tap Jiang Ping'an on the head. How can you lack confidence in our sect? If we cannot obtain the celestial Yuan Dao fruit, I will give myself to you. However, all I desire is the celestial Yuan Dao fruit, Jiang Ping'an responded. Miao Xia. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of defeat washed over Miao Xia. This man actually believed she was worth less than a celestial Yuan Dao fruit. Jiang Ping'an, I will end you. Miao Xia leaped forward, pinning him down and choking him. Just then, a figure appeared, Xia, from the ancient god small world. Miao Jing was about to say something, but halted abruptly upon seeing his daughter in such close proximity to Jiang Ping'an. Miao Jing was momentarily taken aback, then turned and soared into the sky, laughing heartily. Ha! I, Miao Jing, am to become a grandfather. Jiang Ping'an. Miao Xia. Chapter 652. Miao Xia's evil plan. What? Elder Miao is going to be a grandfather. Could it be that the senior sister is pregnant? Whose child is it? No. Which scoundrel has captured the heart of our senior sister? I shall make him pay. My heart is shattered. Due to Miao Jing's nonsensical ramblings, the entire Yuhuangxian zone was thrown into disarray, causing a tremendous blow to many young disciples. Miao Xia is the most distinguished female disciple of the Yuhuang sect in a millennium, merely 29 years old, at the late stage of the realm. Just a step away from becoming an immortal. Her father is an elder, of high status and noble lineage, and with her flawless beauty and stunning figure, she has captivated the hearts of countless male disciples. Not only is she famous within the Yuhuangxian zone, but her renown extends throughout the entire Huanyuxianyu. Many harbor secret affections for Miao Xia, striving silently in hopes of one day standing at the pinnacle of the immortal path alongside her. However, upon hearing the news of Miao Xia's supposed pregnancy, their dreams were shattered, with some nearly falling into madness. Upon learning of this rumor, Miao Xia was seething with rage, her beautiful eyes glaring daggers at the originator of the gossip, her father, Miao Jing. As an immortal, can't you maintain a semblance of dignity? Spreading slander about your own daughter. Do you wish for her reputation to be ruined? Miao Jing reclined in his rocking chair, utterly indifferent to the accusations. What does it matter? I think Jiang Ping'an is quite good. You both possess battle physiques. If you were to have a child, it might also be a battle physique. Strengthening our sect. Miao Xia was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by her unreliable father. Enough. I cannot bear to converse with you. What is it you wish to discuss? What has happened with the ancient god small world? Has there been another confrontation with the Tianlan Immortal Palace? Earlier, her father seemed to want to speak about the ancient god small world. The ancient god small world was the realm Jiang Ping'an had traversed from the lower realms for his assessment. The Yuhuangxian zone and the Tianlan Immortal Palace had been battling within this small world, vying for resources. Recently, Miao Xia had visited and, in collaboration with Wang Yang, devised a plan that decimated some adversaries, inflicting severe losses upon the Tianlan Immortal Palace. Miao Jing's expression grew serious. It is not about the Tianlan Immortal Palace. It is the ancient god small world that is experiencing anomalies. The chaotic fish in the Black River have mysteriously vanished, and various medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits are withering. The sect has sent you to investigate. Why should I be the one to go? Isn't Wang Yang already in the ancient god small world? Miao Xia took a swig of wine, her face reflecting impatience. She despised complications. Wang Yang is also conducting an investigation, and the Tianlan Immortal Palace is sending people to look into it as well. Miao Jing spoke earnestly. We now suspect that there may be some rare treasures appearing, siphoning energy from that realm, which has caused these anomalies. Judging by the extent of the disturbances, this treasure is certainly extraordinary. It absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the Tianlan Immortal Palace, and we immortals cannot act recklessly, hence we must send you. Miao Xia is a formidable force at the pinnacle of her realm, just a step away from ascension. Aside from those who have failed to transcend and become celestial beings, or the scattered immortals, few can rival her. Generally, both parties refrain from sending forth celestial beings to avoid exacerbating tensions. Reluctantly, Miao Xia acknowledges that she cannot act capriciously when it comes to matters of her sect. Very well, I shall make an appearance. But you must assist me in acquiring a celestial essence fruit. What do you need that for? Preparing for ascension? With your talent, you will undoubtedly ascend without the need for such a thing. The celestial essence fruit is known to solidify one's foundation and enhance the probability of ascension. Miao Jing initially assumed his daughter sought the fruit for her own ascension. Miao Xia shook her head, glancing at Jiang Ping'an, who was meditating nearby. It's for this fellow. You claim there's nothing between you two. Such a precious item that even I cannot obtain, and you wish to offer it to your man first. Miao Jing was increasingly convinced of his thoughts. His daughter indeed harbored feelings for Jiang Ping'an. You old fool. Silence your foul mouth. It is not as you think. Miao Xia, exasperated, hurled a wine gourd in his direction. I understand. Girls can be shy. Preparing to have grandchildren. Miao Jing laughed heartily as he departed. Miao Xia's chest heaved with indignation. She felt an overwhelming urge to unearth the old man's thoughts. Turning her gaze back to Jiang Ping'an, her frustration grew. This insufferable man showed no reaction whatsoever. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Jiang Ping'an's indifference ignited a desire within her to elicit his attention. Come with me to the ancient god's small world. I shall guide you in seeking fortunes. When we encounter great treasures, we shall split them evenly. Senior sister, I must concentrate on mastering the powers of my realm. I have no time for other pursuits, and at my current level, I cannot contribute. I would only be a burden to you, so I shall not go. Jiang Ping'an remained seated, eyes closed, as he responded. That is unacceptable. Miao Xia's irritation flared at his aloof demeanor. Stick with me, and I shall help you consolidate the laws of the realm, which will expedite your progress. Seeing her resolute expression, Jiang Ping'an sighed in resignation. Very well. Unable to resist her insistence, he decided to accompany her, reasoning that there was little to lose in exploring the realm of battle intent. Miao Xia's lips curled into a smile as a mischievous plan took shape in her mind. She intended to make this man fall for her, only to respond with indifference, to see him weep for her affection. The thought of him, usually so stoic, shedding tears over her, made her chuckle involuntarily. Come, my stoic junior brother, I shall guide you in your training. The best way to cultivate affection from this taciturn individual was to spend time together and offer assistance. Little did Miao Xia realize the profound impact her casual intentions would have on her own life. In the realm of Yuan's, at the Celestial Ascension Pavilion in Tianlan Prefecture, the pavilion master, Luo Su, sat in meditation alongside Qian Huanro. Observing the perpetually taciturn Qian Huanro, Luo Su could not help but remark, Sister Qian, your perpetual melancholy hinders your ability to truly comprehend the great path. Since Jiang Ping'an's departure to the celestial realm, Qian Huanro had grown increasingly reticent. Qian Huanyo opened her beautiful eyes, a hint of worry etched between her brows. I am acutely aware of this, yet without any reassuring news. I find it impossible to feel at ease. You are a celestial being. Do you not possess any semblance of composure? Russell found it incomprehensible that Qian Huanyo, who had lived for countless millennia, would be so agitated over a mere mortal. Celestials, after all, are still human. In my eyes, he holds more significance than anything else. Qian Huanyo unabashedly laid bare her feelings. Russell sighed. Sister Qian, I do not mean to discourage you, but I must forewarn you. I have heard that the mortality rate for this assessment is alarmingly high, and many have already perished. Qian Huanyo clenched the fabric of her clothing, her anxiety intensifying. Is there still no news of safety? No, Russell replied. Only deaths and successful candidates are reported. Jiang Ping'an is at least still alive. I provided him with a celestial artifact, which should prolong his life. As long as he remains cautious, he should be all right. Just as Russell spoke, a communication talisman at her waist suddenly illuminated. Xiao Su, have you made any progress in your cultivation recently? An aged voice emanated from the talisman. Old sect leader, what brings you to contact me? Russell inquired, intrigued, as the Grand Sect leader seldom reached out to her. Today, however, he seemed concerned about her cultivation. Indeed, I have good news to impart. The Upper Realm Celestial Sect has relayed that Jiang Ping'an has passed the assessment. What? He has passed the assessment? Russell's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Jiang Ping'an has achieved this in just a few years? How could he have succeeded? Russell was taken aback, for in recent years, few had managed to pass the examination. Jiang Ping'an had merely reached the integration stage. How could he have succeeded? If this were true, he would be the first cultivator from the Yuan realm to pass the assessment at the integration stage. Could it be that Jiang Ping'an exchanged celestial artifacts for the opportunity to ascend to the celestial realm? The old sect leader chuckled. This round of assessments is not as stringent. One can exchange resources for spots, resulting in a higher pass rate than in previous years. However, Jiang Ping'an shone the brightest. He was the first of this cohort to enter the inner sect of the Celestial Sect and secured first place in the newcomer tournament. Becoming a direct disciple of an elder, the old sect leader's voice rose slightly. Is that true? Could there be an error in the news? Upon hearing this, Russell's first thought was that the old sect leader had made a mistake. Although she had never been to the celestial realm, she understood how formidable its cultivators were and how fierce the competition could be. Any random cultivator from there would be considered a top talent in the Yuan realm. While Jiang Ping'an was impressive, could he truly be that formidable? Indeed, I have confirmed this multiple times. It is indeed your branch's Jiang Ping'an. The old sect leader assured with a smile. This child is truly remarkable, with boundless potential. Does your branch lack resources? The Grand Sect is quite prosperous lately. We could allocate a celestial artifact to you. Should Jiang Ping'an have any relatives, the Grand Sect is also willing to provide resources for cultivation. His performance has been exceptional. Given time, he is sure to achieve great things. It would be wise to cultivate a good relationship with him now and offer some assistance for future dealings. Russell remained silent, her expression vacant, her heart tumultuous like waves in a storm. She initially believed that Jiang Ping'an would be fortunate to survive. Yet she was astonished by his remarkable performance, successfully gaining entry into the inner sect of the Immortal Sect and becoming a direct disciple of an elder. Today, Russell realized that she had truly underestimated Jiang Ping'an. Qian Huanro, who had been wearing a frown and a face full of worry, finally blossomed into a smile. She had always known that this little man would pass the assessment. The immortal realm was the true stage for him. Now, she could finally devote herself to her cultivation without concern. That man was growing far too swiftly. She must not allow him to surpass her. As she relished the feeling of looking down upon this little fellow, in the ancient divine small world, at the Yuhuang Immortal Sect's immortal tower, the teleportation array shimmered with light. A pair of remarkably well-matched individuals appeared. The woman reeked of alcohol, her face flushed, with exaggerated curves, while the man remained expressionless, exuding a handsome yet reserved demeanor. Despite their seemingly odd pairing, they struck one as remarkably compatible. Miao Xia, junior brother Jiang. A man with a broad sword slung across his back and an upright countenance stood at the entrance. Upon seeing the duo, he immediately approached to greet them. This individual was Wang Yang. Upon meeting him, Jiang Ping'an cupped his fists in salute, master brother. Wang Yang had shown him considerable care, providing substantial assistance, all of which Jiang Ping'an held dear in his heart. You performed admirably. Keep up the good work. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall do my utmost to assist you, Wang Yang said, genuinely delighted by Jiang Ping'an's achievements. Coming from the lower realms, Jiang Ping'an was alone and faced many challenges. Hey, are you two ignoring me? Miao Xia interjected, feeling overlooked as she observed the mutual admiration between them. Let's get to the point. Isn't there a treasure about to emerge here? She had come in search of treasure. And such a significant phenomenon likely indicated a treasure of at least Earth immortal level. At the mention of this, Wang Yang's expression turned serious. It may not be a treasure, but rather a calamity. Chapter 654. Ancient Divine Small World, What Calamity? Miao Xia, noticing Wang Yang's grave demeanor, set down her wine jug and regarded him intently. Wang Yang replied solemnly, after investigation, the energy of the entire ancient divine body is diminishing, as if something is siphoning it away. I suspect. He paused momentarily before articulating his conjecture. I suspect the ancient divine is about to awaken. How is that possible? Miao Xia exclaimed in shock, her surroundings trembling as if they had encountered something truly terrifying. What ancient divine? Jiang Ping'an, nearby, was filled with confusion upon hearing their discussion. Wang Yang explained, the very ground we stand upon is the corpse of a being we refer to as the ancient divine. Its body is larger than the stars, capable of plucking them from the sky. This is actually a corpse? Jiang Ping'an's pupils quivered violently. This reminded him of the 18-clawed octopus in the abyssal secret realm, which spanned across the galaxy, capable of shattering countless stars with a mere swipe of its tentacles. This so-called ancient divine could very well be of such magnitude. Wang Yang continued, in every realm, some fearsome beings arise, embodying the will of the realm. Although they cannot cultivate, they can grow to exceedingly terrifying levels. Some beings possess a power that rivals that of celestial beings. Upon our discovery of this miniature world, we stumbled upon the ancient corpse of a god, its death a mystery lost to time. Strangely, apart from the life forms that emerged from this ancient deity's remains, the entirety of the small world was devoid of any other creatures. We surmised that this ancient god had consumed the energy and matter of the entire realm, which accounts for the terrifying gravity that pervades this place, as all the energy has coalesced into one concentrated mass. Jiang Ping'an felt a chill run down his spine. It was difficult for him to fathom the terror this ancient god must have instilled in life. Miao Xia, her intoxication vanished, turned to Wang Yang and asked, are you certain of the resurrection of the ancient god? If that is indeed the case, We must report this to the sect immediately and evacuate all disciples from here. This matter is far too grave. Wang Yang shook his head, uncertainty clouding his features. I, along with several deacons, have investigated the matter but found no evidence. Our sect has invested over 10,000 years transforming this small world, cultivating a vast number of spiritual herbs and celestial plants, and pouring in immense resources. To retreat now would incur catastrophic losses, a burden I cannot shoulder. Moreover, even if I were to report this, those in authority might not believe it. The ancient god has long been declared dead, and few would trust in its resurrection. Not even I can wholly accept it. Ultimately, the resurrection of the ancient god remained merely a conjecture of Wang Yang, lacking definitive proof. Do we have any leads? Miao Xia inquired with a grave expression. Wang Yang responded with a shake of his head, none thus far. The energy of the ancient god's corpse is rapidly diminishing. We cannot locate the source of energy absorption, which likely lies underground. We must venture below for further investigation, but even in death, the remnants of its celestial laws possess a formidable power, making this journey perilous. Miao Xia took a swig from her flask, stowing it away. No matter how dangerous it may be, we must proceed. If your suspicions prove true, the lives of our disciples are at stake. This miniature world housed not only the sect's disciples, but also their families, impacting the lives of millions. Turning to Jiang Ping'an, Miao Xia instructed, "You need not accompany us. Return for now." She had not anticipated the gravity of this crisis, and, to spare Jiang Ping'an from danger, decided against allowing him to follow. "I shall remain here for a while, and then return," Jiang Ping'an stated. He needed to comprehend the principles of gravity, as the dark river contained a rich reservoir of gravitational laws, ideal for his meditation. Additionally, the river brimmed with immense energy, which he could absorb using his sky-devouring bottle to condense celestial crystals. With 3 bodies to cultivate, each required a considerable amount of celestial crystals. "Be cautious and do not venture into the territory of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion," Miao Xia warned. "I am aware," Jiang Ping'an replied. "Not foolish enough to stray into such perilous territory." Miao Xia and Wang Yang then departed, accompanied by several deacons to investigate the situation underground. Jiang Ping'an left the Immortal Tower and soared through the air, arriving at the dark river once more. The sight before him was as awe-inspiring as before. The vast river stretched infinitely, its chaotic gravitational laws distorting space itself. Without the prowess of a domain realm cultivator, none dared to fly above its surface. Upon discovering that he stood upon the remains of an ancient deity, Jiang Ping'an conceived a bold hypothesis. Could this black river be the very essence of that ancient god's blood? The more he delved into the mysteries of this world, the more he felt his own insignificance. To attain such a terrifying realm and still face death, what level of transcendence must one achieve to resurrect one's parents? Jiang Ping'an, undeterred, sought a secluded spot where his body, endowed with the gravity's celestial root, could meditate on the principles of gravity. Meanwhile, his avatar, equipped with the celestial artifact, the swallowing heaven vase, descended into the depths of the black river to absorb its energy. This artifact must remain concealed, hidden beneath the river's surface. As Jiang Ping'an engaged in his cultivation, an elder from the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, his face adorned with a bushy beard, entered the realm of the ancient god. Had Jiang Ping'an been present, he would have recognized this man as Zhuo Feng, the grandfather of Zhou Yuan. Zhuo Feng had ostensibly come to investigate the ancient god's world, yet he harbored ulterior motives. One was to check on his grandson, Zhou Yuan, while the other, and more pressing aim, was to eliminate Jiang Ping'an. Upon hearing of Jiang Ping'an's arrival in this small world, Zhuo Feng perceived an opportunity and decided to take matters into his own hands. Jiang Ping'an's talent was alarmingly formidable. Should he continue to grow, he would pose a significant threat. Employing an immortal to deal with a cultivator at the early stages of a realm seemed excessive. Yet previous attempts to send disciples had failed, and entrusting the task to others left him uneasy. For his own peace of mind, he deemed it necessary to act personally. When Zhuo Feng found his grandson, Zhou Yuan lay in a hospital bed, having been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Beaten nearly to death by practitioners of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Upon seeing his grandfather, Zhou Yuan's pent-up grievances erupted, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing his beloved grandson in such a wretched state filled Zhuo Feng with anguish, prompting him to hastily administer an immortal pill. "Do not worry, my dear Yuan. I have come to avenge you." As the pill took effect, the injuries inflicted by the laws of the realm visibly dissipated. That scoundrel Jiang Ping'an is still in the ancient god's world? At the mention of Jiang Ping'an, Qiu Yuan's face contorted with murderous intent and fury. It was Jiang Ping'an who had brought him to this plight, nearly costing him his life on the battlefield. Indeed, Jiang Ping'an has entered the ancient god's realm. Wait here. My dear Yuan, I shall bring back his head. Grandfather, take me with you. I wish to slay him with my own hands. Qiu Yuan clenched his fists. He had never endured such humiliation and felt compelled to confront Jiang Ping'an personally to rid himself of his inner demons, lest he never forget. Qiu Sipin nodded, "Very well." A cruel smile emerged on Qiu Yuan's face. With his grandfather, an immortal, taking action, it was inconceivable that Jiang Ping'an could survive, regardless of his formidable abilities. Chapter 655. The pursuit of the immortal Jiang Ping'an sat cross-legged beside the secluded Black River, diligently contemplating the gravitational principles contained within. The starlight surrounding his celestial root flickered gently, resonating with the gravity laws, thus accelerating Jiang Ping'an's comprehension of the principles. As his understanding deepened, the celestial root swayed and flourished. The quantity of starlight within him influenced the speed of his enlightenment. Jiang Ping'an possesses 2 celestial roots, each adorned with 9 stars, culminating in a total of 18 stars. This extraordinary constellation enables him to comprehend a particular principle with a speed that is astonishingly rapid. The 9-star celestial root is regarded as the pinnacle of genius within the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, and across the entire illusory moon domain, it is considered among the elite. Currently, Jiang Ping'an finds himself situated within the illusory moon domain of the immortal realm. From the information he has gathered over the past few days, he has learned that the immortal realm flourishes upon a world tree. Each leaf of this tree gives rise to a vast domain, and the illusory moon domain is one such domain. Surrounding each vast domain are fallen leaves, which give birth to smaller worlds known as minor realms. The desolate realm, the primordial realm, and the ancient god minor realm are all examples of worlds formed from these fallen leaves. Jiang Ping'an was astounded by this revelation, which lingered in his mind for several days, as he had never imagined such grandeur existed. He had yet to traverse even the entirety of the desolate realm, where he was born. The illusory moon domain is home to 5 premier immortal sects: the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, the Heavenly Orchid Immortal Manor, and the Northern Desolation Immortal Sect. Each of these powerful factions controls several minor realms beneath them. As one's cultivation deepens, the demand for resources escalates. Survival necessitates the acquisition of these resources. The scarcity of resources is the perpetual source of conflict. As Jiang Ping'an delves into his understanding, a sudden furrow appears on his brow. An inexplicable sense of impending danger washes over him, the origins of which remain elusive. The higher a cultivator's realm, the closer they draw to the Tao of heaven, and the more acute their premonitions become. Jiang Ping'an employs the celestial escape technique to alter his appearance, height, hairstyle, and aura, which grants him a measure of reassurance. Days later, a formidable consciousness sweeps through, interrupting his meditation. Jiang Ping'an's heart jolts. This consciousness is immensely powerful. It belongs to an immortal. It lingers upon him for but a fleeting moment before vanishing. He breathes a sigh of relief and resumes his contemplation of the gravitational principle. This presence likely belongs to an immortal from the Feather Emperor Sect, sent to investigate the ancient god minor realm. However, over the next 3 months, this consciousness scans him hundreds of times. Jiang Ping'an begins to sense something amiss. This immortal does not seem to be merely probing the ancient god minor realm. The consciousness has lingered upon him several times, the longest duration being half a stick of incense. This immortal is searching for someone. One day, a beam of golden light streaks across from above Jiang Ping'an. At last, he glimpses the master of this consciousness. Confirming his suspicions, there stands Zhuo Feng. Zhuo Feng must have learned of his arrival in the ancient god minor realm and is here to eliminate him. He can no longer afford to meditate on the principles here. Jiang Ping'an rises, preparing to retreat. Just as he stands, a flash of golden light appears before him. Zhuo Feng, with his curly hair and bearded visage, is accompanied by Qiu Yuan, clad in azure and exuding a palpable aura of resentment. A chill runs through Jiang Ping'an. They have come for him. Instantly, he adopts the demeanor of an ordinary cultivator in the presence of immortals, feigning trepidation as he clasps his hands in greeting. "Senior, why does this immortal seek to depart?" Zhuo Feng emanated an air of formidable authority and celestial grandeur, rendering him nearly impossible to behold directly. Jiang Ping'an cast his gaze downward, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The senior's prowess was unmatched, and as an ordinary cultivator, he could hardly suppress his trepidation, fearing any incident might ensnare him. Possessing the celestial technique of heavenly travel, Jiang Ping'an remained untroubled by the prospect of Zhuo Feng discerning his true identity. Should that occur, confrontation would be inevitable. Indeed, Zhuo Feng did not recognize Jiang Ping'an. He merely inquired, satisfied with the deference displayed by the latter. These lower-tier cultivators ought to exhibit such reverence, unlike the insolent Jiang Ping'an who dared to look down upon him. You seem to be cultivating diligently here. Do you lack a master? Zhuo Feng queried. Jiang Ping'an, uncertain of the senior's intentions, feigned the demeanor of an ordinary disciple, a hint of despondency crossing his features. My talent is lacking, and no elder desires to take me under their wing. Zhuo Feng regarded Jiang Ping'an with disdain, stating, an opportunity now presents itself. Would you like to become this immortal's registered disciple? At these words, Jiang Ping'an lifted his head, his expression a mixture of astonishment and incredulous excitement. Is it true? Would the senior truly accept me as a disciple? Indeed. As long as you pledge your loyalty to this immortal and never betray me, I shall grant you this opportunity, Zhuo Feng proclaimed, exuding an otherworldly, transcendent presence. Jiang Ping'an, brimming with elation, clasped his fists and bowed deeply. Disciple Busi is willing to obey the senior's commands eternally and shall never betray you, even if it requires me to commit heinous acts. Observing Jiang Ping'an's fervor, Zhuo Feng's lips curled into a smirk, his demeanor radiating an air of dominion. Such a simple promise could compel these cultivators to serve him devotedly. This was the advantage of strength. Zhuo Feng remarked nonchalantly. It is not your life I seek to exploit, but rather your role in safeguarding my grandson. Zhuo Feng had sought Jiang Ping'an for several months without success, and the sect had decreed that if the cause of the anomalies within the ancient god's minor world remained undiscovered, he would be summoned back. Time was of the essence. He could not continue the search for Jiang Ping'an and needed to investigate instead. There might be high-level heavenly materials or treasures emerging from the ancient god's minor world, and obtaining them would greatly benefit him. As a cultivator from the lower realms, his innate talent was limited, and only through the accumulation of abundant resources had he achieved his current standing. To progress further, he required even rarer and more precious resources. Now that his grandson Zhuo Yuan was to return to the front lines, he needed to secure a protector for him. Given Zhuo Feng's stature, he could easily find someone with superior talent and higher cultivation for his grandson. However, such individuals would be difficult to control. It was far more prudent to select someone of lower status and talent, who would be grateful for a mere token of favor. Zhuo Feng raised his hand, revealing a small sphere of black and red, pulsating with a dense aura of blood, distorting the surrounding space. Addressing Jiang Ping'an, he stated, "This is something I recently discovered in the Black River. It is likely a fragment of blood from the ancient god, though it has aged considerably. It contains potent gravitational principles that will expedite your comprehension of gravity." This item was casually picked up by him while searching for Jiang Ping'an. Its worth is not insignificant, yet it is not exorbitant either. However, for the cultivator before him, it is akin to a supreme resource. "Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior," Jiang Ping'an exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he danced about in a state of joyous bewilderment. His elation was genuine. The resources bestowed by an adversary were far more gratifying than those he had earned through his own endeavors. "Do not rejoice too soon. If anything were to happen to my grandson on the battlefield, you would undoubtedly meet your demise." The oppressive aura emanating from Zhuo Feng rendered Jiang Ping'an as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body rigid and immobile. "I will surely protect the young master. Unless I perish, no one shall harm him." Jiang Ping'an's face was a mask of gratitude and a willingness to sacrifice. His ability to survive until now was intricately linked to his remarkable acting skills. Chapter 656. Designing Zhuo Yuan. Zhuo Feng nodded in satisfaction. A balance of benevolence and authority was essential to ensure the protection of his grandson. Casually, he tossed a small black orb to Jiang Ping'an and turned his attention to his grandson, Zhuo Yuan. "Little Yuan, set Jiang Ping'an aside for now. There will be an opportunity to deal with him later, but I must first attend to pressing matters." Zhuo Yuan's face was marred by resentment. That scoundrel Jiang Ping'an, Should I find him, I will ensure he is thoroughly dismantled. Cursed Jiang Ping'an, he thought, oblivious to his whereabouts. As a celestial being, his grandfather had searched for months without success. Young master, who is Jiang Ping'an? I shall assist you in vanquishing him. Jiang Ping'an, holding the black orb, appeared as a mere subordinate. He was, as ever, deviously cunning, a treacherous scoundrel. The thought of being ensnared by Jiang Ping'an and forced into servitude ignited a murderous rage within Qiu Yuan. Qiu Sipin gently ruffled Qiu Yuan's hair, speaking kindly. I shall take my leave. Be sure to keep safe. Fear not, grandfather. With your talisman, even celestial beings cannot harm me, Qiu Yuan replied, waving farewell to his grandfather. Goodbye, grandfather. Jiang Ping'an also bid farewell. Farewell, senior. I shall ensure the young master's safety and will not allow anyone to harm him. Little did the grandfather and grandson realize that the very Jiang Ping'an they sought was right before them. Qiu Sipin ignored Jiang Ping'an and vanished in an instant. Qiu Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing his resentment, and turned to Jiang Ping'an, his gaze indifferent. You are Bu Si, correct? Protect me well, and I shall have my grandfather impart advanced celestial techniques to you. In his eyes, Jiang Ping'an was merely a pawn, unworthy of respect. Rest assured, young master. Aside from me, no one shall approach you. Jiang Ping'an inwardly scoffed. Were it not for the heavenly escape technique that altered his appearance and concealed his aura, he would have already met his end. Sending celestial beings to deal with him was indeed an affront to his dignity. Jiang Ping'an yearned to eliminate Qiu Yuan immediately. However, now was not the opportune moment. Qiu Yuan bore a protective talisman from Qiu Sipin that could withstand even celestial assaults. Failing to secure a kill might allow him to escape, which would pose significant complications. It was imperative to devise a strategy to deplete Qiu Yuan's talisman. Let us return to the front lines, for I have been granted a mere 6 months of respite. The mere thought of the perils that await on the battlefield sends a shiver of dread through Qiu Yuan. Yet, he knows he cannot remain absent. To become a deserter would invite a myriad of consequences, from an extended term of service to the ultimate penalty of death. At that moment, a sudden surge of ethereal energy emanated from beneath the Heihe River. Just as Qiu Yuan was about to depart, he halted abruptly, his gaze fixed upon the river. What is it, young master? Jiang Ping'an inquired. He was well aware of the unfolding events, as it was his own doppelganger beneath the river that had deliberately conjured a flicker of celestial energy, intending to lure Qiu Yuan into the depths, thereby depleting his protective amulet. Do you not sense it? There seems to be a fluctuation of celestial energy. Qiu Yuan exclaimed. What celestial energy? Surely, young master. You must be mistaken, Jiang Ping'an replied, just as another wave of ethereal energy surged from below the river. His eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it was a manifestation of celestial energy. Could it be an artifact of the heavens? Silence. Qiu Yuan scolded Jiang Ping'an in a hushed tone. Fearful that their voices might attract unwanted attention, he swiftly unfurled a formation banner, enveloping the area in a myriad of runes to seal off the energy fluctuations and prevent detection by others. Qiu Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement. After enduring a long stretch of misfortune, fortune seemed to finally smile upon him. Based on the celestial energy fluctuations, it resembled an artifact of the heavens, albeit a damaged one. It still represented a valuable resource. However, the gravitational forces beneath the Heihe River were formidable, far exceeding that of the riverbank. And as he was merely at the early stages of the domain realm, he dared not descend. He retrieved a communication talisman, intending to contact his grandfather. Young master, do not, Jiang Ping'an exclaimed, snatching the talisman from Qiu Yuan and shattering it. It was unthinkable to allow Qiu Si Ping to return. Should he come, their position would be compromised. Not only would Qiu Yuan's life be at risk, but Jiang Ping'an's as well. What are you doing? Qiu Yuan glared at him. For this was his sole means of reaching out to his grandfather. Young master, if you summon your master, that celestial artifact will no longer belong to you. Jiang Ping'an stated earnestly. Consider this. If you bring your master here, to whom will the celestial artifact rightfully belong? Qiu Yuan, momentarily stunned, found himself pondering Jiang Ping'an's words. Young master, this is a celestial artifact. Even in its fragmented state, it holds immense value, capable of being exchanged for substantial resources. In the future, when you seek to forge your celestial roots and ascend, you will require resources. Can you expect your master to provide for you indefinitely? Realization dawned on Qiu Yuan. If his grandfather arrived, the celestial artifact would undoubtedly slip from his grasp. Human nature is often marred by greed and selfishness, even in the face of kinship. Most individuals harbor reservations. Faced with the allure of the celestial artifact, Qiu Yuan could not bear to let it escape his grasp. Yet, the artifact lay beneath the Heya, where danger abounded. In their current state, descending could very well spell their demise. Immersed in the thrill of discovery, Qiu Yuan found himself questioning why this individual would assist him, but there was no time to ponder. Does the young master possess no protective treasures or magical artifacts? A gamble could transform a treasure into a celestial artifact, and every risk taken would be worthwhile. Jiang Ping'an continued to entice and manipulate, determined to coax Qiu Yuan into the depths, thereby depleting his protective amulet. Qiu Yuan also recalled the talisman his grandfather had given him. However, as this was an item meant for preserving life, he did not wish to squander it unless absolutely necessary. Just as he weighed the pros and cons, the fluctuations of the celestial artifact suddenly diminished and receded. Jiang Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. The celestial artifact is about to be engulfed by the gravitational forces. Without hesitation, Jiang Ping'an leaped into the river. Wait, I discovered this first. The beast of greed within Qiu Yuan broke free from its cage. He struck out with a palm, sending Jiang Ping'an flying, and plunged into the dark river himself. On the shore, Jiang Ping'an smirked. Everything was unfolding according to plan. The dark river surged tumultuously, chaotic laws swirling about, obscuring vision and consciousness. Qiu Yuan, attuned to the fluctuations of celestial energy, pursued rapidly. This dark river was extraordinarily viscous, presenting immense resistance, and humiliation deepened as the surrounding laws grew increasingly terrifying. A powerful celestial law swept past Qiu Yuan, activating the talisman on his person, which formed a barrier around him, shielding him from the law's influence. As he sensed the celestial artifact drawing nearer, the avarice on Qiu Yuan's face intensified. A celestial artifact. A celestial artifact. If I can acquire this, I shall have no worries for resources before attaining immortality. If this artifact is intact, I shall be free from concerns for resources for a considerable time after ascending. His luck was truly remarkable. Soon, Qiu Yuan reached the riverbed and spotted a bottle radiating celestial brilliance. Remarkably, it was indeed a complete celestial artifact. This is my fortune. Haha. Qiu Yuan laughed maniacally. Chapter 657. The Pursuit of the Celestial Being. Qiu Yuan grasped the celestial artifact, the swallowing sky bottle. Feeling the surge of celestial energy emanating from it, he trembled with excitement, more thrilled than during his past tumultuous escapades with over 100 women. Clutching the artifact, Qiu Yuan dared not linger and immediately soared towards the surface of the dark river. The forces beneath were too formidable, and the talisman on him was depleting rapidly. Unable to endure for long, at last, just before the talisman was exhausted, Qiu Yuan successfully emerged from the dark river. Haha. He laughed towards the heavens, never having felt such joy, having acquired a complete celestial artifact. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations. Jiang Ping'an clasped his fists in congratulation. Qiu Yuan regarded Jiang Ping'an. Thanks to your reminder, I have obtained this celestial artifact. I shall forever remember your assistance. However, now you may die. To prevent the news of the artifact from leaking, this person must perish. He raised the dark bottle in his hand, channeling energy into it, ready to eliminate this individual while testing the artifact's power. Jiang Ping'an stood unmoved, coldly regarding his adversary. In your next life, be more cautious. Do not provoke me. Just as Qiu Yuan was bewildered by the other's words, a horrific force emanated from the celestial artifact in his hand, and before he could react, he was drawn into it. Inside the swallowing sky bottle, Qiu Yuan beheld a familiar yet loathed visage. Jiang Ping'an. How could he be here? Why would the celestial bottle draw him in? Is this a conspiracy? Qiu Yuan's expression shifted as he realized something was amiss. He unleashed his domain and charged at Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an retaliated with a single punch, obliterating the right side of Qiu Yuan's body, with the blood mist being absorbed by the swallowing sky bottle. Qiu Yuan's eyes widened, his face a mask of terror and disbelief. Impossible. How can you be so powerful? The last time he encountered Jiang Ping'an, the latter was merely a harmonization realm cultivator, easily subdued with a mere flick. Now, however, Jiang had ascended to the domain realm, exhibiting formidable strength. The overwhelming disparity was something Qiu Yuan struggled to accept. Jiang Ping'an was not one to indulge in idle chatter. He unleashed the destruction fist with fierce intent. As the immense power surged towards him, Qiu Yuan was engulfed in fear, shouting in desperation, "You cannot kill me. I bear a special mark. If you slay me, my grandfather will know instantly. You cannot escape." He was unwilling to embrace death. Having painstakingly cultivated to this point, he yearned for immortality and the opportunity to witness a broader world. Bang! Qiu Yuan's words came too late. Although Jiang Ping'an's fist did not connect with him directly, the overwhelming force still surged forth, obliterating him entirely. Compared to the domain realm experts of the celestial realm, Qiu Yuan was woefully inadequate. Under the laws of annihilation, revival was utterly impossible, especially with the celestial vessel poised to consume him. Fool, why did you not defend yourself? Why did you not speak sooner? Jiang Ping'an's expression was devoid of joy over Qiu Yuan's demise. Instead, he cursed with a grim countenance. Without a moment's hesitation, he stowed the celestial vessel and turned to fly towards the celestial tower. If Qiu Yuan had not lied, Qiu Siping, that old coot, would already be aware of his grandson's death. The only way to instill fear in Qiu Siping was to return to the celestial tower. However, Jiang Ping'an underestimated the swiftness of the celestial beings. Even though Qiu Siping had already soared far away, he returned in an instant after only a few breaths. "Damn you! How dare you harm my grandson?" The thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens, shaking the very fabric of reality, as if the entire world lay within Qiu Siping's dominion. An enraged celestial being was a terrifying force. In the wilderness realm, a single strike could obliterate a star. Jiang Ping'an's spirits sank to an all-time low. Even with the celestial vessel, he knew he could not contend against a celestial being. What should he do? The path back was sealed. Escape was impossible. Was he destined to perish here? No, he could not die. Xiaoxue and Miaoyi were still waiting for him. Hunyu and Mengjing awaited his return, and his parents were hoping for his revival. He could not die. He must not die. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ping'an resolved to summon forth a small blue boat, plunging into the Black River. This blue vessel, acquired from the defeat of Qiu Siping's disciple, Ting Chun, was a treasure of exceptional speed and protective capability. A treasure embodies the laws of the Great Path, situated just a step away from celestial artifacts, typically wielded by tribulation-stage cultivators or scattered immortals. While treasures might not match celestial artifacts, they were nonetheless remarkable. This speed-oriented treasure could rival the swiftness of an average celestial being. Now, Jiang Ping'an hoped to escape the pursuit by harnessing this treasure along with the inherent power of the Black River. Where do you think you're going? Qiu Siping had caught up, his face aflame with fury, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, a sight most fearsome. He could hardly fathom that, having left for just a moment, his grandson had encountered such misfortune. The character known as Busi is indeed a master of deception, feigning amiability before turning to slay his own grandson. How did this scoundrel manage to kill him? The grandson bore a protective talisman bestowed by him, rendering it nearly impossible for even a celestial being to strike him down in a single blow. This individual had merely just broken through to the domain level. How could he have achieved such a feat? Qiu Siping plunged into the Black River, the force of the collision causing tumultuous waves to rise, obscuring the sky. Behold, the speed treasure. He noticed Jiang Ping'an's small vessel darting through space at remarkable speed, which was unexpected, ordinarily. A practitioner of such a realm could not possess a treasure of this caliber. This speed treasure was comparable to the flight speed of an ordinary celestial. However, having studied speed-based celestial techniques, Qiu Siping found himself faster than his opponent. He transformed into a streak of golden light, traversing through layers of spatial barriers. His velocity increasing exponentially, covering tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Beneath the viscous Black River, a blue light raced alongside a golden one, the two beams drawing ever closer. As Qiu Siping approached, Jiang Ping'an's heart sank with grave apprehension. As an elder, how could you so recklessly harm a disciple of the sect? Are you not afraid of retribution? You, scoundrel, who has slain my grandson. How dare you invoke the sect's rules? Qiu Siping drew nearer still. It was your grandson who initiated the confrontation. Jiang Ping'an shouted in fury. I care not who struck first. You dared to kill my grandson, and I shall flay your flesh and seal your soul in the fires of retribution. subjecting you to endless torment. Zhuo Feng cared little for who was at fault. His sole concern was for his grandson. In this celestial realm, he had no kin. And after finally having a grandson to accompany him, losing him was unbearable. Killing this man would not suffice to quell his rage. Only by ensuring this individual suffered could he alleviate the sorrow in his heart. As Jiang Ping'an saw Zhuo Feng drawing ever closer, a resolute expression emerged upon his face. Even in death, I shall not allow you to torment me. With that, he poured all his strength into the blue vessel, causing the runes upon it to tremble violently. Zhuo Feng's expression shifted dramatically. If you self-destruct, I shall annihilate your entire family. He realized his opponent intended to detonate the treasure. I, Busi, have lived a life of solitude. What family do I possess? Jiang Ping'an smiled grimly as the vessel beneath him suddenly erupted. In an instant, the overwhelming force exploded forth, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles in this terrifying power, instantly clearing the waters of the Black River and creating a vacuum zone. The residual waves instilled a sense of dread in Zhuo Feng, prompting him to conjure a protective barrier before him. As the aftermath dissipated, Zhuo Feng hovered above the tumultuous Black River, his expression dark as night, the ejected waters cascading down like rain. He had not anticipated that Busi would act with such resolve, choosing to self-destruct the treasure. Though he could not avenge his grandson in person, the scoundrel was ultimately dead. A flicker of sorrow crossed Zhuo Feng's weathered face as he turned to depart, intent on fulfilling the sect's mission. After flying for a while, Zhuo Feng suddenly halted. Something felt amiss. This individual had met his end too resolutely. It seemed suspicious. Zhuo Feng began to replay the memories. Upon reaching the realm of immortality, one can effortlessly access memories. Even the flavors of past meals can be revisited, albeit with a slight difference in perception. Through the act of replaying memories, Zhuo became aware that this Busi lacked the aura of a life essence. It was merely an avatar. Cursed be it. Zhuo, disregarding decorum, erupted with expletives, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by a practitioner of a lower realm. The opponent had cleverly diverted attention during their conversation, concealing their true form. The decisiveness and composure displayed in the presence of an immortal indicated that this individual was certainly no ordinary disciple. Zhuo promptly soared toward the immortal tower. He must not allow this person to return to the tower. Should they do so, he would be unable to act, for taking a life without permission would incur punishment. This individual could not possibly possess a treasure of speed, nor could they match his velocity. There was still time to intercept. Transforming into a streak of golden light, Zhuo pierced through layers of space, racing toward the immortal tower. Upon his return, his consciousness enveloped the vast expanse, revealing the faces of thousands within his awareness. Yet, he could not find the figure of Busi. Had he not returned? Was he still lurking nearby? Zhuo was infuriated. He had expected Busi to reappear at the tower, yet the individual had not shown himself. The main body remained vigilant around the immortal tower, dispatching an avatar to search the location where Busi had last been seen. Still, no trace of Busi could be found. Delving underground and into the Black River yielded no results either. Zhuo was left in a state of disbelief. Where could that person have vanished? The thought of a practitioner at the initial stage of the domain realm disappearing right before his eyes was utterly humiliating. If word spread, where would he find his dignity? The avatar multiplied into myriad energy clones, dispersing in all directions to seek out Busi's whereabouts. As long as that individual remained within the territory of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, he would be found. Time rewound to the moment Jiang Ping'an detonated his treasured artifact. Zhuo observed Jiang Ping'an leave with a grim expression following the self-detonation of an ordinary energy avatar. After 10 breaths, a figure re-emerged. Although Jiang Ping'an had destroyed a mere energy clone, his true self had perished alongside it. Due to the intricacies of temporal threads, Jiang Ping'an was able to revert his physical state to that of 10 breaths prior. If too much time elapsed, it would come at the cost of his life. This ability was tremendously taxing, meant to be employed unexpectedly. If the enemy were to learn of it in advance, they could easily devise a countermeasure. This was the method Jiang Ping'an had calculated through extensive analysis to evade pursuit most effectively. However, he did not dare to be complacent, fearing Zhuo might return. Thus, he immediately altered his appearance and chose a different direction to flee rather than retracing his steps. His caution proved to be well-founded. Chapter 658. identity discovered as Jiang Ping'an soared through the forest, a divine consciousness suddenly brushed against him. The owner of this consciousness was none other than Zhuo Feng. The consciousness lingered for but a moment upon Jiang Ping'an. Not only had he transformed his visage, but he had also concealed the gravitational principles, emanating only the aura of power laws, with fluctuations of life essence altered as well, as long as he was not confronted by a practitioner exceeding his two major realms. His identity would remain undiscovered. Jiang Ping'an flew nonchalantly in the opposite direction of the giant tower, neither hastening nor delaying his pace. If his intuition served him well, Zhuo Feng must be lying in wait for him on his return journey. The fact that Zhuo Feng had ascended to the status of an immortal indicated that he was no fool. He would undoubtedly deduce that Jiang possessed the ability to alter his appearance and conceal his aura. Should Zhuo Feng ascertain this, he would inevitably scrutinize the returning cultivators, leading to Jiang's exposure. As Jiang had surmised, upon failing to detect his presence, Zhuo Feng realized that he had the means to transform his visage and mask his energy. He commenced inquiries among the scattered cultivators in the wilderness, enforcing checks on any suspicious individuals. After a day of flying, Jiang arrived at the frontline battlefield, where remnants of conflict were omnipresent. He intended to seek out the main forces of the Immortal Sect, confident that amidst such strength, Zhuo Feng would have no recourse against him. However, his well-laid plans were thwarted by a stroke of ill fortune. A beam of golden light suddenly appeared before him, obstructing his path. It was, astonishingly, an energy avatar of Zhuo Feng. Having inspected thousands of disciples without uncovering any issues, only a small fraction remained unexamined. Perhaps the scoundrel who had slain his grandson had indeed fled, and Zhuo Feng had lost hope of finding him. Upon witnessing Zhuo Feng's arrival, Jiang nearly uttered a curse. As he had come so close to safety, this man had managed to track him down. Displaying a facade of shock and trepidation, Jiang hastily clasped his fists in salute. "Predecessor, hand over your identity token and open your internal small world," Zhuo Feng commanded coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. Despite having relinquished hope of locating Busi, he was determined to continue his search. "What are you doing, predecessor?" "The sect forbids strong cultivators from threatening disciples." Jiang retreated in fear. "My patience has reached its limit. Do not compel me to take matters into my own hands." Zhuo Feng emanated a terrifying aura, and even though this was merely an energy avatar, it was still exceedingly formidable. "Very well." Jiang Ping'an, in a submissive manner, raised his hand and opened his internal small world. The avatar within was prepared, its entire being infused with celestial energy directed into the swallowing sky bottle. The moment he activated his internal small world, he immediately urged the bottle into action. If he were facing Zhuo Feng's true form, even the swallowing sky bottle would be of no avail against his cultivation level. However, he was merely confronting one of countless avatars, a mere fragment of energy. Celestial power surged forth, enveloping the swallowing sky bottle in a myriad of runes. Zhuo Feng had not anticipated that this individual would harbor a celestial artifact within, and by the time he realized it, he had already been drawn into the bottle. Yet, the danger was far from averted. In fact, it was merely commencing. The territory of the Immortal Sect was filled with Zhuo Feng's avatars, leaving no refuge. Within moments, they would be in pursuit. The only option now was to flee towards the domain of the Tianlan Immortal. Jiang Ping'an swiftly retrieved the quasi-celestial artifact, the judge's pen, and with all his might, swung it towards the direction of the Tianlan Immortal, tearing through the space barrier and instantaneously leaping through. He had no knowledge of where he would land or what dangers awaited him, but there was no time for hesitation. Just as he crossed over, a torrent of black river water surged forth, instantly engulfing him. On the other side, tens of thousands of avatars of Zhuo Feng trembled. "Jiang Ping'an, it is you." When Jiang Ping'an's avatar activated the devouring heaven vase, it did not alter its appearance, and thus was spotted by Zhuo Feng. Zhuo Feng found it impossible to articulate his current emotions. He had not anticipated encountering Jiang Ping'an. Externally and in aura, it was utterly unrecognizable. The previous encounter with the diviner was likely Jiang Ping'an. The presence of a celestial artifact on Jiang Ping'an explained how he could have slain Zhou Yuan, Zhuo Feng's grandson. "Jiang Ping'an, there is no escape for you now." Countless avatars of Zhuo Feng surged toward Jiang Ping'an's direction, having discerned the opponent's trail. This time he was certain he would not let him slip away. However, Just as Zhuo Feng approached, the powerful beings of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion nearby sensed his presence. Alert! The Celestial of Yuhuang's sect is attacking. A multitude of formidable figures from Tianlan Immortal Mansion flew over, activating the celestial grade formation to ensnare him. Zhuo Feng's expression shifted. This is disastrous. Not only had he failed to pursue Jiang Ping'an, but he was also trapped by the experts of Tianlan Immortal Mansion. As a dignified immortal, he could only watch helplessly as a mere initial stage cultivator escaped. If word of this got out, he would be utterly humiliated. Oh! Zhuo Feng felt an intense frustration bubble within him. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a punch that shattered a small star floating amidst the remains of the ancient god. The experts of Tianlan Immortal Mansion were further incensed by this display. What was this fool doing? Provoking them? Attack! A group of powerful beings launched an assault on Zhuo Feng. In the rear of the battlefield, within the controlled zone of Tianlan Immortal Mansion, at the confluence of the Black River, a strikingly handsome young man sat beneath a tree, his expression one of sorrow. Damn it, it is clearly your partner who has seduced me. Must you send me to the front lines to die? The young man, by Fan, possessed long, lustrous black hair and piercing black eyes beneath elegantly arched eyebrows. His sharply defined features were complemented by thin, lightly pressed lips, and his tall, slender form exuded an air of elegance. Bai Fan was a disciple of Tianlan Immortal Mansion, renowned for his striking appearance, and was greatly admired by many female disciples. Recently, he had been secretly courted by a female disciple, only to be discovered by her partner. That man was the grandson of an elder, and through his machinations, Bai Fan had been dispatched to the realm of the ancient gods, ostensibly to meet his demise. Despite his handsome visage, Bai Fan's combat prowess was lacking. Just days into the battlefield, he had been forced to hide. He contemplated leveraging his looks to entice a well-placed female cultivator to facilitate his return to the celestial realm. Suddenly, Bai Fan sensed something amiss. He swiftly drew his sword, fixating his gaze upon the Black River ahead. A filthy male cultivator emerged from the depths of the river. The man was gravely injured, his thigh missing, and a shattered rib protruded from his back, blood oozing from his skin. Upon seeing the severely wounded individual, Bai Fan felt a slight relief. Such a person posed no threat to him. Just as he prepared to depart, a thought struck him, and he paused. Scanning the surroundings to ensure he was alone, a glimmer of greed surfaced on Bai Fan's handsome face. If he were to slay this man, the treasures and resources upon him would be his for the taking. Even if the other party possesses merely a handful of celestial crystals, it is still a profit. Moreover, this individual is gravely injured and on the verge of death, presenting an opportune moment to strike without the peril of jeopardizing one's own life. Friend, seeing your suffering, allow me to liberate you. Bai Fan swiftly drew his sword, aiming for the man's brow. Chapter 659. Within the Celestial Lan Immortal Mansion, at the very instant Bai Fan swung his sword, the filthy man abruptly lifted his head, his profound gaze piercing into Bai Fan's soul. Bai Fan's movements instantly froze as a surge of consciousness flooded into his spiritual sea, forcing him to relive his most harrowing memories in endless cycles. The dirt-laden man raised his fist, the essence of destruction enveloping it, delivering a blow that shattered Bai Fan's skull. This man was none other than Jiang Ping'an. In a desperate bid to evade the pursuit of immortals, he recklessly tore through the fabric of space and inadvertently fell prey to the Black River. Fortuitously, he was merely swept away by a turbulent wave of the river and did not plunge to its depths. Jiang Ping'an concealed Bai Fan's lifeless body within his miniature world, transforming into Bai Fan's likeness. In the act of employing a mental assault against Bai Fan, he had inadvertently consumed a portion of his spiritual essence, gleaning fragments of his memories. Such an act of consuming another's consciousness is perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's own mental disarray. When an individual usurps another's memories, perceptions, and emotions, blurring the lines of identity, one must ponder, who has truly taken over whom? Even those endowed with formidable mental fortitude may find themselves influenced by the memories and consciousness of the one they have overtaken. Thus, many cultivators refrain from such acts unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Ping'an was unaware of his current whereabouts, and in a bid for safety, he reluctantly consumed part of Bai Fan's memories to ascertain his situation. After ingesting a 9 revolutions Chinkoan pill, he began to heal while digesting Bai Fan's recollections. According to Baifan's memories, he was currently situated at the rear of the battlefield, engaged in conflict with the Tianlan Immortal Sect within the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. A sigh of relief escaped Jiang Ping'an as he distanced himself from the Tianlan Immortal Sect, knowing that Zhuo Feng would no longer dare to pursue him. He had successfully evaded the relentless hunt of the Immortals. A bitter smile graced his lips. Achieving the domain realm, one would be regarded as a significant figure in the wild realm, yet here, he was pursued like a mere dog. Jiang Ping'an inhaled deeply, his expression turning icy. A flicker of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Zhuo Feng, just you wait. Were it not for the celestial artifact upon me and my swift reflexes, I would have been reduced to nothing. His greatest asset lay in his capacity for vengeance. All who bore animosity towards him had paid dearly. Zhuo Feng, how could you allow yourself to be injured? A woman clad in a flowing purple gown soared towards him, her tone laced with concern. The neckline of her garment appeared to have been slashed, revealing skin down to her navel, while her back was largely exposed. As she crouched before Jiang Ping'an, her pristine legs were unmistakably visible. Jiang Ping'an regarded her with recognition, a name surfacing in his mind, Jiang Sini. She was a woman of considerable influence over Baifan. Although she was married, she harbored feelings for Baifan, and during an encounter, her husband caught them, resulting in Baifan being dispatched to the front line of the ancient god's miniature realm. Who has inflicted such pain upon you? It truly pains my heart. Jiang Sini raised her hand to caress the wound on Jiang Ping'an's chest, her expression filled with sorrow, and lowered her head, extending her tongue towards the injury. Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow and instinctively recoiled. He wished to avoid any contact with such a woman. Jiang Sini's tongue halted midair, taken aback by Baifan's retreat. Zhuo Feng, are you upset because you were sent to the front lines? Please don't be angry. I will find a way to send you back to the celestial realm. What are you two sordid lovers doing? An enraged bellow echoed, followed by a swift flash of green light that landed between the two. The man, with a rare head of green hair and clad in green attire, emanated an aura of mid-level domain, his face flushed with anger, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Upon seeing this man, Jiang Sini's expression shifted, and she immediately pointed at Jiang Ping'an, shouting, Baifan, stop bothering me. The reason I agreed to your presence this time is to inform you that I belong to you Shuai. Do you truly think I have any affection for you? You insufferable mutt? The speed at which this woman's demeanor changed might rival that of her disrobing. Jiang Ping'an remained expressionless, addressing Yu Shuai calmly. This woman approached of her own volition. She is not virtuous. It would be prudent to sever this bond as swiftly as possible for your own benefit. Jiang Sini's eyes widened. Baifan, who are you calling not virtuous? My lord, eliminate this scoundrel. Today, she sensed a distinct difference in Baifan, who appeared more composed and indifferent than before. Yu Shuai glared at Jiang Ping'an. You scoundrel, dare to insult my woman? You seek death. The terrifying aura of a mid-level domain expert surged forth. Jiang Ping'an shook his head in resignation, thinking that this fool deserved to be greened. Yu Shuai drew his treasured sword, ready to deal with Baifan. Suddenly, 3 resounding drumbeats echoed through the heavens. Yu Shuai paused momentarily. This was the urgent assembly signal of Tianlan Fairy Mansion. 1 beat indicated a general situation, 2 beats signified an emergency, and 3 beats indicated a critical situation. Even a single beat was seldom heard. The occurrence of 3 beats certainly suggested a significant event had transpired. In such a crisis, anyone who was late to assemble could face immediate execution. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare your life this time. Yu Shuai dared not linger, sheathing his sword, encircling Jiang Sini's waist, and promptly soared towards the source of the drumbeats. Jiang Sini cast a fierce glare back at Jiang Ping'an. After a moment of silence, he followed suit. Unsure if Zhuo Ping was still waiting for him, he refrained from returning, temporarily utilizing Baifan's identity to return to the celestial realm from Tianlan Fairy Mansion, and then from the celestial realm back to the Feather Emperor Sect. He had recorded the scene of Zhuo Ping attacking him using a recording stone. Once he returned to the Feather Emperor Sect, he could report that old scoundrel. As he flew towards the sound of the drums, he soon beheld a magnificent celestial tree. Towering towards the heavens, it radiated an aura of celestial pathways, surrounded by 3 celestial bodies, mysterious and grand. The sight before him was one that could only be fully appreciated through first-hand experience. According to Baifan's recollections, this is a world tree, cultivated within the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, seemingly to absorb the energy from the remains of ancient deities. The world tree harbors unfathomable power, capable of drawing together the forces of the void. Numerous factions are engaged in the cultivation of world trees, seeking to harness the energies of heaven and earth to nurture celestial essence. However, for various reasons, many world trees succumb during their growth. The largest of these is the very tree that birthed the immortal realm. Each of its leaves gives rise to a distinct domain. It is said that every world harbors a seed of a world tree, but this seed is exceedingly elusive. Whoever succeeds in acquiring it shall be deemed the child of the heavenly Tao in that realm. A multitude of cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion gathered upon hearing the drums. The practitioners buzzed with speculation. The drums resounded thrice. Was there an urgent crisis that required engaging the Zhuo Immortal Sect in battle? No, it concerns the world tree. It is rumored that due to a disturbance in the ancient deity's miniature world, the energy of the world tree has been seized, and it appears to be on the brink of death. This is indeed a significant matter, but what relevance does it hold for us low-tier cultivators? We are powerless to intervene. I have heard through the grapevine that the sect intends to select a number of exceptional disciples before the world tree perishes, channeling a portion of its primal energy into these prodigies to aid their growth. What? Some individuals, having gleaned this information, already understand the sect's purpose in summoning everyone here. This revelation stirred immense excitement among the cultivators. If one could assimilate the world tree's essence, it would undoubtedly bestow an extraordinary innate talent. Even if they do not awaken a unique ability, their innate qualities would be significantly enhanced, potentially raising their celestial roots by 1 or 2 stars. Even a single star increase could greatly ameliorate one's talents. This is a chance to alter one's destiny. Chapter 660, The Struggle for the World Tree's Essence. Jiang Ping'an, having overheard the discussions nearby, casually inquired of a fellow cultivator, "Pray tell, what is the significance of the world tree's essence?" The individual, regarding Jiang Ping'an with disdain, retorted, "You do not know this? The essence of the world tree is the very foundation of worlds, the most primordial force of the immortal path. Merely obtaining a wisp of it can instigate a transformative change in one's body, awakening unique abilities. At the very least, it can elevate one's celestial root grade. Our clan of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion possesses the same innate ability, which was derived from the power absorbed from the world tree's essence long ago. Naturally, the most formidable aspect of the world tree's essence is its ability to solidify one's foundation, enabling greater achievements in the future." The cultivator's eyes shimmered with desire for the essence of the world tree. Upon hearing this introduction, a similar yearning appeared on Jiang Ping'an's face. He too longed for the means to grow stronger. Even a modest enhancement of his talents would be a boon. "You, pretty boy, should not harbor such thoughts. Are you not aware of your own standing? Do you truly believe you can compete for opportunities with everyone else?" sneered Yu Shuai, observing Jiang Ping'an's excitement with derision. "Indeed, with your pitiful talent, how could you even hope to vie for the essence?" chimed in Jiang Sini, echoing the mockery. The senior members of the sect summoned their disciples, evidently aiming for collective competition, with the opportunity to seize fortuitous chances likely reserved for the most exceptional talents. Even for Yu Shuai, the prospect of obtaining the primordial essence was scant, let alone by Fan, a mere dandy preoccupied with the study of women. In response to the mockery from the two, Jiang Ping'an remained silent. He was not the true Bai Fan. Quietly standing aside, he closed his eyes, continuing to contemplate the laws. As the disciples of Tianlan Immortal Mansion gathered, a celestial projection, comparable in size to a star, manifested at the apex of the world tree. A voice, both dignified and solemn, reverberated through the air. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the world tree could not continue its growth. To maximize its potential, the sect decided to distribute the primordial essence of the world tree free of charge. However, the quantity of this essence was limited, thus, not everyone would be able to receive it. Therefore, those wishing to obtain a fragment of this primordial power must strive for it themselves. Although the disciples were already aware of this news, the announcement from the elders still stirred excitement within them. This was a chance to alter their destinies. They must seize it. Regardless of the cost, acquiring a fragment of the world tree's essence was imperative. I have a premonition that I shall surely obtain a piece of the world tree's essence. Many cultivators fantasized about obtaining a fragment of the primordial essence. The offspring of prominent families within Tianlan Immortal Mansion regarded the fervent disciples with eyes filled with derision. A bunch of fools. Do they truly believe this treasure is intended for them? To vie for the world tree's primordial essence, one must possess formidable strength. And the most powerful are undoubtedly the scions of the noble families who command Tianlan Immortal Mansion. This competition was merely a facade of fairness. In reality, it was a contest among the elite. With a wave of the celestial projection on the world tree, shards radiating with iridescent light soared into the air. These fragmented crystals represented solidified primordial power, divided into dozens of portions. They landed upon the leaves of the world tree, which were as vast as continents. The method of contesting for the world tree's primordial essence was straightforward. According to their respective realms, disciples would descend upon different leaves to engage in chaotic competition, with each leaf hosting 3 crystals. The time limit was 5 days. At the end of this period, whoever held a crystal would claim the world tree's primordial essence. Caution was advised. Do not lose your life over this treasure. Act within your means. Unlike the stringent training methods of Zhuo Feng Immortal Sect, Tianlan Immortal Mansion embraced the law of the jungle, permitting a certain degree of mortality. From the upper echelons down to the late stages of the domain realm, every cultivator of each minor realm would descend upon the corresponding leaves to commence their contest. As the celestial being concluded, many disciples rushed forward in a frenzy. These leaves, akin to continents, could easily accommodate the ensuing melee among the cultivators. The talented scions of Tianlan Immortal Mansion remained unhurried in their pursuit, content to let the rabble compete for the initial 5 days. They would wait to intervene at the end, conserving both spiritual energy and avoiding unnecessary complications. Those who dared to seize the primordial crystals first would become targets for assault. Some self-aware disciples refrained from joining the fray. To engage amidst a throng of peers at the same level was tantamount to courting death. Jiang Ping'an found himself amidst a scene that resembled the fallen leaves of a vast continent. Naturally, he refrained from engaging in a struggle at this moment. The Tianlan Immortal Manor and the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect were of comparable stature, both possessing formidable strength. Engaging them directly without exerting his full power would render him incapable of contending. However, should he unleash his complete might, he would inevitably reveal his other bodies. If the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect had spies within the Tianlan Immortal Manor, they would become aware of his presence, and exposing his avatars would surely lead to his demise. Thus, it was imperative to seek out an opportune moment to act. Seated quietly in a corner, Jiang Ping'an began to comprehend the immortal bone gifted to him by Elder Zhuo Feng. Through his senior sister, Miao Xia, he had learned that the elder who bestowed this treasure upon him was named Zhuo Feng. The immortal bone was imbued with the essence of celestial power. Once he grasped its secrets, he would unlock the entirety of the realm of strength. While he was immersed in his contemplation, he discreetly activated the concealed universe technique, drawing energy from the leaves of the world tree. To utilize the resources of his adversaries for personal enhancement was a source of immense satisfaction. Previously, in the Tianlan Immortal Manor's microcosm within the demon sea of the primordial realm, the consciousness of that world had deceitfully led him to believe that the elusive Tai Su immortal fruit was within his reach, only to plot against him. Fortunately, Jiang Ping'an's astuteness spared him from falling into their trap, though he was still pursued and forced to sacrifice 2 treasured artifacts to escape the Tianlan Immortal Manor. Reflecting on that incident filled him with a desire to uproot the world tree. The fierce competition for the source crystal commenced, with spells swirling chaotically through the air. A kaleidoscope of laws illuminating the sky. Countless cultivators fell, their blood flowing freely. This spilled blood was absorbed by the world tree, transforming into its own energy. In the corner, Jiang Ping'an quietly assimilated this energy, nurturing his immortal roots. At the pinnacle of the world tree stood a grand palace, where several elders from the Tianlan Immortal Manor congregated, observing the struggle of their disciples below. Even in the face of fallen disciples, their expressions remained unmoved. The loss of these cultivators was inconsequential. The celestial realm was never short of souls. Only those who thrived amidst bloodshed were deemed valuable to the manor. Has the investigation into the vanishing energies of this microcosm been concluded? One elder inquired with concern. Recently, the entirety of the microcosm's energy had inexplicably been siphoned away, causing a significant loss to the world tree's vitality, which began to wither. Once planted, The world tree became inseparable from this realm. It could not be relocated without facing death. Otherwise, they would have already moved the tree. An elder spoke gravely. The ancient deity may be on the verge of rebirth. What? The ancient deity's rebirth? The elders wore grave expressions, their faces taut with tension. They had devoted millennia to the development of the ancient deity's microcosm, investing immense effort. If the ancient deity were to revive, their endeavors would turn to naught. It is not revival, it is rebirth, the grand elder clarified. Revival denotes awakening from slumber, whereas rebirth signifies existing in a different form. Seizing another's body could be considered a form of rebirth. According to the reports from the disciples who ventured underground, they discovered a convergence of energy at the heart of the ancient deity. By the time they arrived, the essence of the ancient deity had already coalesced. The ancient deity's essence. The elders' eyes widened with astonishment, their excitement palpable as they struggled to contain their aura. This was a monumental blessing. The ancient deity had not yet been reborn. By refining this essence, they could acquire all of the ancient deity's innate talents. With the essence of the ancient deity, they could undoubtedly ascend to the celestial realm. However, the Grand Elder wore a look of deep regret. At that moment, the detestable Wang Yang and Miao Xia from the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect had also arrived, leading to a fierce competition and a catastrophic battle. The ancient deity's essence, now possessing a hint of awareness, sensed the impending danger and fled. By the time the battle concluded, it had vanished without a trace. Such treasures as the ancient deity's essence possessed the ability to obscure heavenly secrets and conceal their presence. I searched for months without discovering any sign of it. Upon hearing of the essence's disappearance, the elders' beards bristled with fury. Cursed be the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. Due to their meddling, they had missed an extraordinary opportunity. Had they obtained and refined the ancient deity's essence, the Tianlan Immortal Mansion might have given birth to a celestial being in the future. What does the ancient deity's essence look like? An elder, unwilling to concede, expressed a desire to search for it. It is said to resemble a small sphere of black and red, the Grand Elder replied. I shall seek it out. I shall also search. Several elders declared as they transformed into beams of light and vanished. Their celestial consciousnesses could cover vast distances, enabling them to swiftly scour the entire body of the ancient deity. If they could indeed locate it, it would present a tremendous opportunity, even for beings of their caliber. The Grand Elder sighed and shook his head. Such a treasure would not be easily found, unless one was aware of its significance from the outset. It would be exceedingly difficult to recognize, even upon sight. The Grand Elder continued to observe the battle below. Cultivators of various realms were desperately vying for the essence crystal of the world tree. Although this essence was merely a fragment of the complete source, it represented a monumental opportunity for those who had yet to attain immortality. Terrifying clashes erupted across the battleground, resulting in an increasing number of cultivators meeting their demise. With rivers of blood flowing and many sustaining grievous injuries, retreating from the fray. After the fierce skirmishes, the essence crystal fell to the ground. Yet no one dared to touch it, for mere contact would incite a merciless assault. Many cultivators chose to lie in wait, biding their time until the final moment to strike. On the fourth day, Jiang Ping'an, who had been meditating quietly in a corner, finally opened his eyes. He took a deep breath, calming his racing heart. It was time for him to act. Even though danger loomed, he had to take the risk for the essence of the world tree. Securing the essence would enhance his innate abilities and narrow the gap between him and the celestial cultivators. Opportunities must be seized if one does not strive for them. It is impossible for anyone to deliver the essence to one's doorstep. Jiang Ping'an rose and flew toward the direction of the essence crystal. In this battlefield, where no one dared to approach the essence crystal, he arrived to find it quietly resting within the hand of a severed arm. Surrounded by a grim scene of blood and corpses, a group of watchful cultivators stood vigil near the origin crystal, their gazes fixed intently upon it. Anyone who dared to make a move would face a collective onslaught. Jiang Ping'an traversed through the throng, advancing towards the origin crystal. Thousands of eyes converged upon him as one. What was that fool Bai Fan intending? Did he truly aspire to lay claim to the origin crystal? Had he lost his senses? Bai Fan, known within the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, was recognized not for his formidable prowess, but rather for his striking appearance, which captivated many women. He had gained a reputation for relying on the kindness of others for his cultivation. earning the disdain of numerous male cultivators. Those familiar with Bai Fan understood his combat capabilities, which languished at the bottom among his peers. How could such an individual so recklessly engage in this contest? Seemingly intent on seizing the origin immortal crystal? Was he courting death? Outside the battlefield, the eliminated Jiang Ping'an observed the scene, her expression turning peculiar. Had Bai Fan's mind been compromised by his own arrogance, or was he contemplating suicide due to offending Yu Shuai? Beside her, the green-haired Yu Shuai burst into laughter, the gloom of his recent elimination momentarily dissipating. Having sustained injuries and been eliminated himself, he marveled at Bai Fan's audacity. Anyone acquainted with Bai Fan, witnessing his actions, speculated that he must be considering self-destruction. When Bai Fan finally grasped the origin crystal, no one attempted to stop him. As long as he remained composed, there was little inclination to intervene, as engaging would waste precious spiritual energy. Soon, the crowd watched in astonishment as Bai Fan used his spiritual energy to cleanse the crystal before unceremoniously swallowing it. A moment of stunned silence was followed by uproarious laughter. They had encountered fools before, but never one so absurd as to believe that consuming the origin crystal would bestow upon him its power. How ludicrous! If merely ingesting the crystal allowed one to assimilate its essence, it would hardly be within his grasp. The origin crystal required the intervention of an immortal and specialized secret arts for integration into one's being. To consume it in such a manner was futile. He might as well prepare for dissection. The origin crystal was a unique energy entity. Ordinary ingestion or absorption was ineffective, necessitating guidance from an immortal's power for it to be assimilated. Bai Fan's actions were truly a source of bemusement. Were he genuinely capable of digesting the essence, they would have sensed the diminishing power of the origin crystal. Suddenly, the laughter ceased abruptly. The onlookers noted with alarm that the energy emanating from the origin crystal in Bai Fan's possession was indeed waning. Am I mistaken? Is the power of the origin crystal truly diminishing? Indeed, I sense it too. This is dire. Bai Fan may possess a unique method for absorbing the origin crystal. We must eliminate him. He cannot be allowed to continue. With only 3 origin crystals on the battlefield and thousands vying for them, the loss of even one would drastically reduce their chances of obtaining one. In that instant, Jiang Ping'an became the target of collective wrath. A furious mob of cultivators brandished their magical artifacts, launching a barrage of attacks. Sword energies, fiery blasts, and frigid frost converged upon him with overwhelming ferocity. Even formidable mid-tier practitioners within the realm would succumb to the relentless assaults of numerous cultivators. How much more so would it be for Bai Fan? Their attacks could not harm the source crystal, and thus, it was imperative to eliminate Bai Fan to mitigate the depletion of the source. Jiang Ping'an's expression grew exceedingly grave, heralding the onset of peril. Chapter 662. The might of the star-controlling technique. A multitude of spells surged toward Jiang Ping'an. As a tempest arose, whipping his long hair into a frenzy. Confronted with such a harrowing crisis, Jiang Ping'an did not retreat. His countenance bore a solemn gravity. Today, let me unveil the true power that Bai Fan has concealed. As his words fell, an immense black hole spanned the heavens above, emanating a mysterious force of law. Chilling and terrifying, the assaults directed at Jiang Ping'an were, in that instant, entirely drawn into the black hole. The power of devouring was a force Jiang Ping'an had not exhibited within the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. Its application here would not compromise his identity. It was due to this devouring power that he could absorb the strength of the source immortal crystal, a feat unattainable through ordinary methods. Upon the emergence of the devouring black hole, not only the incoming attacks, but also the surrounding light was consumed. Sensing the formidable pull, the cultivators nearby turned pale and hastily retreated, fearful of being engulfed. The power of devouring. Bai Fan harbored such a talent. No wonder he dared to contest for the source crystal. This was the reason he could absorb it. I have witnessed many forms of devouring power, yet I have never encountered one so fearsome. Our collective onslaught has been wholly consumed. The gazes directed at Bai Fan shifted dramatically. This fellow had concealed himself too deeply. Masquerading as an ordinary cultivator, playing the role of a pretty face. It was all a facade. This was the true Bai Fan. Those who had anticipated Bai Fan's downfall, such as the green-haired Yu Shuai, saw the terrifying enormity of the black hole, and their smiles vanished. How could this be possible? Beside him, Jiang Ping'an gaped, her mouth agape as if she could swallow 2 goose eggs. She could hardly fathom Bai Fan's prowess, nearly doubting if he had been possessed. The power of devouring has always been formidable. However, its potency varies greatly. Most forms of devouring power are quite mundane. Yet the devouring power wielded by Bai Fan was evidently extraordinary. We must eliminate him swiftly, lest he completely consume the source immortal crystal. A cultivator shouted anxiously. The crowd, jolted from their astonishment, quickly regrouped and unleashed their attacks once more. Although Bai Fan's displayed strength astonished them, it was evident he had not mastered the power of the realm, nor reached the pinnacle of combat prowess at his level. He was entirely manageable. This time, their assault was even more potent than before, with some resorting to celestial techniques. Witnessing Bai Fan wield such formidable power, jealousy stirred in the hearts of some, who wished to eradicate him, no longer solely coveting the source crystal. Confronted by so many powerful adversaries, Jiang Ping'an could not endure for long. He manipulated the black hole with one hand to fend off the attacks while raising the other toward the sky, channeling celestial energy with all his might. The energy surged violently within him, his muscles and veins taut, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Jiang Ping'an emitted a roar from his throat, as if he were enduring immense suffering. What could he possibly be doing? Upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an raise his hand, contorted in agony, the multitude of cultivators furrowed their brows, their faces etched with confusion. Such a formidable fluctuation of celestial energy. It seemed he was invoking some form of sorcery, regardless of the nature of his incantation. With so many of us gathered here, could he truly hope to contend with us alone? Let us cease our hesitations and launch a full frontal assault to shatter his devouring power. However, Jiang Ping'an's black hole consumed all assaults, rendering them utterly ineffective against him. Yet, it was not entirely insurmountable. Just as the crowd prepared to unleash their full might, Jiang Ping'an suddenly bellowed, "Break for me." The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what he meant. A tremendous roar reverberated from above, akin to the heavens themselves shattering, resonating for miles. The assembled cultivators instinctively glanced upward. They beheld the colossal leaves of a world tree, comparable in size to a continent, fracturing and hurtling toward them. Undeniably, this was the handiwork of Jiang Ping'an. The gravity secret technique, star pulling art, crafted by Shao Xiang, was at play here. As the name suggests, this technique could draw down the stars. With the formidable powers of his peers, Jiang Ping'an found himself unable to fend off their onslaught through mere sorcery alone. He had to resort to external forces. And the leaves of the world tree above served as the perfect external aid. The cultivators gazed skyward, sweat trickling down their foreheads, their expressions vacuous, as doubts about their very existence began to surface. Bai Fan had managed to break a leaf from the world tree. "Run! Quickly!" a voice rang out. And the cultivators on the battlefield, in the initial stages of the domain realm, trembled violently, channeling their celestial energy with all their might to escape. If that continent-sized leaf were to crash upon them, even survival would be a miracle. Descending, Jiang Ping'an forcefully yanked downwards, guiding the immense leaf into a rapid descent. A resounding crash ensued when two continent-sized leaves collided, resulting in an explosion that unleashed a deafening sound and generated a powerful gust that sent the cultivators flying. The combatants from other battlefields ceased their skirmishes, staring in awe at the unfolding spectacle. In the swirling mist of the void, a man stood, one hand supporting a black hole, the other cradling a shattered colossal leaf, resembling an immortal, radiant and resplendent. This scene etched itself deeply into the hearts of all witnesses. Jiang Ping'an lifted his gaze towards the elder at the pinnacle of the world tree, stating, "Elder, it seems that the others have vacated the battlefield. They must be deemed eliminated. Thus, the competition here can come to an end." Upon hearing this, the cultivators in the early stages of the domain realm grew anxious, particularly the prodigies who had yet to make their move. How could this be over? What conclusion? There were no regulations indicating elimination without having participated in battle. Moreover, today marked merely the fourth day of contention, with 2 days remaining until its conclusion. Who does he think he is, presuming to be so extraordinary? The apex fighters in the initial domain realm readied themselves to intervene, intending to teach this audacious fellow a lesson. "Stop!" A transcendent voice resonated from the apex of the world tree. The elder, having regained his senses, called for a cessation of hostilities. Even he was momentarily taken aback. It was astonishing to discover such a prodigy hidden within their sect. whether it is the devouring power wielded by this individual or the gravitational magic he conjures. Both are remarkably impressive. The Grand Elder, Tan Guangshou, stepped forward to stand before Jiang Ping'an, inquiring, "What is your name?" In response, Jiang Ping'an replied, "I am called Bai Fan." He retracted his devouring power, discarding the remnants of a shattered leaf, and performed a respectful salute towards the Grand Elder. "Do you have a master?" Tan Guangshou asked. Jiang Ping'an replied, "I have concealed my talents until now and have no master." With a thoughtful stroke of his beard, Tan Guangshou smiled, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ping'an with satisfaction. "Would you be willing to take me as your master? After accepting you as my disciple, I shall take no more students. You will be my sole apprentice." Jiang Ping'an's face lit up with overwhelming joy. Disciple Bai Fan pays respects to master. However, he felt a tinge of helplessness. Why did these old fellows have such a penchant for taking on disciples? The last one who insisted on his apprenticeship had met his demise at Zhang's hands. Chapter 663. Puppet, you have already consumed this source celestial crystal. It cannot be retrieved. So consider it as your gain, Tan Guangshou conveyed to Jiang Ping'an. I shall assist you in digesting the source crystal, for your cultivation is currently inadequate. Tan Guangshou conjured a doppelganger to oversee the competition, while his main body waved his hand, opening a small world within himself and ushering Jiang Ping'an inside. Onlookers beheld Bai Fan's disappearance with eyes brimming with envy and trepidation. Being chosen as the sole disciple of the Grand Elder essentially heralded a meteoric rise. Given time, Bai Fan was destined to become a paragon among his peers, perhaps one day even ascending to immortality. Yu Shuai, with green hair, ground his teeth in frustration, vexed that this wretched fellow had concealed his strength, overshadowing him in the limelight. Perhaps he had awaited this day to astonish all. Jiang Xinyi's beautiful eyes flickered with regret. Had she known that Bai Fan harbored such formidable talents, she would not have sought to slander him. This Bai Fan appeared far more formidable than Yu Shuai. The contest for the celestial crystals continued, yet on the battlefield of the early domain realm, only 2 source crystals from the world tree remained. The moment Jiang Ping'an snapped the leaf left an indelible impression on everyone present, profoundly impacting their hearts. Jiang Ping'an was elated, having successfully seized a source celestial crystal. Under normal circumstances, he might not have been able to secure one, as the talents of Tianlan Immortal Mansion were formidable and not to be underestimated. Upon entering Tan Guangshou's internal small world, Jiang Ping'an surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the area was not particularly expansive, even less so than his own internal world, resembling merely a small island. At the center of the island stood a grand palace, before which sat a dozen or so cultivators, both male and female, engaged in meditation. Upon noticing Tan Guangshou's arrival, these cultivators immediately ceased their practices, rising in unison to pay their respects, their movements synchronized. "Master," Tan Guangshou chuckled, stroking his beard. "Today, I bring you a little junior brother, my final disciple." "Greetings, little junior brother," the cultivators chorused, their movements still eerily synchronized. Jiang Ping'an returned their greetings. "Greetings to all seniors." Tan Guangshou, with a warm smile, said, "You may continue your cultivation. I shall take my little junior brother to begin his training." The cultivators promptly settled down, closing their eyes in deep meditation, wholly absorbed in their practices. Tan Guangshou walked towards the palace, with Jiang Ping'an trailing behind, a sudden flicker of dread flashing in his eyes. His divine pupils remained open, and he had just witnessed a horrifying scene. A crimson spider perched upon the primordial roots of over a dozen disciples. Each time Tan Guangshou spoke, the red spider emitted a peculiar vibration, prompting the disciples to respond in unison. Puppets. Although Jiang Ping'an had never encountered a puppet, he had heard tales of certain cultivators crafting puppets for their own safety, mechanical aids that could serve as shields in times of peril. The individuals before him had their primordial roots controlled by the red spider, rendered into puppets. Normally, the existence of puppets would not be alarming. However, the identities of these individuals sent chills down Jiang Ping'an's spine. They were all disciples of the Grand Elder. In Bai Fan's memories, the Grand Elder's disciples had always been the most obedient, never causing him any trouble. The Grand Elder was amiable and exceptionally kind to his disciples, epitomizing the ideal mentor-disciple relationship within the Tianlan Xianfu sect. Bai Fan and numerous disciples of Tianlan Xianfu longed to become his pupils. Yet the Grand Elder was stringent in his selection, requiring exceptional talent. Aside from his direct disciples, he accepted no others. Jiang Ping'an's breath quickened, fear enveloping him, and his heart raced. This old scoundrel had actually turned his disciples into puppets. If fate did not intervene, he would share the same destiny as these cultivators. What a predicament! Here he was, trapped within Tan Guangshou's inner world, with no avenue for escape. The euphoria from acquiring the World Tree's primordial crystal had vanished without a trace. Why is your heart racing so? Tan Guangshou suddenly halted, glancing back at Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an, feeling the weight of his smile, experienced a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Master, I am merely overwhelmed with excitement and struggling to contain my emotions. Master, may I return to cultivate? I wish to share this wonderful news with my friends. He felt an urgent need to flee this place. Why rush? First, refine the primordial essence. Otherwise, it could easily be snatched away. Here, take this pill. I shall assist you in drawing in the essence. Tan Guangshou produced a crimson pill and handed it to Jiang Ping'an. The pill emanated a peculiar fragrance, with an eerie red light flickering around it. Jiang Ping'an's body trembled. Others might not perceive it, but he could see that within the pill lurked a red spider. This old scoundrel truly intended to turn him into a puppet. Why not accept it? Tan Guangshou noted Jiang Ping'an's hesitation, his eyes narrowing slightly. Jiang Ping'an promptly took the pill, expressing heartfelt gratitude. No one has ever treated me so kindly, master. I was momentarily dazed. Thank you for bestowing this pill. There is no need for such formality with me. Now, consume it, Tan Guangshou replied, restoring his smile, believing that Bai Fan had discerned the pill's true nature. Indeed, this was the very pill capable of transforming a person into a puppet. Tan Guangshou had been embroiled in schemes and deceit since childhood, harboring distrust towards everyone, even his kin. Once, while exploring the illusory moon's secret realm, he had stumbled upon a method and substance for crafting puppet pills. He was the first to transform his rebellious son into a puppet. From that moment on, the son obeyed him without question, becoming docile and harmless. Thereafter, all the disciples received by Tan Guangshou were similarly turned into puppets. Human nature is the most intricate of phenomena, and one can never truly discern the thoughts of those who flatter you in your presence. Only a puppet remains truthful and unwavering, devoid of betrayal or the treachery of a hidden dagger. Moreover, this puppet technique possesses the ability to assist in soul possession in times of peril. One may abandon their corporeal form and inhabit the puppet, ensuring a seamless rebirth without hindrance. In essence, it serves as a pre-prepared vessel for soul transference. Jiang Ping'an stared at the elixir before him, his mind racing. What should he do? To consume or not to consume? Refusing would lead to immediate detection and certain death, while ingestion would result in his control and transformation into a puppet. With no room for hesitation, he raised his hand and placed the eerily glowing red pill in his mouth. Not consuming it could mean instant demise. Now, he had no choice but to take the risk. Upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an swallow the elixir, Tan Guangshou beamed with delight and sat down, prepared to assist in the digestion of the source crystal. However, the true intention behind aiding in the digestion of the source crystal was to activate the secret method, drawing the red spider into the essence root of Jiang Ping'an. The young Bai Fan possessed remarkable talent. His ability to devour was even enticing to Tan Guangshou. Coupled with the effects of the source crystal, his innate gifts could be further enhanced, making him an excellent backup vessel. The red spider ascended to Jiang Ping'an's essence root. However, upon encountering two roots, it instinctively felt surprise and confusion. According to its innate programming, it was designed to enter a singular essence root and reside upon it. Yet, faced with two, which should it choose? Of course, the red spider lacked consciousness and could not truly ponder. It instinctively crawled onto the root with the strongest aura of devourment, embedding its legs firmly upon it. At that moment, Jiang Ping'an's expression changed dramatically. Master, it seems that, silence. With Tan Guangshou's command, Jiang Ping'an immediately closed his mouth. Tan Guangshou's lips curled into a smile. It was accomplished. From henceforth, he should think of nothing but cultivation. Yes, master, Jiang Ping'an replied respectfully, his demeanor numb. With an additional vessel now at his disposal, Tan Guangshou was immensely pleased and continued to guide the essence of the world tree into Bai Fan's body. He wondered what transformations would occur within this new vessel upon receiving the essence. Would it manifest a new talent, or would it enhance the devouring power? The anticipation was palpable. Chapter 664. Under control, Tan Guangshou's eagerness surpassed that of Jiang Ping'an, who had obtained the source crystal. For Jiang Ping'an might one day serve as his vessel for rebirth. In other words, the greater Jiang Ping'an's talents, the more beneficial he would be to Tan Guangshou. Even if he could not become a vessel, as Jiang Ping'an matured, he could still evolve into a powerful ally, a mere tool, surrounded by the energies of the source. Jiang Ping'an's body was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, forming a cocoon-like structure. As the source energy flowed into the essence roots within Jiang Ping'an, the enigmatic powers of the immortal path induced a profound transformation within his essence roots. The origin of the world tree is the very foundation of existence itself. Although the world tree in the Tianlan Immortal Mansion has yet to mature, its primal energy has merely manifested as a slender thread. Nevertheless, for a mortal cultivator yet to attain immortality, this holds immense significance. This transformation persisted for over 3 months before it finally ceased. Tan Guangshou devoted considerable attention to this vessel, diligently infusing it with celestial energy to expedite its assimilation of the primal essence. Otherwise, given Jiang Ping'an's current capabilities, it would take him decades to integrate the primal crystal of the world tree. As the vibrant chrysalis was fully absorbed by Jiang Ping'an, a resplendent white light erupted from his being, washing over Tan Guangshou's entire microcosm in a luminous hue. A dazzling sphere of white light appeared above Jiang Ping'an's head. Though it was merely the size of a palm, it radiated brilliance surpassing that of the sun. The orb exuded a potent and mysterious aura. What could this be? Even the erudite Tan Guangshou could not discern its nature, though he sensed the formidable power emanating from the sphere. Infuse your celestial energy into the orb, commanded Tan Guangshou. Yes, master, Jiang Ping'an replied, complying with his mentor's directive and channeling his celestial energy into the orb. As the energy flowed into it, the orb swelled in size, its power intensifying exponentially. The sphere continued to expand until it collided with the palace, shattering it into fragments. Moments later, a terrifying orb spanning 1,000 meters loomed in the sky, its overwhelming presence causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Tan Guangshou called out to a disciple who was cultivating nearby, "Xiao Wu, come here." A male disciple, who had been engrossed in his practice, immediately ceased his efforts. Soaring to Tan Guangshou's side and bowing respectfully, "Master, what do you require of Xiao Wu?" "Release your defenses with all your might," Tan Guangshou instructed. "Yes, master." The disciple, referred to as Xiao Wu, conjured the earth domain and activated an immortal-grade defensive technique. 10 towering earthen walls erupted from the ground, forming a barrier before them. Tan Guangshou turned to Jiang Ping'an, saying, "Do not employ any techniques. Simply hurl the orb forward." "Understood, master." With an impassive expression, Jiang Ping'an raised his hand and cast the white orb forward. Upon colliding with the earthen walls, a thunderous sound erupted. Boom, boom, boom. 3 successive explosions resonated, obliterating 3 of the 10 walls, leaving 7 intact. A look of astonishment flickered across Tan Guangshou's aged visage. What incredible destructive power! His disciple, Xiao Wu, had already reached the initial stage of the domain and was rapidly approaching its mid-stage, having unleashed an immortal-grade defensive secret technique. Yet, despite this, 3 earthen walls were shattered by the orb's might. It is worth noting that Jiang Ping'an had not yet mastered the domain and had merely tossed the orb without employing any technique. "Release your devouring black hole alongside the orb," Tan Guangshou surmised quickly, issuing the command. Jiang Ping'an, appearing somewhat dazed, complied and unleashed both the devouring black hole and the white orb. Tan Guangshou could distinctly sense a connection between the two. The orb seemed to be a manifestation of the devouring force. The black hole could consume energy while the orb emitted it, both possessing terrifying destructive potential. If both are released together, they are sure to unleash a more formidable power. "Haha, splendid, splendid, splendid," Tan Guangshou exclaimed with excitement, uttering the word "splendid" thrice, then commanded, "Create a clone using your abilities." After merely casting a glance at the power unleashed by Bai Fan, Tan Guangshou recognized the horrifying talent harbored within this body. His fondness for Bai Fan's gift led him to decide against keeping it as a vessel, opting instead to directly forge a clone. "Your current realm is still too low. Wait until you are on the verge of ascension before I seize your body. Cultivate diligently, and I shall procure a path of devouring for you." Grateful, Jiang Ping'an replied. "I shall strive hard in my training, Not to disappoint your expectations, master. With a hearty laugh, Tan Guangshou departed. Jiang Ping'an, feeling somewhat dazed, found a spot to sit, beginning his cultivation like the other practitioners nearby. As he closed his eyes, a flicker of gravity crossed his gaze. In truth, he was not truly under control. The red spider, lurking upon his primordial immortal root, was nearing depletion from its own devouring root, rendering it weak and diminishing its control. Moreover, this red spider exerted control over practitioners through the primordial immortal root. However, possessing two immortal roots rendered him immune to complete domination. Thus, Jiang Ping'an retained his consciousness. Had it not been for his formidable mental fortitude, Tan Guangshou would have surely detected him. In the case of others, even without being controlled, fear might have caused them to falter and ultimately be discovered. This old pervert is truly bizarre, treating his own disciple as a vessel. The pressing issue now is how to escape. Trapped within Tan Guangshou's inner world, he could not exit and would have to await an opportunity to flee. This old fellow intends to seize his body only once he ascends, so for the time being, he is safe. Jiang Ping'an made an effort to calm himself. There was little he could change now. He could only continue to masquerade and focus on elevating his cultivation. The newly acquired ability is quite impressive. Tan Guangshou remains oblivious to the fact that he had not fully unleashed the white sphere. Meanwhile, at the Yuhuang Immortal Sect, beside the teleportation array. Are you certain there was no error in the registration? Jiang Ping'an has truly not returned? Miao Xia, her demeanor serious and reeking of alcohol, interrogated the disciple in charge of the teleportation array. Replying to senior sister, this is all automatically recorded by the formation. There can be no error. Jiang Shidi has indeed not returned. The disciple managing the teleportation array replied with a bitter smile. Miao Xia's expression darkened. She had been searching for Jiang Ping'an for a month, as if he had vanished without a trace, leaving her with a foreboding sense. Had she known, she would have given Jiang Ping'an a communication jade slip in advance for easier contact. Miao Xia proceeded to report his disappearance to the law enforcement hall, requesting assistance in the search. I don't care what methods you and the law enforcement hall use. Find Jiang Ping'an immediately, or I shall challenge you. The disciples of the law enforcement hall fell silent, exchanging glances. Miao Xia furrowed her brows tightly. What is with your expressions? Her ominous premonition intensified. One disciple cautiously spoke. Senior sister, Jiang Ping'an may already be dead. Chapter 665, Miao Xia's regret. Jiang Ping'an is dead? Miao Xia seized her disciple by the collar, exclaiming. Who told you that Jiang Ping'an is dead? Dare to deceive your senior sister, and I'll shatter your skull. The disciple, shrinking back in fear, murmured. He might not be dead. It's all speculation. What prompted this speculation? What evidence do you have? Miao Xia glared intensely, as if she could consume him with her gaze. Xia, cease your antics. Miao Jing, her scholarly father, interjected, pulling her hand away. But he spoke falsely, claiming your disciple has perished. Miao Xia was in a furious rage, angrily gulping down a mouthful of wine. They may not be mistaken. Jiang Ping'an could indeed be in peril, Miao Jing stated solemnly. With a resounding crack, the wine flask in Miao Xia's grip shattered, and she stared at her father in disbelief. Why do you say that? Taking a deep breath, Miao Jing replied, months ago, that old coot Qiu Si Ping was frantically searching for someone in the ancient deity's small world, looking for many disciples, and he is currently under investigation for his actions. The period he was searching coincided precisely with the time you and Jiang Ping'an entered the ancient deity's realm. Upon hearing this, Miao Xia felt a sudden rush. Her head spinning. Jiang Ping'an had previously mentioned a conflict with Qiu Si Ping, and after entering the ancient deity's world, Qiu Si Ping had also ventured there. This was no mere coincidence. Faced with a formidable being of celestial rank, the chances of survival for Jiang Ping'an, or even for her, an exceptional talent, were grim. Miao Xia began to sway, and those nearby, fearing for her balance, hastily provided a chair. Thud! Miao Xia collapsed into the seat, her expression vacant, her nails digging into her palms. I have brought him harm. I have brought him harm. If she had not insisted on bringing Jiang Ping'an into the ancient deity's world, Qiu Si Ping would have had no opportunity to strike. Guilt and regret washed over her, her eyes gradually reddening, tears brimming. Miao Jing offered reassurance. We are currently investigating Qiu Si Ping. He claims his grandson was murdered and is seeking the perpetrator, yet he has not identified anyone. Nor has he found the culprit. If Qiu Si Ping is not lying, Jiang Ping'an may still be alive. However, as he spoke, Even Miao Jing faltered. How could a celestial being pursue a mere novice in the domain realm without discovering him? This was likely Zhuo Ping attempting to exonerate himself, denying his culpability. In truth, Jiang Ping'an might already be dead. I have brought him harm. 2 clear tears streamed down Miao Xia's cheeks. Clenching her fists in fury, she vowed to bring Zhuo Ping to justice. Justice requires evidence. On what grounds do you accuse me of killing Jiang Ping'an? Just as she concluded her thoughts, Zhuo Ping emerged from the law enforcement hall, passing by. Miao Xia rose abruptly, her gaze filled with hatred. Was it you who killed Jiang Ping'an? I have stated that one must speak with evidence. I did not kill Jiang Ping'an, nor do I wish for his death, Zhuo Ping asserted, his words ringing true. He truly did not desire Jiang Ping'an's demise, and even hoped for his well-being. Not long ago, Zhuo Ping had received news that could shake the very foundations of the illusory moon domain. The corpse of an ancient deity had coalesced into its essence and had escaped. Upon realizing the true form of the ancient god's essence, Zhuo Ping was filled with regret to the point of nearly crushing his own skull. He had seen that object before. In fact, he had once held it in his hands. At the time, he had mistaken the ancient god's essence for an ordinary stone and had gifted it to Bu Si, who was none other than the concealed identity of Jiang Ping'an. Reflecting on this incident, Zhuo Ping felt as if he might go mad. That was the essence of an ancient god, the source of a being capable of devouring the energy of an entire small world. To possess and refine it would grant him the power of the ancient god, potentially elevating him to the status of a celestial being in the future, hailing from the lower realms with limited talent. Reaching the level of a human immortal was nearly the extent of his capabilities. Yet, the ancient god's essence could enable him to transcend those limitations. His certainty that it was indeed the ancient god's essence stemmed not only from the similarity in appearance, but also from an indescribable feeling it evoked. Though he had not examined it closely at the time, upon learning of this matter, he had slapped himself in disbelief. Such a treasure had been in his grasp, only to be given away. Who would not feel distressed in such a situation? Thus, Zhuo Ping fervently wished for Jiang Ping'an's survival and the retrieval of the ancient god's essence. However, Jiang Ping'an had seemingly vanished, having not returned for an extended period. Where could Jiang Ping'an have gone? The truth was, he had not escaped. He was ensnared within the inner world of Tanguanshu. Jiang Ping'an seized the opportunity to cultivate diligently, ensuring his own escape. Possessing 6 celestial roots, he required 6 times the resources and effort compared to others. To maximize his combat prowess, he resolved to first master a singular domain. The domain of power was the most accessible to comprehend, especially since Senior Zhou Shun had gifted him a fragment of celestial bone, which contained remnants of the power path. If he could fully grasp it, he would master a domain, consequently increasing his chances of escape. Approximately half a year later, Jiang Ping'an encountered Tanguanshu once more. He, along with a dozen other puppets, rose to pay their respects. I have met the master. Bai Fan and the 2 female disciples remained behind, while the others ventured out to gather resources. Tanguanshu opened his inner world, casting the other disciples out. He tossed a storage ring to Jiang Ping'an, explaining that the path of devouring was exceedingly rare and could not be purchased. This ring contained 5 clusters of the devouring domain. He was to comprehend them well. If he failed to grasp a complete domain, he should not blame his master for being unsparing. With that, Tanguanshu paid no further heed to Jiang Ping'an and entered a nearby pond with his 2 female disciples for a bath. Ignoring the sounds behind him, Jiang Ping'an opened the storage ring, which held 5 boxes, each sealed. He extracted one box and tore off the seal. It was immediately consumed, revealing a sphere emanating devouring power, roughly the size of a fist. This sphere embodied a complete set of domain rules. Although there were 5 such spheres, discerning a complete domain was no simple task. It was akin to reading. Having perused 3 books did not guarantee one could fully assimilate the knowledge contained within. Generally, cultivators aiming to comprehend a rule faced a ratio of 10 to 1, 10 complete rules to grasp a single rule. This old man clearly did not wish to expend resources while still aspiring to achieve great feats. Jiang Ping'an sat cross-legged on the ground, casting his domain orb into the black hole, beginning to absorb and comprehend its essence. For others, grasping a complete domain solely through the 5 principles would be a daunting challenge. However, endowed with 18 stars, his comprehension was markedly superior. Yet, regardless of his heightened understanding, Deciphering the laws of the domain would require a considerable span of time. Immersed in his pursuit, Jiang Ping'an lost all sense of time, focusing intently on the laws of the domain. Simultaneously, he cultivated while absorbing the celestial energy from the miniature world within Tan Guangshou's body. Whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune, being confined here alleviated his worries about the celestial energy, permitting him to absorb and utilize it freely. Upon reaching the celestial being realm, the miniature world within him would merge with his own, allowing the celestial energy of the inner world to resonate with his body. In essence, the celestial energy within the celestial being's miniature world constituted the majority of the energy stored within the being itself. Jiang Ping'an was diligently absorbing the celestial energy from Tan Guangshou for his cultivation. Tan Guangshou, however, remained indifferent to this matter. After all, how much celestial energy could a nascent domain cultivator possibly consume? Stop it. On that day, Tan Guangshou returned to the miniature world in a fit of rage and kicked Jiang Ping'an away. He had been refining celestial pills outside for over a decade, and at this critical juncture, a significant portion of his celestial energy was abruptly siphoned away. This disruption led to a catastrophic failure in the energy supply, resulting in the destruction of a celestial pill that had taken him years to concoct. This troublemaker consumed more energy than all of his dozens of disciples combined. Chapter 666. Master, I do not wish to depart. Jiang Ping'an's body exploded upon being kicked. Fortunately, Tan Guangshou did not employ his celestial powers. Had he done so, Jiang Ping'an would have perished instantly. Channeling celestial energy, Jiang Ping'an's body reformed, and he clasped his fists in a respectful gesture, saying, Master, I have comprehended the devouring domain. Hence my consumption is somewhat substantial. I hope for your forgiveness. Upon learning that he had mastered the power of a domain, the anger on Tan Guangshou's face diminished considerably. No wonder he absorbed so much celestial energy all at once. Taking over 20 years to comprehend a single domain is rather mediocre. From this day forth, you shall venture out to earn your own resources for cultivation. Allowing him to independently acquire resources would significantly reduce the overall consumption. Jiang Ping'an replied, Master, my strength is still rather low. The outside world is fraught with danger, and I wish to remain in your miniature world for my cultivation. Absolutely not. Tan Guangshou did not wish for this individual to persist in cultivating within him, as it would instill a false sense of obligation akin to working for the other party. Although this individual would eventually become his avatar, it still felt disconcerting. Then I beseech you, Master, to grant me some life-preserving treasures and elixirs. I have been overlooked until now and possess limited resources. With these treasures, my ability to protect myself would be greatly enhanced. Jiang Ping'an spoke earnestly. If I were to encounter misfortune, I would be unable to become your avatar. After a moment of contemplation, Tan Guangshou tossed Jiang Ping'an a storage ring, containing 10,000 celestial crystals, a vial of healing elixirs, and a pair of divine feather wings crafted from the remains of a powerful foe slain in his earlier years. These divine feather wings, forged into a treasure, will grant you unparalleled speed. None below the celestial realm will be able to catch you. Do not lose them. Only use them in dire circumstances. Although Tan Guangshou has reached a level of cultivation where the divine feather wings are no longer necessary, this treasured artifact still holds considerable value. Just as some cultivators who earn 5,000 celestial crystals monthly would feel a pang of regret over losing a mere 100, similarly, this treasure, while not particularly precious to an immortal, is not something one wishes to part with frivolously. Having acquired such a treasure, Jiang Ping'an was far from satisfied. Master, do you possess any advanced techniques? My combat skills leave much to be desired, and I wish to enhance my abilities through superior methods. Get lost. Tan Guangshou kicked Jiang Ping'an away, expressing his frustration. The sect was currently selecting talented individuals to venture into the illusory Moon's secret realm, and those who achieved notable rankings would receive rewards. If he wanted techniques, he would have to earn them. For some reason, this disciple often made Tan Guangshou feel as if he were merely working for him. As Jiang Ping'an exited Tan Guangshou's palace, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Despite facing significant peril, his gains were equally substantial. He had effortlessly acquired 5 strands of devouring laws, comprehended the devouring domain, and utilized celestial energy without expense, conserving resources. Finally, he had even procured a treasured artifact. It was time to make his escape. Jiang Ping'an did not rush to flee. Instead, He traveled at a normal pace like any other cultivator, careful not to draw attention. As he approached the teleportation array leading out of the Tianlan Celestial Manor, he was drawn to the conversation of two nearby cultivators. Alas, I have been defeated. And now I have no chance to compete for the celestial essence fruit in the illusory moon's secret realm. Where did you find the courage to challenge those prodigies? Did your partner hit you on the head? But I heard the rewards are substantial. If one can secure first place in the illusory moon's secret realm, they will be awarded a celestial essence fruit. With such a fruit, the probability of ascending to immortality would greatly increase. You, an ordinary cultivator, dare to dream of the celestial essence fruit. Do we even deserve such aspirations? Upon hearing the mention of the celestial essence fruit, Jiang Ping'an immediately approached them. May I ask what you two fellow Taoists are discussing? What business is it of yours? The plumper cultivator was about to retort when the taller, leaner cultivator quickly covered his mouth and smiled at Jiang Ping'an. Ah, it is Brother Bai Fan. After so many years, you have become even more handsome. The plumper cultivator paused. Bai Fan? That name sounds familiar. Suddenly, realization struck him. Right. Over 20 years ago, in the ancient God-Small world, he was the one who destroyed an entire battlefield. He is now the closed-door disciple of the Grand Elder. Upon learning Bai Fan's identity, the verbally aggressive disciple was drenched in sweat. As a closed-door disciple of the Grand Elder, his status was undoubtedly exalted, far beyond what he could contend with. Brother Bai, this is the 3,000 celestial crystals I earned recently. Please accept it. He reluctantly handed over his storage treasure, hoping Bai Fan would not hold a grudge against him. Jiang Ping'an could hardly refuse such an offering of celestial crystals. A typical early-stage disciple could only receive 1,000 celestial crystals in a year. So 3,000 was indeed a considerable sum. What were you discussing earlier? Jiang Ping'an inquired again, accepting the storage treasure. Brother Bai, you have been in seclusion and may not be aware. But our disciples of Tianlan Celestial Manor are currently competing for the opportunity to participate in the illusory moon's secret realm. The plump cultivator replied with a forced smile. Please elaborate, Jiang Ping'an urged. This matter appears to involve the elusive immortal yuan fruit, which he is currently seeking. Within his internal microcosm resides a terrifying skeleton that expresses a desire to return home, yet remains unaware of its whereabouts, requiring the immortal yuan fruit to restore its corporeal form. Jiang Ping'an is eager to send this skeleton away at the earliest opportunity. In response to Brother Bai, he explained that within the illusory moon's secret realm, there exists a tree bearing the immortal yuan fruit, with its fruit nearing maturity. The 5 great sects of the illusory moon domain are all vying for it. However, the conflicts between immortals create significant disturbances, and decisive outcomes are often elusive. Thus, such disputes are typically resolved through martial contests among disciples. The preliminary plan established by the 5 sects involves battles among practitioners of various realms. Though the specifics of these contests remain uncertain, it is assured that disciples will participate. Our sect is also in the process of selecting talented individuals. There is no need to elaborate on that. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an interjected, inquiring about the rewards. A tall cultivator responded, stating that the sect is currently selecting talented disciples. And as per tradition, such selections are accompanied by rewards. Those who secure a position among the top 10 in their tier within the sect will be granted the choice of a technique or a magical artifact as a reward. Furthermore, should one emerge victorious in the ultimate contest for the immortal yuan fruit, it is rumored that a single immortal yuan fruit will be awarded. Given Brother Bai's formidable strength, he is certain to claim the top position and achieve renown throughout the realm, securing the immortal yuan fruit. This final statement was nothing short of flattery. How many years has Bai Fan been cultivating? Although he displayed remarkable talent in the ancient god microcosm, claiming first place is utterly unattainable. He might not even manage to enter the top 10 of the sect. Upon hearing of the immortal yuan fruit as a reward, Jiang Ping'an clenched his fists, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The plan may require some adjustments. For the time being, he shall refrain from fleeing. It is imperative to seize the opportunity to acquire resources from the enemy, enhancing his own strength, which is a source of great satisfaction. The immortal yuan fruit must be his. Simultaneously, it is time to assess the power of the devouring domain. Chapter 667. Stirring the flames before participating in the competition for a place in the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, Jiang Ping'an ventured outside the sect, releasing his true body. Having been missing for several decades, the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect may assume he has encountered misfortune necessitating a return to report on his circumstances. Although his time spent cultivating at the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect has been brief, he has developed a sense of belonging. Aside from a select few elders and cultivators, the majority of the elders and senior brothers and sisters have treated him with kindness and care. After releasing his true body, Jiang Ping'an's devouring avatar returned to the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, entering the martial arena. The atmosphere was electric, with numerous spatial barriers hosting spirited contests, cheers resonating throughout the area. Jiang Ping'an located a barrier designated for early-stage domain practitioners, preparing to observe the battles when a somewhat alluring voice called out from beside him. "Xiaobai, long time no see. How has your cultivation progressed?" Jiang Sini appeared just as before, clad in a blue dress, her attire seemingly marred by a sword strike, revealing her navel and smooth back. The prolonged period of cultivation had nearly caused Jiang Ping'an to forget this woman, and it took him a moment to recall her identity. This woman shares a connection with Bai Fan. During their last encounter, she had falsely accused him, nearly provoking a confrontation with a mid-domain powerhouse. Jiang Ping'an chose to disregard her, focusing intently on the battle before him. Noticing the indifferent gaze of Jiang Ping'an, Jiang Sini felt a surge of frustration. This insufferable man was truly adept at feigning disinterest. Previously, he had shown a fondness for her, yet now he displayed such an aloof demeanor, suppressing her displeasure. She reminded herself that Bai Fan was now the disciple of the Grand Elder, possessing remarkable talent that could lead to significant accomplishments in the future, an investment well worth making, perhaps beneficial to her later on. Her thigh brushed lightly against Jiang Ping'an's leg as she whispered, "Little Bai, I have recently mastered a new technique that allows the body to assume any posture. Would you care to visit my home and observe? You are bothersome. Could you kindly leave me be?" Jiang Ping'an replied coldly, his eyes fixated on the ongoing competition. Jiang Sini's smile gradually faded. She, too, harbored a sense of pride, and having repeatedly faced rejection, stung her vanity. "Bai Fan, do you believe that your recent ascent grants you the right to disregard everyone? Did you think I sought your favor?" Jiang Ping'an appeared to hear nothing, continuing to watch the contest as if it were a form of cultivation for him. The disregard ignited Jiang Sini's anger. How dare he think so highly of himself, lacking any sense of humility? Her eyes flickered with determination as she pointed at Jiang Ping'an. Shouting to the crowd, Bai Fan claims that everyone is worthless and that he intends to sweep them all aside. A wave of hostile gazes turned towards her, following the direction of her finger to Jiang Ping'an. The onlookers were filled with disdain. Who was so audacious as to declare their intent to dominate all? They initially wondered who possessed such arrogance, only to realize it was Bai Fan, whose recent tutelage under the Grand Elder had inflated his ego. Even the most exceptional prodigies would not dare to utter such hubristic words in public, in a world where life was as fragile as grass. Excessive arrogance could lead to one's demise. Bai Fan, having only practiced for a few years, dared to behave so recklessly. Was he courting death? To prevent Bai Fan from defending himself, Jiang Sini quickly interjected, "Bai Fan, you just spoke those audacious words. You wouldn't dare deny it, would you?" With this statement, she effectively eliminated any escape for Jiang Ping'an. No matter how he attempted to explain himself, the crowd would remain unconvinced. Even in silence, they would assume he had backed down, rather than believing he had never made such a claim. With her arms crossed, Jiang Sini provocatively regarded Jiang Ping'an, as if to say, "You dared to be arrogant with me. Let's see you continue." Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the spatial barrier, crashing heavily before Jiang Ping'an. Following this, a voice resonated from within the barrier. "Bai Fan, since you wish to sweep everyone aside, then come and defeat me first. I have some scores to settle with you." Within the barrier stood a man adorned in golden scales, his eyes akin to those of a beast, with slit pupils. The crowd immediately turned their attention to this scaled figure. It was Commotion, and his intent to confront Bai Fan signaled certain doom for him. True to his name, Commotion was a formidable individual, having absorbed countless essence from ferocious beasts to enhance his physical prowess, leading to his own transformation into something beast-like. In the entirety of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, within the early stage of the domain realm, it could be said that Commotion's physical prowess ranks second, with no one daring to claim the first position. A matter just came to mind. A cultivator seemed to recall something and remarked, it was precisely because of Bai Fan, who injured Commotion with a leaf from the World Tree during the battle for the Origin Crystal in the ancient Divine Minor World. That Commotion failed to obtain the Origin Crystal. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to seize one. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd turned peculiar, as if they were anticipating a spectacle. One could only imagine the turmoil within Kuming's heart upon missing such a grand opportunity. Jiang Sini further fanned the flames, exclaiming, "Brother Kuming, just now Bai Fan was discussing you below, claiming your power is merely ostentatious and far inferior to his." Kuming's face, adorned with scales, appeared even more sinister. "Is that so? Then I am all the more eager to see what capabilities you possess, Bai Fan. If I were to defeat you, would I have the right to venture into the illusory moon's secret realm to contend for the immortal source Dao fruit?" Jiang Ping'an inquired calmly, his face betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation, as if he were utterly indifferent to the matter at hand. "Haha, defeat me? I rank 9th among the same tier in our Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Do you truly believe you can overcome me?" Kuming's laughter was laced with a chill, as he sensed disdain emanating from his opponent. "Rank 9th? That is indeed fortuitous." Jiang Ping'an ascended into the spatial barrier. As long as he entered the top 10 of the same tier, he would have the opportunity to reach the illusory moon's secret realm, and since his opponent ranked 9th, he naturally possessed the qualification to do so. This would mark Jiang Ping'an's true confrontation against a formidable adversary of the same tier within the immortal realm. The previous contests at the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect had merely been skirmishes among newcomers, lacking in comparison to these top-tier powers. The gazes of the gathered cultivators were fixed upon the battlefield. "How long do you think Bai Fan can endure?" one mused. "He has been mentored by the Grand Elder for decades, so he should have made some progress, yet it will be challenging for him to compete with Kuming. Lasting even the duration of a tea session would be commendable. Bai Fan's devouring power is indeed formidable. However, our immortal mansion lacks any devouring type immortal arts, which is quite disadvantageous. Otherwise, Bai Fan would surely exhibit remarkable prowess." Many had witnessed Jiang Ping'an's devouring strength and could attest to its might. Yet, his cultivation time has been too brief, compounded by the absence of corresponding techniques, making it nearly impossible for him to vanquish Kuming. On the battlefield, Kuming's beast-like gaze was fixed upon Jiang Ping'an, as if he were eyeing his prey. "You may strike first. Allow me to witness your devouring power, or else you shall have no chance to act." Though Kuming feigned disdain towards Jiang Ping'an, he did not truly underestimate him and wished to observe his opponent beforehand. "As you wish." Jiang Ping'an unfurled his devouring domain, a dark radiance emanating from his center, spreading outward. The domain swept across the mountains and rivers beneath, devouring them in an instant. Light and darkness were consumed entirely. In the blink of an eye, the celestial energy within the barrier vanished without a trace. Even the energy of the barrier itself was being absorbed. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment. What a terrifying devouring power. It seems capable of engulfing all things. Chapter 668. The three divine beasts forms. As the realm of devouring expanded, everything around was consumed, swallowed into an incomprehensible abyss, where darkness reigned supreme. Jiang Ping'an stood amidst this void, exuding an air of dominion. Kuming's expression was grave. Indeed, Bai Fan's power of consumption was formidable and should not be underestimated. However, he felt no fear. Kuming summoned his domain, and the ethereal forms of three monstrous beasts materialized around him, their malevolent aura palpable, radiating an overwhelming presence. The first beast, resembling a bird, was cloaked in a deep ebony hue. The second beast was colossal, akin to a mountain, stretching over 10,000 meters, exuding a suffocating oppressive force. The third beast, covered in scales, resembled a dragon from the desolate realms, emanating boundless authority. The three divine beasts shimmered with divine light, dominating the battlefield, instilling trepidation in those who dared to meet their gaze. Kuming's domain was unique. It was neither a natural attribute nor an outwardly projecting one, but rather a special domain born from the essence of divine beasts. This allowed him to wield the might of these beasts to instill fear in his adversaries, while simultaneously augmenting his own strength. Bai Fan was soon to face the consequences of his arrogance. Those familiar with Kuming knew him to be a top-tier physical cultivator at the early stage of domain mastery, who had forged a novel domain power. Even the elders of his sect held him in high regard. Furthermore, Kuming was ruthless. In every confrontation, he would leave his opponents battered or even lifeless. With a cry, the ebony-hued divine bird merged with Kuming, transforming his scales into feathers and sprouting a pair of wings behind him. This was the distinctive feature of Meng's domain, his ability to harness the power of divine beasts. With a powerful flap of his wings, he vanished from his original position. In the blink of an eye, Meng, undaunted by the devouring realm, appeared before Jiang Ping'an. His clenched fist crashing toward Jiang Ping'an's head with a whistling sound that pierced the air. Meng, a physical cultivator, thrived in close combat, and fortuitously. So did Jiang Ping'an. This devouring avatar, aside from possessing the innate talent for consumption, also bore the Yin Thunder's celestial root. Even without invoking the Yin Thunder, his physical defense remained formidable. Jiang Ping'an chose not to evade and met the strike head-on with his own punch. The collision erupted with tremendous force, visible waves of energy radiating outward from their fists. In an instant, Meng merged with the ethereal dragon, his muscles swelling, feathers transforming into golden scales, amplifying his strength. And he sent Jiang Ping'an flying with a single blow. Meng swung his fists with reckless abandon, each strike seemingly capable of shaking the heavens. Imbued with terrifying destructive power, in the absence of his destruction fist and other abilities, Jiang Ping'an's strength was evidently inferior, forcing him into a series of retreats. His fists were deformed, flesh torn away, revealing stark, white bones beneath. The onlookers wore expressions of realization. Bai Fan was indeed no match for Meng, and the disparity was glaringly apparent. How pitiful! Bai Fan is utterly useless. I could easily defeat him. The earlier claim that Bai Fan could endure for a cup of tea's duration was a gross overestimation. The performance of Bai Fan has left many discontented, falling far short of expectations, a complete squandering of his prodigious talent. Were it another individual endowed with such a devouring ability, they would undoubtedly rise to prominence among their peers. Even I pale in comparison. What a disgrace. Jiang Xini, cradling her arms, intentionally conveyed her thoughts to Jiang Ping'an. As she observed Jiang Ping'an's disheveled retreat, the crowd anticipated the imminent conclusion of the battle when Meng suddenly retreated, distancing himself from Jiang Ping'an. Confusion spread among the onlookers. Why was Meng withdrawing? Why not simply eliminate Bai Fan? Was he intent on tormenting his opponent gradually? It appeared that this confrontation would not reach its resolution swiftly. A figure clad in a flowing white robe, with hair as white as snow, emerged, a cultivator adorned with a golden mask, rendering his face indistinguishable. Yet, from his stature, he appeared to be male. The appearance of this individual sent a shockwave through the crowd. Ouyang Luoxue, the foremost figure in the early realm. No one had ever glimpsed his visage. He remained shrouded in mystery, known only as the son of the sect leader, a paragon of exceptional talent. Most astonishingly, he was merely 16 years old. What had Ouyang Luoxue just stated? That the battle would not conclude swiftly? Why was that? Given Bai Fan's lackluster combat prowess, any renowned cultivator could easily dispatch him, let alone the 9th-ranked Meng. On the battlefield, Meng's expression darkened as he fixated on Jiang Ping'an. It turned out that contact with your body could also absorb energy, a formidable talent. Meng realized that a tenth of his celestial energy had been siphoned away. The crowd belatedly recognized that despite only a brief exchange, Meng had already lost a significant portion of his energy. Under normal circumstances, such a depletion would not occur even after a day of combat. Furthermore, the entire arena had been drained of celestial energy by Bai Fan. Meng could not replenish his energy unless he resorted to elixirs. However, using such potions would violate the rules of engagement. This devouring power was truly terrifying. Was this all there was to it? Ranked 9th, he should possess far greater strength. Jiang Ping'an spoke calmly, adjusting his wrist as he rapidly healed his injuries without regard for celestial energy. Meng narrowed his eyes, determined to ascertain whether his speed of absorption surpassed Jiang Ping'an's capacity to kill. He knew that if this stalemate continued, his celestial energy would be entirely consumed by Jiang Ping'an. Thus, he resolved to unleash his full power, wagering that he could obliterate his opponent first. Channeling all of his inner strength, the phantasms of 3 divine beasts merged with his form. In an instant, Meng transformed into a towering giant, standing at a height of 10,000 meters, with enormous, dark wings extending from his back, his body cloaked in dragon scales, exuding an overwhelming presence and an aura of the demonic. This was his most formidable form. In the presence of the 3 divine beast manifestation, even Ouyang Luoxue, the strongest in this realm, would find himself challenged. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Meng was indeed serious, and Bai Fan had unwittingly exerted such pressure upon him. Kuming flapped his colossal wings, stirring up a tempestuous wind, his speed undiminished by his enlarged form. In fact, he was even swifter than before. His fists, larger than mountains, descended upon Jiang Ping'an. In response, Jiang Ping'an invoked the lesser wuxiang technique, his form expanding in tandem. However, this proved to be of little consequence. As Kuming's fist descended, Jiang Ping'an was sent flying with a single blow, his arm twisted and broken. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xini's anxious heart was finally set at ease, and a smile returned to her face. She nearly believed that Bai Fan could truly contend with Kuming. After all, what was Bai Fan? How could he possibly leap to such a pinnacle of strength? Kuming, my brother, is so handsome. Crush this overconfident fool. Though Jiang Xini was older than Kuming, she still referred to him as brother. Once more, Kuming charged forward, intent on delivering a decisive blow to Jiang Ping'an to prevent any further depletion of his strength. At that very moment, Jiang Ping'an raised his other hand, revealing a brilliant white sphere that suddenly expanded, stretching across thousands of meters. Swinging the white sphere, he collided with Kuming's fist. Boom! The tremendous impact erupted with a dazzling light, causing the spatial barrier to tremble violently. The advancing Kuming was instantly repelled, and numerous mountains were reduced to rubble. The cheers of Jiang Xini abruptly ceased, as the onlookers stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 669. The terrifying power of devouring. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. All had anticipated that Bai Fan would soon be obliterated by Kuming in his three-beast form. Yet, to their astonishment, it was Kuming who was sent flying. And he had sustained injuries as well. The scales on Kuming's fist had shed, with blood flowing freely. As they gazed at the white sphere before Jiang Ping'an, the crowd wore expressions of confusion and seriousness. What was this object, with such formidable destructive power? Was it some form of sorcery? Everyone could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from the white sphere, a truly terrifying force. Jiang Ping'an raised his left hand, and a devouring black hole materialized, rapidly expanding to mirror the white sphere in his right hand. One black, one white, the two entities intertwined, exuding an eerie atmosphere. This time, Jiang Ping'an took the initiative, lifting the black hole and white sphere, pushing them towards Kuming. Kuming immediately swung his fists with all his might to counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce clash, each collision generating immense ripples. Although they appeared evenly matched, discerning observers could see that Kuming was at a disadvantage. With each encounter, Kuming's energy diminished, and the blood that flew from him was consumed by Bai Fan's black hole. As the black hole absorbed energy, the attacks from the white sphere grew even more ferocious. One absorbed energy, while the other released it. Kuming sought an opportunity to strike at Jiang Ping'an's true form, but he could not land a blow. Both the black hole and the white sphere possessed the capability to defend and attack, achieving perfection. The outcome was evident. A remarkably powerful and terrifying talent had emerged, and the Tianlan Immortal Mansion had gained another top-tier warrior. Ouyang Luoxue, adorned in a golden mask, uttered a remark before turning to leave. Hearing Ouyang Luoxue's evaluation, the crowd was taken aback. They understood precisely to whom the comment referred. Even the foremost expert in the initial stage of the domain realm acknowledged the formidable and terrifying talent, which spoke volumes of Bai Fan's potential. On the battlefield, the struggle between the two continued. Kuming was indeed formidable, having integrated the three divine beasts within him, acquiring unparalleled speed and strength. The awe-inspiring might of the divine beasts palpable. However, Bai Fan's devouring power was truly terrifying. Each encounter saw the ominous black holes and engulfing realms absorbing Kuming's energy. Furthermore, the celestial energy within the arena was entirely consumed by Bai Fan, leaving Kuming unable to replenish his own. In stark contrast, Bai Fan exhibited no concern for energy depletion, recklessly unleashing his powers. This battle was a complete domination of innate abilities. Outside the arena, Jiang Xini stood with her mouth agape, her expression one of disbelief. How could Bai Fan be so formidable? This was a far cry from the Bai Fan she had previously known. The fierce contest did not last long. In less than half an hour, Kuming's celestial energy was nearly exhausted, rendering him incapable of maintaining his three divine beast form, and he reverted to his human state. I concede, Kuming managed to utter, his voice laden with pain. For someone of such elite standing, admitting defeat was undeniably humiliating. Yet, he found himself unable to continue fighting. The outcome of this battle left the onlookers utterly astonished and shocked. It concluded with Bai Fan as the victor. This individual's talent was simply overwhelming. Another prodigy had emerged from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Jiang Ping'an withdrew the white sphere, black hole, and devouring realm, feeling quite satisfied with his own devouring talent. The ancestor crocodile of the wasteland realm had once dominated an era with this very power. In those times, when emperors had yet to ascend and no boundaries were imposed by their ranks, the ancestor crocodile's strength was undoubtedly celestial. Now, with the aid of the world tree's essence, Jiang Ping'an's devouring talent had been significantly enhanced, likely surpassing that of the ancestor crocodile. Kuming glared at Jiang Ping'an, begrudgingly stating, "I did not lose to you. I lost to your innate talent." His opponent had not employed any techniques, merely overwhelming him with raw ability. Jiang Ping'an disregarded such excuses. Those who were dissatisfied could challenge him again. Kuming's expression shifted through various emotions before he cast a lingering glance at Jiang Ping'an and turned away, defeated. Jiang Ping'an addressed the assembled cultivators with a cool demeanor. "Is there anyone who wishes to challenge?" Previously, the Tianlan Immortal Mansion had hosted a contest to establish preliminary rankings, selecting 10 individuals. Anyone who disputed these rankings was free to issue a challenge. The victor would claim the opponent's position. Having just defeated the 9th-ranked Kuming, Jiang Ping'an now claimed that spot. Jiang Sini, recovering from her shock, pointed at Jiang Ping'an and exclaimed, "He is definitely not Bai Fan. Bai Fan could not possibly be this strong." The transformation in Bai Fan was so drastic that Jiang Sini began to question his very identity. "It appears you wish to challenge me," Jiang Ping'an remarked coldly, regarding Jiang Sini with annoyance. This troublesome woman was a constant source of irritation. Raising his hand, a powerful gravitational force emanated from him, causing Jiang Sini's body to be uncontrollably drawn into the barrier. Her expression changed drastically as she saw the looming danger, and she shouted in panic, "I didn't tee." But before she could finish, a black hole appeared, swallowing her whole and silencing her instantly. "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge?" Jiang Ping'an scanned the crowd with an indifferent gaze. Those who had previously mocked him immediately averted their gazes, unable to meet his eyes. With Kuming already defeated, any other challengers would surely meet the same fate as Jiang Sini, consumed without a chance to resist. "Bai Fan, you scoundrel, you have slain my wife." Yu Shua, with his vibrant green hair, soared over from another arena, his face ablaze with fury, hair billowing wildly. "She challenged me. In the midst of combat, casualties are commonplace." Jiang Ping'an uttered lies with wide-open eyes. Yu Shua, a grandson of an elder, held a prestigious position. However, Jiang Ping'an, as the direct disciple of the Grand Elder, was not intimidated in the slightest. "Nonsense. So many witnesses here. It was you who struck first." The murderous aura radiating from Yu Shua seemed almost palpable, striking fear into those present. Jiang Ping'an addressed the crowd, "Since no one wishes to challenge me, I shall take my leave." He entirely disregarded Yu Shua, knowing that the Grand Elder would shield him from any repercussions. If he could exacerbate the conflict between the Grand Elder and another elder, all the better. "Bai Fan," Yu Shua roared, his eyes blazing with rage, wishing to strike down his opponent immediately. Yet, given the multitude of spectators, he could not act. Furthermore, the Bai Fan of now was no longer the defenseless individual of the past. He was the Grand Elder's cherished disciple. Not only could Yu Shua not harm Jiang Ping'an, but even if he could, it was impossible for him to act. He could only watch helplessly as Jiang Ping'an departed. Soon, news of Bai Fan's victory over Kuming spread throughout the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, causing a tremendous uproar. No one anticipated such remarkable growth from Bai Fan in just a few decades. Little did they know, Bai Fan had long since perished. As Jiang Ping'an could not utilize Bai Fan's identity token, he was unable to access the training grounds and had to settle for any mountain peak to cultivate, biding his time for the opportunity to enter the Mirage Moon's secret realm in 6 months. While contemplating where to train, the Grand Elder Tan Guangshou unexpectedly sought him out. "Disciple, why do you not go to the training room? Why practice in such a place?" Chapter 670, Tianlan Immortal Pool. Jiang Ping'an was taken aback by Tan Guangshou's sudden appearance and promptly rose to pay his respects. "Master, the reason I am training here is due to my limited supply of immortal crystals. Ordinary training rooms are of no use to me, and I cannot afford the advanced ones. It is more beneficial to cultivate outdoors." Jiang Ping'an quickly formulated a justification, determined not to reveal his inability to use Bai Fan's identity token. "Ah, my dear disciple, you have suffered too much. Come, I shall take you to the Tianlan Immortal Pool, where your talents can be further honed, accelerating your cultivation." "Master, I lack immortal crystals." The Tianlan Immortal Pool is the premier training facility within the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Its waters infused with an abundance of top-tier divine herbs and imbued with the essence of the immortal path, cultivated over countless years into a miraculous pool. For ordinary cultivators, merely soaking in it for a day could lead to a profound transformation. However, entry requires a substantial expenditure of immortal crystals, typically affordable only to elders. Even those elders must weigh their options before seeking to train there. This miserly old man suddenly exhibiting generosity must surely have a reason. Indeed, it was a surprising revelation for Tan Guangshou to learn that Jiang Ping'an had achieved the 9th rank among his peers. Initially, he had never anticipated that Bai Fan would attain any notable accomplishment, underestimating the innate talent of his disciple. The other elders praised him for discovering a promising protege, which greatly enhanced his own prestige as a mentor. Tan Guangshou's generosity was, of course, self-serving. In 6 months, Bai Fan would venture into the illusory moon's secret realm to compete against the prodigious disciples of the 4 great immortal sections. Should Bai Fan excel, it would reflect splendidly on him as a master. Furthermore, Bai Fan was destined to become an extension of himself, and the stronger Bai Fan grew, the better it would be for him. Other resource demands could be postponed. Nurturing this extension took precedence. The celestial crystals required for entry into the Tianlan Immortal Pond would be provided by his master, allowing Bai Fan to focus solely on his cultivation until the expedition to the secret realm. Tan Guangshou, beaming with pride, clapped Jiang Ping'an on the shoulder and led him to the Tianlan Immortal Pond. Nestled at the heart of the Tianlan Immortal Estate, this sanctuary was guarded by numerous formidable beings who had established countless intricate formations. Before paying for entry to the pond, Tan Guangshou hesitated. Yet the thought of this extension's potential compelled him to part with a celestial artifact. "Elder Tan, your generosity towards your disciple is truly remarkable," remarked the elder in charge of managing the Tianlan Immortal Pond, impressed by Tan Guangshou's willingness to sacrifice an artifact for the sake of a single disciple. "Indeed, it is only fitting to diligently cultivate the next generation for the continuation of the immortal estate." Tan Guangshou shamelessly adorned himself with the label of noble sacrifice. His true motivation was not the estate's legacy, but rather the cultivation of his own extension. "Xiao Fan, step inside and commit to your training. In 6 months, you will confront the disciples of the 4 great sects," he urged. Having provided little guidance previously, he believed that if Bai Fan could achieve the 9th rank unaided, immersion in the immortal pond for half a year would undoubtedly enhance his strength further. "Thank you, Master. I shall not disappoint your efforts and will strive for growth," Jiang Ping'an replied, bowing respectfully. Having obtained this opportunity at the cost of a celestial artifact, he felt a profound obligation to not let down this old fellow. He wondered what expression would adorn the elder's face when his true identity was revealed, an anticipation bubbling within him. The elder overseeing the pond handed Jiang Ping'an a green token, inscribed with a number 15. Each individual possesses a designated pool. "This is the number of the pool you are to enter," the elder explained. "Thank you, esteemed elder." "Farewell, Master," Jiang Ping'an said, offering a final bow before passing through the formation and entering the inner sanctum of the immortal pond. Upon entry, a surge of majestic and mysterious power enveloped him. Jiang Ping'an recognized this as the essence of the immortal path. After the domain laws come the laws of the great path. For cultivators at the domain level, should they fail to break through to the immortal realm and survive the heavenly tribulation, they would become scattered immortals, grasping only the ordinary great path. However, those who ascend to the immortal realm comprehend the immortal way. Ultimately, it is all the same path, differentiated merely by the levels of attainment, surrounded by swirling divine light. The enigmatic force of the rules captivated him. With each breath, he felt his immortal roots flourishing within him. Before Jiang Ping'an stood a luminous portal formed by a complex array, adorned with the inscription of the number 15. As he raised the green token in his hand, the portal unfurled before him. Stepping through, Jiang Ping'an was transported to an alternate realm, where he beheld a secluded pond, its surface shimmering with vibrant hues. exuding a refreshing coolness that invigorated the senses. Though modest in size, the pond's latent power sent his heart racing. Truly, this was the finest cultivation ground within the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Entering this celestial pool could elevate even the most ordinary spiritual roots to the extraordinary. He pondered what level he might attain after 6 months of practice here. Without hesitation, Jiang Ping'an stepped into the water. However, just as he was about to immerse himself in cultivation, a chain-like mark suddenly manifested upon his skin, shimmering with light. A ghastly, white skeletal hand erupted from his chest, landing upon the surface of the celestial pool. In that instant, the once radiant pool, infused with celestial energy, dimmed to a dull clarity. As if all its vitality had vanished in the blink of an eye. The joy on Jiang Ping'an's face froze instantly. Glancing down at the skeletal hand that extended from his chest, rage simmered within him as he growled, "This belongs to me. What are you doing?" This skeletal hand was the very same that resided within the crystal coffin. Yet, how could it appear in this avatar when it was supposed to be confined within his miniature world? Observing the chain-like mark upon his body, Jiang Ping'an deduced that the emergence of this skeletal hand was likely connected to it. The chain binding the crystal coffin had somehow latched onto him, manifesting marks across his body that exerted control over him. This chain might serve as a conduit to the skeletal entity. Regardless of the reasons behind the skeleton's presence, Jiang Ping'an was overwhelmed with fury. This opportunity, rightfully his, had been snatched away by this accursed skeleton, depriving him of his chance. This opportunity was no less significant than acquiring the essence crystal of the world tree. His disdain for this inexplicably controlling skeleton deepened into loathing. Suddenly, the pallid skeletal hand pivoted towards Jiang Ping'an, and a bony finger touched his forehead, radiating golden light as mysterious celestial runes infused his mind. A new passage of knowledge emerged within his consciousness, swallowing the heavens' devil scripture, refining heaven, refining earth, refining the sun and moon stars, devouring mountains, devouring seas, consuming all things of heaven and earth, seizing the creation of the universe, grasping the essence of the celestial path. Nothing is beyond consumption, nothing is beyond refinement. The subsequent intricate and profound content was utterly incomprehensible to Jiang Ping'an. Celestial arts? What tier were they? Even multiplying the resources on his person by 10,000 would not suffice to exchange for this technique. If this scripture were to be divulged, the entire illusory moon domain would face annihilation. The skeletal voice resonated ominously within Jiang Ping'an's mind. Chapter 671. Swallowing the Heavens Devil Scripture. Jiang Ping'an possessed celestial artifacts such as the Swallowing Heaven Bottle, the Judge's Pen, the Tremor Demon Treasure, and the Divine Feather Wings bestowed by Tan Guangshou. Most ordinary immortals would not possess such an abundance of resources. Now, this skeleton asserted that even 1,000-fold of these resources would not procure the Swallowing the Heavens Devil Scripture, claiming its worth surpassed that of the entire illusory moon domain. Jiang Ping'an could scarcely fathom the caliber of the celestial arts embodied in the devouring heaven demon scripture. In comparison, the waters of the Tianlan Immortal Pool seemed trivial. The anger etched on Jiang Ping'an's face dissipated in an instant. "Senior, truly, if you require the waters of the heavenly pool, why not mention it? I could assist you. Sparing you the effort," he remarked, his tone transformed from one of rage to one of eagerness. The skeletal figure, having earlier promised him benefits, had indeed delivered beyond Jiang's expectations, dispelling his initial doubts. "I preferred your previous demeanor of aloofness and pride," the skeleton remarked coolly. "You misunderstand, Senior. I am, in fact, quite warm-hearted. If you possess any techniques, I would be grateful to receive them," Jiang Ping'an replied, clarifying his disposition. "Upon obtaining the celestial Yuan Dao fruit, I shall offer you another opportunity," the skeleton intoned enigmatically before falling silent. The intricate chain patterns that adorned Jiang Ping'an's body faded away. Seated in the now energy-depleted pool, Jiang Ping'an pondered deeply. While he yearned for the supreme celestial techniques from this skeleton, he harbored a greater desire for the entity to depart swiftly. No one wishes to be subjugated, reduced to a mere tool for another's will. Moreover, the skeleton appeared to have incurred the ire of formidable beings, having previously mentioned the destruction of several realms. Such an association was perilous. Once he secured the celestial Yuan Dao fruit, he would devise a plan to rid himself of this skeletal presence. Although the energy from the pool had been drained, he could not exit at that moment without arousing suspicion. He resolved to wait for half a year before making his departure. For now, he would focus on cultivating his strength and delve into the profound text of the devouring heaven demon scripture. This technique was of an exceptionally high grade, its complexities daunting. Mastering it in its entirety posed a formidable challenge. Yet, even a superficial understanding would significantly enhance his devouring powers. He began to engage earnestly with the scripture. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping'an's true form had traversed through hundreds of teleportation arrays over the course of 3 months, expending a fortune in celestial crystals, and finally returned to the Tianlan Immortal Sect. Upon his return, he felt an overwhelming sense of homecoming and relaxation. His foremost desire was to visit the law enforcement hall, to submit the recording stone and report Zhuo Feng, ensuring that Zhuo would face the consequences of his actions. However, for the sake of safety, he planned to seek the assistance of his drunken senior sister first. Though somewhat muddled, she remained sharp in critical matters. Arriving at Miao Xia's residence, Jiang Ping'an utilized the identity token she had previously given him, allowing him unrestricted access. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by a disarray of empty bottles, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. There, sprawled across the bed in disheveled attire, lay a woman, her head hanging over the edge, seemingly lost in a stupor. Her stunning visage was marred by the signs of inebriation, her snores reverberating through the room, exuding an aura of despondency that starkly contrasted her former glory. Approaching her, Jiang Ping'an gently lifted Miao Xia back onto the bed. "Sister, perhaps you ought to drink less in the future." He had heard that her current state of disillusionment stemmed from a past defeat, which had shattered her invincible path. Miao Xia groggily opened her eyes and beheld Jiang Ping'an's face. She embraced him, weeping profusely. "Senior sister, I am so sorry, truly sorry." "Senior sister, what are you saying?" Jiang Ping'an inquired, puzzled. With tears streaming down her face, Miao Xia lamented, "It's all my fault for bringing you into the ancient god's small world. For causing your demise. It is senior sister's fault. Please forgive me." Jiang Ping'an suddenly realized that Miao Xia believed she had sacrificed herself and was drowning in guilt, still thinking she was trapped in a dream. Had she been tormented by this for decades? The thought that she had worried for so long filled him with guilt. And he quickly reassured her, "Senior sister, I am fine. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Please don't comfort me, senior brother. I will make it up to you," Miao Xia exclaimed, tackling Jiang Ping'an, tears flowing as she began to tear at his clothing, as if she had done this many times in her dreams. Jiang Ping'an remained silent for a moment, his fists clenched, then struck Miao Xia in the abdomen with sudden ferocity. Bang! Miao Xia was sent flying, her drink spewing from her mouth and nose, her graceful demeanor completely shattered. Jiang Ping'an swiftly dodged to avoid being splattered. Miao Xia crashed into the ceiling before plummeting back down, nearly creating 2 large dents in the floor. For a brief moment, Miao Xia was stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Ping'an. "Senior brother, you're alive. Is this not a dream?" Bang! Jiang Ping'an delivered another punch to her stomach. Miao Xia exclaimed, "Is there a way to sober up so suddenly? This is no dream. The senior brother in my dreams wouldn't be so punchable." Her initial excitement and exhilaration dissipated under the weight of those 2 blows. That despicable man. He had the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the situation and chose not to fool. Miao Xia's expression was a peculiar blend of laughter and anger. Noticing her strange demeanor, Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow, questioning her state. Is she still not sober? He raised his fist, preparing to deliver a 3rd blow. Before he could strike, Miao Xia rushed forward, fiercely embracing him and pressing him into her embrace. "You're all right. Thank goodness. Thank goodness." Jiang Ping'an struggled violently, but found himself unable to escape. Her arms felt heavier than an entire continent. Crack! A sharp sound echoed from Jiang Ping'an's neck. Miao Xia's expression froze, and she hurriedly released him, awkwardly attempting to adjust his neck. Then, with a thunderous roar, she shouted, "You insufferable senior brother! Where have you been all these years? Why have you only returned now? Do you know what I have endured all this time?" "Apologies, senior sister. I rushed back as quickly as I could," Jiang Ping'an explained, recounting the events of the years. Upon learning that Jiang Ping'an had indeed been pursued by Zhuo Feng and had evidence of it, Miao Xia was consumed by rage, shaking with fury. "It truly is that old bastard. I will make him pay." Miao Xia had bottled up this anger for decades. She promptly retrieved a communication talisman to contact her father. "Miao Jing, old man, get in touch with the sect master and the elders. Prepare to encircle and eliminate Zhuo Ping. Meanwhile, in Zhuo Ping's elder hall, he had suffered greatly over the decades, unable to eat or sleep well, haunted by the thought of having given the ancient god's essence to Jiang Ping'an. For many years, there has been no news of Jiang Ping'an. Could it be that the lad has perished outside? If that were the case, he would have missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to alter his fate. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside, Elder Qiu. The sect leader requests your presence to discuss matters concerning the illusory moon secret realm. Chapter 672. Persuasion of Miao Xia. Upon hearing the elder summon him regarding the illusory moon secret realm, Zhuo Ping felt a twinge of confusion. Had this matter not already been settled? Why was he being called again? Very well, I shall proceed at once. Zhuo Ping emerged from the grand hall, preparing to head to the sect leader's location. Suddenly, an overwhelming sensation of dread surged from his spine to the crown of his head, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloping his mind. Having reached the realm of immortals and merging with the path of the celestial, he possessed an acute awareness of death and danger, allowing him to foresee impending peril. Something is amiss. There is definitely a problem. Trusting his instincts without a moment's hesitation, Zhuo Ping tore through the fabric of space and fled at great speed. Not good. He has sensed it. He is trying to escape, shouted the elder at the entrance, as a dozen elders swiftly pursued Zhuo Ping. The intention was to lead him into a barrier, preventing any collateral damage to ordinary disciples during the conflict, yet they had been detected. Elder Qiu, halt. Cooperate with our investigation, or do not blame us for being impolite. Miao Jing shouted. Zhuo Ping had no intention of stopping. Why are you apprehending me? I have devoted myself to the sect and have never committed any wrongdoing. Jiang Ping'an has returned, Miao Jing replied. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Ping accelerated even further. Most likely, Jiang Ping'an had left behind evidence using the recording stone, which explained why the elders had taken action. If he were to stop now and be taken back to the sect, even if he were not executed, he would face the loss of his status, hefty penalties, and a public reprimand. Whether it was to avoid a fine, to preserve his dignity, or due to some other sentiment, Zhuo Ping did not halt. Instead, he fled with all his might. The dozen elders continued their pursuit. A month later, numerous elders returned to the sect. Miao Jing arrived at his daughter Miao Xia's residence and informed her, that old fellow got away. He escaped? Are you an incompetent earth immortal? Miao Xia questioned angrily. Miao Jing felt a strong urge to reprimand his daughter. How could she speak to her father in such a manner? To defend her man, she belittles her father? That old fellow self-destructed his celestial artifact. Although he escaped, we have severely injured him, and his strength is compromised. I do not care about the severity of his injuries. I want that old fool dead. Find him quickly and deal with him. He poses a future threat. Miao Xia exclaimed, angrily gulping down a drink. Jiang Ping'an spoke up, let it be. It is difficult to kill an immortal. Master has worked hard for a month. Sister should not be too harsh. Though they had not succeeded in killing Zhuo Ping, Jiang Ping'an felt a deep sense of contentment. Most importantly, the attitude of the Feather Emperor Sect had made him feel respected. The sect did not sacrifice his interests to protect an elder simply because he was an ordinary disciple. This deepened Jiang Ping'an's sense of belonging to the Feather Emperor Sect. Similarly, Miao Jingyue found Jiang Ping'an increasingly agreeable, steadfast, composed, and perceptive, able to survive even in the face of relentless pursuit by immortals. In stark contrast, his daughter, consumed by vices such as alcoholism and gambling, displayed utter disrespect towards her father. Comparing the two, Miao Jing felt an urge to expel his daughter from his life. You two might as well hasten your wedding, Miao Jing suddenly remarked. In a fit of anger, Miao Xia's resolve crumbled as she weakly retorted. What nonsense are you spouting, old man? While speaking to her father, her eyes involuntarily glanced towards Jiang Ping'an. He replied, Master, there is nothing between the senior sister and me. Moreover, I already have a wife and daughter in the mortal realm. Upon hearing these words, Miao Xia was taken aback, a strange emotion swelling within her, making her crave a barrel of liquor. Miao Jing felt a twinge of disappointment, so the young man was already committed. It was regrettable, Xia, with her strong sense of independence, would never settle for being a concubine. Take good care of your senior sister. She has shed many tears for you over the years. And it pains me as a father to witness that, Miao Jing concluded as he turned to leave, allowing the two to converse privately. You useless celestial. You can't even slay a mere mortal. Miao Xia hurled a bottle of wine in the direction of her father's fading figure and then turned to Jiang Ping'an. Do not misconstrue my tears. They arise from guilt, not affection. Senior sister, you ought not to wallow in despair. Transform your sorrow into motivation. Drink less and confront your problems head-on. Avoidance will never resolve anything, Jiang Ping'an advised. Miao Xia, haunted by a past defeat, often resorted to alcohol to numb her feelings. Are you in a position to lecture me, you insufferable junior? I could easily shatter your skull, she exclaimed, gripping Jiang Ping'an by his collar and glaring into his eyes. Unfazed, Jiang Ping'an met her gaze. A single defeat does not equate to failure in life. After all, you are merely a century old. This is but the beginning. What does it mean to be invincible? It is to possess an unconquerable spirit. How can one tread the path of invincibility while remaining ensnared by a single failure? Cultivation is not solely about enhancing one's power. It also involves nurturing a resilient heart. Every hero in history has faced setbacks, yet they ultimately forged their own paths to greatness. Gradually, Miao Xia's anger subsided as she released Jiang Ping'an's collar, offering a wry smile. I understand the logic behind your words, yet I find it insurmountable. Senior sister, you need a goal, something worthy of your struggle. This goal should not be an abstract aspiration for a certain realm, but rather a pursuit so profound that you would chase it even unto death. Only then will you regain your confidence. What then is your own goal, diligent junior? Miao Xia sensed a fierce determination within Jiang Ping'an, a commitment to his purpose that propelled him forward through countless dangers. After a moment of silence, he replied, in the past, my goal was to attain immortality and resurrect my parents. Later, with a wife and daughter, my aspirations expanded. Ensuring the safety of my loved ones became another goal, one I would pursue even at the cost of my life. Senior sister, you too can find someone to love and build a family, thus gaining an additional sense of responsibility and fervor. With a resounding thud, Miao Xia propelled Jiang Ping'an into the air with a single punch. I am but a mere girl, not yet 100 years old. The notion of establishing a family is absurd. Do not attempt to persuade me. The junior disciple took his leave. Jiang Ping'an bowed respectfully and made his way to the training room. Miao Xia slumped into her chair, gazing at the ceiling, murmuring to herself, what is my goal? My true aspiration? She retrieved a flask of wine, preparing to indulge, when Jiang Ping'an's voice echoed in her ears, drink less. Who are you to advise me? You insufferable junior? I shall not heed your counsel. In a fit of anger, Miao Xia smashed the bottle to the ground. Scattering the precious wine were thousands of fairy crystals across the floor. Jiang Ping'an, I am extremely displeased. I shall take it out on you. Rising from her seat, Miao Xia entered the training chamber, accompanied by Jiang Ping'an's holy demon body avatar, heading towards the combat room. Meanwhile, the main body remained in the training room, wearing a wry smile, perplexed by his sister's erratic behavior. Zhuo Feng had been sent away, and Jiang Ping'an felt a wave of joy as he resumed his training. He produced a small, black-red sphere, around which the laws of gravity danced. This peculiar object had been bestowed upon him by the old man Zhuo Feng, who claimed to have found it in the ancient divine realm. It might be a drop of desiccated blood from an ancient deity, containing the essence of gravitational laws. This object was akin to an entire gravitational field law. Jiang Ping'an grasped the sphere and began to contemplate its mysteries. After half a day, his brow furrowed in concentration. 3 days later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide with realization. This is no mere drop of blood. Chapter 673. The essence of the ancient deity. Jiang Ping'an stared in astonishment at the black-red sphere before him. The energy contained within appeared minimal, and the laws seemed rather elementary. However, upon closer inspection, an uncanny quality revealed itself. Jiang Ping'an sensed that this object was extraordinary, likely a high-level treasure beyond his comprehension. What on earth is this? He pondered, using his celestial energy to cleanse the sphere, preparing to consume it in hopes of digestion. Such an endeavor proved futile. The voice of the skeleton from the crystal coffin resonated in his ears. Jiang Ping'an paused. What is this, esteemed skeleton? Essence, the skeleton replied matter-of-factly. Essence. Jiang Ping'an's heart raced. Anything associated with essence is surely valuable. Previously, merely obtaining a fragment of the world tree's essence had significantly enhanced his devouring talent. Esteemed skeleton, what essence is this? Is it comparable to the world tree's essence? He inquired humbly. That diminutive tree hardly qualifies as a world tree. Allow it to grow for 10 million years, and it would still pale in comparison to the essence you hold. The ancient realm you entered housed a deceased being whose essence is this. The essence of an ancient deity. Even the usually composed Jiang Ping'an could not contain his exhilaration at that moment. At that instant, the small sphere felt as heavy as the stars in his grasp. He immediately embraced the sphere and returned to his inner world, his heart racing with anticipation. An ancient deity. A terrifying being that consumed the energy of an entire world. One could scarcely fathom the value of such a life essence. Jiang Ping'an felt as though he were in a dream. That old rogue Zhuo Feng had actually bestowed upon him such a precious treasure. He couldn't help but wonder whether Zhuo Feng would slap himself in remorse upon learning of this. For a brief moment, Jiang Ping'an felt a twinge of guilt for having killed the man's grandson, but this sentiment was fleeting, soon overshadowed by boundless excitement. Senior, how should I refine this primordial essence? Previously, with Tan Guangshou's assistance, it had taken him several months to fully digest a mere strand of the world tree's essence. To assimilate this complete essence would undoubtedly prove far more difficult. With a creak, the crystal coffin was pushed open, and a skeletal hand emerged, waving dismissively as Jiang Ping'an's ancient god essence was sent flying from his grasp. Your current realm is incapable of digesting this. Even if you were to attain immortality, it would take you tens of thousands of years to refine it. Senior, what is this? Jiang Ping'an's heart raced as the ancient god essence was snatched away. Such an energyless object is of no use to me, the skeleton rasped, and in an instant, Jiang Ping'an heard a resounding crash as the ancient god essence was crushed into thousands of fragments. The essence is destroyed. Jiang Ping'an's eyes widened, his heart nearly shattering. This was the ancient god essence. How could it be obliterated by this skeleton? I shall erase the primordial memories of this essence for you. Otherwise, you would be at risk of being possessed. Such a powerful being could take over your body, leaving you with no chance to resist. The shattering of the essence will not affect the power within, making it easier for you to absorb. The skeletal hand waved gently, sending the myriad fragments flying towards Jiang Ping'an. He quickly caught them, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Senior. I was ignorant. It turned out the skeleton was aiding him in eliminating a crisis, and he had mistakenly thought it sought to steal his essence. The skeleton offered no reply, drawing the crystal coffin shut once more to resume its slumber, perhaps due to the erasure of the essence's consciousness. Jiang Ping'an finally sensed the immense power contained within the ancient god essence. Even a tiny fragment exuded a richness of law far surpassing that of the previous world tree essence. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jiang Ping'an eagerly took a minuscule shard of the ancient god essence, placing it in his mouth and swallowing it, directing it towards his immortal root to begin his contemplation. Among his three bodies, his primary form was the weakest, possessing only the ordinary 9-star power immortal root and 9-star gravity immortal root, along with a detoxification ability, making it rather unremarkable compared to the other two. If he could refine the ancient god essence, his primary body would become the strongest among the three. Of course, this would require a considerable amount of time. As Jiang Ping'an began to meditate on the ancient god essence, his form uncontrollably expanded. In just 3 months, during his 15-month cultivation in the Palace of Time, his size surged to 10 meters. His pure strength tripled. It was important to note that his current cultivation was already formidable. Such an exponential increase in power was truly terrifying. And this was merely from a year of understanding the ancient god essence. If he were to contemplate it for a millennium, he could scarcely imagine how powerful he would become, feeling as though he could shatter immortals with a mere slap. The only concern was that the more he comprehended the ancient god essence, the larger he would grow. To achieve a reduction in size, one must expend energy and celestial essence, which may hinder one's strength. It is uncertain how vast one's form could become upon fully comprehending the ancient divine source. Could one perhaps grasp the sun, moon, and stars with one's own hands? A few days later, in the combat chamber, Miao Xia patted Jiang Ping'an's wholly demonic avatar, observing with satisfaction his rapid growth, reminiscent of her own former brilliance. Though she spoke of her own past glory, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Among peers of the same rank, she found herself unable to suppress Jiang Ping'an. Miao Xia began to suspect that Jiang Ping'an had deceived her. He might not possess the 8-star talent he claimed. With his current combat prowess, he should be capable of entering the top 10 of his tier. Would you care to accompany me to the illusory moon's secret realm to partake in the assessments of the 5 great sects? I assure you, as your senior sister, I will not abandon you and will safeguard your well-being. If you are reluctant to go, it matters not. I will certainly assist you in retrieving the celestial essence fruit. As I have promised. They were preparing to set off for the illusory moon secret realm to compete for the celestial essence fruit. Initially, Miao Xia was indifferent to the matter, but having promised Jiang Ping'an that she would acquire a celestial essence fruit for him, she resolved to make the trip. Jiang Ping'an, feeling uneasy, decided to accompany her personally, as he was eager to meet the exceptional talents of the 5 great sects. Let us go? I will secure a place for you, Miao Xia declared, leading Jiang Ping'an away from the training room to the plaza where a golden warship lay anchored. Several elders were engaged in conversation, while numerous participating disciples stood in the background. Upon Miao Xia's arrival, Miao Jing remarked, "We've been waiting for you. Did you go off to have a child?" Miao Xia, exasperated, delivered a punch to his chest, admonishing him to behave more seriously as an elder. Who could have imagined that the fearsome Miao Jing of the illusory moon domain would exhibit such levity? My younger brother wishes to participate. Grant him a place. Miao Xia proudly indicated Jiang Ping'an. Miao Jing's demeanor instantly shifted to seriousness. Father is aware of your affection for Jiang Ping'an, but this cannot be so recklessly disregarded. This competition pertains to the celestial essence fruit and the reputation of our sect. Participants are the elite prodigies of the 4 great powers, and frivolity is unacceptable. My younger brother is exceptionally strong, Miao Xia interjected confidently, and in the early stages of the domain realm, he can undoubtedly rank among the top 10 of his level. The elders exchanged skeptical glances, filled with disbelief. How long had Jiang Ping'an been with the Yu Huang celestial sect? He had spent years evading capture. With only a few years dedicated to focused cultivation, even with rapid growth, it was implausible for him to possess the strength to enter the top 10. Sensing their doubt, Miao Xia insisted, "If you do not believe me, allow my brother to compete against them." The quota had already been determined, and the celestial ship was about to embark. There was no time for a duel, so Miao Jing declined to grant her request, unwilling to show favoritism. Certain matters could be indulged, but those that affected the interests and larger picture of the sect must never be treated lightly. Chapter 674. A moment's time, you old fool. Do you not care for your own disciples? Miao Xia was nearly fuming with anger at her father's refusal. Do you not know the reason I took on disciples? He retorted. Who compelled me to do so? Miao Jing showed no regard for his daughter, allowing Jiang Ping'an to observe the battle and even to participate. As they boarded the celestial ship and prepared to set sail, a brief moment passed in silence before Jiang Ping'an unexpectedly spoke up. The attention of the onlookers shifted towards him. Esteemed elders, he began, grant me but a moment. Please allow me to challenge the 10th-ranked disciple of the initial realm. Should I prevail, it will demonstrate my suitability for combat. If I fail, a mere moment of your time will not hinder the journey. A moment? The crowd's expressions turned peculiar. To think one could defeat the 10th-ranked disciple of the sect in such a brief span was absurd. Even the 5th or 6th-ranked disciples could not conclude a battle so swiftly. This was no longer mere arrogance, it was sheer folly. Once viewed as a composed disciple, Jiang Ping'an's true nature was now in question. Half a moment. Miao Xia, in her vexation, have the time allotted. Very well, I shall accept the challenge. The 10th-ranked male disciple of the initial realm stepped forth, adorned with a crimson long sword at his waist, his stature regal. Our Yu Huangxian sect has always championed the capable. May my junior's confidence be matched by his prowess. Several elders shook their heads in resignation, bemused by the impulsiveness of youth. One elder unfurled a blue array flag, from which emerged runic energies, forming a barrier that enveloped the 2 combatants. You have but a moment. In truth, there was no need for this duel. Even if Jiang Ping'an possessed formidable strength, victory in such a fleeting time was implausible. However, to appease Miao Xia's emotions and quell her frustrations, this opportunity was granted. Otherwise, her drunken antics could become quite troublesome, even for the sect leader. Jiang Ping'an clasped his fists in respect. Elder brother, I seek your guidance. Please, junior brother, take the first move. Allow me to give you this opportunity, replied the swordsman. Thank you, elder brother, Jiang Ping'an acknowledged, as he unleashed his battle intent, a formidable aura surging forth. The expression of his opponent shifted to one of grave seriousness. Is this the essence of battle? It is powerful enough to evoke a hint of trepidation within him. Nonetheless, he would not falter. He drew his longsword, its blade slicing through the air as the powerful sword domain clashed with Jiang Ping'an's battle intent, winds howling within the barrier. as a sword cultivator. He could level mountains and seas with a single strike and would never yield in fear. Jiang Ping'an activated the 6th level of the newly mastered Battle God technique. Over the years, aside from comprehending the laws, he had devoted himself to this technique. The 6th level of the Battle God technique bestowed a 7-fold enhancement of his combat prowess. Celestial runes swirled around him, the echoes of ancient war songs resonating. As his previously subdued aura transformed dramatically, in that instant, Jiang Ping'an resembled a deity emerging from an ancient battlefield. The surrounding disciples were taken aback, their faces etched with astonishment. What a terrifying presence! Even the elders wore solemn expressions. What kind of technique is this, to enhance one's power to such an extent? The journey is far from over. Jiang Ping'an activated the minor wuxiang technique, his form expanding to span thousands of meters. Adorned with the tribal totem patterns of the barbarian race that surged his combat prowess twofold. Entering the state of selflessness, a black battle soul coalesced into armor that enveloped him. Jiang Ping'an clenched his fists as the laws of destruction, battle intent, gravity, and strength converged at that moment. Swirling around his fists, as he raised his hands, the very fabric of the void began to warp. His starry eyes shone brilliantly, and his black hair billowed. "Brother, please brace for defense." A swordsman, trembling, emerged from his shock. Suddenly recalling urgent matters at home, he exclaimed, "Wait. I must take leave from the sect to attend to family affairs. This opportunity shall be granted to junior brother Jiang." With that declaration, he swiftly took flight, his sword slicing through the air. Truly, as the 10th-ranked disciple in the early stage of the domain realm, his speed was astonishing. The disciple was nearly paralyzed with fear. Jiang Ping'an had not only grasped the complete domain of battle intent, but had also comprehended the law of destruction. Should he be struck by that law, he would have no chance of reconstructing his body. In a typical confrontation, even if a cultivator's body was obliterated, as long as they had sufficient energy, they could generally reconstruct themselves. However, the law of destruction was unique. If one's body were shattered, reconstruction would be nearly impossible, leaving only a wait for death. Perhaps he could last for the duration of a cup of tea, but he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Rather than endure a beating, it was wiser to flee. The opponent was indeed stronger. "Esteemed elders, I sincerely apologize, but I must request leave due to family matters. Please allow me to relinquish my opportunity to Jiang Shidi." The shock on the faces of the elders was unmistakable. They could discern Jiang Ping'an's current strength through his aura, which undoubtedly surpassed the 10th rank. He might possess combat power equivalent to that of the 5th or 6th rank. The rapid growth of Jiang Ping'an over the span of mere decades astonished everyone. "Truly, my disciple is remarkable," Miao Jing said with pride. Miao Xia cast a disdainful glance at her father. "What does this have to do with you? I have been the one guiding him all along. Moreover, just moments ago, you claimed you had no connection to him." One elder, regaining composure, addressed the frightened swordsman. "Since you have matters at home, then let this opportunity be bestowed upon Jiang Ping'an." "Thank you for your understanding, elder." The swordsman departed on his sword. Jiang Ping'an seamlessly acquired the opportunity, taking less than a moment to do so. "Now, it is time to set forth," an elder declared. The group boarded the warship together. "Remarkable. I did not anticipate your talent to be so exceptional," Wang Yang said, approaching Jiang Ping'an with a smile, his broadsword slung across his back. "I owe much to your assistance back in the day. Otherwise, I would not be who I am today. Brother, you are on the verge of breaking through to the human immortal realm, are you not?" Jiang Ping'an observed that Wang Yang's aura had reached the pinnacle of the domain realm. Wang Yang shook his head. "It is not so easily achieved. Attaining immortality requires the right opportunity. It is normal to be stuck at this stage for tens of thousands of years. Such matters cannot be rushed. In the future, junior brother, do not be hasty in your pursuit of ascension to immortality, for that may lead to failure. Should you become a loose immortal, even with your exceptional talent, further progress would be exceedingly difficult, leaving you stagnated as a loose immortal." Jiang Ping'an nodded in gratitude, thanking his senior brother for the guidance, vowing to remember the teachings. Suddenly, the celestial vessel trembled violently, ethereal runes manifesting around it as the massive ship tore through the void, heading towards the illusory moon's secret realm. This realm, left behind by the illusory moon dynasty, was once the greatest power in the illusory moon domain, ruling over it entirely, thus giving the domain its name. However, for reasons unknown, the entire illusory moon dynasty collapsed in an instant. Rumors circulated that the illusory moon domain had provoked a formidable force, leading to its annihilation. Others claimed that it had become entangled in a dreadful fate, encountering something it should not have, resulting in a cursed downfall. The precise cause of the illusory moon dynasty's demise remains a mystery to the outside world. Nonetheless, after its fall, the 5 great celestial sects emerged, which are now the reigning factions. Presently, the 5 great celestial sects control the illusory moon's secret realm. Miao Xia cautioned Jiang Ping'an, advising him to maintain a low profile upon entering the illusory moon's secret realm. Despite his talents, he would be inconspicuous among the 5 great celestial sects. Even she, as his senior sister, had faced defeat. Thus, he must avoid any ostentatious displays. Rest assured, senior sister, I understand. You know me well, Jiang Ping'an replied steadily. Miao Xia nodded, reassured by her junior's prudence, which surpassed even that of her father, ensuring she felt at ease. Chapter 675, Borrowing Money. Senior sister. How shall we compete for the celestial origin fruit? Jiang Ping'an inquired of Miao Xia, wishing to prepare by understanding the rules of the competition. It must be a contest of martial skills, he presumed. Miao Xia, having sparred with Jiang Ping'an for the past few months, was not entirely clear about the regulations regarding the contest for the celestial origin fruit. It is not a martial competition, Wang Yang interjected. Within the illusory moon's secret realm lies a grand formation capable of manifesting the genius cultivators of the illusory moon dynasty from yesteryear. Our task is to challenge these prodigies. The ranking will be determined by the number of projections we defeat, and only the top contender of each realm will be awarded a celestial origin fruit. Miao Xia's expression turned serious. She had not anticipated battling the former geniuses of the illusory moon dynasty. This competition for the celestial origin fruit was indeed formidable. At its zenith, the illusory moon dynasty had dominated the entire illusory moon domain, far surpassing the current 5 great celestial sects, whose disciples were undeniably powerful. The disciples of the illusory moon dynasty had later become the ancestors of the 5 great celestial sects. Meanwhile, the 4 great powers, Beiwang Celestial Sect, Tianlan Celestial Mansion, Sword Immortal Sect, and Lingyue Kingdom, set forth towards the illusory moon's secret realm. The contest of talents among the 5 factions was about to commence. Aboard the celestial vessel of Tianlan Celestial Mansion, the Grand Elder Tan Guangshou gazed at his disciple Bai Fan and remarked, I have heard you absorbed all the energy from the Tianlan Celestial Pool. My apologies for causing trouble, Master, Bai Fan replied. Though it was not Jiang Ping'an who had absorbed it. Rather, it was entirely taken by that skeleton. Haha, no need to apologize. I have provided you with funds. So the more energy you absorb, the better, Tan Guangshou responded, unfazed. He had contributed a celestial artifact. Hence the more energy absorbed, the more advantageous it was for him, as it would benefit his future avatar. How much has your talent improved? Tan Guangshou eagerly inquired. Master, I have ascended to the 8-star celestial route, Jiang Ping'an declared. Haha. Splendid. Truly splendid. Tan Guangshou beamed, his smile wide. An 8-star celestial route is considered a top-tier talent within the Tianlan Immortal Manor. Should one attain the 9 stars, they would be deemed an exceptionally rare prodigy. The celestial artifact contributed was indeed not in vain. In this contest for the celestial essence Dao fruit, ensure you perform admirably and do not bring shame upon your master. Once the competition concludes, I shall merge with you, allowing you to become my avatar. Although Tan Guangshou initially intended to wait until Jiang Ping'an was closer to achieving immortality before seizing his consciousness, he now yearned to experiment with this devouring power sooner. Yes, Master, Jiang Ping'an replied, clasping his fists in respect. Master, due to my unique talent, my resource consumption is rather significant. The celestial crystals you previously provided have been exhausted. Upon hearing this, the smile on Tan Guangshou's face diminished considerably. He had previously bestowed upon him 10,000 celestial crystals, which were now entirely depleted. The consumption of devouring power was indeed excessive. Reluctantly, Tan Guangshou produced another storage ring and tossed it to Jiang Ping'an, saying, Here are another 10,000 celestial crystals. Conserve them and do not waste. Thank you, Master. Jiang Ping'an internally scoffed. How stingy, only 10,000 celestial crystals. Alas, this would likely be the last opportunity to extract resources from this old man, as he was soon to depart. Contemplating this, Jiang Ping'an felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. risking his life to journey to the Tianlan Immortal Manor only to return with such meager spoils? When Tan Guangshou left to confer with other elders, Jiang Ping'an approached a fellow cultivator. "Senior brother, might I borrow some celestial crystals? My unique talent leads to considerable consumption, and I find myself lacking. I assure you I will return them once this competition concludes." The cultivator paused momentarily, recognizing who Bai Fan was, yet feeling unfamiliar with him. Why was he requesting to borrow celestial crystals? However, upon recalling Bai Fan's esteemed status, he greeted him warmly. "Junior brother, you are too modest. We are all of the same sect, and it is only right to assist one another. How much do you wish to borrow?" Had this individual been an ordinary disciple, he would have swiftly dismissed him. But this was the disciple of the Grand Elder, possessing a formidable devouring talent, who had effortlessly defeated even the 9th-ranked Kameng. Such a person was worth cultivating a rapport with for future endeavors. 5,000 celestial crystals. "Do you have that much, senior brother?" Jiang Ping'an inquired. 5,000 is a bit excessive, yet I can manage, the cultivator replied. Having recently earned a bounty from ambushing and slaying 2 disciples of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect in the ancient god Small World, he generously handed over the 5,000 celestial crystals, unconcerned about the possibility of Jiang Ping'an defaulting on the debt. This Bai Fan is the Grand Elder's disciple. Would he ever renege? He could hardly escape. "Junior brother, once this competition concludes, let us band together to deal with the disciples of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. I have heard rumors of a battle body emerging from their ranks. Such a being must be eradicated swiftly. Indeed, I have also heard of this battle body. We cannot allow it to grow stronger," Jiang Ping'an concurred. After conversing for a while and arranging to ambush the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect's battle body post-competition, Jiang Ping'an approached another cultivator adorned with a golden mask, clad in white garments with hair as white as snow. This individual is none other than Ouyang Luoxue, a prodigy of merely 16 years, holding the esteemed rank of first among those in the early stages of the domain realm. Ouyang Luoxue, adorned with a mask that obscures his visage, emanates an enigmatic aura, shrouded in a veil of mist. "Senior brother, could you lend me a few celestial crystals?" Jiang Ping'an had yet to finish his request when Ouyang Luoxue waved his hand dismissively, casting a storage pouch towards him. A voice, cold and detached, emerged from beneath the mask. "Do not disturb me." As Jiang Ping'an's consciousness probed into the pouch, he was astounded to discover a staggering 10,000 celestial crystals within. "Good heavens, this is far more generous than my stingy master. Truly, he is the son of the estate lord." "Thank you, senior brother," Jiang Ping'an said before turning to seek out others. Over the course of the following month, Jiang Ping'an became well acquainted with many disciples of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. A total of 60 cultivators were selected to participate in the upcoming battle, with 30 having comprehended the laws of profundity and another 30 mastering the laws of the domain. Except for a few cultivators who were truly devoid of resources, Jiang Ping'an managed to secure loans from nearly all, amassing over 200,000 celestial crystals. In the immortal realm, 1 million celestial crystals could procure an ordinary immortal artifact. Everyone had faith in him, for he was a disciple of the Grand Elder and a genius. It was inconceivable that he would default on such a trivial amount and tarnish his reputation. Yet, little did these cultivators know, Jiang Ping'an genuinely intended to abscond. The warship of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion arrived at the Mirage Moon Secret Realm. The realm is perpetually cloaked in night, though not in darkness. 2 crescent-shaped celestial bodies float above, casting a soft, gentle radiance that envelopes the entire secret realm in tranquility. When the 5 major immortal sects arrived, the secret realm was bustling with activity, transformed into a training ground for cultivation. As long as one pays the requisite resources, entry for training and exploration is permitted. However, certain vital training locations and resources remain under the control of the 5 immortal sects, such as the Immortal Origin Dao fruit tree. The fruit of the Immortal Origin Dao grows slowly, requiring extensive time to bear fruit. Yet, once it matures, it yields fruit every century, equating to several resources of artifact-level quality every 100 years. Naturally, the 5 major sects would not relinquish such resources easily. Chapter 676. The Mirage Moon Secret Realm. Commencement of the contest. The Tianlan Immortal Mansion has also arrived. Numerous cultivators and members of smaller factions gathered to witness the spectacle, eager to behold breathtaking contests, as such an assembly of the 5 major immortal sects is a rare occurrence. There are only 6 immortal origin Dao fruits. It remains uncertain which faction will acquire them. Rumor has it that consuming one of these fruits significantly enhances the probability of ascension to immortality. If only I could obtain one. Don't dream. With your cultivation, if you were to consume one, others would immediately devour you. The 2 moons hung in the night sky, their mysterious light illuminating the secret realm. The flying vessels of the 5 major immortal sects descended upon a massive stone platform floating in the void, inscribed with intricate and esoteric immortal patterns. An ancient voice resonated from the worship of the Tianlan Immortal Sect. Let us dispense with superfluous words. The acquisition of the immortal origin Dao fruit depends solely on strength. As per the previously established rules, let us commence. Agreed. The 5 major powers, devoid of hesitation, dispatched a celestial being each, who descended upon the stone platform, infusing it with their ethereal energy. In an instant, the previously tranquil stone surface erupted with dazzling brilliance. Resembling a resplendent moon, the runes inscribed upon it appeared to come alive, swirling in the air and forming colossal steps. A total of 99 steps emerged, each adorned with a projection, summing up to 99 in total. Each projection represented a prodigy of the illusory moon dynasty from times past, with their combat prowess ascending from the base to the apex. The initial projections bore the strength equivalent to that of early-stage integration realm cultivators, referred to in the celestial realm as practitioners of the profound principle. Let the contest commence. Each participant is granted but a single opportunity to challenge. Defeat signifies the end of their endeavor, and ranking shall be determined by the number of adversaries vanquished. Only the victor shall receive a celestial essence fruit. Should there be ties among 2 or more participants, they shall engage in combat to ascertain the rightful owner of the celestial essence fruit. The rules are straightforward. It is merely a matter of who can defeat the most projections. In the event of an equal number of defeated projections, a duel will ensue to resolve the matter. The early-stage integration realm cultivators from the 5 celestial sects ascended the stone platform. I shall go first, proclaimed an early-stage cultivator of the body refinement path from the North Wilderness sect, stepping forth to the first step. As he set foot upon it, the projection of the first step was activated. The projection unsheathed a long sword from its waist, unleashing a tempestuous aura that surged forth. The sword intent soared skyward, charging towards the body refinement cultivator like a roaring dragon, exuding an overwhelming might. The cultivator from the North Wilderness sect's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the projection's terrifying combat strength. He swiftly initiated his defenses, golden light barriers materializing before him. However, his defenses seemed as fragile as paper, shattered instantaneously by the oncoming sword energy, cleaving his body in twain at the waist, blood staining the ground. A celestial from the North Wilderness sect acted swiftly, pulling the injured cultivator down from the platform. Had this celestial delayed, even slightly, the cultivator would have been reduced to mere fragments. The onlookers were struck with astonishment. The projection's power was indeed formidable. With a single strike, the body refinement cultivator from the North Wilderness sect had been defeated. This was a prodigy ranked among the top 10 of the North Wilderness sect. Truly, the disciples of the illusory moon dynasty were astonishingly powerful. Even the one ranked 99 exhibited such overwhelming strength. No one mocked the defeated cultivator. It was not a matter of his weakness, but rather the projection's might. At the peak of the illusory moon dynasty, it dominated the entire illusory moon realm, far more formidable than the combined forces of the current 5 powers. Naturally, disciples nurtured under such a regime would be exceptional. The celestial from the North Wilderness sect administered healing to the injured cultivator, cautioning the other disciples against participating if they lacked sufficient strength to avoid injury or worse. Other elders from the sects echoed similar sentiments. Only the top 3 in the same realm had a chance to conquer multiple projections. For the others, even defeating 1 or 2 would yield little advantage. Miao Xia turned to Jiang Ping'an beside her, advising, "Did you witness that? This is the terrifying prowess of celestial cultivators. Do not take it lightly." She feared Jiang Ping'an might tread the same perilous path she once did. Miao Xia, once buoyed by her prodigious talent and a sense of invincibility, believed she could effortlessly triumph over all challengers. Ultimately, her defeat left her in a prolonged state of despondency. Jiang Ping'an, however, remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed intently upon the battlefield, replaying the recent sword strike in his mind, mentally simulating how to engage in combat at the same level. Observing Jiang Ping'an's dazed expression, Miao Xia misinterpreted his shock as a profound impact from the battle. Another cultivator from the North Wilderness Immortal Sect stepped forward to issue a challenge. This swordsman was evidently a paragon of the sect's swordsmanship, standing resilient against the formidable projections. Thus commenced a fierce contest among the talented. The 5 great immortal sects and various factions watched the battle with utmost seriousness. After the passage of an hour, the swordsman emerged victorious, ascending to the second platform to confront the next projection. The second projection was markedly stronger than the previous opponent, and the clash endured for an entire day before concluding. The swordsmen from the North Wilderness Immortal Sect fought valiantly over the course of more than 10 days, ultimately succumbing to the projection at the 6th level. The onlookers were filled with a sense of melancholy. This individual, the foremost cultivator of the North Wilderness Immortal Sect in the early stages of the profound meaning realm, had managed to defeat merely 5 opponents, falling far short of the illustrious ranks of the Huanyu dynasty. It was indeed commendable, for these projections represented the myriad talents of the Huanyu dynasty, honed over countless years, and thus immensely formidable. The North Wilderness swordsman gazed upward at the more than 90 projections, a bittersweet smile of helplessness etched upon his face. He had always been a standout amongst his peers, regarded as a prodigy in the eyes of fellow cultivators and a pillar in the words of his elders, basking in accolades while enduring countless envious and jealous glances. He had believed that he could carve a path to greater heights in the immortal realm. Yet, this battle had stripped him of all his pride. Despite his utmost efforts, he had only vanquished 5 foes. The remaining 94 loomed before him like insurmountable mountains, suffocating him with their weight. An elder from the North Wilderness Immortal Sect patted his shoulder, offering words of consolation. "You performed admirably. Do not bear such heavy burdens. The immortal realm is replete with extraordinary talents that we may never hope to reach." Taking a deep breath, the swordsman endeavored to suppress the tumult of emotions within. Indeed, while he may not measure up to the premier geniuses of the Huanyu dynasty, he was undeniably a paragon among the 5 great sects, and those who could surpass him were few. Other cultivators gradually ascended the platform to engage in combat. As anticipated, few were able to defeat 5 opponents. Many only managed to best 1 or 2 before their own defeat. The elite prodigies of the 5 great immortal sects and the talents of the Huanyu dynasty existed on entirely different planes. The contests among the early profound meaning realm cultivators persisted for over 3 months. Ultimately, a cultivator from the Lingyu kingdom emerged victorious, having conquered 6 opponents, thus claiming the coveted first place and securing a spot for an immortal origin fruit. The Lingyu cultivator's face radiated pride. For a faction of their stature, an immortal origin fruit was not particularly precious, but the prestige it conferred was paramount. In the presence of numerous cultivators and various factions, obtaining an immortal origin fruit served as a testament to their strength, likely attracting more cultivators to join the ranks of the Lingyu kingdom. Chapter 677. Intense confrontation. The other 4 major factions were growing anxious. With only 5 fruits remaining, failing to secure even one would bring disgrace in the illusory moon domain, severely affecting the sect's reputation and potentially hindering their ability to recruit disciples. Zhuo Feng, Yu Yun, Wang Yang, Miao Xia, come forth. This competition has been prolonged, and we shall guide you in the training chamber, instructed several elders from the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. They took the top 3 contenders from each realm to the training room aboard the celestial ship for further instruction. It is often said that sharpening one's sword right before battle can yield unexpected brilliance. The competition would last for an extended period, perhaps providing a slight enhancement to the talent's abilities. As for the lower-ranked cultivators, their potential had already been maximized, rendering specialized training unnecessary. Other immortal sects were engaging in similar endeavors, focusing on nurturing their foremost talents. Regardless, securing a spot for an immortal origin fruit was a matter of prestige. On the warship of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, a lower-ranked cultivator side, we have little hope left. It took great effort to arrive at this secret realm. Exploring other areas might yield some fortuitous encounters. Another individual concurred. Indeed, it would be better to explore the secret realm. I heard that in the last expedition, one of our disciples discovered a crystal coffin, rumored to emanate a powerful aura of the immortal path, likely an immortal artifact. Unfortunately, That disciple was hunted down by the scoundrels from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion and perished, along with the artifact. The incident regarding the crystal coffin had once stirred considerable excitement in the illusory moon domain, but as time passed, it faded from discussions. Jiang Shidi, would you care to join us in exploring the secret realm? A cultivator enthusiastically invited Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an politely replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, senior brother. But I must participate in the competition, so I shall not accompany you. You still intend to compete?" The surrounding cultivators looked at Jiang Ping'an in astonishment. For those ranked lower, the prospect of contending for the top was virtually non-existent. Participating seemed a mere waste of time, devoid of significance. A nearby cultivator remarked, "Perhaps Jiang Shidi merely wishes to engage with the projections for some sparring and broaden his horizons." None believed that Jiang Ping'an harbored aspirations of claiming first place. They assumed he merely sought to witness the prowess of these elite prodigies. Since that is the case, Jiang Shidi, we shall take our leave. The other cultivators departed in pairs to explore the secret realm. Beneath the luminous twin moons, Jiang Ping'an remained on the warship, continuing to observe. In his mind, he engaged in combat with the projections of the 5 great immortal sects and the illusory moon dynasty. Radiant immortal techniques danced across the expansive steppes, while various supreme divine bodies showcased their myriad powers. The clash of weapons resonated like a symphony, narrating the tales of each cultivator. The contest among mid-stage cultivators in the realm of profundities endured for over 4 months. During this fierce confrontation, the cultivators from the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, the Sword Immortal Sect, and the Lingyue Kingdom defeated the 6th projection but succumbed to the 7th. Ultimately, the Lingyue Kingdom emerged victorious in this contest, securing the qualification for an immortal origin fruit. In the Kingdom of Lingyue, which inherited a significant portion of the legacy of the Moonlit Dynasty, the royal bloodline was established, making it the most formidable among the 5 great celestial sections. During the 3rd contest, the Yushur lineage of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, utilizing the talent of mutual injury, caused their opponents to annihilate themselves, ultimately defeating 7 adversaries and securing the coveted spot for the 3rd celestial Yuan Dao fruit. Following this triumph, the elders of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion immediately mocked the Yu Huang Immortal Sect, exclaiming, "Ha! You of the Yu Huang Immortal Sect have proven yourselves inept, failing to seize even a single celestial Yuan Dao fruit. It is laughable that you are so utterly incapable." The discord between the 2 factions was irreconcilable, and they seized the opportunity to deride their rival. Elder Miao Jing of the Yu Huang Immortal Sect, shedding his previous elegance, wore a face filled with murderous intent. Looking exceedingly fierce, were it not for the ongoing contest, he would have undoubtedly charged forward. "Rest assured, Elder Miao, I shall secure victory in this contest," declared Zhuo Feng, who bore a large blade upon his back, his countenance solemn and exuding an air of dominance. He belonged to the Shao lineage of the Yu Huang Immortal Sect, the same as the sect leader. Just give it your all. The Tianlan Immortal Mansion is no trivial matter. The Mansion Lord's son is of the same realm as you and possesses formidable combat prowess. Elder Miao Jing possessed intelligence regarding the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, being aware of some details concerning Ouyang Luoxue. With resolve, Zhuo Feng unsheathed his great blade and stepped onto the battlefield. Upon his arrival, he immediately employed the celestial technique Divine Feather Technique, sprouting a pair of golden wings from his back. As he flapped these wings, a radiant golden light flashed, and the projection of an early-stage opponent was swiftly dispatched. What astonishing speed! Is this the foremost technique of the moonlit domain? It was not merely speed that astounded the spectators. His swordsmanship was equally impressive. The dominant blade slash combined with the divine feather technique represented the pinnacle of the Yu Huang Immortal Sect's abilities. Few cultivators could master both techniques. Yet Zhuo Feng had accomplished this feat, marking him as a remarkable individual. The Yu Huang Immortal Sect might indeed claim a celestial Yuan Dao fruit at this realm. Perhaps not, cautioned Elder Miao, for the Tianlan Immortal Mansion also houses an extraordinary talent. A mere 16 years of age, he sweeps through his peers with unparalleled aptitude. Brandishing his great blade, Zhuo Feng soared to the 2nd tier, where he continued to conclude battles with a single strike, only encountering significant resistance upon reaching the 3rd tier. On board the warship of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, the leading elder addressed Ouyang Luoxue, stating, "This Zhuo Feng is the only individual you must be wary of at this realm. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, The victor of this contest will undoubtedly emerge from among the two of you. Ouyang Luoxue, adorned in a golden mask, nodded. Her gaze fixated intently on Zhuo Feng, her expression grave. Zhuo Feng engaged in fierce combat, with the battle raging for 25 days until he ascended to the 9th tier. This monumental feat evoked tremendous excitement among the 5 great celestial sects and the observing cultivators. He became the first cultivator to reach the 9th tier. However, in the end, Zhuo Feng was ultimately defeated, concluding his performance with the defeat of 8 opponents. The foremost cultivator of the early-stage realm in the kingdom of Lingyue lamented. He is exceptionally strong. I cannot compare. There is no need for me to compete. Through the course of battle, Zhuo Feng's might was unmistakably revealed. The kingdom of Lingyue, along with the Northern Wilderness Immortal Sect and the Sword Immortal Sect, conceded the contest, acknowledging that Zhuo Feng's combat prowess surpassed theirs by a notable margin. The Grand Elder of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, Tan Guangshou, observed Zhuo Feng's formidable strength with palpable discontent. Initially, he had hoped to showcase his disciple, Bai Fan, but it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. Bai Fan's participation would merely serve as a backdrop. In this realm, perhaps only Ouyang Luoxue could rival Zhuo Feng. Adorned with a golden mask, flowing white hair, and dressed in white robes, Ouyang Luoxue stepped onto the battlefield. Intent on determining who was the strongest, who would be acknowledged as the foremost in this domain. Chapter 678. Jiang Ping'an takes the stage. Ouyang Luoxue, much like Zhuo Feng, swiftly dispatched the first 2 tiers of cultivators with ease, only encountering some resistance on the 3rd tier. Utilizing the celestial technique, Moonlit Steps, a premier agility technique, she deftly navigated the steps, employing various powerful spells to triumph over opponent after opponent as she ascended. Her breathtaking performance elicited gasps of astonishment. Was she truly only 16? Such prowess was terrifying. In terms of age, Ouyang Luoxue had already surpassed Zhuo Feng. It was perplexing how these prodigies cultivated their abilities. While it took years for him to comprehend a single principle, they, at such a tender age, not only grasped principles, but also mastered numerous top-tier celestial techniques. Witnessing the battle of these extraordinary talents, many cultivators felt increasingly like mere spectators in this world, wholly unable to compare themselves to such monstrous talents. Ouyang Luoxue also ascended to the 9th tier in just 25 days, but ultimately faced defeat. In this realm, within the entire moonlit domain, no one could overcome the 9th contender. Ouyang Luoxue descended the steps, her body marred with wounds. An elder spoke. Since both Ouyang Luoxue and Zhuo Feng have defeated 8 opponents, achieving identical results, they shall duel to determine who will claim the celestial source Dao fruit. Allow Ouyang Luoxue a day to recuperate. Tomorrow, she will compete against Zhuo Feng. The crowd was unsurprised by this outcome. They had anticipated a confrontation between the two. Speculation arose regarding who might emerge victorious, with many sensing their strengths were comparable. Zhuo Feng was likely to prevail, given his greater age and extensive combat experience, which would surely confer an advantage at the same level. Perhaps Ouyang Luoxue harbored hidden abilities. It was hard to say. As the crowd began to speculate on the impending duel, Jiang Ping'an quietly descended from the warship, advancing towards the staircase formed by the array. Is there someone else seeking a challenge? A few spectators noticed Jiang Ping'an, casting puzzled glances his way. Who is he? Is he formidable? I've never seen him before. Perhaps he merely intends a casual challenge. Don't waste time. I wish to witness tomorrow's showdown. Someone shouted in discontent upon seeing Jiang Ping'an approach. If others continued to challenge, the anticipated duel would be postponed, disrupting the viewing of the top-tier prodigies clash. Tan Guangshou, the Grand Elder of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, observed this spectacle with a sardonic tone directed at the elder from the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. Ah, so your Feather Emperor Immortal Sect harbors hidden talents, seeking to surpass the 9th tier's projections? Haha. Miao Jing disregarded the taunts, addressing Jiang Ping'an. There is no need to proceed. You cannot match the caliber of these two. Silence yourself, old man. Miao Xia emerged from the cabin, having timed her break from cultivation to witness the battle. Miao Jing's countenance darkened. Ever since Jiang Ping'an's arrival, his daughter had scolded him more frequently than before. He had invited Jiang Ping'an back out of consideration for his reputation. But now, his presence merely served as a backdrop. A mere backdrop? That is hardly the case. The man I have trained shall never be relegated to such a role. He possesses the capability to conquer the 7th layer projection, at the very least. Miao Xia embraced a massive granary, her gaze toward Jiang Ping'an brimming with trust. He possesses the prowess to reach the 7th layer? A flicker of surprise crossed Miao Jing's face, his disbelief palpable. To triumph over the 7th layer projection signifies that Jiang Ping'an wields top-tier combat strength at his level. Zhuo Feng and Ouyang Luoxue are exceptional individuals, allowing them to defeat the 8th layer projection. The foremost contenders from other factions typically only match the 7th layer standard. If Jiang Ping'an truly possesses such ability, attempting a challenge would not be a disgrace. Yet, does he genuinely possess such prowess? It seems rather improbable. In response to her father's skepticism, Miao Xia dismissed the need for explanation, simply stating, "Just watch." Having battled alongside Jiang Ping'an for several months, she was most aware of his capabilities. Unfazed by the surrounding murmurs, Jiang Ping'an calmly ascended the first step. As the projection activated and prepared to engage in domain combat, Jiang Ping'an transformed into a bolt of black lightning, teleporting forward and invoking the principles of destruction with a single, mighty punch. With a resounding crash, the punch landed, and the projection disintegrated into shimmering runes, dissipating into the air. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Black lightning. What a terrifying aura of destruction. What manner of power is this? He was able to obliterate his opponent on the first tier with a single blow. Upon hearing the gasps from the crowd, several cultivators who had previously been oblivious turned their attention toward the spectacle. Jiang Ping'an soared to the 2nd step. The adversary at this level was several times more formidable than the one at the first. The enemy immediately unleashed their domain, sweeping toward Jiang Ping'an. He countered by activating his battle intent domain, enveloping the opponent in a powerful aura of combat pressure that caused the projection's domain to flicker and tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ping'an teleported forward, unlocking the 6th layer of his combat divine technique, amplifying his strength 7-fold. His roaring fists surged forth, instantly tearing his opponent to shreds, the projection dissolving into a multitude of runes. With his hair billowing and without a hint of hesitation or pause, Jiang Ping'an strode across the void toward the 3rd step. The battle intent laws. It is the laws of battle intent. A battle body. He is indeed a battle body. Many were profoundly stirred by the domain Jiang Ping'an unleashed. Miao Xia, the apex prodigy of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, was also a battle body, having swept through her contemporaries and rendered herself nearly invincible at her level. Now, the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect had birthed another battle body. Could he be Miao Xia's son? The elders of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion furrowed their brows. This battle body hails from the lower realm, having cultivated for only a few years. How does he seem so formidable? They had some knowledge of Jiang Ping'an, but did not anticipate his rapid growth. An increasing number of cultivators turned their gazes toward Jiang Ping'an. Zhuo Feng and Ouyang Luoxue wore solemn expressions. Jiang Ping'an, unbeknownst to all, has invoked a mysterious technique that has significantly augmented his combat prowess, emanating an aura of formidable strength. As he ascended to the 3rd tier, his adversary was none other than a premier swordsman, proficient in the supreme technique of the Feathered Emperor's celestial sect, known as the dominant blade technique. Many of the legacies of the Feathered Emperor's sect trace their origins to the illusory Moon Dynasty. Thus, it is not surprising that this projection wields such a formidable skill. As the swordsman raised his blade, a tempestuous aura disrupted the very fabric of the void, unleashing a tyrannical sweep of the blade toward Jiang Ping'an, as if to cleave the heavens asunder. In that moment, Jiang Ping'an entered a state of selflessness, conjuring a shield of dark thunder, advancing rather than retreating, directly charging to confront the projection. The clash of shield against blade produced a piercing sound. In the fleeting instant of their engagement, Jiang Ping'an deftly maneuvered to the right of the projection, unleashing a devastating punch. With a resounding impact, overwhelming force erupted, and in a mere heartbeat, the projection was shattered into fragments. While Zhuo Feng and Ouyang Luoxue battled the projection, Jiang Ping'an engaged in a mental duel within his own mind. Fully aware of the projection's vulnerabilities and flaws, he had discerned precisely when this swordsman would exhibit a fleeting lapse. Seizing this opportunity was the key to his victory. Witnessing this spectacle, astonishment gripped the faces of all present, including the elders. Even Zhuo Feng and Ouyang Luoxue, who faced considerable challenges on this tier, were left dumbfounded as Jiang Ping'an effortlessly dispatched his opponent in an instant. What is his name? Chapter 679. Ascending the ranks, I have learned that he is called Jiang Ping'an, hailing from the lower realms. From the lower realms? What absurdity! Is a cultivator from the lower realms truly this powerful? Cast aside your arrogant notions that dismiss the lower realms as insignificant. Do not forget that from a certain lower realm, known as the Wasteland Realm, emerged a multitude of exceptionally gifted individuals. Jiang Ping'an is not from the Wasteland Realm, however. The gazes of cultivators from the 5 great celestial sects and various factions converged upon Jiang Ping'an. Beneath the dual moons, amidst the void, Jiang Ping'an stood tall and resolute. His steps steady and assured. His eyes sparkled under the lunar glow, exuding an air of valor, and a unique, ineffable aura radiated from within. His stern countenance appeared almost frozen in time, unyielding to the accolades and gasps of admiration surrounding him. Zhuo Feng and Ouyang Luoxue, both early-stage prodigies within their respective realms, remained fixated on Jiang Ping'an. Even they had expended considerable effort when confronted with the projection of the 3rd tier, yet Jiang Ping'an had effortlessly annihilated his foe. Could it be that Jiang Ping'an surpasses them in strength? Surrounded by an aura of battle intent and rules, shimmering with dark golden light, Jiang Ping'an stepped forth into the 4th tier. His opponent here was a formidable being, possessing immense physical strength and mastery over supreme fist techniques, capable of withstanding the onslaught of magical artifacts. This time, Jiang Ping'an refrained from initiating the attack, opting to allow his adversary to strike first. The opponent swung their fist, resembling a star, distorting the void as it descended toward Jiang Ping'an's head. Unfazed, Jiang Ping'an met the challenge head-on, his battle spirit enveloping him, forming a protective armor. With tribal totem patterns adorning his entire being, he unleashed the destructive fist, under the full empowerment of the complete laws of combat intent and the complete laws of power. This punch illuminated the dim realm of the illusory moon. With a thunderous crash, the clash resulted in the body cultivator's projection being utterly shredded, just like the others. Another instant kill. What a terrifying augmentation of combat prowess. Jiang Ping'an's strength had at least quintupled. No, it was even septupled. Moreover, those peculiar patterns further amplified his power by an additional 2-fold. Some formidable beings distinctly sensed the magnitude of Jiang Ping'an's combat enhancement, their hearts gripped by fear. A 7-fold increase in combat strength? What sort of celestial technique could be so fearsome? Even among the 5 great immortal sects, there existed no spells capable of such a 7-fold enhancement. Techniques that could augment strength by 5-fold were already considered top-tier celestial arts. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. A body cultivator of the 4th layer had been annihilated by Jiang Ping'an once more, demonstrating an utterly formidable strength. Could he surpass Xiao Yu and Ouyang Luoxue, defeating practitioners of the 9th layer? Such a terrifying augmentation of strength by Jiang Ping'an must surely consume an immense amount of celestial energy, making it impossible for him to sustain for long. Someone immediately asserted that Jiang Ping'an would inevitably exhaust his celestial energy and be incapable of continuing the fight. Ignoring the chatter around him, Jiang Ping'an ascended to the next level, reaching the 5th layer. This time, he could not achieve an instant kill. Practitioners at this tier were largely devoid of flaws. With his right hand wielding the demon suppression, he launched attacks while his other hand wielded ancient chaos to disrupt his opponent's spellcasting. Under the blessings of the battle god technique and the barbarian totem patterns, he pressed forward with relentless assaults. The radiant laws danced upon the 5th tier, and Jiang Ping'an resembled a war deity, unparalleled in battle. At this moment, his brilliance eclipsed all others. Witnessing the indomitable combat intent emanating from Jiang Ping'an, the celestial beings present felt a jolt of astonishment. The path of invincibility. He had also embarked upon this route. Everyone understood the implications of the path of invincibility. It signified that since choosing this path, one had never suffered defeat among peers. The last individual to tread the path of invincibility, Miao Xia, had failed, and yet another had emerged. Even the elders of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect realized this fact only at that moment. Miao Jing turned to his daughter, Miao Xia, and earnestly inquired, "When did Jiang Ping'an embark on this path?" "I don't know," Miao Xia replied. "He said he unwittingly stepped onto this path." Miao Xia had previously posed this question to Jiang Ping'an, and he was also uncertain. Miao Jing's gaze towards Jiang Ping'an was filled with gravity. Judging by the indomitable combat intent radiating from him, he must have defeated countless peerless talents of the same tier. They had previously underestimated Jiang Ping'an. Perhaps he truly had a chance to ascend to the 9th layer. Even if Jiang Ping'an could not best the opponents of the 9th layer, being able to defeat those of the 8th layer would still be commendable. In such a scenario, Jiang Ping'an could participate in the final competition, providing the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect with an additional opportunity and an edge during the ultimate contest. The elders and disciples of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect were elated. Conversely, the disciples and elders of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion wore grim expressions. No one had anticipated that the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect would produce such a prodigy. Having employed so many top-tier techniques, his celestial energy would soon be depleted, and he would inevitably perish on the steps. A strikingly handsome man cursed. Upon hearing these words, the elders of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion felt a considerable uplift in their spirits. Their gazes towards Bai Fan were imbued with admiration. As disciples of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, it was only natural to harbor a profound disdain for the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. The elders of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, too, recognized that Jiang Ping'an could not sustain such an intense battle for long, and thus cautioned him, "Jiang Ping'an, slow your pace and replenish your celestial energy, or you will not be able to endure." The more formidable the technique, the greater the consumption. Jiang Ping'an's relentless use of top-tier spells, while yielding immense combat power, exacted a heavy toll. Miao Xia smiled, her lips curling upwards as she reassured, "Elders, there is no need for concern. Jiang Ping'an's greatest strength lies in his endurance." Endurance? Miao Jing suddenly turned his head, casting an unusual glance at his daughter. Perceiving her father's peculiar gaze, Miao Xia felt a wave of annoyance and, with a swift motion, sent Miao Jing tumbling off the celestial vessel. "I meant celestial energy endurance." The fierce battle raged for 2 hours, during which Jiang Ping'an showed no inclination to conserve his celestial energy, maintaining a fervent combat state until he obliterated the 5th-tier projection. Without any sign of fatigue, he charged towards the 6th tier. Just how much energy did he possess? Was he truly unyielding? Jiang Ping'an had undoubtedly mastered an exceptionally profound mental technique, with ample celestial energy stored within him. While everyone presumed that Jiang Ping'an could not last much longer, his performance astonished and surprised all. Were it any other cultivator, they would have depleted their celestial energy long ago under such extreme duress. Yet, before the 6th-tier projection, Jiang Ping'an fought on with the same indomitable spirit. Though he began to sustain injuries, the projection suffered even worse. With a 7-fold increase in combat strength, 2 dominant domain laws, and the principle of destruction, there was simply no reason for defeat. It was only after vanquishing the 6th projection that Jiang Ping'an's celestial energy began to wane. At last, he was faltering. The expenditure of such vast celestial energy could not be replenished in a short span, rendering him incapable of continuing the challenge. Bai Fan of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion shouted joyously, rallying the cultivators to share in his elation. Many cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion indeed revealed smiles. However, their joy was short-lived as they beheld a massive vortex forming above Jiang Ping'an's head, celestial energy surging like tidal waves from all directions, an awe-inspiring spectacle. In the brief moment it took to ascend to the 7th tier, his celestial energy had been replenished significantly, and he advanced towards his 7th opponent. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. What an astonishing rate of celestial energy recovery. Chapter 680, The Excited Miao Jing. Almost everyone believed Jiang Ping'an could not endure much longer in such a high-intensity battle, yet they were astounded by the terrifying speed at which he absorbed celestial energy. He must possess an exceptionally high-level mental technique and superior celestial root. The factors influencing the rate of celestial energy absorption were few, with the most common being the level of the mental technique and the quality of the celestial root. The higher the level of the mental technique, the greater the celestial energy reserves and the faster the absorption rate. The remarkable speed at which Jiang Ping'an absorbed celestial energy was undoubtedly linked to his mental technique and innate talent. Jiang Ping'an exuded an aura of martial intent as he fought valiantly through the battleground, propelled by an immense reservoir of celestial energy and a remarkable recovery speed, allowing him to ascend swiftly. While Zhuo Feng and Ouyang Luoxue took 25 days to reach the 9th tier, Jiang Ping'an accomplished it in a mere 5. His formidable combat prowess elicited waves of astonishment. The invincible spirit radiating from Jiang Ping'an grew ever more intense, becoming stronger with each battle. The essence of invincibility lies in this unwavering will, which amplifies one's combat strength, an enhancement that, though intangible, is palpably real. Should one comprehend the laws of martial intent, this indomitable will would further augment their mastery over those laws. Within Jiang Ping'an, the celestial root had blossomed into a resplendent golden tree, surrounded by shimmering starlight. All eyes were drawn to him as he stood at the 9th tier, facing away from the crowd, his steps resolute and his silhouette towering, resembling a solitary seeker of the ultimate truth. Could he conquer the adversary of the 9th tier? If Jiang Ping'an were to triumph over this opponent, he would surpass all peers of his level and secure a celestial essence fruit. Indeed, Jiang Ping'an was exceptionally powerful, particularly due to his vast reserves of celestial energy, enabling him to continuously unleash spells. However, with merely this level of power, overcoming the projection of the 9th tier would prove challenging. The 9th tier projection embodied a master of slaughter, having attained immortality through bloodshed, and was renowned in later generations as the Celestial of Carnage. While not the pinnacle of this realm, they had already begun to make their mark. It was said that Miao Jing of the Feather Emperor Celestial Sect possessed this individual's legacy, which bestowed upon him his formidable prowess, echoing throughout the illusory moon domain. Miao Jing conveyed to Jiang Ping'an through thought, "Enough, do not pursue this challenge further. This senior, like you, focuses on offense and can instill dread within the souls of others, capable of tearing apart the spirits of many peers with sheer murderous intent. Your strengths are closely matched, and the odds of victory are slim. It would be wiser for you to partake in the final contest where your chances are greater." As the rumors suggested, Miao Jing was indeed the inheritor of this forebear. Thus he comprehended the terrifying might that the elder wielded. That dreadful murderous intent could strike directly at one's soul, showcasing immense combat capability. Should Jiang Ping'an falter, his path of invincibility would dissipate. It would be prudent to cease his endeavors now and engage in combat with Zhuo Feng and Ouyang Luoxue, where he might have a more favorable outcome. "No need to advise. It is futile, for you do not understand our martial nature," interjected Miao Xia. Indeed, Jiang Ping'an wholly disregarded Miao Jing's counsel and faced his adversary head-on. The projection erupted with a fearsome murderous intent, enveloping the void in a crimson glow, saturating the air with a metallic tang of blood, and infusing the entire tier with a chilling dread that raised the hairs on the back of one's neck. Even those observing from afar felt a spine-tingling terror. Within the domain of slaughter, one could experience profound despair, rendering the weak-willed incapable of igniting the desire to fight. Zhuo Feng and Ouyang Luoxue instinctively shivered, for only those within the realm of slaughter could fully grasp its horror. They had been vanquished by this projection, unable to withstand the soul-piercing murderous intent. The terrifying intent to kill surged towards Jiang Ping'an like an overwhelming tide, as if it sought to engulf him entirely. The projection from the 9th layer moved with astonishing speed, wielding a blood-red longsword as it lunged towards Jiang Ping'an in an instant. Standing within the crimson domain, Jiang Ping'an remained utterly still, paralyzed by fear. Observing his immobility, the crowd speculated that he had been struck dumb by the impact of the slaughter domain, temporarily incapacitated. However, at the very moment the projection reached him, Jiang Ping'an's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, a tempestuous malevolence sweeping through the void. Countless projections of lifeless bodies emerged, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood stretching for hundreds of miles, the terrifying malice causing the opposing slaughter domain to tremble and flicker, growing unstable. The oppressive force generated by the slaughter domain bore no weight upon Jiang Ping'an. His murderous intent far surpassed that of his adversary. His black hair turned white, and the once divine aura surrounding him became ominous and feral, as dark battle souls radiated chaotic energy around him. The projection aimed at Jiang Ping'an suddenly hesitated as he unleashed a punch, a ferocious energy erupting forth. The projection reacted swiftly, retreating immediately. Jiang Ping'an conjured an energy avatar, harnessing the laws of power to cast the celestial technique Ascendant Dragon 12 Sticks, launching a coordinated assault on his enemy alongside his sacred demon body. The sinister intent to kill intertwined with the terrifying malice in the void, various laws clashing and intertwining, as if the very stars were swaying. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, trembling uncontrollably at the sight of the countless projections of corpses. What was this? Many were horrified by the sheer number of dead, floating bodies as rivers of blood flowed. It seemed akin to a manifestation technique, capable of bringing forth the slain and forming malice to confront foes. Those with insight quickly deduced the reason behind the emergence of these projections. In other words, had Jiang Ping'an killed all these millions of beings? Was he a butcher? Did he not fear the wrath of karmic fire during his tribulation? Have you noticed that Jiang Ping'an's battle soul is black, exuding an aura of malevolence? While a typical battle body should be golden, the sudden shift in Jiang Ping'an's aura caught everyone off guard. He resembled a great demon, instilling fear in their hearts. Although he did not walk the path of killing, he was equally frightening. Such a person was exceedingly ruthless, viewing human life as mere fodder. Miao Xia gazed at Jiang Ping'an in a daze, this being her first encounter with him in such a state. During their previous battles, he had never employed such power. Suddenly, Miao Jing burst into wild laughter, exclaiming, "At last, I have a successor. At last, I have a successor." Miao Jing had ventured onto the path of killing, a route that defied the natural order. While many cultivators tread this path, few achieved any success, most meeting untimely ends or devolving into bloodthirsty fiends. Consequently, within the entire Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, among all the elders, only Miao Jing remained without a disciple, as the sect leader forbade him from taking apprentices to spare them from harm. Even when he took Jiang Ping'an as a disciple, he did not intervene. Although Miao Jing wished to see his legacy continue, he was reluctant to endanger others, thus refraining from seeking a successor. Miao Jing never anticipated that he would encounter a person so well suited to walk the path he has chosen today, and to his astonishment, that person is none other than his own disciple. How could this not bring him joy? Just look at Jiang Ping'an's chilling and ruthless demeanor. He is truly the epitome of someone destined for this journey. Chapter 681. Master, I can defeat Jiang Ping'an. In the illusory moon's secret realm, beneath the twin moons, the 9th level of the stairs reverberates with ceaseless roars. Jiang Ping'an stands like a god of death, exuding an unsettling aura, his fist shattering all techniques, and his staff splitting the heavens. Although the battle is not yet concluded, the outcome is already evident. The realm of slaughter proves ineffective against Jiang Ping'an. Victory is assured. Miao Jing, in high spirits, addressed Tan Guangshou of the Tianlan Immortal Manor. How did you discover that our Feather Emperor Immortal Sect conceals a top-tier genius? Remarkable. Not long ago, when Jiang Ping'an took the stage, Tan Guangshou had taunted him with sardonic remarks. Little did he expect that Tan Guangshou's mockery would become reality. Indeed, a prodigious disciple has emerged. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this immortal Yuan Dao fruit will undoubtedly fall into the hands of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. Tan Guangshou's face darkened with indignation, feeling utterly humiliated. That wretched Jiang Ping'an. He vowed to find an opportunity to eliminate him and thwart his ascent. Master, I could give it a try. Bai Fan suddenly communicated to Tan Guangshou. Try what? Tan Guangshou asked irritably. Perhaps I too can ascend to the 9th level. Bai Fan asserted. You? Have you not witnessed the formidable prowess of Jiang Ping'an? What could you possibly compare? Tan Guangshou regarded his new disciple as merely deluding himself. Although Bai Fan possessed considerable strength, he had yet to master any profound techniques aside from a singular devouring ability, rendering him incapable of contending with Jiang Ping'an. Bai Fan respectfully replied, Master, I truly can reach the 9th level. However, I require an immortal artifact. My unique talent allows me to absorb the power of an immortal artifact if placed within a devouring black hole, thus augmenting my combat capabilities. Is this true? Tan Guangshou's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at his disciple. Absolutely true, Jiang Ping'an feigned solemnity. Will it be discovered? Tan Guangshou probed further. Rest assured, Master. It will not be detected. Although I cannot draw upon excessive power, I can certainly defeat an opponent at the 9th level, Jiang Ping'an confidently assured. A smile returned to Tan Guangshou's elder visage. I shall provide you with an immortal artifact. Defeat the opponent at the 9th level, and then face off against that Jiang Ping'an, subduing him. He held no doubts regarding his disciple's words. Bai Fan was under his control and would not deceive him. Jiang Ping'an proclaimed with confidence, that trash Jiang Ping'an is merely a matter of effortless consumption. Tan Guangshou, elated, discreetly handed Bai Fan an artifact resembling a jade bracelet. This was a spatial immortal artifact known as the Void-Breaking Bracelet, possessing the power to seal and alter space. Jiang Ping'an must be dealt with. I shall not tarnish your name, Master. Bai Fan's voice trembled with a mix of excitement and eagerness. Acquiring an immortal artifact was indeed a worthy endeavor. The gloom on Tan Guanshou's face diminished significantly. He was thoroughly pleased with this disciple, almost reluctant to relinquish control. Indeed, it is impossible to avoid possession. Bai Fan, with such formidable devouring talents, must possess them for himself. Upon the 9th tier, Jiang Ping'an battled fiercely against his adversaries for 3 days. Seizing the opportunity, his energy avatar self-destructed, inflicting damage upon the projection. A cultivator of this caliber rarely meets their demise easily. Jiang Ping'an took advantage of this moment to wield the laws of annihilation, utterly obliterating the opposition. As the frenzied laws dissipated entirely, he gradually lowered his fist, shining amidst blood and flames like a radiant star. All gazes were fixed upon Jiang Ping'an, their hearts profoundly shaken. He was the first cultivator to conquer the 9th tier, his prowess surpassing that of all disciples of the 5 great celestial sections. In this realm, he ascended to become the foremost in the illusory moon domain. Having just embarked on his journey, he reached the pinnacle. From this day forth, the name Jiang Ping'an would undoubtedly be heralded by various factions. Ouyang Luoxue, son of the master of Tianlan Celestial Mansion, clenched his fists, his eyes, concealed beneath a mask, filled with astonishment and resentment at the realization that there existed a peer who could eclipse him in the illusory moon domain. Zhuo Feng of the Feather Emperor Celestial Sect felt a tumult of emotions. He was pleased that Jiang Ping'an had triumphed over the 9th tier cultivator. Yet a sense of loss lingered, for he had once held the title of number 1 in this realm, now reduced to 2nd. This quota for the celestial essence fruit belongs to our Feather Emperor Celestial Sect. Miao Jing exhaled in relief. If they failed to secure even 1 quota, it would be a significant embarrassment for their sect in the illusory moon domain. Who said this quota belongs to your Feather Emperor Celestial Sect? A sudden voice interrupted, drawing the crowd's attention. They looked toward the source of the voice, a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an effeminate charm, descended from the worship of Tianlan Celestial Mansion. What does this mean? Is he also here to challenge? Who is this individual they had never seen before? Could he be yet another hidden genius? Surely, there cannot be so many hidden talents. One Jiang Ping'an is already sufficient. How could another possibly emerge? Bai Fan landed at the base of the steps, pointing at Jiang Ping'an and shouted, "Get down here, do not delay my challenge." The audacity of his words left those around him in shock. The might of Jiang Ping'an was evident. How could this individual be so presumptuous? He must either possess genuine capabilities or be somewhat deranged. The cultivators of Tianlan Celestial Mansion felt a chill run down their spines. Could Bai Fan truly stand against Jiang Ping'an? If he were to falter, their sect would surely suffer humiliation. Jiang Ping'an remained silent, quietly returning to his worship from the 9th tier. Bai Fan, or rather, Jiang Ping'an's devouring avatar, stepped onto the tier. Although Jiang Ping'an could have fled at this moment, he desired to extract more from this encounter. The path of cultivation is fraught with both peril and opportunity. Completing this endeavor would allow him to amass resources before ascending to immortality. As Jiang Ping'an ascended to the 1st tier, the projection was activated and poised to attack when a colossal devouring black hole emerged, akin to a primordial beast, instantly engulfing the projection and concluding the battle. Without pausing, he soared to the 2nd tier, enveloping the opponent in the devouring black hole, consuming them whole once again. He then surged up to the 3rd tier, where he, in a display of restraint, unleashed his devouring domain upon the body cultivator, absorbing him entirely. It was not until Jiang Ping'an ascended to the 4th tier that the spectators below finally began to comprehend the unfolding events. In a swift and astonishing display, 3 adversaries were consumed in succession, showcasing a terrifying power of devourment. To the astonishment of all, the Tianlan Immortal Mansion concealed within it a formidable top-tier cultivator. It was not merely a possibility that he might ascend to the 9th tier. The various factions were shaken to their core, with many prodigies on the brink of despair. The emergence of such monstrous talents left them feeling profoundly diminished, even instilling a sense of mediocrity within their hearts. The elders of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect lost their smiles, their expressions shifting to one of grave concern. While the power of devourment is not exceedingly rare, such an overwhelming manifestation of it is indeed uncommon. Could it be that this individual truly possessed the combat prowess to reach the 9th tier? Miao Xia, caught unawares, scarcely had time to rejoice at Jiang Ping'an's success before she regarded him with seriousness, stating that he might have encountered a formidable opponent. Unbeknownst to her, This was merely Jiang Ping'an's avatar. Previously, he had alluded to his acceptance as a disciple by an elder of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion in passing, leading Miao Xia to believe he had returned, unaware that he had left an avatar behind. Jiang Ping'an refrained from elaborating, partly because Miao Xia had not inquired further, and partly to spare her worry over his safety. An opponent? Perhaps not, Jiang Ping'an replied with a slight smile. Why do you still seem so arrogant? Miao Xia, not waiting for an explanation, adopted a tone befitting a mentor, admonishing. Do not presume that a modicum of skill makes you exceptional. You have only vanquished 9 foes, and above you lie 90 more prodigies. Each step signifies a vast chasm of disparity. Always remember, there are those beyond you, and immortals beyond immortals. Jiang Ping'an regarded Miao Xia's serious demeanor and spoke. I need not be reminded of these truths. I understood them long before you were born. Miao Xia felt as though Jiang Ping'an's gaze was that of a father towards a daughter, sparking her irritation. You may know these principles, yet you remain boastful. But I shall indeed triumph, Jiang Ping'an asserted. You infuriate me with your arrogance. Very well, let us wager. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you a celestial artifact. Chapter 682. The Prodigy by Fan. Initially, Jiang Ping'an intended to disclose the truth to Miao Xia, but upon hearing her offer of a celestial artifact, the nature of the matter transformed. A celestial artifact is insufficient. I demand a treasure of utmost value, Jiang Ping'an proposed, concerned that she might renege on her promise, thus lowering the stakes slightly to ensure her compliance. Agreed. If this individual engages you in combat and you can prevail, I shall bestow upon you a treasure. However, Miao Xia's tone shifted. Should you lose, you must henceforth abide by my every word without question. Very well, Jiang Ping'an consented without hesitation. Miao Xia pouted, astonished at her junior's readiness to accept such a demanding condition without negotiation. On the steps, Bai Fan, wielding his devouring power, exhibited terrifying combat prowess. His rate of absorbing celestial energy surpassed Jiang Ping'an's by an alarming margin. Have you all noticed? Each time he makes contact with the projection, the energy dissipates. One observer remarked, what is this white sphere? Its destructive capacity is formidable. Jiang Ping'an, one hand wielding a black hole to sap the energy of his opponent while the other brandished the white sphere in offense, refrained from employing any techniques, relying solely on his innate gifts to contend. Progressing through a path of relentless battles, he forcefully ascended to the 9th tier, causing tremors throughout the arena. Everyone, including numerous celestial beings, was astounded by this terrifying power of devouring. His celestial root must be of a remarkable grade, likely 8 or even 9 stars. He might even possess a mutated, extraordinary celestial root. One could distinctly sense that this individual's talent surpassed that of Jiang Ping'an. This is my disciple, Bai Fan, Tan Guangshou exclaimed proudly, stroking his beard, increasingly eager to seize control of the other. The other elders cast envious glances, lamenting their lack of such an extraordinary disciple. The projection of the 9th layer indeed exhibited formidable combat power. Jiang Ping'an was acutely aware that, relying solely on his devouring talent and the white orb, it would be a challenge to overcome his opponent. Upon entering the arena, he infused all his internal energy into the white orb, which darted forward at astonishing speed, traversing thousands of meters in an instant, resembling a star suspended above. Simultaneously, as Jiang Ping'an absorbed celestial energy, he activated the star pulling technique, fervently compressing the white orb. Originally measuring 10,000 meters in diameter, the orb gradually shrank to 1,000, then 100 meters, transforming into a crystalline form. As the white orb diminished in size, the energy it emitted became increasingly terrifying. The celestial energy within the orb reacted violently, and the horrific fluctuations began to tear apart the surrounding space, threatening to explode at any moment. Everyone could sense a dreadful energy converging within the white orb. One could only imagine the catastrophic energy generated by gathering and compressing the energies of dozens of initial-stage domain realm cultivators. The projection of the 9th layer evidently recognized the impending threat and attempted to thwart this accumulation through offensive measures. However, Jiang Ping'an, utilizing the devouring black hole, absorbed its attacks, not only thwarting them, but also replenishing his energy. When the white orb compressed to a diameter of 10 meters, it turned black, with horrifying energy swirling around its surface. Even a mere breath emanating from it unleashed a fearsome tempest. As the energy orb shrank to 5 meters, Jiang Ping'an found it increasingly difficult to contain the terrifying power it harbored. He swiftly propelled the compressed orb forward and immediately activated the devouring black hole as a shield. Boom! The compressed orb burst free from its constraints, exploding in an instant, unleashing a violent wave of energy that engulfed the entire 9th layer of the arena, even spreading to adjacent tiers. Many lower-tier cultivators observing felt as though the very world had trembled. A thunderous roar resonated throughout the secret realm, shattering eardrums and causing blood to trickle from their ears. The blinding white light transformed the entire illusory moon's secret realm into a scene akin to midday. Hearts raced in terror. It was appalling. Such an accumulation of energy could hardly be resisted by even a typical mid-domain realm powerhouse. As the energy storm subsided, only one figure remained on the battlefield of the 9th layer. The projection of the 9th layer had been utterly obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Under such a terrifying explosion of energy, the notion of reconstituting one's physical energy was utterly out of the question. Observing cultivators were left in a daze. This Bai Fan was even more monstrous than Jiang Ping'an, effortlessly dispatching his opponent from the 9th layer. From this day forth, the name Bai Fan would begin to spread. It remained uncertain whether Bai Fan possessed the ability to continue challenging further. Should he continue to challenge and triumph over the 10th layer of projection, there would be no doubt that he would emerge victorious in this realm's contest. However, if he refrains from further challenges, he must engage in battle with Jiang Ping'an, with the outcome determined by their confrontation. The limit has been reached. Bai Fan sighed as he descended from the platform. Many talented individuals of the same rank instinctively exhaled in relief. Should Bai Fan continue to claim victory, the pressure upon them would be immense. Thus, the impending clash between Jiang Ping'an and Bai Fan was at hand. Who among them possessed greater strength? Visually, Bai Fan's devouring talent appeared far more formidable, particularly with his final move, which exhibited astonishing destructive power. Yet Jiang Ping'an was no slouch either, wielding an array of laws and supreme techniques, showcasing remarkable combat capabilities. The duel between these two top-tier prodigies promised to be a spectacle. The crowd suddenly found themselves eager for this confrontation, especially since the two belonged to rival factions, further heightening their interest. Bai Fan raised his hand, pointing at Jiang Ping'an, and declared loudly, "Merely contending for a single celestial fruit is far too mundane. Dare you wager an artifact of celestial origin?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly so audacious? Did he possess a celestial artifact? Observing Jiang Ping'an's silence, Bai Fan sneered, "Do not tell me that your esteemed Yu Huangxian sect cannot even produce a single celestial artifact. Pathetic." On board the warship, Jiang Ping'an responded coldly, "You should present your celestial artifact first. Do you even possess one?" "I do not, but my master does. My master, the esteemed elder of Tianlan Fu," Bai Fan declared proudly, tilting his head to gaze reverently at Tan Guangshou aboard the celestial vessel of Tianlan Fu. At that moment, Tan Guangshou wished nothing more than to slap Bai Fan, who was being utterly reckless by directly wagering a celestial artifact. Reluctant to risk a celestial artifact, Tan Guangshou felt the weight of the many eyes upon him. Should he refuse, the Yu Huangxian sect would surely mock him, which would be a loss of face. Gritting his teeth, he stated coldly, "My disciple is certainly not lacking in celestial artifacts." With a flick of his sleeve, a dazzling sword imbued with celestial energy soared into the air. "If your disciple lacks a celestial artifact, then my disciple must not fall short either. Let them engage in a contest of celestial artifacts." Miao Jing, with an impassive expression, tossed a celestial sword to Jiang Ping'an. Upon hearing this, Miao Xia's eyes widened in alarm. "Are you out of your mind? Utilizing celestial artifacts can easily lead to death. Celestial artifacts harbor celestial power. Should one be struck even once, Jiang Ping'an, at his current level, would be unable to recover. If an accident were to occur, Jiang Ping'an could very well perish in this contest." Miao Xia was determined to protect Jiang Ping'an from peril. "No worries. If it is a contest of celestial artifacts, then let it be so." Jiang Ping'an accepted the celestial sword, stepping onto the stone platform, radiating brilliance as the laws of battle emanated from him. Bai Fan soared into the air, wielding the celestial artifact, and proclaimed, "One genius is sufficient. Today marks your demise, Jiang Ping'an." The crowd instinctively held their breath. What a spectacle! They had not anticipated witnessing a clash of celestial artifacts. Who among them would ultimately claim victory? Would it be Jiang Ping'an, with his battle physique? Or Bai Fan, endowed with devouring talent? The practitioners of the Yu Huangxian sect and Tianlan Xian Fu were on edge, their tension palpable. This battle concerns the essence of immortality, a celestial artifact, and matters of prestige. Chapter 683, Betrayal, the arrival of the strong beneath the twin moons, upon the stone platform. Jiang Ping'an and Bai Fan faced each other, each wielding a celestial weapon. All present held their breath, eagerly anticipating the clash. Many even darkly wished for the mutual destruction of these two geniuses, thereby eliminating two formidable opponents. Regardless, victory is imperative, do you understand? Tan Guangshou conveyed this command to his disciple Bai Fan telepathically. This confrontation had transcended mere combat. It entwined with his celestial artifact. Understand this nonsense. Bai Fan cursed, suddenly vanishing to the celestial vessel of the Feather Emperor Sect, declaring loudly, "I concede." The spectators, poised for a climactic showdown, found themselves momentarily bewildered. What was happening? A concession? Just moments ago, Bai Fan had radiated arrogance and provocation. How could he suddenly yield? Furthermore, he had retreated to the celestial ship of the Feather Emperor Sect. The unexpected reversal left everyone in a state of shock. After a prolonged silence, realization dawned upon the crowd. Bai Fan had betrayed the Tianlan Immortal Palace. Everything that transpired was a ruse. Tan Guangshou stood frozen, stunned. The other elders of the Tianlan Immortal Palace glared at Bai Fan, exclaiming, "Bai Fan, what are you doing?" Was this even a question? Clearly, he was fleeing. Jiang Ping'an swiftly stowed away his celestial weapon and exposed. That old scoundrel Tan Guangshou has turned all his disciples into puppets, treating female disciples as playthings and male disciples as vessels for possession. I was nearly ensnared myself. As he spoke, Jiang Ping'an summoned the power of devouring, extracting the red spider that had been lurking within his celestial roots. This was the very creature controlling the disciples, the soul-controlling spider. Many learned cultivators instantly recognized this entity. It was a sophisticated method of manipulation from the illusory moon domain. The onlookers gazed at Tan Guangshou in disbelief, their eyes filled with disdain and revulsion. The disciples of the Tianlan Immortal Palace were suffused with terror and dread. Realizing the dire consequences of being the Grand Elder's disciples, they finally understood why the Grand Elder's pupils were so obedient and why interactions with them felt so peculiar. They were all mere puppets. Miao Xia regarded Jiang Ping'an with a peculiar expression, clutching his collar and demanding, "Did you know about this all along? Which is why you wagered against your senior sister?" "Absolutely not," Jiang Ping'an vehemently denied. "Senior sister, you wouldn't renege on our bet, would you? You insolent wretch. You speak slander." Tan Guangshou, regaining his composure, was consumed by rage, exuding a terrifying aura as he surged toward Jiang Ping'an's devouring avatar. He could scarcely fathom that Bai Fan had never been controlled. This scoundrel had been acting all along, deceiving him of two celestial artifacts, a precious treasure, and a plethora of resources. Furthermore, he had publicly exposed him. A dignified immortal had been outmaneuvered by a mere insignificant figure. Tan Guangshou could not bear such humiliation. His murderous intent soaring. "Begone!" Miao Jing stood resolutely before Jiang Ping'an, an overwhelming killing intent permeating the secret realm. Even the residual pressure was unbearable for many cultivators. Moreover, the other elders of the Feather Emperor Sect brandished their celestial weapons, challenging, "What? Does the Tianlan Immortal Palace intend to wage war here?" The formidable celestial energy clashed in the void, prompting a frenzy of escape among the observing cultivators. The battles of immortals are indeed fearsome. A moment's carelessness could result in dire consequences. The elders from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion exhibited no intention of aiding Tan Guangshou, feeling as though their dignity had been thoroughly tarnished by his actions. This old wretch had audaciously transformed his own disciple into a puppet. Who would dare to join the Tianlan Immortal Mansion after this? At that moment, an indescribable force enveloped the entirety of the illusory moon's secret realm, or more accurately, the vast expanse of the illusory moon domain. Countless beings froze in place, including human immortals, earthly immortals, and even celestial immortals. The entire illusory moon domain seemed to be sealed, the space solidifying as a dominating consciousness swept over all present. Soon after, a colossal hand tore through the illusory moon's secret realm, and a faceless cultivator stepped through the void, the surrounding laws of immortality retreating in subservience. The figure was shrouded by the rules of heaven and earth, rendering their visage invisible. With each step taken, the pressure in the hearts of the crowd intensified. Numerous lower-tier cultivators could not withstand such overwhelming force, collapsing to their knees and gazing up at this godlike presence. For many, this was the first encounter with such a terrifying entity. The 5 great sect's immortals trembled, casting fearful glances at one another. This was undoubtedly not an immortal of the illusory moon domain. It was likely a true immortal, or perhaps an even more formidable existence. Who could they be? What was their purpose here? A voice, ethereal and ancient, resounded, inquiring about the whereabouts of the crystalline coffin that had once appeared here. The crystalline coffin? What crystalline coffin? Many were bewildered, utterly ignorant of what this terrifying being was referring to. Jiang Ping'an's complexion drastically changed, his body trembling uncontrollably. This dread presence had come seeking the crystalline coffin. Miao Jing suddenly recalled something, mustering the courage to speak under pressure. Decades ago, a crystalline coffin did indeed manifest here. Initially, it was discovered by a disciple of our sect, but later, pursued by cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, that disciple perished. And the coffin is likely now within their possession. The immortals of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, terrified, quickly retorted, "Our disciples have also perished. We have not obtained any crystalline coffin." This was no falsehood. They truly had not acquired any such item, for the crystalline coffin resided with Jiang Ping'an. The celestial being in the void spoke coldly. "You have 1 month to locate the crystalline coffin, or I shall annihilate your entire sect." His tone was dispassionate, as straightforward as the act of eating or drinking. In his presence, even the terrifying might of celestial immortals seemed inconsequential. "Who are you?" Miao Jing inquired solemnly. "Do you presume to question my name?" The mysterious figure raised a hand and, with a swift motion, crushed Miao Jing, a powerful earthly immortal, in an instant. "Father!" Miao Xiao trembled violently. Miao Jing's form rapidly reconstituted, yet his complexion was ashen, the blow having inflicted significant harm despite not being fatal. The strength of this enigmatic being had reached an unfathomable level. Miao Jing, undaunted, declared, "We possess no crystal coffin. How could we possibly find something that does not even exist? The Feather Emperor Immortal Sect is a member of the Desolate Alliance. If you are stronger than the Alliance itself, then I have nothing to say. You may act as you please, for we are powerless to resist." Such beings, of this caliber, are devoid of emotion. Even if one were to kneel and plead for mercy, they would remain unmoved. In this world, to survive, one must either possess greater strength than others or boast a more formidable background. Upon hearing the name of the Desolate Alliance, the mysterious figure furrowed his brow. The Desolate Alliance, the most rapidly rising force in 1,000,000 years, harbors many powerful individuals, particularly its founder, a figure known as the Ancient Emperor, whose prowess is unparalleled. He has waged war for 1,000,000 years without respite, gaining renown throughout the immortal realm. Indeed, he could not provoke the Desolate Alliance. "I detest being threatened," the mysterious figure remarked, raising his hand once more and tightening his grip, causing Miao Jing's body to shatter yet again. When Miao Jing recovered, his aura became chaotic, and the essence of his immortal path cracked. Merely 2 strikes had severed his path to cultivation. Chapter 684. The Immortal Origin Fruit is Stolen. The mysterious figure cast a cold glance at Miao Jing, disregarding him further, and pointed towards the depths of the illusory moon's secret realm. With a mere wave of his hand, a tree radiating a resplendent purple-gold glow was uprooted. This tree bore 6 purple-golden fruits, shimmering with immortal power. This was the Immortal Origin Fruit tree and its fruits. To prevent that individual from awakening, such things must not exist in this domain. The mysterious figure collected the Immortal Origin Fruit tree, planting it within his internal world, and turned to leave. The terrifying pressure dissipated from everyone present. The expressions of the 5 immortal sects turned grim. The Immortal Origin Fruit tree holds immense value, producing a batch of immortal origin fruits every 100 years, each comparable in worth to an ordinary immortal artifact. Yet now, the tree had been uprooted and taken. The members of the 5 sects seethed with indignation but remained silent. Faced with such a formidable presence, they were utterly powerless. On the stone platform, silence reigned supreme. The sudden upheaval disrupted their original plans. With the immortal origin fruits gone, the forthcoming competition held no significance. The elders of the various sects sighed and commanded their immortal ships to depart. Father, how are you? Miao Xia's eyes were red, tears cascading down her cheeks. Although they often quarreled, their relationship was far from antagonistic. In fact, it was quite harmonious. Seeing her father in such a state felt as though her heart was being torn asunder. Miao Jing, weakly smiling, reassured her, "It is but a minor issue. My essence has fractured, and I can no longer advance, but my talent had its limits anyway. It is for the best that I do not cultivate further. Henceforth, let all resources be devoted to you and your peace." "I do not want resources. I want my father to recover," Miao Xia cried out. "At your age, still weeping? Your father shall not perish. Truly, my heart aches for you. Quickly, give me a grandchild. I will take care of him when I can." Miao Jing endeavored to maintain his smile. The elder of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect wore a face of helplessness and sorrow. Miao Jing was the most promising candidate to become the next celestial of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, and now all was in ruins. Jiang Ping'an gazed intently in the direction the immortal had departed, his fists clenched tightly. Since arriving in the celestial realm, he has felt such intense animosity towards another for the first time, even surpassing his feelings towards Qiu Sipin. While Qiu Sipin targeted him directly, the individual from earlier had harmed those who were kind to him. Moreover, this person had uprooted the very essence of the celestial Yuan Dao fruit. Despite his fury, Jiang Ping'an could only bury his hatred deep within his heart, acutely aware that his power was insufficient. With a mere thought, his adversary could extinguish his existence. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ping'an suppressed the tumult of emotions within him. "Ping'an, by Fan, accompany me," Miao Jing suddenly addressed Jiang Ping'an, clearing his throat. "Yes, master." On the surface, Miao Jing was his mentor. Jiang Ping'an, along with his devouring doppelganger, followed Miao Jing into a cabin aboard the celestial ship. Miao Jing turned to Miao Xia, whose eyes were red from crying, and said, "You may leave. We have matters to discuss." "Why do you need to speak in private?" Miao Xia questioned, wiping her tears as she stepped outside. Once the door to the room was closed, Miao Jing sat in a chair, exhaling deeply, and raised his gaze to Jiang Ping'an. "Thank you, master, you flatter me. It is I who am honored," Jiang Ping'an replied respectfully. "I am grateful you helped Miao Xia return to her senses. She used to drink excessively, but I haven't seen her indulge in a while." A gentle smile graced Miao Jing's pale face, clearly pleased with his daughter's transformation. Jiang Ping'an paused, realizing that he had not noticed this change until now. Indeed, his senior sister had reduced her drinking. It must have been a realization on her part, unrelated to him. Jiang Ping'an refrained from taking credit for her change. Miao Jing chuckled softly. After so many years of drinking, he had tried countless times to persuade Miao Xia to stop. It was unlikely that she had quit entirely on her own. This was a matter for the younger generation, and Miao Jing chose not to dwell on it further. He produced a jade slip and handed it to Jiang Ping'an. "This contains my insights and techniques accumulated over the years. I once thought I would vanish from this world without passing them on, yet fate has led me to you. Master, I abhor taking lives. I will not tread the path of slaughter," Jiang Ping'an stated. Miao Jing replied, "It might be acceptable for others to utter such sentiments. But do you have the audacity to say the same? The malevolence surrounding you is more formidable than that of those who cultivate through murder. I do not intend for you to follow this path. Rather, should you require it, take a look. There is a celestial level technique within titled the Sutra of Killing. The more lives one takes, the stronger one's attacks become. It is quite suitable for you." "Thank you, master." Before Miao Jing could finish, Jiang Ping'an swiftly seized the jade slip and bowed deeply in gratitude. Jiang Ping'an had a profound affinity for techniques that could enhance his combat prowess significantly. While he could choose not to pursue the path of slaughter, he was eager to study this particular technique. Miao Jing shook his head in resignation, recognizing the practicality of this young man. He turned to Bai Fan, his expression complex. "Your intellect is exceptionally high. There are things I need not elaborate on, as you understand everything. Should you require resources, do not hesitate to inform me." Miao Jing was already aware that this Bai Fan was Jiang Ping'an's doppelganger. Prior to the tournament, Jiang Ping'an had discreetly conveyed the truth of the situation to him. Hence, Miao Jing proposed that the two engage in a contest of celestial artifacts, allowing Jiang Ping'an to conveniently acquire the artifact belonging to the old man Tan Guangshou. Miao Jing was truly astonished. Two of the greatest geniuses turned out to be the same individual. Who would believe such a tale? This young man, even in the presence of an immortal, maintained his composure and cleverly deceived the other into parting with their celestial artifact, demonstrating remarkable resilience of character. It is already an extraordinary feat for an ordinary person to remain unafraid of immortals and to conceal their identity flawlessly. Lastly, please take good care of Xiaoxia for me. Although she is your senior, she is younger than you, so be more accommodating towards her. Your senior is wise and kind-hearted, and she will not cause her master any worry, Jiang Ping'an remarked. Now that you are here, I shall no longer be burdened with concern. Miao Jing slumped in his chair, weakly waving his hand. You may leave. I must first attend to my injuries. Master, your celestial sword. Jiang Ping'an returned the celestial sword that Miao Jing had previously lent him for their duel. Take it. Consider it a token of my mentorship. Miao Jing replied, for this grade of celestial sword held little value to him. Thank you, master. Jiang Ping'an accepted the sword gratefully, bowing sincerely before turning to leave with his doppelganger. He preferred to keep his identity as by fan concealed, cherishing the idea of retaining a hidden card up his sleeve to confront adversaries when necessary. As soon as he stepped outside, Miao Xiao puffed out her chest, projecting an air of high status, proclaiming, this senior sister does not require your care. She had eavesdropped on their conversation at the door. Your junior knows, Jiang Ping'an replied. Upon hearing his response, Miao Xia was inexplicably filled with rage, jumping up to thump Jiang Ping'an on the head. You big-headed fool. After saying this, she stormed into her father's room, slamming the door behind her. Jiang Ping'an shrugged. Women were often so enigmatic. Fortunately, he was accustomed to it. Ignoring her was the best course of action. Understanding women was far less rewarding than grasping the principles of the immortal path. Returning to his resting chamber, Jiang Ping'an activated the formation and entered his internal world. As he gazed upon the crystalline coffin before him, his expression grew profoundly intricate. His initial intention was to acquire the celestial Yuan Dao fruit to help the skeleton recall its past and leave swiftly. However, now, the celestial Yuan Dao fruit had been uprooted. Senior, I have come to understand the conditions for reviving my parents. Jiang Ping'an began to speak, but the raspy, deep voice of the skeleton emanated from the crystalline coffin. Junior, what is to be done now? Jiang Ping'an inquired. Is there any other celestial elixir that can serve as a substitute for the celestial Yuan Dao fruit? He possessed several celestial artifacts, if necessary. He could sell one to procure an elixir for the skeleton to hasten its memory recovery and departure. To be honest, Jiang Ping'an felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that this skeleton might bring him misfortune. The mysterious individual from before had evidently come seeking this skeleton, possessing terrifying strength that could even surpass that of celestial beings. If anyone discovered that the crystalline coffin was in his possession, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. It was imperative to rid himself of this hot potato. The celestial Yuan Dao fruit has a unique significance for me. No ordinary elixir can replace it, even with similar effects. You would need to exhaust all the resources at your disposal to obtain just one, rendering it an exorbitant cost. The skeleton discerned Jiang Ping'an's thoughts and remarked, you need not worry about being discovered. At my level, I can veil the heavenly secrets. As long as I do not take the initiative, I will remain undetected. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an felt a slight alleviation of his concerns, yet an uncomfortable sensation lingered within him, as if he were being watched, engendering a feeling of captivity. The skeleton continued. Previously, you mentioned your desire to resurrect your parents? It was evident that it had overheard the dialogue between Jiang Ping'an and Miao Xia. Jiang Ping'an suddenly fixed his gaze on the crystal, his breath quickening. Predecessor, do you mean? Indeed, I can assist you. You aspire to reach the realm of resurrecting others, a feat unattainable without a million years of effort. As long as I can restore a portion of my power, I can aid in their revival, which would be swifter than your own growth, the skeleton stated. Jiang Ping'an's heart raced. The resurrection of his parents was his most fervent wish. If I find the immortal essence fruit, can it help restore your strength? He inquired eagerly. Merely possessing the immortal essence fruit is insufficient. It requires a plethora of resources. However, it will certainly be faster than your own ascension to the ability to resurrect your parents, the skeleton replied leisurely. Although Jiang Ping'an recognized that the skeleton was merely painting a grand vision to solicit his assistance, he could not suppress his joy, for it introduced a new possibility for the resurrection of his parents. No one could predict whether he would ever attain the realm necessary for their revival. Perhaps he would find himself forever stalled at some level, unable to transcend. The world does not operate according to his desires, necessitating a dual approach. Visit the Dambao Tower. You may be able to procure the immortal essence fruit there, the skeleton suggested. Dambao Tower? Jiang Ping'an's face reflected a flicker of confusion. He had recently arrived in the immortal realm and had been engrossed in cultivation, remaining unaware of many matters pertaining to it. It is a highly renowned entity in the immortal realm, possessing the most comprehensive and abundant selection of elixirs. They also sell various spiritual fruits and medicinal herbs. Dambao towers are scattered throughout, and there is surely a branch near the Huangxian sect, the skeleton elucidated. Jiang Ping'an fell silent for a moment before saying, "Predecessor, you have regained your memories. If it had not, how could it recall such details?" The skeleton, in the crystal coffin, was silent for a spell before responding. "You are quite astute. Alas, were it not for witnessing the tragic fates of your masters, I might have considered taking you as my disciple." It had indeed regained some memories while absorbing energy at the Tianlan Immortal Mansion's celestial pool. "Then why not return home?" Jiang Ping'an inquired. "My home is no more. I cannot return." The skeleton's voice was laden with helplessness, melancholy, and sorrow. It was only upon regaining its memories that it realized it had no home left. Relatives and friends had perished in battle, and its home lay in ruins. The emotions emanating from the skeleton affected the laws of the immortal path, causing Jiang Ping'an to share in its despondency and sorrow. He chose not to press further, recognizing the skeleton's current state of dejection. Any additional inquiries might provoke unwanted repercussions. Dambao Tower. Jiang Ping'an committed this name to memory, resolving to seek out this elixir shop upon his return to the Huangxian sect. He had managed to acquire 2 artifacts from that old fellow Tan Guangshou. Should Dambao Tower possess the immortal essence fruit, he would be able to purchase it. Meanwhile, on the celestial ship of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, a chorus of curses echoed. "By Fan, that scoundrel has swindled me out of 5,000 celestial crystals and has now vanished without a trace." "What? He borrowed celestial crystals from you as well?" "I lent him 5,000 celestial crystals too." "Damn it, I did as well." The disciples of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion cursed in anger previously. In a bid to curry favor with Bai Fan, they had reluctantly acquiesced to his requests for loans, only to find themselves betrayed when he fled. That despicable rogue. The one who suffered the most was undoubtedly Elder Tan Guangshou, who was deceived into relinquishing a treasure crafted from divine feathers, a spatial celestial artifact, a celestial sword, along with a substantial amount of celestial crystals and domain laws. Oh, and lest we forget, he even expended a celestial artifact to secure his disciples' entry into the Tianlan Immortal Pool. The loss of the celestial artifacts was trivial. What truly mattered was the obliteration of Tan Guangshou's esteemed reputation. "Bai Fan, you little wretch, await your reckoning." Tan Guangshou could scarcely recall the last time he harbored such resentment towards another. He vowed to remember this grievance, and one day, he would fry that little rascal in golden crow oil and savor every bite. In the ensuing month, the beings of the illusory moon domain could feel a terrifying divine consciousness sweeping over them daily, accompanied by an oppressive aura that instilled fear even in the hearts of immortals. However, as time passed, this menacing presence gradually dissipated, allowing the cultivators of the illusory moon domain to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon the return of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect's celestial vessel to the sect, Jiang Ping'an disembarked and sought out Miaoxia. "Sister, are you aware of the Dambao Tower?" He intended to inquire there about the celestial essence Dao fruit. "You're going to Dambao Tower as well? Let us go together. It's located right beneath our sect in the Immortal City." Miaoxia exuberantly wrapped her arms around Jiang Ping'an's, drawing him into the abyss of her embrace. Jiang Ping'an attempted to extricate himself, but to no avail. This sister was a top-tier domain-level cultivator, having consumed the celestial root fruit, and was but a step away from ascension, her strength undoubtedly surpassing his own. "Sister, this isn't proper. Being seen like this might tarnish your image." "Haha, image? I lost my image long ago." Miaoxia had squandered her reputation during her previous bouts of heavy drinking. Jiang Ping'an sighed in resignation, relinquishing his resistance. "Sister, what brings you to Dambao Tower?" At the mention of the tower, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in Miaoxia's large eyes as she replied. "I wish to inquire about any remedies that could restore my father's essence." Her father, Miao Jing, had been ruthlessly struck down twice by a formidable adversary. Leaving his essence damaged, Miaoxia, as a devoted daughter, wished to prevent her father from becoming incapacitated. Jiang Ping'an opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately fell silent. If there truly were a solution, the sect would have already found it. Even if a remedy existed, the sect could not bear the cost. The two arrived at the immortal city at the foot of the mountain. Various edifices floated amidst the celestial clouds, resplendent and magnificent, as divine beasts roamed freely. Many shops, eager to attract customers, dazzled with vibrant displays. Among these structures stood an extraordinarily stunning vermilion pavilion, crafted from an unknown wood, its fragrant aroma wafting even from a distance, captivating all who approached. This red edifice was none other than the renowned Dambao Tower, a colossal entity spanning myriad realms of the immortal world. In the Dambao Tower, if one cannot procure the desired elixirs, it is unlikely that such items can be found elsewhere in this world. As Jiang Ping'an and Miao Xia entered the tower, a plump figure suddenly appeared before Miao Xia. With eyes the size of mung beans, the rotund creature gazed at her with admiration, introducing itself. "Greetings, fair maiden. I am Pang Shu, delighted to make your acquaintance." Upon seeing this individual, Jiang Ping'an's expression darkened. It was this very creature that had swindled him out of 250,000 celestial crystals. Chapter 686. The opportunity to heal Miao Jing. Pang Shu swore that it was the first time he had encountered a woman who so perfectly matched his aesthetic ideals. While the celestial realm is not lacking in beauty, many women artificially enhance their appearances, which, despite their improvements, still differs from natural beauty. The woman before him possessed a visage and figure that were undeniably genuine, exuding the purest form of beauty, further accentuated by an alluring air of melancholy that captivated him. Leaning against the doorway with a self-satisfied smirk, Pang Shu boasted, "My dear beauty, would you care to join me for a meal? I have reserved a table with dragon tendon and phoenix liver." Not interested, Miao Xia curtly declined, noting how rare it was to encounter someone so unattractive in the celestial realm. "My dear, perhaps you did not hear my name clearly." "Pang Shu," he reiterated, as if he were a figure of renown. "Pang Pig," Miao Xia remarked with a quizzical expression, finding it peculiar that he would name himself after his own physique. "It is Pang Shu, not Pang Pig," he retorted, his face darkening with indignation. "Pang," Miao Xia suddenly comprehended. "Are you from the Pang family?" Pang Shu's smile returned as he straightened his attire, proudly raising his chin. "Indeed, I am of the Pang lineage, known for our association with Dambao Tower. You seek elixirs, I presume. Whatever you desire, I can procure." Miao Xia's beautiful eyes, concealed beneath her lashes, sparkled with surprise. The Pang family was the largest alchemical clan in the celestial realm. The fact that this rotund individual belonged to such a prestigious lineage, even as a branch member, conferred upon him a certain status and identity. With excitement, Miao Xia inquired, "Can you obtain the Nirvana elixir?" Pang Shu, who had been quite self-satisfied, suddenly wilted upon hearing her question. As a member of the Pang family, he was well-versed in elixirs and was certainly aware of the Nirvana elixir's existence. This particular concoction could enable a celestial being to undergo rebirth, possessing extraordinary healing properties. Not to mention the staggering price it commanded. Its miraculous effects rendered it exceedingly rare, with major powers reserving it decades in advance. The Nirvana elixir seldom appeared on the market, and when it did, it was swiftly snatched up. Pang Shu said, "My dear beauty, perhaps you could consider an alternative elixir. That one is simply too rare." Miao Xia had no interest in other elixirs. She sought the Nirvana elixir to save her father. "Is there any news regarding the Nirvana elixir? Which realm possesses it for sale?" The vast Yuhuang Xian zone was certainly capable of affording such an elixir. The crucial issue was locating one. It is unlikely that anyone sells it. Such elixirs do not circulate freely and are swiftly purchased at exorbitant prices. Pang Shu scratched his plump cheeks, feeling rather embarrassed in front of the beautiful woman. As his bravado had proven futile, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Miao Xia's eyes. Her last hope had been extinguished. If even the Pang family claimed that it was unattainable, it was likely that it truly was beyond reach. Observing the beautiful woman's crestfallen expression, Pang Shu felt as though his heart was shattering. "If you truly desire the Nirvana elixir, I could participate in the assessment at the Zhangji Academy on your behalf." Striving to procure one for you, he offered. "Zhangji Academy?" Miao Xia suddenly had an epiphany, a spark igniting in her gaze. "Yes, I can take part in the Zhangji Academy's assessment and gain admission." Haha. The Zhangji Academy, a renowned public cultivation institution, promised to fulfill one wish of each successful entrant. With powerful beings residing within its walls, it was conceivable that even without the Nirvana elixir, they could heal her father. Although entering the academy was no simple feat, it was worth the endeavor. Miao Xia leapt onto Jiang Ping'an, playfully biting his cheek. I knew you were my lucky charm. There's a way to heal my father's injury. Pang Shu's head was filled with question marks. It was he who had shared the information, yet she was now lavishing affection on the man beside her. Pang Shu's heart sank further, realizing that this enchanting woman was already taken. Jiang Ping'an turned his head aside, disdainfully pushing Miao Xia away. Senior sister, please maintain your decorum. Witnessing this, Pang Shu felt an even deeper pang of anguish. The very thing he yearned for was being dismissed so readily. Miao Xia, recognizing her overzealousness, hurriedly descended from Jiang Ping'an, her cheeks flushed as she inquired, What did you come here to buy? Let me assist you. I am seeking the immortal origin fruit. Jiang Ping'an replied, Oh, never mind. You might as well purchase it yourself. Miao Xia quickly retorted upon learning what it was. The immortal origin fruit was as valuable as an immortal artifact, far too expensive. Curiosity piqued. Miao Xia wondered why Jiang Ping'an desired the immortal origin fruit so fervently. Was he preparing for ascension? That seemed rather premature. As Pang Shu prepared to leave, he overheard their conversation and halted, turning to interject. The demand for the immortal origin fruit has surged recently, and with the Phantom Moon domain lacking supply, it must be transported from other realms. Priced at 120,000 immortal crystals each, he had previously profited handsomely from this lucrative venture and was eager for another windfall. Pang Shu recognized Jiang Ping'an. 80,000 immortal crystals each, Jiang Ping'an stated flatly. Having been tricked by this fellow during a previous purchase, he was not about to fall for it again. Although the immortal origin fruit was indeed of great value, it was not on par with an immortal artifact. It did not require extensive resources or effort to refine. And any price exceeding 1 million immortal crystals was a blatant scam. 80,000. Are you dreaming? If you won't buy, then leave quickly. You won't find it anywhere else. Only my Dambao building has the immortal origin fruit, Pang Shu retorted nonchalantly. This time, Jiang Ping'an chose not to engage further and simply turned to leave. Previously, he had been unaware of the circumstances in the immortal realm and had been deceived. He would not allow that to happen again. Although Dambao Tower indeed offers a plethora of elixirs, other establishments are not devoid of similar offerings. Observing Jiang Ping'an and Miao Xia departing, Pang Shu altered his demeanor and hastily pursued them, proposing, for the sake of our friendship, how about 1 million? Jiang Ping'an dismissed him entirely. Recognizing that this item was not akin to the essential elixirs, acquiring it a bit later posed no significant issue. The money saved could procure an abundance of domain laws instead. Pang Shu's corpulent figure obstructed Jiang Ping'an's path as he forced a smile. The Xianyuan Dao fruit must be transported from other realms, necessitating considerable manpower and resources. We must earn something as well. How does 900,000 sound? Below that price, you won't find it anywhere else. Jiang Ping'an added a stipulation, include a poison elixir capable of killing those at the late stage of the domain. Pang Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you jesting? Do you have any idea how valuable such a poison elixir is? Poison elixirs are the most precious of all, sought after for their lethality, especially those undetectable by the victim, which command even higher prices. This is my final condition. If you refuse, then so be it. I shan't allow you to incur a loss, Jiang Ping'an stated, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Pang Shu's eyes darted about as he gritted his teeth. Fine. Though the profit is lesser, there is still a gain to be had. In Chapter 687, Sangji Academy, Jiang Ping'an paid a deposit and signed a contract. When can I expect the Xianyuan Dao fruit to arrive? He inquired. About a year, Pang Shu replied lazily, clearly impatient. So long. Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow. Is that considered long? It must be transported from shops in other realms. That's remarkably swift. You think it's as simple as walking from your toilet to the kitchen? Pang Shu rolled his eyes, though his small eyes made it barely noticeable. Jiang Ping'an chose not to elaborate further, taking his copy of the contract and departing, planning to return in a year. Pang Shu felt quite disgruntled. During their previous transaction involving the Lingshu elixir and the Yuhua Divine Calamity elixir, he had profited handsomely from this young man. Only to discover this time, he had become rather astute. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes widened in realization. Good heavens! He survived after using the Yuhua Divine Calamity elixir. Did he actually overcome the tribulation? Countless gifted cultivators have perished beneath that tribulation, yet this young man succeeded. So, is he now an 8-star or a 9-star celestial root? Pang Shu was astonished, resolving to investigate who this remarkable individual truly was. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping'an and Miao Xia walked along the path back to their sect. Junior brother, I shall be heading to Cangji Academy, Miao Xia announced. Her usual carefree demeanor replaced with a hint of feminine grace, an indescribable charm lingering in her expression. Jiang Ping'an had already gleaned the significance of Cangji Academy from her. The world tree of the celestial realm has 4 principal branches, each adorned with thousands of leaves, representing thousands of realms. The location they currently occupied was known as Cangji. One of the 4 branches, Cangji Academy, therefore, serves as a prestigious institution attracting cultivators from countless realms, replete with formidable individuals, a sanctuary for cultivation. However, entering the Cangji Academy is no simple feat within the entire Huanyue domain. Only a handful of cultivators manage to gain admission every millennium. Go ahead. I have faith in you, senior sister. You will surely enter the Cangji Academy, Jiang Ping'an encouraged. Upon hearing this response, Miao Xia nearly felt the urge to sit down in frustration, as the encouragement she desired was not what he offered. Forget it, this man knows nothing. You should accompany me to the Cangji Academy. With your talent, only on a grander stage will you achieve greater accomplishments. Your gifts cannot be fully realized in such a small place. Miao Xia spoke these words without looking at Jiang Ping'an, her gaze absent-mindedly drifting towards the surrounding scenery. If I go to the Cangji Academy, how long will it take for me to return? I do not wish to miss my chance to go home. Jiang Ping'an had come to the immortal realm with the purpose of condensing his immortal roots. He had successfully done so, but due to the closure of the domain gate, he could only wait until the next opening to return. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another millennium, a duration he could not afford. Miao Xia replied, to enter the Cangji Academy, one must undergo rigorous assessments, which can take a minimum of 1,000 years and up to 10,000. When the domain gate opens again, you can return. Besides, with your current strength, it would be difficult for you to gain admission anyway. Jiang Ping'an fell silent for a moment before nodding. All right. In truth, he preferred to cultivate in peace. However, it seemed that this senior sister had never ventured far and was somewhat afraid to go alone, thus she was always trying to pull him along. As his master had asked him to look after her, he could not neglect this responsibility. Strolling alongside her would also afford him the opportunity to broaden his horizons and meet more cultivators. Seeing Jiang Ping'an's agreement, Miao Xia's face lit up with joy, and her exuberance was almost palpable. She enthusiastically patted Jiang Ping'an on the shoulder and declared, "Senior sister will protect you well. Just wait. I shall demonstrate my prowess and sweep away all the talents of the world." Miao Xia spoke with an air of confidence. Jiang Ping'an inquired, "How do we reach the academy? It is quite distant from here, and the journey should not be easy." Miao Xia responded with a hint of uncertainty. "I recall my father mentioning something about stepping into a certain star river. Traversing that river would lead us there, so it should be quite convenient. There's no rush. Once your immortal essence and Tao fruit are ready, we shall set off. Let's take this year to prepare thoroughly. I will inform my father of our plans." Miao Xia twirled joyfully as she departed. Other cultivators passing by were taken aback by Miao Xia's demeanor. The once aloof and often drunken senior sister now appeared as if she were a carefree young girl. It was quite the transformation. "Boss, you're incredible." Suddenly, a disheveled figure emerged from behind Jiang Ping'an. It was none other than Yang Luan, the quirky individual Jiang Ping'an had encountered upon his entry into the sect. Ever since Yang Luan had sustained injuries during the newcomer competition, Jiang Ping'an had not seen him again, primarily because he had spent decades at the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Away from the sect, Yang Luan looked at Jiang Ping'an with admiration, as expected of my boss, formidable enough to sweep away strong opponents from the 5 major sects. It's a pity I was unable to witness your grandeur at that time. You seem to be quite well informed. Jiang Ping'an observed that Yang Luan had returned to a more normal state than before. Yang Luan remarked, "My sister was present at the time. She inquired about you. When I mentioned that you were my superior, she was utterly astonished." With a proud demeanor, Yang Luan continued, "My sister has always criticized me for being foolish. But I cannot agree with her. Can a fool truly find such an extraordinary leader? Allow me to confide in you. I suspect my sister may have developed feelings for you. She has been urging me to get in touch with you these past few days, expressing a desire to meet you. She even suggested bringing you to the North Wilderness Immortal Sect, which surely indicates her intentions. Despite her denials, my keen intellect has unraveled the truth," Yang Luan thought with a wise smile. Jiang Ping'an, however, believed he had overestimated the passage of time and Yang Wan's maturity. It was evident that her sister's ambitions were to recruit him for the North Wilderness Immortal Sect, rather than genuine affection. He gently patted Yang Wan's shoulder and advised, "Do not confine yourself to solitary cultivation. Seek out good companions, venture outdoors, broaden your horizons, and experience the intricacies of human relationships." "Ah, my sister has uttered similar sentiments. Why do you all say the same thing?" Yang Wan exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Ping'an chose not to elaborate, instead conveying, "Inform your sister that the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect has bestowed upon me immense kindness, and I shall not depart. Should she wish to see me, she may come to the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect." With that, he departed, leaving Yang Wan in deep contemplation. "Now I understand why my superior wishes for my sister to visit the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. He intends to marry her." Yang Wan felt notably astute as she deduced her superior's hidden intentions. Immediately, she activated a communication talisman, exclaiming, "Sister, my superior has declared his intention to marry you." Meanwhile, within the North Wilderness Immortal Sect's hall, a woman clad in azure engaged in a game of chess with her doppelganger. Though she lacked striking beauty, her starry eyes shimmered brilliantly, as if they could pierce through facades. This woman was Yang Wan's sister, known as the foremost talent of the North Wilderness Immortal Sect, Yang Jinyu. Upon hearing her brother's words, Yang Jinyu's long lashes fluttered slightly as she replied, "Do not project your own assumptions onto me. You merely echo what Jiang Ping'an has said." From Jiang Ping'an's battles, she discerned that he was a calm, wise, and composed cultivator, incapable of making such a blunt declaration as intending to marry someone. Such notions could only stem from the imaginative mind of her foolish brother. After reiterating Jiang Ping'an's words, she stated, "Sister, I assure you, my superior's invitation to the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect is undeniably a proposal for marriage." Chapter 688. Departure. Yang Jinyu abruptly severed the communication, unwilling to entertain her brother's words further. The Yang family of the North Wilderness Immortal Sect was known for its two prodigies, one exceptionally intelligent, the other singular in focus. The outside world jested that when Yang Jinyu was born, she absorbed all the wisdom, leaving Yang Wan rather simple-minded. Though a jest, it primarily served to highlight Yang Jinyu's intellect. Setting down her final chess piece, Yang Jinyu murmured, "Since he does not come, there is no need to force the issue. It is time for me to depart." She had never harbored high hopes of winning over Jiang Ping'an, deeming it unnecessary to expend excessive energy on such endeavors. The destination she was bound for held prodigies far more formidable than Jiang Ping'an. Yang Jinyu was on her way to the illustrious Zhangji Academy, the pinnacle of cultivation sought after by all practitioners. It was there that her true stage awaited. Within the realm of Huanyue, Jiang Ping'an was indeed a notable figure. Yet on a grander stage, he was but a trifling presence. At the Yu Huang Xianzong, in the confines of the cultivation chamber, Jiang Ping'an diligently contemplated the laws of the universe, his celestial roots swaying and flourishing within. Presently, his battle-intent root, devouring root, and power root had matured into a grand tree, surrounded by dazzling stars that resonated with the laws of heaven and earth. This signified that he had preliminarily comprehended these three laws. In contrast, the destruction root, shadow thunder root, and gravity root remained relatively small, particularly the shadow thunder root, which was still in its nascent stage. His future focus would primarily be on these three laws. Once the remaining three roots had fully developed, they would allow the celestial roots to bear the fruit of origin. When the fruit of origin matured and was consumed, it would pave the way for him to ascend to the immortal realm. Establishing a solid foundation was imperative. Otherwise, transcending to immortality would prove exceedingly challenging. Even within the immortal realm, the path to becoming an immortal was fraught with complexity. Whether he could break through to immortality would depend on fate and innate talent, a consideration Jiang Ping'an chose to set aside for the moment. His primary focus now lay in mastering techniques and enhancing his combat prowess. In terms of cultivation methods, he had learned numerous techniques, including Battle God technique, Sealing Heaven, and Hidden Universe technique. Some of these techniques, although originating from the wilderness realm, remained applicable even upon reaching the immortal stage. Mastering these techniques required immense time for contemplation. Despite Jiang Ping'an's 18-star talent, time was still a crucial factor. During Jiang Ping'an's wait for the celestial source Dao fruit, within a remote shattered meteorite, an aged cultivator, marked with scars of the immortal path, lay languidly. a voice emanating from the transmission talisman in his hand. Master, Jiang Ping'an and senior sister Miao Xia are heading to Cangji Academy. If you intend to deal with Jiang Ping'an, please ensure no harm befalls senior sister. He continued, this shall be my final address to you as master. There shall be no further contact. With that, the transmission jade slip in the aged cultivator's hand shattered. The destruction of that slip would also lead to the rupture of 2 connected slips. In the darkness, an elderly man with a scraggly beard coughed violently. His face twisted with hatred. Had Jiang Ping'an been present, he would have recognized this man as Zhuo Feng. Previously, Zhuo Feng had sought to eliminate Jiang Ping'an, but had failed. Upon Jiang Ping'an's return to the sect, he reported Zhuo Feng, leading to his flight from the Yu Huangxian zone. Zhuo Feng had exhausted all his trump cards, self-destructing his immortal artifact to barely escape. Thousands of years of effort had been obliterated in an instant, inciting an unparalleled hatred within Zhuo Feng for Jiang Ping'an. Jiang Ping'an, this time you shall surely perish. The immortal power within Zhuo Feng shattered the broken meteorite as he transformed into a beam of immortal light, hurtling towards the Star River Path. The Star River Path, a special area established by Cangji Academy, connected various realms to the academy itself, functioning akin to a teleportation array. Along the Star River Path lay myriad opportunities left by the Cangji Academy, where even those unable to enter the academy could still reap rewards. Countless cultivators yearning to enter the esteemed Cangji Academy embark upon the starry path, aspiring to defy fate and contend with the world's elite. Regrettably, the number of those who can truly gain admission to Cangji Academy is exceedingly scarce. Even at the outset of the starry path, one must compete against the prodigies of the entire realm. Take the example of the illusory moon domain. To traverse the initial starry path, one must rival the top prodigies of the 4 great sections. Only a handful of cultivators from the illusory moon domain manage to enter Cangji Academy every millennium. There are times when not a single individual succeeds in several millennia. The majority of aspirants become mere embellishments to the true talents or perish in the void, reduced to mere bones under the feet of kings. Miao Xia had not initially intended to pursue admission to Cangji Academy. However, upon entering, she could fulfill a wish at the celestial estate, provided the wish was modest and reasonable. Miao Xia yearned for her father's health to be restored, which compelled her to undertake the journey. To a cultivator at the domain realm, a year is but a fleeting moment. One can blink, and a year has passed. At the entrance of the Yu Huangxian sect, Miao Jing appeared significantly older, yet he remained dignified, gazing at his daughter with paternal warmth. Xia, do not push yourself too hard. Be cautious and return promptly if it becomes too difficult. I eagerly await the day I can hold my grandchild. This was Miao Xia's first venture far from home, and the uncertainty of her return weighed heavily on Miao Jing's heart. In response to her father's teasing, Miao Xia refrained from delivering a punch as she usually would, suppressing her tears as she declared, "Do you doubt my abilities, father? I will undoubtedly gain entry to Cangji Academy." Miao Jing opened his mouth, but chose not to dissuade her further. He had already expressed his concerns numerous times over the past year, yet his daughter was resolute in her decision. Even Miao Jing had not succeeded in entering Cangji Academy in his youth. Traversing that path was no easy feat. He turned to Jiang Ping'an, saying, "Ping'an, I entrust Xia to your care." Before Jiang Ping'an could respond, Miao Xia quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve, asserting, "He is of a lower realm than I. It is my duty to look after him." With that, she turned away, taking flight to conceal her emotions, fearing that she might weep openly and become a subject of ridicule. Jiang Ping'an bowed to Miao Jing and the other elders, saying, "Master, esteemed elders, farewell." He then turned to follow Miao Xia. "Will they succeed?" One elder remarked, a complex expression upon their face. "Xia has a chance, but Ping'an's cultivation time is too short, and his realm is too low. The odds are slim," another elder replied. "Let them return safely. The ability to enter Cangji Academy is of little consequence." Miao Jing hoped for the safety of the two. Miao Xia and Jiang Ping'an proceeded to the celestial city beneath the sect to retrieve the celestial Yuan Dao fruit. Along the way, tears streamed down Miao Xia's face, for it was her first journey away from home, and she felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. After weeping for a while, Miao Xia suddenly turned to Jiang Ping'an, saying, Why don't you comfort your senior sister? Can't you see she is crying? Such emotions are entirely normal. Even if I comfort you, it may not help much. Time will heal," Jiang Ping'an replied. At that moment, Miao Xia ceased her tears, her heart now consumed with a desire for vengeance against her infuriating junior. How could such a foolish man have a partner? Surely, his partner must be exceptionally strong. As the two individuals entered the Dambao building, Jiang Ping'an briefed the maid on their situation. Shortly thereafter, a plump figure emerged. Please, do come in. I have prepared tea for both of you. This is exquisite tea, the likes of which even immortals may seldom enjoy. This time, Pang Shu exhibited far more warmth than on their previous encounter, his eyes nearly disappearing in his jovial smile. Jiang Ping'an and Miao Xia instantly grew wary. The saying goes, flattery without cause is often a prelude to deceit. Chapter 689. A room for the night. Pang Shu escorted the two to a splendid private room. The opulence of the chamber was unparalleled, with a branch of a wisdom tree serving as a decorative bonsai, invigorating the mind. A landscape painting, exuding an ethereal aura, adorned the wall. Merely gazing upon it transported one into a realm of scenic beauty. The furniture, crafted from the finest timber, imbued warmth into one's body. The tea radiated with a spectrum of colors, encapsulating potent medicinal properties. No monetary exchange was necessary. It was a straightforward transaction. Having been deceived previously, Jiang Ping'an held a negative impression of Pang Shu. There's no need to rush. You two fellow Taoists are also headed to Xinghe Road. We can conveniently travel together and look out for one another. Pang Shu, already aware of their identities, intended to journey to Xinghe Road as well. While it harbored great opportunities, it also concealed significant dangers. Teaming up with formidable practitioners would enhance their chances of survival. Jiang Ping'an and Miao Xia suddenly comprehended the source of his excessive cordiality. He sought assistance. Very well, you may present us with the immortal essence fruit, Miao Xia stated. Are you jesting? You are well aware of the immense value of the immortal essence fruit. With such funds, I could easily hire an immortal. Pang Shu exclaimed, rising from his seat, his corpulence jiggling. Miao Xia shrugged dismissively. If you refuse, then go ahead and hire an immortal. Pang Shu's expression stiffened. Were it not for the prohibition of immortals on Xinghe Road, he would have indeed employed one. Let us simply befriend each other. It's merely a matter of convenience. He insisted, though his true intention was to gain something without expense. Miao Xia shot him a disdainful glance. Are you suggesting that friendship entails extracting favors? That's not camaraderie, that's exploitation. Hurry and present the immortal essence fruit. We must continue our journey. Pang Shu had anticipated that his status would placate them, but was dismayed to find that they were unimpressed. Reluctantly, he retrieved a golden box, which bore a layer of seals. Upon breaking the seals and opening the box, an enticing fragrance wafted forth. Inside lay a palm-sized fruit of purplish gold, surrounded by swirling Taoist energies, its aroma irresistible. Jiang Ping'an took the fruit and stored it within his inner world. In that inner realm, he approached the crystal coffin, inquiring, esteemed elder, is there any issue with this fruit? No, came a raspy voice from within the crystal coffin. With a creak, the coffin opened, revealing a pale skeletal hand that reached out to seize the immortal essence fruit. I require a period of deep slumber. Do not disturb me. The skeleton claimed the fruit, and the coffin sealed once more. Outside, Jiang Ping'an handed several 100,000 immortal crystals to Pang Shu. He had exchanged his surplus immortal blades for crystals, and now possessed a considerable amount. What about the poison pills? Jiang Ping'an asked. Among the items exchanged between the two individuals, there was a poison pill. Pang Shu retrieved a black vial and tossed it to Jiang Ping'an. Inside was a lethal pill capable of killing those at the mid-level of the domain realm. Known as the stiffness pill, aptly named for the rigidity it induces upon consumption. Pang Shu secretly chuckled to himself. This pill was practically unsellable, being the least expensive among all poisons of the same tier, and it was just right for this fellow. It was not that the pill lacked efficacy, but rather that the toxin it emitted was unmistakable, easily recognizable, unlike other poisons that often evaded detection. What is poison used for? Naturally, it serves the purpose of murder. And how does one commit murder? By stealthily administering poison to achieve the effects of assassination and treachery. One would never announce to their adversary, hurry and consume this. I intend to poison you. Thus, such easily identifiable toxins were virtually unsaleable and commanded a low price. Not only did Pang Shu remain oblivious to this fact, but Jiang Ping'an was also unaware that this poison was not intended for anyone else. Jiang Ping'an took the items and departed with Miao Xia towards the docking point of the celestial ship in the Immortal City. According to the schedule, a celestial vessel bound for the Star River Road would dock in the city today. The immortal realm is vast beyond measure, and even immortals prefer to travel with ease, opting for celestial ships or teleportation arrays. In comparison, celestial ships are relatively more economical. Of course, relatively is the operative word. The farther the destination, the higher the fare. The docking point was bustling with numerous celestial ships. Some were landing while others ascended, with cultivators coming and going. Jiang Ping'an and Miao Xia located a gold and blue celestial ship, emblazoned with the words Betrayal Immortal Sect to Star River Road on its side. In addition to purchasing tickets for passage, if they desired a private room, they would need to acquire that separately, totaling 40,000 immortal crystals. The cultivator at the ticket counter, displaying an indifferent demeanor, addressed Jiang Ping'an and Miao Xia. 2 tickets to Star River Road and 2 rooms, please. Jiang Ping'an, having no shortage of immortal crystals, understood that the journey would take a considerable amount of time, necessitating a room for cultivation. We only need 1 room, he stated. However, Miao Xia abruptly interrupted, stepping forward to pay for the immortal crystals. Senior sister, just 1 room, 1 tea suffice for the 2 of us, Jiang Ping'an remarked. Can't we squeeze in together? She retorted. Buying 2 rooms would waste immortal crystals. Do you have any idea how many resources 1,000 crystals can purchase? Why are you so extravagant? Seeing that Jiang Ping'an seemed poised to argue further, Miao Xia swiftly pressed his head into her embrace, silencing him. What are you fussing about? Your senior sister, don't mind. Why should you? At this spectacle, the ticket seller's expression shifted to one of envy, his gaze towards Jiang Ping'an filled with jealousy. Wishing he could usurp this fellow's place. He even contemplated spending his own money to help them secure an additional room. However, upon realizing that a single room cost 10,000 immortal crystals, he quickly dismissed the thought. After handing the boarding jade slip to the 2, the ticket seller activated the array, allowing them to enter. As they boarded the vessel, Miao Xia, who had initially appeared joyful, suddenly wore a sullen expression and released Jiang Ping'an. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Jiang Ping'an followed her line of sight. A group of cultivators was engaged in jovial conversation with several enchanting female practitioners near the deck. This band of cultivators soon noticed Miao Xia, their smiles fading into expressions rife with hatred and fury. Jiang Ping'an inquired through a mental communication. Who are they? They are cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Manor. If it weren't for their interference in the ancient god's small world, I would have acquired the essence of the ancient god, Miao Xia replied, her visage a mask of murderous intent and wrath. Had it not been for their obstruction, she would have secured the ancient goddess essence, potentially elevating the Feather Emperor Sect by adding another celestial being. However, as fate would have it, their sudden appearance led to a struggle, causing the essence to slip away, resulting in a lost opportunity for both parties. Miao Xia harbored these thoughts, and the cultivators of Tianlan Immortal Manor shared the sentiment, believing that it was the Feather Emperor Sect's practitioners who had thwarted their chance. Neither side anticipated encountering each other here, a clear case of fate leading to inevitable conflict. Chapter 690. I am quite warm. Miao Xia was eager to eliminate them, but being aboard the celestial ship, where an immortal presided, combat was prohibited. Casting a cold glance at a few of them, she departed with Jiang Ping'an towards their cabin. After their departure, the members of Tianlan Immortal Manor began to communicate telepathically. They were taken aback to discover that Miao Xia would also be traveling along the Star River Road. It was a prime opportunity to eliminate her. The man beside them, Jiang Ping'an, a rising talent of the Feather Emperor Sect, would be conveniently dispatched alongside her, a practitioner at the initial stage of the domain realm heading towards the Star River Road, courting death. They were cautious, dismissing Jiang Ping'an but recognizing the need to devise a meticulous plan to deal with Miao Xia. If they could slay her, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. They began to discuss Miao Xia's strategies regarding Jiang Ping'an with little concern. Despite his formidable combat prowess, he was ultimately just a practitioner at the initial stage of the domain realm, easily squashed. Meanwhile, Miao Xia and Jiang Ping'an arrived at a modest room. Though small in size, the spatial formation within made it feel remarkably spacious, even suitable for combat. Damn Tianlan Immortal Manor, you have robbed me of a tremendous opportunity. Miao Xia seethed, tearing off her outer garment and slamming it onto the ground. Her stunning figure was fully revealed, her skin as white as snow, exuding an alluring fragrance. With long legs and powerful, fair arms. As her anger intensified, her aura surged palpably. Jiang Ping'an turned away, seeking a place to meditate. At that moment, he felt a weight on his shoulder as Miao Xia grasped him, saying, "Come, senior sister will guide you in battle. Senior sister, please tidy your attire first." "In that state, you cannot fight," Jiang Ping'an responded. "It's too warm here. It's unnecessary," Miao Xia retorted, not allowing him a moment to reply before launching a punch. What a jest it was, a late-stage domain realm powerhouse, on the brink of entering the immortal realm. Now complaining of warmth, Jiang Ping'an shut his eyes, severing his consciousness from the world, ready to engage in combat. Although closing his eyes would hinder his performance, keeping them open would prove far more detrimental. Seeing Jiang Ping'an shut his eyes only fueled Miao Xia's rage further, and she intensified her punch. The boar-headed figure, unwilling to open its eyes, deserves a fitting punishment. Let its eyes be swollen. Days later, the celestial vessel ignites, embarking on its journey through the starry road, where countless cultivators vie for supremacy. The voyage from the Feather Emperor's celestial sect to the starry road spans at least 6 months, a duration that must be spent aboard the celestial ship. For cultivators, 6 months is but a fleeting moment. With a mere blink of an eye, time passes. However, constant cultivation is not feasible. The celestial vessel boasts numerous entertainment venues and a variety of shops. Within this ship lies even a small secret realm, ripe for exploration, where fortunate individuals may garner substantial rewards, recouping their fare. In the ensuing months, Miao Xia either pummeled Jiang Ping'an or delved into the secret realm. Inside, a peculiar labyrinth awaits, and conquering it yields a jug of exquisite wine, a prize Miao Xia ardently desires yet cannot attain. How infuriating! Had I known, I would have studied formations. Today, Miao Xia stormed back to her quarters, seizing Jiang Ping'an from behind as he practiced, vigorously rubbing his face to vent her frustration. Jiang Ping'an sighed in resignation. This woman wreaks havoc upon him every time she returns from failure. "Sister, did you not swear off alcohol?" he inquired. "Who said I did? I merely refrain from excess. It does not mean I do not drink. You cannot fathom how exceptional that jug of wine is, the drunken immortal. Even my father has not tasted such excellence." Releasing Jiang Ping'an, she rose, ready to continue her quest for emotional release. Jiang Ping'an stood, opting not to engage in battle, but instead heading outside. "Do not think of escaping." Miao Xia leapt onto his back, causing a jolt to his head. "I am not fleeing. I am going to the secret realm to assist my sister in breaking the formation and retrieving the wine," he responded, weary of her relentless torment. "You have studied formations?" Miao Xia looked at Jiang Ping'an with surprise. "I have not," he replied candidly. "Without knowledge of formations, how do you expect to breach one?" "Even I cannot accomplish that," she retorted, casting him a disdainful glance. Despite her disparaging words, Miao Xia did not deter him. She dismounted and led him towards the secret realm. They traversed a lengthy corridor, arriving at a door adorned with a swirling vortex, mysterious energies circulating around it. A sign beside the entrance proclaimed, "Entry to the secret realm, 1,000 celestial crystals." Accessing this secret realm requires a considerable sum of celestial crystals, a luxury most cultivators hesitate to spend. 2 sentinels stood guard at either side of the entrance. Miao Xia paid 2,000 celestial crystals, ushering Jiang Ping'an through the threshold into the secret realm. In stark contrast to the desolation outside, the secret realm buzzed with activity, teeming with cultivators exploring its depths. The celestial vessel orchestrated numerous challenges within this realm. Conquering them would yield rewards, all designed to entice individuals to part with their coins. Miao Xia harbored no interest in the other rewards. Her sole focus rested upon that jug of drunken immortal. The drunken immortal, a renowned vintage, grants those who sip it immense relaxation, allowing them to momentarily forget their troubles and immerse themselves in a realm of sweet dreams. Moreover, this exquisite wine offers profound nourishment for both the soul and body, rendering it an essential elixir for many connoisseurs. The 2 individuals arrived before a labyrinth formed by towering stone pillars. The interior of this stony forest was shrouded in a thick mist, obscuring any view of what lay within. Ethereal patterns flickered upon the stones, as if each grove were identical. This was the stone forest maze. Traversing it would yield a flask of drunken immortal. Yet the path was fraught with illusions and spatial formations, ensuring that any attempt to navigate would ultimately lead one back to the entrance. Miao Xia's eyes reddened with frustration. Had it not been for the prohibition against violence, she would have charged forward without hesitation. Ah, the drunkard returns. Having failed once more. How amusing. A particularly irksome voice suddenly rang out from nearby. A group of cultivators from the Tianlan Celestial Manor stood a short distance away, their gazes fixed mockingly upon Miao Xia, their eyes brimming with derision. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you leave promptly. Miao Xia's expression was frigid, reminiscent of an eternal ice, sending chills through the air. These four ruffians incessantly sought to provoke her. The cultivators from Tianlan sensed the oppressive aura emanating from Miao Xia and instinctively shivered. However, the man at the center, wielding a long spear, remained unaffected, his demeanor calm. If you wish for death, feel free to attempt to slay me, Chang Hong declared, unperturbed by Miao Xia's icy demeanor. As the eldest disciple of Tianlan Celestial Manor, his position signified unparalleled strength beneath the immortals. His prowess was on par with Miao Xia's, rendering him fearless. Miao Xia clenched her fists in fury. Had it not been for the rules against combat here, she would have undoubtedly attacked. Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an interjected, "Sister, did you hear that? It sounds like some beasts are barking." Beasts. Miao Xia paused, quickly grasping his implication, and responded with a smile. "Fear not, junior brother. Those four beasts wouldn't dare bite. Indeed, back in my hometown, we often encountered creatures that barked but never bit," Jiang Ping'an replied with a grin. Upon hearing their derisive remarks, the expressions of the four cultivators from Tianlan darkened. Several murderous glances fixated upon Jiang Ping'an. This little brat is courting death. Chapter 691. The Stone Forest Maze. Miao Xia disregarded the Tianlan cultivators and addressed Jiang Ping'an. "Are you truly intent on entering? The illusions and formations within are formidable and may cause you harm. Although there are powerful beings protecting the maze, ensuring no fatalities, illusions can strike at the heart, inflicting psychological wounds. Coupled with other formations, you may very well be injured. Only by trying will I know," Jiang Ping'an replied, offering no further explanation as he made his way toward the stone forest maze. Miao Xia ceased her attempts to dissuade him. She understood Jiang Ping'an's stubborn nature well, knowing that her words would fall on deaf ears. The cultivators emerging from the maze cast curious glances at Jiang Ping'an as he approached. A cultivator in the early stages of the domain realm daring to challenge the stone forest maze. Was he seeking misery? Although the stone forest maze imposes no restrictions on realms and does not specifically target low-level cultivators, there exists no precedent for such practitioners to successfully navigate its depths. Many cultivators at the late stages of the domain realm have failed to reach the end, let alone those in the early stages. The disciples of Tianlan Immortal Mansion, intending to depart, seized the opportunity to disparage Miao Xia upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an's approach towards the maze. It is utterly shameful for the esteemed master sister of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect to falter in the stone forest maze yet allow a low-level cultivator to enter. If Jiang Ping'an were to perish within, it would certainly provide an entertaining spectacle. The voice of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion cultivator resonated loudly, as if striving to ensure all could hear. Miao Xia retorted in kind, echoing Jiang Ping'an's mockery. Indeed, your Tianlan Immortal Mansion holds great promise, with disciples reduced to mere puppets. I've heard that the recent recruits have all fled. Are you not planning to escape as well, or do you consider yourselves puppets?" The gazes of numerous cultivators turned towards the Tianlan Immortal Mansion members, their expressions morphing into something peculiar. The recent events in the illusory moon secret realm had spread like wildfire, particularly the scandal surrounding the Grand Elder of Tianlan Immortal Mansion, who was notorious for transforming disciples into puppets, resulting in a drastic decline in the number of talented recruits. Even after the dismissal of Grand Elder Tan Guangshou from his position, little had changed. No one could ascertain whether other elders engaged in such practices, leading many prodigies to prefer joining smaller sects rather than the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. The faces of several Tianlan cultivators darkened. They had aimed to slap Miao Xia in the face, only to end up striking their own. The controversy surrounding Grand Elder Tan Guangshou had rendered them unable to hold their heads high. All eyes were on Jiang Ping'an, the top genius of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, as he declared his intent to conquer the stone forest maze, proclaiming that he would reach the end within a day and trample Yang Jinyu beneath his feet. Chang Hong, true to his status as the senior brother, quickly devised a method to divert everyone's attention. Jiang Ping'an? That name sounded familiar. He was the genius of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect endowed with a battle physique. Having ascended to the 9th tier during the contest among the 5 great sects, the foremost among those of his realm, incomparable in strength to Bai Fan, who possessed the gift of devouring. Even if Jiang Ping'an was indeed the foremost genius of the early domain realm, his arrogance was astounding, claiming he would subdue Yang Jinyu. The Stone Forest Maze is a formidable challenge, navigable only by those versed in formations or endowed with unique abilities, allowing them to reach the end without dismantling the array. Even a talent like Miao Xia had failed after numerous attempts. Chang Hong had also faced the challenge multiple times without success. The illusions within the maze, combined with other formations, created a perplexing labyrinth, rendering direction indiscernible. Since the voyage began, only Yang Jinyu of the Beihuang Immortal Sect had managed to traverse the maze's depths, taking 3 days to do so. Among her contemporaries, Yang Jinyu was celebrated as the foremost female genius, renowned for her unparalleled intellect. Now, Jiang Ping'an audaciously claimed he could conquer the Stone Forest Maze in a single day and trample Yang Jinyu, demonstrating an extreme level of hubris. Miao Xia clenched her fists, exuding a terrifying aura, her cold gaze sharp as a blade. Chang Hong, you wretch, do not direct animosity towards my junior disciple. When has my junior ever uttered such words? Yang Jinyu is a prodigy of the Beihuang Xian sect. Such rumors will incite hatred towards Jiang Ping'an, bringing considerable trouble. Chang Hong, gripping his spear, responded earnestly. It was Jiang Ping'an himself who spoke those words. Would I deceive you? Nearby, a cultivator from the Tianlan Xianfu chimed in. Indeed. I too have heard him say it. Jiang Ping'an did utter those words. They questioned Jiang Ping'an's audacity in claiming he could traverse the labyrinth's end in a single day while belittling Yang Daoyu of the Beihuang Xian sect. Several shameless cultivators from Tianlan Xianfu openly slandered Jiang Ping'an. Miao Xia trembled with fury. You bunch of scoundrels. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonated, harmonizing with the laws of heaven and earth. Immediately, a radiant golden light emanated from above the Stone Forest Labyrinth, illuminating the entire small secret realm and capturing everyone's attention. Someone had reached the end of the Stone Forest Labyrinth. This phenomenon had also appeared when Yang Jinyu reached the end. Who could it be? How enviable. The drunken immortal flask is worth at least 100,000 Xian crystals, and wealth alone may not secure such a treasure. It must be a top-tier array master. Upon learning of someone reaching the labyrinth's end, many displayed expressions of envy. Securing the drunken immortal would equate to recouping the cost of admission, along with substantial profits. Clapping his hands, Chang Hong loudly praised Miao Xia. Truly, Jiang Ping'an of the Yuhuang Xian sect is exceptional. He has only just entered, and in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he has reached the end of the Stone Forest Labyrinth. Impressive indeed. Chang Hong was utterly unaware of who had traversed the labyrinth. He was certain it was not Jiang Ping'an. His intentions were to elevate Jiang Ping'an to the heights of disgrace and humiliation. As expected, others reacted with scorn upon hearing his words. Jiang Ping'an? How could he possibly be worthy? Yang Jinyu took 3 days. How could Jiang Ping'an, having just entered, reach the end? Clearly, it cannot be that Jiang Ping'an. Miao Xia's murderous intent surged to its zenith. Chang Hong's attack on Jiang Ping'an incited her fury beyond that of losing the ancient divine essence. At that moment, a golden light above the stone forest suddenly coalesced into a human projection. The figure revealed was none other than the one who had reached the labyrinth's end. As Miao Xia beheld this projection, her anger evaporated, replaced by sheer astonishment. The smiles on Chang Hong and the cultivators from Tianlan Xianfu froze, their eyes wide in disbelief. Impossible. Jiang Ping'an has only just entered. How could he have reached the end? The person projected was indeed Jiang Ping'an. During their conversation, he had managed to reach the end. Not only the cultivators from Tianlan Xianfu, but even Miao Xia doubted her own vision. She had failed to reach the end after multiple attempts. Yet Jiang Ping'an succeeded while they conversed. How had this man accomplished such a feat? Chapter 692. Arrival at Star River Road. The surrounding cultivators, upon hearing the exclamation from the disciple of Tianlan Immortal Mansion, displayed expressions of incredulity. Is this individual truly Jiang Ping'an? Has he genuinely reached the end of the labyrinth? Could it be that he is also a formation master? Even if he were, such rapidity is inconceivable. Were it not for the fact that everyone had previously traversed the stone forest maze, they might have thought it a trivial challenge. As he emerged in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, how has this man accomplished such a feat? Miao Xia, recovering from her astonishment, turned to laugh heartily at Chang Hong and the others. Haha, truly worthy of being the senior brother of Tianlan Immortal Mansion, indeed formidable. Possessing the uncanny ability to foresee that it was my junior brother who reached the maze's end. Chang Hong gripped his spear tightly, his expression grim. Jiang Ping'an had indeed reached the maze's conclusion. Did the illusions and formations within hold no sway over him? He had intended to humiliate Jiang Ping'an, only to find himself humiliated instead. With no face left to continue, Chang Hong turned and departed. Not long after, Jiang Ping'an emerged from the maze, a jug of wine in hand, his demeanor tranquil, showing no signs of elation from reaching the end. For him, it was a matter of course. His eyes, capable of penetrating many illusions, had grown sharper with his cultivation, rendering the maze's tricks utterly ineffective against him. Here, senior sister, I have procured the drunken immortal for you. Miao Xia clutched the drunken immortal, her face flushed with excitement, inhaling deeply the fragrant aroma wafting from the wine. You truly are impressive. Make a request, any request, and I shall fulfill it. Upon hearing this, the cultivators nearby immediately fixated on Miao Xia's figure, their imaginations running wild. Such a stunning beauty was bound to make audacious demands. I have no particular requests, Jiang Ping'an replied calmly. The assistance he received in enhancing his cultivation warranted merely a small favor in return. Do you look down on your senior sister? Do you doubt that I could fulfill your request? Miao Xia retorted, fiercely grasping Jiang Ping'an's collar. Jiang Ping'an shrugged, conceding, very well, just one request. In future battles, please ensure your attire is properly arranged, and do not neglect to wear your outer robe. Crack. Some cultivators, upon hearing his words, felt their teeth clench painfully. Their eyes bloodshot as if struck, glaring at Jiang Ping'an as though they wished to devour him. This young man, oblivious to his fortune, had the audacity to make such an excessive demand. Miao Xia, noticing the peculiar gazes directed at her, felt her face heat up as she swiftly dragged Jiang Ping'an away, returning to her quarters to continue her reparations on this man. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Chang Hong sought out Yang Jinyu of the Northern Wilderness Immortal Sect. Friend Yang, Miao Xia of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, and that Jiang Ping'an have utterly disdained you, publicly belittling and trampling upon you. Such behavior is truly excessive. Yang Jinyu's expression turned cold. The Feather Emperor Immortal Sect had started to grow bolder in recent years, displaying a flagrant disregard for decorum. With her assistance, he believed he could undoubtedly subdue Miao Xia. Hence, he fabricated certain events to exacerbate the conflict between the two parties. Chang Hong observed Yang Jinyu's anger, and her heart swelled with delight. She immediately embellished the tale, exclaiming that Miao Xia had the audacity to claim that Yang, a fellow cultivator, was of ordinary appearance and far inferior to her. It was imperative to teach that woman a lesson. As she spoke, Chang Hong produced a fragment of a jade slip, containing an ancient spiritual technique, which she presented to Yang. Let us unite against Miao Xia. Very well, Yang Jinyu accepted the jade slip. You should return for now. Miao Xia is not to be underestimated. I shall contemplate a strategy. Understood. Chang Hong clasped her fists in salute and turned to leave. Once outside the room, a smile graced her lips. With Yang Jinyu's assistance, Miao Xia would surely be vanquished. Inside the chamber, Yang Jinyu's attendant pouted, voicing her disdain. The Yu Huangxian sect is truly excessive. A modicum of ability has inflated their arrogance, even to the point of belittling our young mistress. Deceptive, Yang Jinyu stated calmly, her fingers delicately placing a piece on the chessboard, her earlier anger dissipating into tranquility. Deceptive? The attendant was taken aback. One should trust only 3 parts of what they hear, doubt the rest, and remain unclouded by emotions. Their intent was merely to solicit my assistance against Miao Xia. Even a fool could discern the ruse. Flushing with embarrassment, the attendant realized she had been deceived, feeling less than a fool. Mistress, if you are aware of the falsehood, why then agree to confront Miao Xia? That woman is formidable. Who says I intend to confront Miao Xia? Chang Hong deceived me, and I reciprocate. It is only fitting. Yang Jinyu replied, her gaze fixed upon the chessboard, her eyes seemingly piercing through all deception. However, it was likely true that Jiang Ping'an had reached the end of the stone forest maze. That man possessed certain talents. The attendant pouted again, declaring, It must have been mere chance. How could he possibly surpass you, mistress? He arrived at the maze's conclusion in less than the time it takes to brew tea. Luck? Yang Jinyu's starry eyes sparkled with contemplation, the depths of her thoughts obscured. In the ensuing months, Jiang Ping'an diligently pursued his cultivation, while Miao Xia entirely disregarded his requests. Continuing her previous confrontations, after several months of battle, Jiang Ping'an's combat prowess had significantly advanced. He could fight without reliance on sight or spiritual perception, transcending into a higher realm of selflessness. It seemed he had grasped the good intentions of his senior sister. Now arriving at the first station of the Starry Sky Road. Please disembark the celestial vessel. The gentle chime reverberated through the ship's cabins. Numerous cultivators, immersed in their training, opened their eyes, their gaze ablaze with fervor and excitement. At last, we have arrived. The Starry Sky Road is a gathering place for the elite of the Huanyu realm, where some possess supreme legacies. Others are prodigious disciples of formidable factions, and many exhibit extraordinary talents. Here, unparalleled geniuses are as plentiful as fish in a river. With so many talents converging, they all shared a single purpose: to traverse the Starry Sky Road, reach the Changji Academy, and arrive at the legendary sacred ground of cultivation in pursuit of the great Tao. The multitude of cultivators, filled with ambition, descended from the celestial vessel. As they emerged, they beheld a magnificent fairy city, floating in the void, its immensity beyond measure, exuding waves of mystery, as if concealing countless secrets within. Here lies the first station of the moonlit domain Star River Road, the Ghost City. The Star River Road comprises 3 stations: Ghost City, Starry Sea, and Celestial Gate. To advance to the next station, one must complete the requisite tasks to qualify. It is said that the Ghost City was transported from an ancient realm by the elite powers of the Changji Academy, concealing profound secrets within. Some individuals have resided in Ghost City for millennia without accomplishing the tasks, thus unable to proceed to the Starry Sea. As soon as they disembarked from the celestial vessel, Chang Hong of the Tianlan Celestial Mansion exchanged a glance with Yang Jinyu, both swiftly drawing their weapons and charging towards Miao Xia. They needed to resolve their conflict with her before she entered Ghost City, as combat was prohibited within its confines. Chang Hong was confident that, with Yang Jinyu's assistance, they could eliminate Miao Xia. In the blink of an eye, Chang Hong reached Miao Xia, her spear whistling through the air, imbued with a fierce intent to kill. Miao Xia promptly cast off Jiang Ping'an and turned to confront her adversary. Jiang Ping'an had already warned her upon disembarking the vessel that Chang Hong's murderous intent was palpable and that she might strike. True to his words, Chang Hong indeed launched her attack. "You seek death," Miao Xia exclaimed, drawing a slender-bladed long knife and unleashing her dominant blade technique against Chang Hong. Expecting Yang Jinyu to assist in restraining Miao Xia, Chang Hong was taken aback to find that Yang Jinyu had not engaged. Instead, she soared towards Ghost City. Damn, that treacherous woman deceived him. Chapter 693. Ghost City. The clash between Miao Xia and Chang Hong generated tremendous ripples, causing nearby cultivators to hastily flee toward the city. Chang Hong commanded a fellow cultivator from Tianlan Celestial Mansion pursue Jiang Ping'an. With their limited numbers, they stood little chance of defeating Miao Xia or inflicting significant harm. It would be wiser to eliminate Jiang Ping'an and hinder his growth. He was a prodigy in his own right, and should he mature, he would undoubtedly pose a threat to their Tianlan Celestial Mansion. Better to eliminate one than to allow him to thrive. A late-stage domain realm expert immediately withdrew, transforming into a streak of golden light as he sped toward Jiang Ping'an. Observers nearby envisioned the inevitable fate that awaited him. Against a late-stage domain realm cultivator's assault, survival was almost an impossibility. Die. The late-stage domain realm expert arrived before Jiang Ping'an in an instant, the disparity in their realms rendering them incomparable in speed. With a single stroke, he aimed to obliterate Jiang Ping'an. What a pathetic genius, he sneered, anticipating the reward he would receive for vanquishing the prodigy of the Feather Emperor Sect. What are you laughing at? Jiang Ping'an inquired, gazing at the man before him. The late-stage domain realm cultivator froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Jiang Ping'an had not perished? An energy avatar? Cursed be it. He had been deceived. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ping'an had employed some means to conceal the aura of his energy avatar, rendering it unrecognizable. Normally, distinguishing an energy avatar would be straightforward. However, Jiang Ping'an possessed the celestial flight technique, which allowed him to obscure and alter his aura, complicating the identification of his energy avatar. The Tianlan Celestial Mansion cultivator contemplated launching another attack on Jiang Ping'an, but Jiang Ping'an swiftly traversed the city gates and entered Ghost City. Within the city, combat during daylight hours is strictly prohibited. Jiang Ping'an fixed his gaze upon his opponent, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. For a high-tier expert to assault a low-tier cultivator, the Tianlan Immortal Manor exhibits a remarkable lack of shame. Even more embarrassingly, you have yet to succeed. If I were in your position, I would detonate myself without hesitation. The surrounding cultivators regarded the Tianlan Immortal Manor practitioners with disdain. What a disgrace! I would never align myself with such a sect. Indeed, they are utterly pathetic. The elders even transformed their disciples into puppets, showing a complete absence of integrity. The lack of dignity in the Tianlan Immortal Manor seems to be a tradition passed down through the generations. The upper beam is crooked, and so too is the lower. The atmosphere was rife with condemnation, as many rogue cultivators had previously been bullied by high-tier experts, fostering a deep-seated aversion to such behavior. Had there been but a few voices of dissent, others would have refrained from speaking up. Yet, with so many joining in, the scorn flowed freely. The Tianlan Immortal Manor disciples found their faces flushed with anger, directed at Jiang Ping'an, yet they were rendered powerless to retaliate within the city limits. Miaoxia, witnessing the Tianlan Immortal Manor's attack on Jiang Ping'an, felt an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. Disciples of the Feathered Sovereign Immortal Sect, assemble. Let us eliminate the Tianlan Immortal Manor practitioners. A number of disciples from the Feathered Sovereign Immortal Sect were present in Ghost City. Changhong echoed the call. Tianlan Immortal Manor disciples, gather. Likewise, several Tianlan Immortal Manor disciples were also in Ghost City. Upon hearing the summons, beams of light erupted from the city, and a fierce battle loomed on the outskirts, with realms colliding and brilliant lights illuminating the heavens. The other sect practitioners watched with expressions of amusement. They had not anticipated that the senior sister of the Feathered Sovereign Immortal Sect and the senior brother of the Tianlan Immortal Manor would both arrive. This promised to be intriguing. These two individuals were indeed formidable. It remained uncertain whether they could secure a spot to venture to the Star Moon Sea. There was a possibility that the coveted 5 spots might end up in the hands of those individuals, making it nearly impossible for even immortals to claim them. As the chaos unfolded between the Feathered Sovereign Immortal Sect and the Tianlan Immortal Manor, Jiang Ping'an yearned to assist. Yet he found himself without any adversaries of the realm's initial stage. In Ghost City, it was rare to encounter cultivators below the realm level, and even those at the initial stage were scarce. However, the battle did not require Jiang Ping'an's intervention. The Feathered Sovereign Immortal Sect, outnumbering their foes, held the advantage. As the clash continued into the afternoon, the sky gradually darkened. The once sacred Ghost City suddenly took on an unsettling chill. The numerous cultivators, sensing the impending nightfall, wore grave expressions and hastily made their way back into the city, as if something dreadful were pursuing them. A Tianlan Immortal Manor practitioner called out to Changhong. "Senior brother, it's nearly dark. We must return to the city." Changhong cast a dark glance at Miaoxia, recognizing that the fight could not continue. He ordered, "Retreat." The Tianlan Immortal Manor's disciples were the first to withdraw into the city. A disciple from the Feathered Sovereign Immortal Sect addressed Miaoxia with a serious tone. "Senior sister, we should also return to the city. Night is approaching." Miaoxia nodded, a flicker of apprehension crossing her face as she hurriedly soared back to the city. In Ghost City, there exists a taboo. One must not venture out after dark. It is said that even a late-stage realm expert, let alone an ordinary mortal, who dares to step outside after nightfall is doomed to never return. Ghost City was transported from an ancient domain, the fate of which remains shrouded in mystery, as an inexplicable calamity claimed the lives of billions of souls. According to the investigation, the destruction of that realm was attributed to this haunted city. Within its confines, something sinister lurks, as many celestial beings have silently perished here, leaving no trace of battle. Thus, the city earned its ominous name. The reason why the Zhangji Academy chose to position this haunted city at the beginning of the Star River Road remains a mystery. The Academy's most formidable masters have placed a seal upon the city using their immense magical power. While terrifying entities emerge at night, the day remains relatively safe. However, before nightfall, one must swiftly return to a chamber fortified by protective formations, lest they meet their doom. Frequently, Some foolhardy individuals, believing themselves invincible, venture out at night, only to succumb to the darkness. Miao Xia, accompanied by Jiang Ping'an and other disciples of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, entered the city and found lodgings at an inn inhabited solely by fellow sect members. This must be the talented junior brother Jiang Ping'an, truly a handsome figure, remarked a bearded cultivator wielding a large blade, smiling at Jiang Ping'an. You flatter me, senior brother. It is you who is truly remarkable. Jiang Ping'an responded with a respectful clasp of his fists. No need for such formalities. It feels distant. You may call me brother you. The cultivator replied with a hearty laugh. Miao Xia turned to Jiang Ping'an and said, this individual is not to be underestimated. Before that, fellow Wang Yang rose to prominence. Brother Yu was the sect's elder brother, just a step away from transcending to the realm of immortals. What step? That step is akin to a chasm, once crossed. One is no longer merely in the domain realm. Yu Bei humbly disagreed, not considering himself particularly formidable. Suddenly, a chilling and ominous aura emanated from outside the inn, abruptly silencing the scattered conversations. The entire city was engulfed in darkness as a chilling wind howled, accompanied by haunting cries resonating from every corner, eerie and terrifying. Jiang Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling uncontrollably as he instinctively grasped the immortal artifact, the devouring cauldron, and the void-breaking bracelet. A primal fear, originating from the depths of his soul, rendered him powerless. It felt as though something had emerged from the shadows. A suffocating sense of mortality enveloped him, far surpassing the pressure exerted by celestial beings. What exactly had emerged? Chapter 694. Terror. Even before arriving at the haunted city, Jiang Ping'an was aware of its dreadful reputation. Yet experiencing it firsthand unveiled the true extent of its terror. The unknown horror pervaded the city, instilling a sense of despair greater than when he was pursued by Qiu Sipin. Just as Jiang Ping'an's body trembled uncontrollably, a large hand rested upon his shoulder. Yu Bei affixed a soul-calming talisman to him. It is your first day here. You will gradually adapt, Yu Bei reassured him. Thank you, brother Yu, Jiang Ping'an replied, taking a deep breath to quell his inner terror. It's but a minor matter. Remember, never venture outside at night. Even celestial beings are doomed if they do, Yu Bei gravely warned. Moreover, do not extend your consciousness outside at night. Those entities can assault your soul through your awareness, leading to death. Yu Bei emphasized the seriousness of the warning. Not only must one refrain from going out at night, but one's consciousness must also not extend beyond. Brother, remember this well. Jiang Ping'an naturally would not venture outside. Only a fool would do so, as stepping out would be tantamount to courting death. Miao Xia remarked. Let us provide him with a room key, allowing him to rest while we deliberate on how to secure the remaining quotas. Miao Xia did not bring Jiang Ping'an to Xinghe Road out of any belief in his potential assistance. His capabilities would be of no aid to her. Yu Bei handed Jiang Ping'an the key to an upstairs room. As he ascended with the identity token in hand, he had no aspirations of obtaining a quota from the Zhangji Academy, nor did he wish to engage in such matters. Quotas that eluded countless talented individuals were not something a cultivator in the early stages of the domain realm could hope to attain. Such opportunities cannot be grasped solely through effort. They require immense fortune as well. Seeing Jiang Ping'an head upstairs, Yu Bei jestingly remarked to Miao Xia, you truly know how to indulge yourself, bringing a man along on your outing. Get lost. I merely brought him to broaden his horizons. Your thoughts are as vile as they are unfounded, in an attempt to mask her unease. Miao Xia retrieved a flask of wine from her inner world and took a swig before hastily steering the conversation back to business. Where are the other 5 tokens that represent the quotas? Do you have any leads? Every century, the Zhangji Academy dispenses 10 tokens in the Ghost City, each representing a single quota. Only by locating these tokens can one qualify for the next phase. At the mention of this, Yu Bei's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. The 5 remaining tokens had vanished for decades, barring unforeseen circumstances. They were likely in the possession of that group of individuals. As he spoke, Yu Bei gazed out at the sealed windows, where countless twisted shadows flitted by, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Those very individuals he referred to were the terrifying entities lurking outside. Miao Xia's grip on the wine flask tightened, her expression growing solemn. If this were indeed the case, the likelihood of obtaining a token would be virtually non-existent. Even celestial beings dare not traverse the night, who would be bold enough to venture forth in search of tokens, let alone wrest them from those fearsome creatures? If one could extend their consciousness, they might pinpoint the token's locations in advance, utilizing a magical artifact to withstand the ensuing chaos long enough to seize the tokens. The crux of the issue lay in the inability to release one's consciousness, as doing so would invite an attack, resulting in the shattering of one's soul. Perhaps, the only recourse would be to wait several more decades until the Zhangji Academy's next token distribution, which might present an opportunity to claim a quota. Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Ping'an found his designated room with the key in hand. The window was sealed with talismans, and numerous unknown, terrifying shadows flitted past, sending a chilling wave of dread through Jiang Ping'an, who wished he could burrow beneath the covers and hide. It was these very entities that had claimed the lives of beings from an entire realm. Deeply perplexed, Jiang Ping'an pondered the nature of these beings. They lacked the aura of celestial beings, yet exuded a pressure more terrifying than that of the divine. Although he could not release his consciousness, he could employ his ocular techniques to perceive beyond. Channeling energy into his eyes, the wall before him became transparent, revealing the external scene in its entirety. Ancient architecture and darkened spaces lay before him, yet curiously, nothing was visible. What was happening? Why was there nothing in sight? He could distinctly sense many terrifying entities prowling outside. Jiang Ping'an felt an overwhelming sense of curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to venture outside for a closer look. Certainly, he was no fool. He would not venture out himself, but instead dispatched an energy avatar. Even if the energy avatar perished, it would bear no consequence for him. He released celestial energy, allowing it to waft through the crevices of the window, and the energy avatar began to materialize. In the pitch black of night, silence enveloped the world, and the ancient structures emanated an inexplicable eeriness. The energy avatar surveyed its surroundings, perplexed to find nothing amiss. Suddenly, the connection between the energy avatar and its creator was severed instantaneously. Jiang Ping'an's expression shifted. The energy avatar had met its demise. What could have transpired? He had witnessed nothing. How could the energy avatar vanish? He merely sensed a chilling aura before it ceased to exist. Jiang Ping'an furrowed his brow and released celestial energy once more, summoning another energy avatar. This time, two avatars coalesced, their power fields enveloping their forms, allowing them to perceive the nature of their assailant. Jiang Ping'an's pupils constricted sharply. The connection with the energy avatars was severed again. The two avatars exchanged glances, yet neither discerned the entity attacking them. The power fields proved ineffectual, as if the assailant could disregard them entirely. It was terrifying. This entity was exceedingly sinister, seemingly capable of invisibility, able to strike him down in an instant. And the power fields could not impede it. It could be a dreadful manifestation of an entirely different set of rules, eluding sight. Just as Jiang Ping'an contemplated surrender, an idea sparked within him. He summoned the power of Yin Thunder from within, and a transparent avatar exuding a chilling, sinister aura appeared beside him. This was his malevolent avatar, immune to any attack not of the Yang attribute. During previous cultivation, Jiang Ping'an had fused numerous avatars together, including the malevolent one. However, he could still conjure it independently if he wished. The reason for its previous disuse lay in its limited effectiveness. Most cultivators had mastered various Yang attribute techniques, rendering the malevolent avatar largely redundant. Now, however, it was released because its immunity could potentially allow it to evade most attacks. Jiang Ping'an was uncertain whether the malevolent avatar could truly withstand these assaults, but if it failed, he would focus solely on his cultivation and disregard the external threats. The malevolent avatar traversed through the walls and emerged outside. The outside world was eerily silent, frigid, and shrouded in darkness, exuding an air of strangeness. As time passed, 1 breath, 2 breaths, the duration of half a cup of tea, the malevolent avatar floated outside, unharmed. Jiang Ping'an could distinctly sense an entity passing nearby, yet the malevolent avatar remained unscathed. Whether the mysterious beings could not detect the malevolent avatar or whether it was inherently immune to their attacks remained unclear. Regardless, it was unscathed. Jiang Ping'an did not become overly excited. He merely wished to ascertain the nature of the creatures outside, yet they remained elusive. What meaning did it hold to venture out into the night? It was utterly meaningless. Jiang Ping'an retracted the malevolent avatar and began to earnestly contemplate the principles of cultivation. Regardless of what lies outside, As long as one remains indoors, there is nothing to fear. The pursuit of the celestial path is of utmost importance. Chapter 695. Miao Xia is injured at the break of dawn the following day. Miao Xia pushed open the door to Jiang Ping'an's room. Senior sister, seeing you alone seems rather dull. Allow me to take you for a stroll in the city. Senior sister, I do not feel bored at all, Jiang Ping'an replied. His eyes closed as he immersed himself in his cultivation. Impossible. You must be utterly bored, Miao Xia insisted, disregarding his protests as she seized his arm. You could spare a clone to accompany me. With a resigned shake of his head, Jiang Ping'an countered, Senior sister, if you do not seize the opportunity to compete for a spot, why are you wandering about? It's not mere wandering. With only 5 spots remaining, they are unattainable. We must wait decades until the Zhangji Academy distributes tokens once more, Miao Xia sighed. Oh. Jiang Ping'an manifested a clone to accompany Miao Xia. There were some training venues in Ghost City. However, Jiang Ping'an felt little interest. His current focus was to fully comprehend all laws and break through to the next realm. In the days that followed, Jiang Ping'an adhered to a disciplined regimen of cultivation. His holy demon body contemplated the laws of destruction, while his devouring clone pondered the laws of shadow lightning, and his true self absorbed the essence of ancient gods, ruminating on the laws of gravity. Each night, he sensed a terrifying presence lurking outside, sending chills down his spine. As his experiences increased, he gradually became accustomed to it and paid it no mind. One fateful night, as Jiang Ping'an practiced as usual, a sudden surge of immense spiritual energy and commotion erupted from downstairs. Startled, he opened his eyes and rushed downstairs. The disturbance emanated from Miao Xia's room. Miao Xia's complexion was pale, blood trickling from her mouth as she held a fan-like celestial artifact tightly against the window. It was evident that the talisman on the window had been damaged. What happened? Jiang Ping'an inquired urgently. Someone has breached the seal on my room. An entity has entered. Miao Xia gasped, spewing blood before collapsing into Jiang Ping'an's arms. It must be that accursed Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Upon hearing the commotion, Yubei rushed in and quickly reapplied the talisman to seal the window. Others soon followed. What transpired? How is the Master Sister injured? Someone has tampered with the talisman in Master Sister's room, allowing that entity to injure her. Damn it. It must be Tianlan Immortal Mansion. I wondered why they suddenly came to offer us gifts today. It was for this nefarious purpose, exclaimed the members of Zhuo Immortal Sect, filled with righteous indignation. Earlier that day, cultivators from Tianlan Immortal Mansion had come to provoke them under the guise of gifting. But how did Tianlan Immortal Mansion manage to do this? We did not see any of their cultivators ascend. Everyone was perplexed, as there had always been sentinels stationed below, and none had witnessed the Tianlan Immortal cultivators arriving. It is highly likely that they employed a form of advanced concealment technique, Jiang Ping'an asserted solemnly. Some top-tier concealment techniques can obscure one's aura and hide one's form. My heavenly escape technique can achieve that. This world has more than just the heavenly escape technique. Some concealment techniques surpass even it. Be on guard. Search the entire inn. Yubei commanded. No longer. I have just seen it, and there are no hidden individuals. That person likely damaged the talisman during the day. Jiang Ping'an embraced Miao Xia, his tone indifferent, his face betraying no sign of emotional fluctuation. Only those familiar with him could discern the depths of his fury. Yubei paused momentarily, then issued the command. Conduct a thorough inspection of the entire inn, examining the talisman seals in each room. He did not believe Jiang Ping'an's words. If there were indeed a hidden person, how could he, Yubei, fail to notice, while Jiang Ping'an claimed he had seen? The enraged crowd immediately set out to search. Yubei gazed at the unconscious Miao Xia, gravely inquiring, Is Xiao Xia all right? Her body sustains no serious harm, fortunately protected by a celestial artifact. However, her soul has suffered some attack, and she has already taken a medicinal pill. Observing Miao Xia's pale and weakened visage, Jiang Ping'an's eyes were hollow. His very soul ignited with murderous intent. Yubei sighed in relief. Then you tend to Xiao Xia. I shall inspect the inn as well. Tomorrow, the Tianlan Celestial Manor will undoubtedly pay the price. He exited the room, closing the door behind him. Jiang Ping'an looked at Miao Xia's ashen face, his fists clenched tightly. Tomorrow? I cannot wait until tomorrow. Although senior sister Miao Xia could be somewhat willful, she had always treated him with kindness, continuously caring for him. The one thing Jiang Ping'an could not endure was witnessing harm befall those close to him. The malevolent doppelganger, separated from his physical form, departed the inn, armed with the celestial artifact void-breaking bracelet and the celestial artifact devouring heaven bottle. In recent days, while shopping, he had passed by the inns frequented by the cultivators of Tianlan Celestial Manor, thus familiarizing himself with their locations. In the inky darkness of the night, silence enveloped the world, a shroud of obscurity concealing unknown entities. Jiang Ping'an's malevolent doppelganger halted outside one of the inns. If he could unfurl his spiritual awareness, the strong presence within would surely detect him. Yet, no one dared to extend their spiritual presence into the night. Laughter erupted from within the inn. It seems there was an energy fluctuation emanating from the direction of the Yu Huang Celestial Sect's inn. Something must have transpired. The Yu Huang Celestial Sect could never have anticipated that we could breach their seals. Little Zhou, responsible for the destruction of the talisman, would undoubtedly receive a great reward should Miaoxia perish. Inside the Tianlan Celestial Manor's inn, merriment filled the air through the shadows within. It was evident they were seated on the first floor, exchanging cups and laughter. Yet, Jiang Ping'an's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. He raised the void-breaking bracelet, which expanded into an aperture. This celestial artifact, acquired through cunning from Elder Tan Guangshou of the Tianlan Celestial Manor, could harness the power of space. Jiang Ping'an traversed through the bracelet, directly entering the inn's top floor. It would be exceedingly difficult to breach the inn's defenses from the outside, and even if successful, it would expend a vast amount of celestial energy. Once within the room on the top floor, he utilized the devouring heaven bottle to absorb the talismans from the window, flinging it open. The revelers on the first floor could never have imagined that someone could infiltrate the inn in the dead of night. As window after window swung open, waves of an ominous aura surged forth. Downstairs, the cultivators of Tianlan Celestial Manor continued their jovial banter. Senior brother, the Yu Huang Celestial Sect will surely deduce our involvement. They will undoubtedly come seeking us tomorrow, one cultivator remarked to Chang Hong. With an expression of indifference, Chang Hong replied, "What of it if they come? Let us not dwell on the impossibility of battling during the day. Even if such a confrontation were feasible, would we truly fear them? If that wretched Miaoxia were to perish, even in the midst of conflict, the Yu Huangxian sect would stand no chance against us." Chang Hong gleefully poured a mouthful of wine, eagerly anticipating the morrow, longing for the sight of the Yu Huangxian sect's disciples arriving in utter desperation. However, an abrupt sensation seized Chang Hong, compelling him to summon an ancient jade disc to shield his form. In an instant, the jovial discourse among the cultivators at the table ceased, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Only a few quick-witted individuals managed to activate their treasures in time, fortifying their bodies. Monsters have breached our midst. Where did they come from? The remaining few, now overcome with horror, roared in terror, their demeanor far removed from that of esteemed prodigies. Even celestial beings would meet their doom against such entities. At that moment, the few who had summoned their treasures suddenly felt an overwhelming force pulling at them, causing their artifacts to break free and soar in a singular direction. They turned their heads sharply, only to behold a translucent figure clutching a black bottle emanating a celestial aura. It was this very vessel that siphoned their treasures away. Chang Hong's eyes widened in sheer terror as he recognized the figure before him. Jiang Ping'an. Chapter 696. Jiang Ping'an strikes. The peculiar stone sphere. How could this be? How could Jiang Ping'an possibly appear here? In this accursed city, not even scattered immortals, let alone those at the human immortal realm, could manifest by night, much less a cultivator of the domain realm. How had Jiang Ping'an so suddenly materialized in therein? Undoubtedly, the bizarre phenomena present here were orchestrated by Jiang Ping'an himself. In the face of the uncanny, they felt as fragile as parchment. All but Chang Hong had succumbed to the strange forces. Chang Hong harbored an inexhaustible hatred for Jiang Ping'an, though an even greater dread consumed him now. The treasures he cherished were drawn away by the celestial artifact in Jiang Ping'an's grasp, and he could barely resist being pulled towards it. Jiang Ping'an, you scoundrel, await your reckoning. I shall ensure you pay in blood for your transgressions. With a voice filled with venomous rage, Chang Hong shattered the celestial teleportation talisman upon his person, vanishing from the accursed city in an instant. In mere moments, the once vibrant and lay strewn with lifeless bodies, the chilling winds howling in the aftermath. The unknown entity had claimed the lives of these souls. Many had not even comprehended their fate before it was sealed. Jiang Ping'an utilized the swallowing heaven bottle to gather the corpses and turned to depart. Truth be told, witnessing the uncanny enact its lethal will for the first time instilled in him a profound fear. He could not discern how these entities operated or executed their kills. Such an unfathomable terror was the most harrowing of all. Confronting scattered immortals would not evoke such dread in Jiang Ping'an, as they too were living beings susceptible to death. Yet, these entities seemed devoid of life, intangible, and unbounded by mortality. Their forms were invisible. Jiang Ping'an had orchestrated the demise of over a dozen elite cultivators from the Tianlan Xianfu, with only Chang Hong managing to escape, thus avenging Miao Xia. As he journeyed back, a flash of red light suddenly streaked past him. Jiang Ping'an halted abruptly. What had just passed by? Jiang Ping'an swiftly turned to locate the source of the crimson light. It was a spherical stone, etched with peculiar runes, floating in the air, emanating an aura of the uncanny. It appeared as though a strange entity was carrying this red orb. Jiang Ping'an found it curious to encounter an anomaly that bore an object. The vibrations radiating from the red stone were distinctly peculiar, reminiscent of a treasured artifact. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Ping'an donned the void-breaking bracelet and reached out to grasp it. Though this was somewhat perilous, it was merely a projection, devoid of any life-threatening risks. Even if the aberrant projection encountered trouble, he could effortlessly create another. His hand pierced through the void, seizing the floating crimson orb. Retracting his hand, he discovered no immediate danger. Looking down at the stone in his palm, it was slightly larger than an eye, round and cool to the touch, surprisingly invigorating his mental consciousness. A remarkable find. Though he was uncertain of its nature, its benefits to the mind were undeniable, and he certainly could not let it slip away. His mental strength had reached a plateau, and he was in need of something to enhance it. Just as he prepared to return, he suddenly caught sight of another crimson flash darting across the horizon. Were there more than one of these objects? Jiang Ping'an had initially thought it was merely fortuitous luck to stumble upon a singular treasure, only to realize that there were indeed multiple stone orbs. He promptly tore through space to pursue it, capturing the second red orb. Jiang Ping'an suspected that these stones were not mere coincidences, and that there were likely more than just these two. The night was still young, and with nothing pressing to attend to, Jiang Ping'an began to wander through the ghost city. The prospect of finding additional stones promised significant enhancement for his mental prowess. After 2 hours of searching, just before dawn, he had located a total of 4 orbs. Jiang Ping'an felt a sense of satisfaction. Such treasures were rare and elusive, and discovering these 4 was indeed a stroke of fortune. By midday the following day, Yu Bei rushed into Miao Xia's room. Inside, Jiang Ping'an sat on the bed, with the unconscious Miao Xia resting against him. Seeing that Miao Xia had not yet awakened, Yu Bei's expression grew serious. Is she still not awake? I have some elixirs here. We must administer them to her. Nothing must go awry. Jiang Ping'an helplessly raised his hands. She is awake, merely pretending to be asleep and refusing to rise. Pretending to be asleep? Yu Bei was taken aback. Nonsense. When have I ever feigned slumber? I'm simply feeling unwell and weak. Miao Xia retorted, sitting up in a huff, glaring daggers at Jiang Ping'an. How could this insufferable man be so oblivious to the feelings of others? Hearing Miao Xia's spirited voice, Yu Bei realized she was indeed fine, and a smile broke across his face. That's a relief. I have good news to share. The group of cultivators from Tianlan Immortal Mansion has encountered misfortune. What sort of misfortune? Miao Xia was already preparing to confront those ruffians from Tianlan Immortal Mansion, intent on holding them accountable for their treachery. Yu Bei replied cheerfully. This morning, we gathered our people to seek vengeance for you. We knocked on their door for quite some time, believing they were too scared to emerge, and eventually kicked it open. Then, it was discovered that the entire inn was deserted, and the seal on the upstairs window had been broken. This group of individuals might all be dead. Miao Xia rose from her bed, her face etched with confusion. Dead? Are there any corpses? There were no bodies. Yet it was evident that something had transpired. My certainty stems from 2 observations. The seal on the window had vanished, and the food and beverages on the first floor were left untouched, scattered across the ground, suggesting a sudden and unforeseen incident. Yu Bei stroked his stubbled chin in contemplation, remarking, logically, those mysterious killers would not have taken the bodies after their grim work. The absence of corpses is indeed peculiar. It is quite possible that someone has targeted the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. This is a grave matter. I must investigate personally. Miao Xia hurriedly departed, determined to confront those who had not perished if they were indeed still alive. Jiang Ping'an shut his eyes. Continuing his meditation on the principles of the universe, he refrained from disclosing to Miao Xia that he was responsible, as it would smack of boasting. And explaining how he had ventured out at night would be excessively cumbersome. Jiang Ping'an harbored no fondness for ostentation or excessive dialogue. Moreover, if he revealed the truth, the next time this woman faced him, it would not merely involve her shedding her outer garments. Soon after, the mysterious disappearance of over a dozen top-tier cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion stirred a considerable uproar in the Ghost City. The Tianlan Immortal Mansion held a prestigious status within the illusory moon domain, and the sudden vanishing of so many exceptional talents naturally incited fervent discussion. What could have transpired? Why would the cultivators of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, hiding in an inn, encounter such misfortune? Could it be that the talismans had malfunctioned? It was implausible for the talismans to be at fault. Had there been an issue, it would not have solely affected the cultivators of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. It was highly probable that the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect had employed some means to obliterate the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Consequently, all fingers pointed to the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect regarding the disappearance of the Tianlan cultivators, given the enmity that existed between the two factions. Even the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect found themselves perplexed, questioning who could be responsible. Certainly, someone had taken action. Although the perpetrator was unknown, they were quite pleased. The mysteriously vanished cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion were all notable figures. Their sudden demise would surely cause considerable distress to the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. A tranquil existence persisted for several months until yet another incident ignited excitement within the Ghost City. Yang Jinyu of the Northern Wilderness Immortal Sect had acquired a token leading to the Sea of Stars. Impossible. It was rumored that such tokens were in the possession of those enigmatic beings. How could she have obtained one? This was indeed true and confirmed. Truly, she was the top prodigy of the Northern Wilderness Immortal Sect, accomplishing feats that eluded other geniuses from the four major sections. For decades, no one had managed to locate a passage token, said to be held by the mysterious entities, rendering it seemingly unattainable. Yet, unexpectedly, Yang Jinyu from the Northern Wilderness Immortal Sect had procured a token, and this was bound to cause a stir. Chapter 697. The passage token cultivators from various major sects inundated Yang Jinyu with requests for visits, eager to inquire how she had obtained the passage token. Due to the overwhelming number of visitors, Yang Jinyu, seeking to minimize the hassle, reserved a large inn and planned to host a banquet to publicly announce the method by which she had acquired the token. However, to attend this banquet, one must either be a powerful practitioner or a renowned top genius. Ordinary cultivators simply do not stand a chance. This woman is truly formidable. Upon hearing this news, Miao Xia felt a pang of envy. Both of them were of similar cultivation levels, and as female cultivators, they shared comparable reputations and combat prowess within the illusory moon domain. Yet, Yang Jinyu had obtained a pass token while Miao Xia had not, leaving her with a sense of being overshadowed. Though a twinge of jealousy lingered, she resolved to attend the banquet hosted by Yang Jinyu for the sake of entering the Zhangji Academy and for her father. As they made their way to the banquet, Miao Xia glanced at Jiang Ping'an beside her and inquired, "Fool, do you think that woman, Yang Jinyu, is more accomplished than I?" "Perhaps," Jiang Ping'an responded casually. "You silly fool." Miao Xia found a secluded spot, jumped up, and locked her arms around Jiang Ping'an's neck. "What I mean, dear junior brother, is that you should console me. Your response ought to be in the negative." "Oh, senior sister is more formidable than Yang Jinyu," Jiang Ping'an replied. "That is too perfunctory." "Far too perfunctory," Miao Xia retorted, thinking how this foolish boy hardly knew how to flatter a woman. Fortunately, she had grown accustomed to it. As they chatted, the two arrived at the palace where the banquet was to be held. After revealing their identities, they entered the grand and ancient palace, which possessed a unique charm. Upon their arrival, many cultivators were already present, and the hall was filled with a sea of heads. Everyone sat at the banquet tables on either side, drinking and laughing, waiting for Yang Jinyu to announce how to obtain the pass tokens. At the far end of the palace sat a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading down to her waist. This woman was not particularly stunning, at least not by celestial standards, but she remained quite beautiful in other contexts. She exuded an air of intellectual elegance, her eyes twinkling brighter than the stars, as if capable of seeing through everything. This individual was Yang Jinyu. the pinnacle genius of the Northern Wilderness Immortal Sect, a soul cultivator. As soon as Miao Xia entered, Yang Jinyu noticed her, rising from her seat and gracefully navigating through the crowd to greet Miao Xia. "Miao sister, it has been a long time," Yang Jinyu said with a gentle smile. "Yang sister, indeed it has," Miao Xia replied with a smile of her own. Their statuses were akin, and they naturally knew each other, maintaining a cordial facade. Yang Jinyu turned to Jiang Ping'an beside her, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of my younger brother." Jiang Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. Her younger brother? He initially thought she had mistaken him for someone else, but then it dawned on him. He only knew one person with the surname Yang from the Northern Wilderness Immortal Sect, Yang Wan. Since Yang Jinyu had mentioned him, Yang Wan must indeed be her brother. "I haven't taken care of him at all. In fact, we rarely meet," Jiang Ping'an replied honestly. "As long as you haven't deceived him, that is sufficient," Yang Jinyu acknowledged. Aware of her brother's naivety and straightforwardness, often being taken advantage of or exploited for resources, Jiang Ping'an's apparent integrity was a reassuring sign. Yang Jinyu led the two to the front of the banquet, as peers of such esteemed powers deserved recognition. Several notable figures from prominent factions engaged in lively conversation, while Jiang Ping'an found himself unable to interject, instead listening intently and enjoying the feast. The culinary delights birthed from the celestial realm are beyond comparison to those of the desolate world. Upon my return home, I must certainly bring some back for my daughters to savor. Yang, could you allow us a glimpse of the appearance of the passage token before revealing how to obtain it? Inquired a royal descendant from the Lingyue kingdom, his anticipation evident. The others shared his curiosity, for none had yet encountered the passage token in reality. Naturally, it is no trouble at all, Yang Jinyu replied with a gentle smile. Unperturbed by the prospect of others attempting to seize it, she produced a red stone orb, adorned with peculiar runes that emanated a refreshing coolness, invigorating the spirit. The onlookers gazed on with envy, poised to speak, when suddenly, an unexpected sound of someone choking on their food erupted nearby. Ugh! They all turned in unison. Expressions of displeasure etched upon their faces. Who displayed such poor manners, spitting food at this level of cultivation? It was truly revolting. My apologies. The food is simply too delectable, and I was caught up in my haste. Jiang Ping'an coughed violently, covering his mouth to conceal his expression. The passage token was not a plaque, but rather a sphere. He had always assumed it to be a sign. Who could have imagined it was a ball? This very orb was the object he had captured that fateful night. He possessed 4. No, only 3 remained, as one was nearly digested. Had he known, he could have departed this wretched place long ago and journeyed to the Starmoon Sea. Miao Xia, observing Jiang Ping'an's state, felt her face flush with embarrassment. This man truly humiliated her. Upon returning, she would smother him in her embrace. "Changhong, you are still alive." A sudden exclamation rang out from the entrance. Upon hearing that name, everyone turned in unison. Changhong, the renowned gunmaster of the Tianlan Immortal Manor, was a name known to nearly every cultivator of their level. However, not long ago, a collective disappearance of the Tianlan Immortal Manor's cultivators, including Changhong, had caused quite a stir, and discussions about it continued to circulate. As they gazed toward the entrance, a man wielding a long spear and exuding an aura of menace strode in. It was indeed Changhong. Miao Xia's expression grew grave. This fellow had somehow survived. Did that mean the others were alive as well? This was not good news. At that moment, Changhong radiated an aura of murderous intent. His eyes glowing red, an ominous energy lingering about him, silencing the once lively banquet. The crowd noted that since Changhong's entrance, his gaze was fixed intently on one direction. Following his line of sight, they beheld a cultivator engrossed in his meal, Jiang Ping'an. "You scoundrel!" Changhong's voice, laced with hatred and fury, reverberated within the grand hall, startling many attendees. Miao Xia swiftly unsheathed a long blade, positioning it protectively before Jiang Ping'an. Though uncertain of the circumstances, she could sense Changhong's murderous intent. While combat was prohibited in the Ghost City during daylight, should a confrontation arise, the worst consequence would be expulsion, with minimal repercussions. Seated at the head of the table, Yang Jinyu retracted the passage token, her gaze fixed coldly upon Changhong. "Changhong, what is your intent at my banquet?" A formidable mental pressure enveloped Changhong. Should he resort to violence at her gathering, it would be a direct affront to her dignity. Everyone was perplexed by the mysterious circumstances surrounding Changhong's disappearance. After so many days, his sudden reappearance was accompanied by an unsettling atmosphere at the banquet. A cultivator from the Sword Immortal Sect hastily attempted to ease the tension and shift the conversation, saying, "Changhong, your timing is impeccable. Daoist Yang is about to reveal how to obtain the passage token. By the way, where have you and the friends from Tianlan Immortal Mansion been? We thought something had happened to you." At the mention of this, the veins on Changhong's arm bulged, his anger flaring as he pointed his spear at Jiang Ping'an. "It was this scoundrel who ambushed us. Everyone except me perished. I nearly met a similar fate." The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Jiang Ping'an was the one who ambushed and killed many esteemed disciples of Tianlan Immortal Mansion? Chapter 698. Changhong reveals the truth. Changhong's words were akin to a stone being cast into a serene lake, sending ripples throughout the assembly. Jiang Ping'an was merely at the initial stage of the domain realm. How could he possibly have slain so many top-tier cultivators? Could it be that he concealed his true power? That seemed implausible, as he had displayed the same initial stage cultivation during the last competition in the illusory Moon's secret realm. If he truly had been hiding his strength, how could those formidable experts have failed to notice? Doubt filled the minds of the onlookers, and they found it hard to believe Changhong's claims. How could a cultivator at the initial stage of the domain realm quietly eliminate over a dozen elite disciples of Tianlan Immortal Mansion? Sensing their skepticism, Changhong elaborated. It wasn't that his combat prowess was particularly formidable. Rather, this little thief employed some unknown means to traverse the night, tore down the talismans on the windows, and unleashed those strange entities upon us, catching us completely off guard. The crowd turned their astonished gazes towards Jiang Ping'an, who was leisurely dining. Even a powerful cultivator at the human immortal level would face death if they ventured out at night. How could this individual manage to do so? How did Jiang Ping'an evade the attacks of those strange entities? Miao Xia glanced at Jiang Ping'an, her beautiful eyes glimmering with realization. So it was this man who avenged her. On that fateful night when she was ambushed and injured, he had annihilated the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. An unprecedented sense of gratitude surged within her. She cast a cold glare at Changhong, resolute in her determination to protect Jiang Ping'an's safety at all costs. Changhong fixed his gaze on Jiang Ping'an and proclaimed, "Let me share a secret. This little thief possesses an immortal artifact, which enabled him to succeed in his ambush." At this revelation, the eyes of numerous cultivators in the grand hall sparkled with fervent interest. An immortal artifact. This person actually possessed such a treasure. Immortal artifacts harbor immense power, embodying the essence of the immortal path. Typically, even those without a powerful backing could scarcely afford to acquire a decent one. For a cultivator at the domain realm to even wield a secret treasure was already remarkable. The fact that this initial stage Jiang Ping'an had an immortal artifact was astonishing. A wave of greed washed over many in attendance. Jiang Ping'an regarded Changhong with cold disdain. It was evident that this individual wished to make his life difficult. If this information were to be exposed, it would usher in a multitude of troubles and dangers. Suddenly, Miao Xia interjected, "That immortal artifact belongs to Jiang Ping'an. Anyone who desires it is welcome to come and take it." Changhong sought to create danger for Jiang Ping'an, but Miao Xia immediately redirected that peril towards herself. Jiang Ping'an spoke up. The reason Changhong was able to escape that day was because he possessed a celestial artifact, and a formidable one at that, belonging to the Earth Immortal Realm. If you insist on making my life difficult, you shall not find respite either. You lie. I merely used a teleportation talisman to flee. I have no celestial artifact on me. Changhong shouted in exasperation, incredulous that this scoundrel would dare to turn the accusation back on him. Indeed, Changhong was not lying. He had indeed utilized the teleportation talisman to make his escape. Why are you so eager to defend yourself? Are you also fearful of being targeted by the powerful? Jiang Ping'an retorted with a cold smirk. The truth of the matter was known only to the two of them. Yet the glances exchanged among the crowd revealed that the majority were inclined to believe that Changhong possessed a celestial artifact. Changhong's heart seethed with murderous intent. He had intended to embroil Jiang Ping'an in trouble, yet he found himself ensnared instead. Seated at the head of the gathering, Yang Jinyu spoke in a calm tone. Whatever discord exists between you two should be resolved outside. Such disturbances are not permitted within this palace. Seizing the moment, she continued, "Allow me to disclose how I obtained the passage token. I possess a secret treasure that can obscure both destiny and form, enabling me to venture out at night. This passage token was acquired from a peculiar entity. The method is not complex. One merely needs to find a similar artifact. The true challenge lies in locating such a treasure. Had anyone known where to find it, they would have already done so. Currently, suspicion loomed that Jiang Ping'an himself possessed a similar treasure, which allowed him to venture out at night without fear of the strange entities. Chang Hong glared fiercely at Jiang Ping'an. You wait. With Miao Xia and Yang Jinyu present, he knew he could not eliminate Jiang Ping'an, and thus turned away. The banquet continued, originally centered around Yang Jinyu, the first person in decades to obtain a passage token. However, after Chang Hong's arrival, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. With many casting glances at Jiang Ping'an, the individual who single-handedly annihilated several elite members of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion was indeed a subject of significant intrigue. Jiang Ping'an was not fond of this attention, as it heightened the risk of unwanted complications. He planned to visit the inn where Chang Hong was staying later that evening, intending to deal with the one who had caused his exposure. As the sun began to set, the banquet concluded, and guests departed one by one, hurrying home to conceal themselves. As Yang Jinyu escorted Miao Xia away, she suddenly conveyed through thought, "No wonder I could not find the other passage tokens. It turns out you have obtained them. You think too highly of us. We do not possess any passage tokens," Miao Xia replied. Suspecting that Yang Jinyu believed Jiang Ping'an's ability to venture out at night was tied to her, and that she had already acquired a passage token. In truth, she was entirely unaware of the matter. Yang Jinyu regarded her with a look that suggested disbelief. "We shall meet at Xingyu SC." Miao Xia shrugged, her silken shoulders barely moving, before she turned to leave. Jiang Ping'an silently followed beside her. As darkness approached, the streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians. After walking for a while, Miao Xia suddenly inquired, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that it was you who avenged me?" "You never asked," Jiang Ping'an replied bluntly. Miao Xia raised her hand and playfully tapped Jiang Ping'an on the head. "How could I have possibly guessed it was you, you silly stone? Who would have thought it was this man who had been aiding her from the shadows?" The golden rays of the setting sun elongated the shadows of the two figures. As Miao Xia observed Jiang Ping'an's silhouette resembling a towering mountain standing beside her, they returned to the inn of the Feather Emperor Sect, where the practitioners congregated in the hall. Upon their arrival, all eyes were drawn to Jiang Ping'an, admiration evident in their gazes. "It seems you are all aware, indeed. The one responsible for annihilating the disciples of the Tianlan Immortal Manor is none other than my little brother, Jiang Ping'an," Miao Xia proclaimed with pride. Although she could not quite comprehend the source of her pride, she felt a sense of fulfillment simply because of Jiang Ping'an's accomplishments. "You've hidden your talents well." Yu Bei chuckled as he approached Jiang Ping'an, lightly tapping his chest with a fist. No one had anticipated that such a significant feat would be accomplished by Jiang Ping'an, who had always been so low-key. Had it not been for Chang Hong's survival, no one would have known at all. Jiang Ping'an smiled faintly, dismissing the matter. "It's just a trivial affair, nothing worth mentioning." Trivial? The crowd was rendered speechless. Killing a single person is considered a great achievement. To have eliminated so many. "And you call this trivial?" "Sister, brother you, I need to discuss something with you," Jiang Ping'an interjected, wishing to steer the conversation away from this topic as a matter of greater importance awaited. Chapter 699. The shock of the two. The three entered a room and activated the formation. "What is it?" Miao Xia inquired, puzzled. For Jiang Ping'an rarely initiated discussions unless it was of great significance. "It pertains to the passage tokens," Jiang Ping'an replied. "You need not concern yourself with this. I shall seize the next passage tokens from the Zhangji Academy when they are issued in a few decades," Miao Xia asserted, recalling the terrifying presence that had once harmed her. Had it not been for the protective artifact, she would have undoubtedly perished. Miao Xia was uncertain whether Jiang Ping'an's ability to venture out at night was absolutely safe, and she did not wish to risk his safety. Comparatively, she preferred to wait for the next issuance of passage tokens from the Zhangji Academy to compete with other top-tier talented practitioners. Jiang Ping'an shook his head. "It's not about seeking the passage tokens. Rather, I have already found them." Miao Xia and Yu Bei were momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "You found them? Is that true?" Jiang Ping'an produced 2 crimson stone spheres. Upon seeing the red spheres, both Yu Bei and Miao Xia's pupils constricted, their bodies trembling slightly. Indeed, it was the passage tokens. And there were 2. An item unattainable by the talented figures of various factions had unexpectedly fallen into Jiang Ping'an's hands. "When did you acquire these?" Miao Xia inquired, astonished and elated. On the very night of the confrontation, I happened upon them and secured them, Jiang Ping'an explained. Yu Bei fell silent. Having lived in the ghost city for decades without obtaining a passage token, Jiang Ping'an had acquired them almost effortlessly upon his arrival, which inflicted a profound psychological blow on him. Haha, I knew you were my lucky charm. Miao Xia laughed heartily, unceremoniously reaching out to embrace Jiang Ping'an. Anticipating her move, Jiang Ping'an swiftly evaded her grasp. Sister, brother you, each of you shall have one. This was the purpose of Jiang Ping'an summoning them, to bestow the surplus passage tokens upon the two of them. Although this pass is exceedingly precious and beneficial to him, its value is even greater for the two it was bestowed upon. Should they gain entry to the Zhangji Academy, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the Yu Huang Immortal Sect. The kindness shown to him by the Yu Huang Immortal Sect inspires reciprocity. Mutual support is essential for thriving and advancing together. This is far too valuable to accept. It is my junior's opportunity. Yu Bei hastily declined, despite his own desire. For a single pass holds immense worth, and selling it would yield substantial resources. Most importantly, this item symbolizes an opportunity, the chance to enter the Zhangji Academy. How could he accept such a precious gift without cause? Take it. I have another, Jiang Ping'an remarked, producing yet another pass. What? There's another. Yu Bei and Miao Xia found themselves at a loss for words, overwhelmed by their emotions. Others would struggle to obtain even one pass, yet Jiang Ping'an had found 3. If this information were to spread, it would certainly cause a seismic upheaval throughout Ghost City. If they were to discover that Jiang Ping'an had actually found 4, one can only imagine their astonishment. Observing that Jiang Ping'an possessed a pass himself, Yu Bei seized his refusal and handed over a storage ring. Junior brother Jiang, these are the resources I have accumulated over the years, along with this knife. Consider it payment for the pass. I am not in need of resources at the moment, and holding on to them serves no purpose. There are numerous battles at the Xing USC. If I were to receive these, it would only hinder you. Like asking for some fine artifacts when you ascend to immortality. Jiang Ping'an did not accept Yu Bei's resources, but instead offered him the pass. All right, consider it a debt of gratitude. Without hesitation, Yu Bei accepted the pass, yet he etched this kindness into his heart, vowing to repay it in the future. Ha ha ha. Miao Xia, nearby, appeared almost delirious with joy, laughing foolishly. She had never anticipated that acquiring a pass to the Xing USC would be so effortless. Let us go to the Xing USC. With Jiang Ping'an's charm of good fortune, Miao Xia felt invigorated, convinced that she would surely gain entry to the Zhangji Academy. As night fell, Jiang Ping'an stated, "We shall depart tomorrow. I have matters to attend to this evening." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Is junior brother planning to deal with Changhong tonight? Yu Bei surmised Jiang Ping'an's intentions. Although he had not attended the banquet, he had heard of the day's events. Given Changhong's animosity towards junior brother Jiang, it was clear that Jiang Ping'an intended to utilize his ability to venture out under the cover of night for retribution. Indeed, Jiang Ping'an nodded. Yu Bei replied, "Junior brother may be disappointed. Changhong is not at the inn, but has left Ghost City and ventured outside." Jiang Ping'an's brow immediately furrowed, realizing that Changhong might have anticipated his desire for revenge and prepared accordingly. Yu Bei chuckled, perfect timing for him to leave the city. Now that it's just Changhong alone, it presents an opportune moment to strike. Miao Xia and I shall combine our strengths, and we will surely be able to eliminate him. With Changhong's companions gone, their united efforts would undoubtedly succeed in vanquishing him. Once Changhong is dealt with, we shall proceed to the Xing USC. I have heard that the scenery there is breathtaking. I will certainly use a recording stone to capture the moments and share them with my partner upon my return. With a heart full of anticipation, Yu Bei felt exceptionally fortunate to have secured an opportunity to journey to the Star Moon Sea. Both Miao Xia and Yu Bei basked in joy throughout the night. At dawn the following day, as the first light broke, Jiang Ping'an and his companions rushed forth to the entrance of the Ghost City, aiming to thwart Changhong's entry. With celestial beings stationed within the city, direct confrontation was unfeasible. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted Changhong approaching from a distance. Yu Bei and Miao Xia unsheathed their blades and charged forward to intercept. Jiang Ping'an, unable to assist, stood at the entrance, observing the unfolding events. Given the prowess of Miao Xia and Yu Bei, confronting Changhong should not pose a significant challenge. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation gripped Jiang Ping'an. causing the hairs on his body to stand on end and his expression to shift dramatically. Retreat. Celestial beings lie in ambush. Upon hearing this, Miao Xia's countenance paled. Trusting Jiang Ping and implicitly, she turned back without hesitation. Yu Bei, momentarily stunned, questioned the ambush. In that instant, two formidable celestial presences sealed a portion of the void. Miao Xia, quick to react and having not flown far, managed to return to the entrance just in time. Unfortunately, Yu Bei was not as fortunate. His moment of hesitation cost him dearly. A powerful suction drew him in, and before being absorbed, he could only cast aside his storage ring. Two formidable figures radiating the brilliance of celestial laws emerged, dazzling like the sun. One, with curly hair and a bearded visage, was Zhuo Feng, a former elder of the Feather Emperor Celestial Sect. The other, Tan Guangshou, the former Grand Elder of the Tianlan Celestial Manor. Damn it. This little brat's perception is remarkably keen. Tan Guangshou glowered at Jiang Ping'an. After receiving news from Chang Hong, he had hurried over and devised a simple ruse, using Chang Hong as bait to lure Jiang Ping'an out of the ghost city. However, he had not anticipated Jiang Ping'an's acute awareness, which allowed him to sense their murderous intent upon their arrival. As for Zhuo Feng, he had fortuitously encountered Tan Guangshou en route. With a common adversary, they quickly allied to take action. The two celestial beings were targeting a mere mortal, a feat that would seem unbelievable to any observer. Zhuo Feng, with a gaunt visage, clutched Yu Bei by the throat, a venomous expression etched across his face. Miao Xia, having narrowly escaped death, gazed at Yu Bei in despair and shouted, Tan Guangshou, what do you intend to do? To personally strike against a disciple of the Feather Emperor Celestial Sect is tantamount to declaring war. Although the two factions had their disputes, celestial beings rarely engaged directly. Yet now, Tan Guangshou had taken action. Chapter 700. The Celestial Ambush outside the Ghost City. The two celestial beings hovered in the void. In response to Miao Xia's inquiry, Tan Guangshou calmly explained, I did not strike. It was Zhuo Feng who acted, and I bear no responsibility. Celestial beings do not typically engage with ordinary disciples unless absolutely necessary. Should they do so, both factions would be left with nothing but a handful of celestial beings. Such a conflict serves no purpose. Miao Xia turned to Zhuo Feng, her voice low and firm. As a celestial being, do you not feel shame in attacking a low-tier cultivator? Shame? Zhuo Feng retorted, I have lost everything. What do I have left to fear in terms of shame? You foolish disciples of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, to oppose me over a mere Jiang Ping'an. This is a path you have chosen towards your own demise. Zhuo Feng glared resentfully at Jiang Ping'an. It was all because of this scoundrel that he had lost everything. Miao Xia, surrender Jiang Ping'an to me, and I shall release Yu Bei. In comparison, Yu Bei has a greater chance of achieving immortality, which is of utmost importance to your sect. Should you refuse to comply, Yu Bei is doomed. With a slight tightening of his grip, Zhuo Feng caused a crisp sound to emanate from Yu Bei's neck, his body trembling violently as blood flowed from his eyes, nostrils, and ears. Yu Bei wished to self-destruct, but the energy within him was sealed, rendering him unable to summon it. Junior brother Jiang, help me record the image of the star moon sea. We, as cultivators, shall never yield. Yu Bei roared, swinging his fists with all his might to strike Zhuo Feng's face. Although no physical harm was inflicted, the insult was deeply profound. You wretched beast. Zhuo Feng's face darkened as he swiped his hand, and Yu Bei's body was severed as if it were mere paper, blood cascading down like raindrops. Jiang Ping'an and Miao Xia's hearts trembled as Zhuo Feng coldly addressed Miao Xia. I shall grant you 3 counts to deliberate. Either exchange Jiang Ping'an for Yu Bei, or Yu Bei shall perish. In truth, he held little confidence in the prospect of a trade, yet he felt compelled to attempt it. Were it not for the restrictions around the ghost city preventing immortals from entering, he would have already stormed in. Miao Xia clenched her fists, her eyes reddening. She found herself utterly incapable of making a choice. She wished not for Jiang Ping'an's death, nor for Yu Bei's. With a heavy tone, Miao Xia declared, I shall exchange myself for Yu Bei. It was I who urged my father to pursue you. Everything you face now is a consequence of my actions. I do not desire you. I want Jiang Ping'an. Zhuo Feng harbored animosity towards Miao Xia, yet Jiang Ping'an was of greater significance to him, for he possessed the essence of the ancient deity, severely wounded and struggling to recover. Zhuo Feng knew that the ancient essence could not only restore his body, but elevate him further. This was the fundamental reason for his pursuit of Jiang Ping'an. I shall make the exchange. Jiang Ping'an inhaled deeply, as if making a momentous decision, handing the spirit beast storage pouch to Miao Xia. No, you cannot go. Miao Xia grasped Jiang Ping'an. He resolutely replied, they have come for me. I cannot bear the thought of my actions leading to Brother Yu's demise. The guilt would haunt me for a lifetime. Senior sister, you have experienced such feelings. Do not burden me with them. The naive Miao Xia was rendered helpless, tears streaming down her face. Junior brother Jiang, do not worry about me. Yu Bei attempted to speak, but was forcefully gripped by Qiu Siping, his neck turning blue as blood flowed. Stepping out of the ghost city, Jiang Ping'an declared, I have emerged. Release Brother Yu. Qiu Siping fixed a sharp gaze upon Jiang Ping'an, stating, release your essence. I am aware of your formidable concealment abilities that can obscure and alter your aura. I must first ascertain that this is indeed your true form. The previous encounter in the ancient deity's small world had allowed Jiang Ping'an to evade detection, a circumstance he could not afford to repeat. Jiang Ping'an's expression darkened, a bitter smile forming as he shook his head. It seemed inevitable. In that moment, his body transformed into energy and dissipated. Following that, Jiang Ping'an emerged from the spirit beast storage pouch he had gifted to Miao Xia. Tan Guangshou was utterly astonished. He had failed to perceive that this was an embodiment of energy. The art of concealing one's aura was truly remarkable. Jiang Ping'an unleashed his primordial power, enveloped in a shroud of ominous thunder. This time, it was indeed the essence of his origin. Just as he stepped beyond the gates of the ghost city, an overwhelming force immediately pulled him back, leaving him no chance to flee before the two celestial beings. Grasping Jiang Ping'an by the throat, Qiu Sipin laughed heartily. You little wretch, try to escape again. To Qiu Sipin's surprise, the opponent had actually changed forms. What a fool. He waved his hand, casting aside the binding force of Yu Bei, but it was directed towards Chang Hong, who stood not far away, with her spear firmly in hand. Chang Hong unleashed a strike with all her might, akin to a falling star. The sealed Yu Bei had no power to resist and was crushed instantly. Trash. Do you really think you can kill me? Chang Hong scoffed, her disdain evident. Brother Yu. Jiang Ping'an's eyes reddened, veins bulging as a tide of murderous intent surged within him. I, Jiang Ping'an, swear by the laws of heaven, I shall annihilate you, Qiu Sipin. In the Tianlan celestial manner, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, instilling an inexplicable fear and chill in the hearts of those present. Qiu Sipin momentarily faltered, quickly regaining his composure. This little wretch was in his grasp, destined to perish. Why should he fear? He tore open Jiang Ping'an's inner world, intent on uncovering the ancient god's essence. However, Qiu Sipin was met with an astonishing revelation. Jiang Ping'an's inner world harbored nothing. Where has the pearl I gave you gone? He demanded, tightening his grip around Jiang Ping'an's neck. Jiang Ping'an remained silent, coldly regarding him. Do you believe this is my true form? Qiu Sipin's pupils constricted. Was this not Jiang Ping'an's true body? It was impossible. The essence of his origin resided within this vessel. It must be his true form. Are you attempting to deceive me? I shall ask you one final time. Where is the pearl I entrusted to you? If you do not surrender it, I shall make you wish for death. The terrifying might of the celestial being descended upon Jiang Ping'an, causing his bones to creak ominously. You, Qiu Sipin, in your Tianlan celestial manner, I shall one day eradicate you all. A chilling and frost-laden voice emanated from the direction of the ghost city gates. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qiu Sipin and Tan Guangshou turned abruptly towards the entrance. There stood Jiang Ping'an, coldly staring at them. Qiu Sipin and Tan Guangshou's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Ping'an. How can there be another Jiang Ping'an? This was inconceivable. He could sense the essence of the Jiang Ping'an in his grasp, which should undoubtedly be his true form. Qiu Sipin's countenance darkened as he carefully scrutinized Jiang Ping'an's essence. It was then that he discovered the essence was faint, devoid of any stellar rank, merely a shadow of thunder. Logically, Jiang Ping'an, having grasped the domain of battle intent, should possess the battle intent celestial root. In a fit of fury, Qiu Sipin shattered the Jiang Ping'an in his hand, only to find the one at the entrance unharmed. Could it truly be the legendary dual celestial roots? Qiu Sipin voiced a conjecture he was reluctant to accept. If Jiang Ping'an possessed dual celestial roots, everything would fall into place. This single explanation could account for why his essence was destroyed, yet he remained alive. Qiu Siping was indeed correct. Jiang Ping'an had differentiated one of his original celestial roots, disguising it as his true self. In reality, it was merely a doppelganger, indistinguishable from the original. In a desperate attempt to rescue Yu Bei, Jiang Ping'an resolved to forfeit one of his innate talents, which would render his devouring avatar temporarily weakened. He thought that saving his elder brother would make the sacrifice worthwhile. After all, one talent was of little consequence. However, the outcome was far from favorable. Yu Bei perished. And with him, the Tianlan celestial root was lost. The two celestial beings present, along with Miao Xia and Chang Hong, were utterly shocked by this revelation. Jiang Ping'an concealed such a terrifying talent, being none other than the legendary dual celestial root. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Jiang Ping'an swiftly employed the void-shattering bracelet to tear open the fabric of space, retrieving the shattered remains of Yu Bei from the void. "You shall wait," he declared, his words laced with overwhelming rage as he hastily departed from the entrance of the ghost city with Miao Xia. Chapter 701. Tragedy. Cursed be this fate. Zhuo Feng and Tan Guangshou emanated a dreadful aura, their formidable pressure permeating the ghost city, causing many cultivators to tremble in fear. The two celestial beings had never anticipated that Jiang Ping'an would escape. Their joint efforts had proven futile, and the thought of such news spreading was unbearable. This young man, with a heart as cunning as a demon, must be eradicated swiftly. Tan Guangshou harbored deep resentment towards Jiang Ping'an because he had allied with Bai Fan to deceive him regarding his celestial artifact. Although their encounters had been limited, Tan Guangshou discerned Jiang Ping'an's treachery. Should such a person evolve, he would become exceedingly difficult to confront. With reddened eyes, Zhuo Feng insisted, "We can unite to storm the ghost city." He could not bear to witness the departure of his ancient divine essence. Although the ghost city was fortified with formations and guarded by celestial beings, a forceful incursion could not be easily thwarted. Tan Guangshou cast a dispassionate glance at Zhuo Feng, dismissing the notion, and turned to leave. He was not foolish enough to confront the ghost city directly. Such an act would mean opposing the Zhangji Academy, a colossal entity capable of annihilating the Tianlan celestial manor with ease. Furthermore, he bore no deep-seated grudge against Jiang Ping'an. His true animosity lay with Bai Fan, with Jiang Ping'an merely being a peripheral figure in that vendetta. Even if Jiang Ping'an survived, it would not be of great consequence. Zhuo Feng glared at the ghost city, his expression dark and his fists clenched tightly. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he reluctantly turned away. Alone, he dared not invade the ghost city, and thus he could not apprehend Jiang Ping'an, resigning himself to the loss of the ancient divine essence. He must now flee the illusory moon domain. Having harmed a genius of the Feather Emperor Celestial Sect, he would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit. To remain would be to court death. The vendetta against Jiang Ping'an could only be revisited at a later time. For now, he needed to seek a place to heal his wounds. Within the ghost city, in the inn of the Feather Emperor Celestial Sect, a mature female cultivator sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably while clutching a storage ring. This woman was Han Minwan, the partner of Yu Bei. Others stood nearby, their faces etched with sorrow. Yu Bei was a spirited and warm-hearted individual. Having extended his assistance to many cultivators in one way or another, his untimely death had left everyone profoundly mournful. Jiang Ping'an clenched his fists, his face etched with guilt. "Sister-in-law, I am so sorry. It was my fault that brother you met with misfortune. Zhuo Feng had come looking for him. Had it not been for him, brother, you would not have encountered such calamity. You mustn't blame yourself. Those individuals were already scoundrels, and you did your utmost. It is just that the child will never see his father," Han Minwan lamented, placing her storage ring on her abdomen, tears cascading down her fair cheeks. Her eyes filled with profound sorrow. "Sister-in-law, you are with child," Miao Xia exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears, hastily supporting Han Minwan. Han Minwan forced a smile. "I do not wish to delay brother Yu's journey to Xingyu SC. I did not intend to inform him of this matter, yet fate has played its cruel hand. And brother you will never know." Before she could finish, overwhelmed by grief, she fainted, blood pooling on the floor. "Sister-in-law, this is terrible. A miscarriage. Quick. Who has a celestial elixir?" Someone realized the gravity of the situation, their countenance changing drastically. "The celestial elixir is useless. We need special medicine to preserve the pregnancy. There is none in this place." It was too late. The child could not be saved. Han Minwan had just conceived, a fetus not yet solidified in essence. And due to her overwhelming sorrow, The laws governing her body had become chaotic, affecting the fetus. Han Minwan was carried to a room by Miao Xia and other female cultivators, the entire inn suffused with a heavy atmosphere of despair. If sister-in-law were to awaken and discover that even the child was lost, who knows how heartbroken she would be. Those damn scoundrels. The Tianlan Celestial Mansion and that Xiao Siping. Mark my words, they will pay dearly for this. The cultivators roared in anger, all filled with indignation. Jiang Ping'an stood rooted in place, staring at the blood on the ground, unable to move, his heart aching like a knife. Brother Yu was dead. And now Brother Yu's child was dead. Though the curses surrounding him were not directed at Jiang Ping'an, he felt as if he were the target of their wrath. He even wished for their scorn, believing it might alleviate his guilt and self-recrimination. After Miao Xia returned from escorting Han Minwan back to her room, she observed Jiang Ping'an's forlorn demeanor, wiped her tears, and offered words of comfort. Fool, do not blame yourself. Sister Han does not hold you accountable. Senior sister. Jiang Ping'an parted his lips, his voice hoarse. What is it? Miao Xia wiped her tears. I can no longer accompany you to Xing USC. His disheveled hair obscured his face, concealing his expression. Miao Xia realized what Jiang Ping'an intended to do, opened her mouth to persuade him, yet ultimately remained silent. Stay safe. At a time like this, no words of persuasion will suffice. Please convey my apologies to sister-in-law. With that, Jiang Ping'an turned and strode outside. At that moment, a tempest of fury surged within him, yearning for release. If it were his own vendetta, he could endure and wait, but this time was different. He sought vengeance, a means to quell his inner turmoil of rage and guilt. As Jiang Ping'an stepped outside, he encountered Chang Hong approaching with a broad grin. Oh, I just arrived and heard the most enchanting cries of despair. When you collected the bodies, you left one behind, so I brought it back for you. Saying this, Chang Hong produced a charred, severed hand, biting into it with gusto. You seek death. Jiang Ping'an's eyes transformed into a ferocious crimson, an overwhelming murderous intent surging within him, rendering him unable to control his emotions as he swung his fist in a violent arc. Chang Hong regarded him with disdain. A mere cultivator at the initial stage of the domain dared to attack him? Foolishness. Were it not for the constraints against violence within the city, his opponent would already be a lifeless corpse. Chang Hong took a slight step back, preparing to evade the incoming assault. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a golden staff materialized in Jiang Ping'an's grasp, exuding an aura of grandiosity. A treasured artifact. Chang Hong, sensing the fluctuations emanating from the staff, furrowed his brow. Although he suspected Jiang Ping'an might launch an offensive, he had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable treasure. Instantly, Chang Hong accelerated his retreat. But before he could distance himself, he discovered the surrounding space had been sealed, leaving him with no means of evasion. As a top disciple of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, even faced with an unexpected attack, he reacted with alacrity, raising his spear to confront the threat. He skillfully deflected Jiang Ping'an's staff with his spear, directing it straight towards Jiang Ping'an's body. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted as Jiang Ping'an was pierced through. Faced with an assault from a late-stage domain expert, he possessed no capacity for resistance. At the very moment Jiang Ping'an's body was breached, a beam of celestial light flashed from Chang Hong's arm, severing the hand that gripped the cursed weapon. Chang Hong's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the implement that had severed his hand, a semi-immortal artifact. After the initial astonishment, elation surged within him. This pen was now his. Such refuse was unworthy of wielding such a treasure. However, barely had this thought crossed his mind when he was horrified to see a black bottle materialize above him. An immortal artifact. Damn it, hadn't that woman, Miao Xia, claimed it was hers? If it belonged to her, why was it still in Jiang Ping'an's possession? Faced with a treasured artifact, a semi-immortal artifact, and an immortal artifact, Chang Hong dared not underestimate the situation. He decisively summoned a towering blue statue. As it emerged, it resembled a celestial being descending, its formidable aura instilling awe and dread. The laws reflecting across the heavens, causing Jiang Ping'an's immortal artifact to wane in power. It was not that Jiang Ping'an's artifact was weak, rather, his cultivation was insufficient to unleash its full might. Do you too believe the rules of Ghost City are mere trifles? An ancient voice resonated. Both Chang Hong's statue and Jiang Ping'an's immortal artifact were entirely suppressed. A true immortal had descended. Combat within Ghost City is forbidden. Leave at once and never return. A powerful force enveloped both individuals, leaving them no room for resistance as they were instantly transported beyond the city limits. The eruption of their battle and their expulsion from Ghost City transpired in the blink of an eye. Chang Hong glared at Jiang Ping'an, seething with rage. That wretched scoundrel had caused him to be cast out of Ghost City. Today, he would undoubtedly perish. Chapter 702. Return. Being expelled from Ghost City meant he could no longer traverse the Star River Road to reach Sangji Academy, thereby forfeiting his opportunity for cultivation there. Although it was not strictly necessary to travel via the Star River Road to enter Sangji Academy, one could also be specially recruited through exceptional performance. Chang Hong was clearly not among the ranks of such prodigies. Throughout the entire illusory moon domain, over the past 10 millennia, only the individual who had defeated Miao Xia had been specially invited into Sangji Academy. The conditions imposed are more stringent than those of the Star River Road. Chang Hong, driven by an urge for vengeance, sought to eliminate Jiang Ping'an to vent his inner fury. Just then, several lasers hurtled towards him. Damn it! Upon seeing Miao Xia and the others, Chang Hong wasted no time and immediately fled. Outnumbered and outmatched, he realized he could not confront them alone. Jiang Ping'an contemplated using the void bracelet to seal the space, but ultimately abandoned the idea. Even if he could intercept Chang Hong, he would not be able to kill him. As a top-tier combatant beneath the immortals, Chang Hong was not easily slain, unless Jiang Ping'an himself attained that level. Moreover, the two immortals had only just departed. If he delayed, they would return before he could exact his revenge on Chang Hong, putting him in peril. Though Jiang Ping'an was engulfed in anger, he remained rational. His earlier actions were motivated solely by a desire to retrieve the remains of Brother Yu. Are you all right? Miao Xia inquired with concern. The events had unfolded too swiftly, and by the time they processed what had happened, the two had already been expelled from Ghost City by the immortals. I'm fine. Just secure Brother Yu's remains. Jiang Ping'an replied, stowing away his treasures and handing Miao Xia the shattered palm of Yu Bei before turning towards a returning celestial vessel. If you cannot kill Chang Hong, how can you eliminate the other disciples of Tianlan Immortal Mansion? Only through slaughter could Jiang Ping'an's inner turmoil be quelled, mitigating his guilt and remorse. Fool! Can't you wait until you are stronger to seek revenge? Miao Xia called after him. Wait for me in the immortal realm, Jiang Ping'an said, resolutely not looking back as he returned. He yearned to visit the Sangji Academy to meet the prodigies of the 100 domains, but alas, that opportunity had slipped away. His life was destined to be tumultuous, marked by bloodshed and violence. Miao Xia watched Jiang Ping'an recede into the distance, striving to suppress her tears as she turned back to Ghost City. She was determined to traverse the Star Moon Sea, step into the Wangxian Gate, and enter the Sangji Academy. She would grow stronger and ascend to the realm of immortals. Two figures ventured forth in opposite directions, destined to reunite one day. Jiang Ping'an boarded the returning celestial vessel, surprised by how swiftly he was departing from the Star River Road. Within his internal small world, the devouring avatar lay feebly in the Palace of Time. To deceive the two immortals, he had separated the Yin Thunder immortal root from the devouring avatar, which had profoundly impacted his own state. Even after consuming the 9 turns Chinquan pill, it would take decades to recover to his former condition. Of the 6 immortal roots, only 5 remained. Jiang Ping'an did not regret the loss of one root. Given the chance to choose again, he would make the same decision. Closing his eyes, he began to heal. Upon returning, he intended to unleash a torrent of vengeance. Without being in peak condition, he would surely encounter trouble. For the cultivators of Tianlan Immortal Mansion were not to be underestimated. Soon after, the Yuhuang Immortal Sect received word of Yu Bei's death. Upon learning the details, the higher-ups of the sect were filled with rage. If it were merely a case of Yu Bei being outmatched, it would be one thing. But the involvement of an immortal changed the narrative entirely. The Yuhuang Immortal Sect dispatched several immortals to pursue Qiu Sipin, while simultaneously escalating the bounty on the hunters of Tianlan Immortal Mansion's cultivators. The conflict between the two factions has intensified, with confrontations in the ancient realm of the Moonlit Secret becoming increasingly frequent. 6 months later, within the black desert of the Moonlit Secret, 3 cultivators found themselves besieged by 10 adversaries. A tempest of blade intent surged through the air, intertwining various forces and stirring up a whirlwind of sand. Brother Yang, your strength is formidable. Do not concern yourself with us. Break through alone. Let us perish together. I shall not betray my comrades. Yang Wan brandished his great sword, his disheveled hair fluttering wildly. He absorbed the brunt of the assault, his body riddled with wounds, some even allowing light to pass through. Yang Wan glared fiercely at the life-devouring cultivators before him. You scoundrels of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, lacking in martial ethics, resorting to ambush. We had agreed to a fair duel, 5 against 5, yet here you are with 10. If not for the treasured blade in his grasp, he would not have lasted this long. Even with such a weapon, 2 of his friends had already fallen, and the 3 of them could not hold out much longer. All they could do was hope for reinforcements to arrive swiftly. Martial ethics? Huh. How laughable, you fool. In this world, only the victors reign. There is no such thing as fairness. The cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion mocked him, their faces twisted with derision. The disciples of the Feather Emperor Sect are all fools, sacrificing themselves for others. Only those bereft of reason would act thus. Suddenly, another sword pierced through Yang Wan's body, twisting violently and tearing away a substantial portion of flesh. Blood filled his mouth, and the blade in his hand, gripped too tightly, began to cut into his palm. Hold on. Surely, our brothers will come to our rescue. Rescue? Do not harbor such dreams. Our people surround you. No one will come to your aid. Surrender. The cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion sought to shatter Yang Wan's resolve. Once their faith crumbled, they would surely falter. Yang Wan, no longer the carefree individual he once was, wore a solemn expression as he tightened his grip on the sword. Even in death, I shall take a few of you with me. My leader has already stepped onto the path of the Star River. One day, he will enter the Zhangji Academy and return to avenge me. I will annihilate you wretches. The cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion scoffed even more. What kind of leader is worthy of entering the Zhangji Academy? That place is a gathering of the finest prodigies from hundreds of realms. Only a few can enter once every millennium. It is no garden that one can simply enter at will. Whoever your leader is, he will surely not gain entry. I may not be worthy of the Zhangji Academy, but eliminating a few of you will be more than sufficient. A voice devoid of emotion suddenly resonated from behind them, sending a chill of murderous intent through the air. The quick-witted cultivators immediately retreated, but the 3 who were slower had no chance to escape. A golden staff swept through, instantly cleaving one in half at the waist. Amidst the swirling black sands, a figure clad in black appeared, wielding a treasured staff, his eyes deep and cold, as if devoid of life itself. Leader. Yang Wan gasped in astonishment upon seeing the man, a flicker of hope illuminating his previously desperate face. He had thought certain death awaited him, yet his leader had arrived. This man was none other than Jiang Ping'an. Leader, did you not set off for the Zhangji Academy? What brings you back? Could it be that you returned solely to save me? Yang Wan exclaimed, her face brimming with tears. You think too highly of me. It takes half a year to return. I am no immortal. How could I possibly arrive in an instant? Jiang Ping'an crushed the head of a still-breathing cultivator beneath his foot, blood splattering. Yang Wan remained visibly touched, believing the leader must have sensed her peril and come to her aid. It was merely a coincidence, Jiang Ping'an replied, his expression devoid of emotion. I feel suddenly heartbroken, Yang Wan said. At that moment, the remaining 7 cultivators swiftly encircled the 4 of them. Damn, you startled me. Turns out he's merely at the initial stage of the domain realm, just like us. Is this fellow here to deliver treasures? One of them claimed. I have my eyes on that staff. No one dare contest it with me. Why should it be yours? Whoever kills him first gets the treasure. A group of greedy eyes fixated on Jiang Ping'an, completely devoid of fear. Although they knew not who he was, such knowledge was irrelevant. What mattered was the immense value of the treasure in his possession. Could 7 of them truly be bested by just 4? Chapter 703, The Assault of Top Talent's Boss. Let us fight side by side, Yang Wan declared, her posture still regal despite her injuries. You all focus on healing. I can handle this alone, Jiang Ping'an insisted, unwilling to let the 3 join the fray. Huh, arrogant fool. You think you can take on 7 by yourself? Just because you wield a treasure. Does that make you our equal? You are overestimating yourself. A cultivator from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion scoffed, while 2 others stealthily approached from behind. The mockery served merely to divert Jiang Ping'an's attention. The true intent lay in the ambush. Yet, such a petty trick bore no effect on Jiang Ping'an. As he unleashed his combat domain, a formidable aura erupted forth, transforming him into a deity in that moment. The 2 ambushers felt the overwhelming pressure and froze in place. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ping'an swept his staff, their domains crumbling under the onslaught, and he obliterated their skulls, a sanguine mist enveloping the air. The combat domain. It is the essence of battle. The other cultivators, initially poised to attack, were overtaken by dread upon witnessing the domain Jiang Ping'an released. The battle body. Could he truly be Jiang Ping'an? The Yuhuang Immortal Sect possessed only 2 battle bodies. One was Miao Xia, at the late stage of the domain realm, and the other was Jiang Ping'an, heralded as the foremost among the initial stage of the domain realm a few years prior. Clearly, this individual was indeed Jiang Ping'an. These cultivators lacked the strength to even breach the top 10 of their sect, and since they had not participated in the competition years ago, they could hardly be expected to recognize Jiang Ping'an. Their fighting prowess paled in comparison to his, especially considering he wielded a treasured artifact. Split up, they shouted. If we scatter in different directions, there must be a chance to escape. Jiang Ping'an cannot pursue all 7 of us. Jiang Ping'an activated the star pulling technique, a powerful gravitational force momentarily ensnaring the 7. With a swing of his staff, a tempestuous surge of Dao power erupted forth. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds rang out, and in the blink of an eye, the 7 cultivators' bodies erupted, their lives extinguished as blood rained down. Yang Wan and her companions stood in stunned silence, gazing at Jiang Ping'an in disbelief. The 10 individuals, who fought desperately yet ultimately failed to stop him, appeared as insignificant as insects when confronted with Jiang Ping'an. In mere moments, they were effortlessly subdued, instilling within them a profound disbelief. Was Jiang Ping'an truly a cultivator at the initial stage of the domain realm? The disparity was staggering. Yang Wan swallowed hard. Acknowledging his superiority, no wonder my sister holds him in such high regard. He is formidable indeed. Suddenly, a thought struck Yang Wan, and he urged, "Boss, we must leave this place immediately. The vicinity is swarming with disciples from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Once these individuals perish, their identity tokens will alert others, and it won't be long before they arrive." Rarely did Yang Wan display such astuteness. However, could they truly escape? Brilliant lights illuminated the dark expanse of the Black Desert, casting an almost blinding glow within the dim confines of the illusory moon-secret realm. The expressions of Yang Wan and his companions shifted dramatically. More than 10 individuals had arrived, not merely a crowd, but a formidable assembly that included many renowned disciples from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Among them were Yu Dong, a prodigy from the Yu lineage with the same innate talent, Chang Di, a master of supreme marksmanship, and Wan Yin Shanghai, who had achieved peak combat prowess at the age of 20. The Black Desert served as a battleground for those at the initial stage of the domain realm, and although all present were cultivators of this level, they were well-known figures, with several ranking among the top 10 of their realm, each exuding an aura of immense power, akin to that of revered sages. How could they all converge here? It was Jiang Ping'an. Hadn't he ventured towards the Star River Road? Among the gathered, a few recognized him as top cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, having encountered him during the previous competition in the illusory moon's secret realm. This scoundrel had clashed with my brother, resulting in both being expelled from the Ghost City, thus missing the opportunity to attend the Zhangji Academy. A young man wielding a long spear, coldly fixated on Jiang Ping'an, was Chang Di, the younger brother of Chang Hong, a leading figure of his tier. Chang Di, closely bonded with his brother, was privy to certain details. Wan Yin Shanghai chuckled. "Fortune smiles upon us. We intended to explore the mysteries of the desert, but serendipitously encountered Jiang Ping'an. Even if this exploration yields nothing, we can return with a reward." They had come to investigate the Black Desert, yet unexpectedly found themselves face to face with Jiang Ping'an. He had caused the demise of numerous top talents from their Tianlan Immortal Mansion in the Ghost City, and due to his exceptional abilities, he had ranked among the top 10 on their bounty list. Every sect typically maintains similar bounty lists, offering rewards for the capture or elimination of cultivators below the immortal level, ranked according to the bounty value. To secure a position within the top 10 of such a list at the initial stage of the domain realm was a rare feat, and Jiang Ping'an was among those few. "Boss, hurry and leave. Don't worry about us," Yang Wan shouted anxiously. He understood the strength of his leader. No one among the same tier could rival him. However, there were 15 individuals here, the elite forces of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Even if the boss was immensely powerful, having a treasured weapon would not suffice, for Yu Dong and Chang Di had also produced their treasures. The boss had a chance to escape alone now, but any delay would render their departure exceedingly difficult. Unfortunately, Yang Wan's warning proved futile. Wanyan Sanghe summoned a battle flag, its celestial patterns shimmering, forming a spatial barrier capable of repelling even formidable experts at the late stages of the domain realm. Escape? There was no possibility of that. Let us unite and slay him, dividing the spoils equally. Without any hesitation, the assailants launched their attack on Jiang Ping'an, showing no intention of engaging him in a duel. For they understood that a one-on-one confrontation would be futile. They could only resort to overwhelming him as a group. 15 elite prodigies besieged Jiang Ping'an, their spears and swords aimed with lethal intent. A powerful aura enveloped the area for miles, while black sands whirled into a tornado, reaching for the skies. Flee. Who claimed I would flee? Jiang Ping'an had yet to satiate his thirst for bloodshed. The murderous intent that had been suppressed for half a year could no longer be contained. With a wrathful fury, his celestial energy erupted like a volcano. Dark battle souls enveloped his form as he wielded the earth-shattering demon staff, releasing his battle intent domain and activating the combat god technique. The clash of war was imminent. Weapons collided, sparks flew, various laws danced chaotically, and the brilliance of celestial techniques illuminated the dim, black desert. This was a confrontation of prodigious talents, truly magnificent in scope. The numerous cultivators of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion were struck with awe. Even with a group of over 10 persons attacking simultaneously, supported by numerous top-tier artifacts, they could still feel the oppressive presence of Jiang Ping'an. In a solitary battle, death would be certain. However, in their collective assault, it was Jiang Ping'an who faced the threat of demise. Under the onslaught of over a dozen top-tier peers and the relentless assault from multiple domains, Jiang Ping'an was clearly at a disadvantage, unable to withstand the barrage of attacks, forced to retreat repeatedly. Boss, Yang Wan, witnessing Jiang Ping'an being overwhelmed, prepared to burn his essence blood to unleash forbidden techniques, hoping to restrain even one or two adversaries to alleviate his leader's burden. I do not require your assistance. Jiang Ping'an's calm voice resonated. In that moment, he unleashed a domain of annihilation, a formidable force that instantly reduced several of the weaker cultivators within its reach to ashes. The remaining practitioners were so terrified that they immediately retreated. Gazing at the surging power emanating from Jiang Ping'an, their faces were filled with horror. Dual domains, this is impossible. A single individual possesses only one celestial root, capable of releasing but a single domain. How could Jiang Ping'an possibly wield two? Within the Black Sands, Jiang Ping'an's hair billowed as his released battle intent domain merged with the devouring domain, yielding an effect greater than the sum of its parts. The mere manifestation of his domain effortlessly crushed several powerful cultivators. It must be noted that these opponents were domain realm practitioners, regarded as top-tier experts in the wilderness realm. Yet here, they were effortlessly obliterated. The remaining enemies were struck with fear and hastily retreated to evade his onslaught. Witnessing the dual domains emanating from Jiang Ping'an, their hearts were profoundly shaken, their pulses thunderous. Dual domains, a phenomenon thought to exist only in legend, had been witnessed firsthand. Jiang Ping'an had not even exerted his full strength during his earlier match against the projection. How had he achieved this? Why did he possess dual domains? All were incredulous. A single person could have but one celestial root and command only one domain, while other laws merely served as support. However, Jiang Ping'an unleashed two domains. Could it be that he possesses two immortal roots? Or perhaps he wields a unique secret technique that enables the creation of two domains. While two immortal roots exist solely in legends, the manifestation of two domains is not mere folklore. Such cultivators indeed exist, albeit none are found in the illusory moon domain. The possession of a special secret technique could facilitate the creation of multiple domains, such as employing a supreme doppelganger technique, which allows for the formation of up to 3 domains. Yet, it is quite rare for a single individual to simultaneously manifest 2 domains. Although Jiang Ping'an's destruction domain is not entirely complete, still in its nascent form, its fusion with the battle intent domain exudes formidable power. Armed with the heaven-shaking demon staff, he executed the celestial technique Rising Dragon 12 Sticks, and under the terrifying enhancement of his battle prowess. Each swing of his staff seemed to make the very heavens dance in unison. Faced with a dozen top-tier disciples from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, Jiang Ping'an turned the tide. Resembling a godly demon, pressing forward relentlessly, The fearsome aura of battle intent intensified the dread within the hearts of his adversaries. They were gripped by the illusion that if this continued, their demise was inevitable. Jiang Ping'an was too formidable. They urgently called for reinforcements. The cultivators of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion were frightened. They had believed that their numbers would suffice to subdue Jiang Ping'an, yet they had underestimated him. Reinforcements were on their way. Upon seeing the arrival of Tianlan Immortal Mansion support, Yang Wan and others were in a frenzy, eager to assist. Yet their own strength would not only prove unhelpful, but could also become a burden, rendering their previous sacrifices meaningless. Moreover, they had no means to summon aid. The Black Desert harbored few cultivators from the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, which was why they had previously lacked support. Furthermore, with the barrier in place, communication talismans were rendered ineffective. Radiant beams of light converged from all directions, as an increasing number of cultivators from Tianlan Immortal Mansion appeared. Haha, reinforcements have arrived. Jiang Ping'an, you are indeed powerful, able to contend against a dozen, but can you withstand 20 or 30? As more Tianlan cultivators gathered, witnessing Jiang Ping'an channeling dual domains, they were taken aback. Yet, their numbers were overwhelming. In a mere moment, 30 or more arrived. Though not of the highest caliber, their sheer numbers proved daunting. These individuals were ushered into the barrier by Wan Yin Shanghai, surrounding Jiang Ping'an for a coordinated assault. Despite employing his dual domains, Jiang Ping'an found himself at the mercy of the overwhelming assault from the group of cultivators, struggling merely to maintain his life. Despair enveloped Yang Wan and the others. It was over. Calamity had struck. No matter how extraordinary Jiang Ping'an was, possessing dual domains, he could not hope to resist such numbers. Brother-in-law, it is my fault. Yang Wan lamented, filled with guilt. Had Jiang Ping'an not come to his aid, he would not have faced peril. Fear not, brother-in-law. My sister will surely avenge us in the future. In his final moments, Yang Wan even altered how he addressed Jiang Ping'an. Boom. Jiang Ping'an was struck heavily by an axe, crashing down onto the black sands, sending plumes of dark sand into the air. Surrounded by dozens of early-stage domain realm cultivators, they gazed down upon him. This was Jiang Ping'an, nothing extraordinary after all. It is indeed an honor to have personally participated in his demise. Now, I have something to boast about when I venture out, haha. The numerous cultivators wore expressions of pride and self-satisfaction. Under normal circumstances, they would not have had the qualification to engage in battle with Jiang Ping'an, but this assault provided them with the opportunity to strike at him, gratifying their inner vanity. Jiang Ping'an removed the axe lodged in his shoulder, blood streaming down as he lifted his lifeless gaze to regard the crowd. Is this all there is? Surely, you can summon more. The onlookers thought they had misheard. Jiang Ping'an was on the brink of death, yet still suggested bringing in more people. Chang Di felt an unsettling premonition. Enough with the hesitation. Let us attack together and vanquish him. However, before they could act, a black vial suddenly soared forth, exuding an aura of celestial energy, causing the barrier to tremble violently. The crowd's pupils constricted, the joy and excitement vanishing, replaced by sheer terror. A celestial artifact. Jiang Ping'an possessed a celestial artifact. Upon seeing it, the cultivators scattered like startled birds, but they found themselves obstructed by Wan Yin Shanghai's barrier. Before Wan Yin Shanghai could retract the barrier, a terrifying force emanated from the heaven-swallowing vase, drawing a group of cultivators back uncontrollably. Jiang Ping'an, you cannot kill me. My father is an immortal. I surrender. I am willing to serve you as my master. Jiang Ping'an, you scoundrel, how can you resort to using a celestial artifact? The air was filled with desperate cries, some pleading for mercy, others cursing Jiang Ping'an's lack of martial ethics. A lack of martial ethics? Dozens assault a single individual, and they dare voice such accusations? In a fair match of equal rank, Jiang Ping'an, possessing a battle body, would never resort to using a celestial artifact, even if it meant his death, as it is a matter of the heart's intent. But since these individuals disregarded fairness, he deemed it unnecessary to adhere to it. In a brief moment, the clamor faded, leaving only the howling winds. A multitude of cultivators was drawn into the heaven-swallowing vase. A cultivator at the initial stage of the domain realm could refine approximately 50,000 celestial crystals, and refining 20 would yield a celestial artifact of human immortal quality. Only Chang Di remained, desperately resisting the pull of the heaven-swallowing vase. Terror painted his face, the earlier arrogance dissipating as he shouted, Jiang Ping'an, If you dare to kill me, my brother Changhong will never let you off. Oh, so you are Changhong's brother. Jiang Ping'an ceased activating the heaven-swallowing vase. Changdi assumed Jiang Ping'an was frightened, his fear evaporating as he angrily commanded, Jiang Ping'an, release the others at once, or, boom. Before he could finish, a staff swept through his body, interrupting his words. Half of his body tumbled into the black sand. Jiang Ping'an flew over, stepping on Changdi's head, coldly gazing down at him. As Changhong's brother, you cannot be refined. Instead, I shall shatter your bones one by one and extract your soul to torment it in the soul-refining banner. A chill ran down Changdi's spine at Jiang Ping'an's icy stare. Jiang Ping'an, if you dare, crack. Jiang Ping'an forcefully snapped Changdi's rib, pulling out the bloodied bone and violently thrusting it into Changdi's eye, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! Changdi wailed in agony. This is merely the beginning. Jiang Ping'an suppressed Changdi's energy, preventing him from self-detonating, and systematically extracted his bones, one by one. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching this level, as long as the energy was sufficient, death would not be an inevitable fate. Torment could be inflicted at will. The chilling screams echoed throughout the dark desert, instilling a sense of dread. Yang Wan and the others, observing Jiang Ping'an's torment of Changdi, couldn't help but shudder, a wave of cold washing over them. Fortunately, he was one of their own, not an enemy. How terrifying. Chapter 705. Surely, brother-in-law can endure for 3 days, right? Listening to Changdi's anguished cries brought a sense of comfort to Jiang Ping'an. Only when he had removed all the bones except for the skull, leaving behind merely a layer of human skin, did he finally cease. To kill him so directly was truly a difficult decision. Jiang Ping'an sealed the celestial energy within Changdi, conjuring a chain to wrap around his neck, preparing to carry this human skin along to slay others. Brother-in-law, please remain calm. Continuing down this path may lead to madness, Yang Wan urged, sensing that Jiang Ping'an's current state was amiss. In the celestial realm, there also exists the presence of demons, beings that harness negative energies. The reputation of demons in the celestial realm is equally unfavorable. Jiang Ping'an, expressionless, questioned, demons? Are the people of Tianlan Immortal Mansion not demons? What they do is right. It is righteous. If I am a demon, then what I do is wrong, is it not? To view the world solely through the lens of others' definitions constrains one to perceive only their reality, without one's own heart. How can one pursue their path? Ultimately, one would be lost in a chaotic world, forever trapped in a singular state, stagnating. Upon hearing his words, Yang Wan fell into contemplation, sensing he was on the brink of understanding something profound. Jiang Ping'an smashed open a rift in space, declaring, "Let us go. Enemies are approaching." Noticing that Jiang Ping'an showed no intent to leave, Yang Wan asked, "What about you, brother-in-law? This amount of bloodshed is insufficient to repay the debts owed." Jiang Ping'an's tone was cold and indifferent, laced with a chilling intensity. The three instinctively averted their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. Jiang Ping'an had single-handedly slain dozens of fellow cultivators of the same rank, several of whom were top-tier geniuses, and still felt unsatisfied. Recognizing their inability to assist, the three sensed the approach of others and swiftly entered the space Jiang Ping'an had opened. With no concerns behind him, Jiang Ping'an dragged Changdi's mangled remains, awaiting the arrival of his adversaries. As they beheld Jiang Ping'an's figure, an ominous sense of foreboding settled over the three. Something significant was about to transpire. As the space closed, a cultivator inquired of Yang Wan, "Brother Yang, why do you refer to Taoist Jiang as brother-in-law?" "Ah, you may not be aware, but my sister has a fondness for the boss," Yang Wan replied proudly. He had already accepted his speculation as reality, wholeheartedly endorsing his notion. In his eyes, only the boss was worthy of his sister. What? The foremost prodigy of the illusory moon domain harbors feelings for Taoist Jiang. The two were taken aback. Yang Wan's identity was no secret. They had learned of his sister's identity during their previous conversations. To everyone's astonishment, Yang Jinyu harbored a secret infatuation, an exclusive revelation. "Why are you two standing there in shock? Hurry and call for reinforcements for my brother-in-law. Although he possesses formidable strength and a celestial artifact, he finds himself outnumbered in the Black Desert. Who knows what devious tricks those rascals from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion might devise against him." One individual, recovering from the shock, retrieved a jade tablet capable of summoning aid for all. He shouted, "Rush to the Black Desert for support. Fellow Jiang Ping'an, is under siege. A response quickly came from the tablet. Wasn't Jiang headed to the Star River Road? How is he back? We are somewhat distant. We must hurry there and ensure Jiang finds a place to hide. We can reach him in 3 days. The Black Desert is the stronghold of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Only a few foolish souls, like Yang Wan, dared to challenge them at their own base, while the other cultivators remained far from the desert. Gathering a substantial force would take time. Although a few cultivators lingered nearby, they would be of little use. Sending a handful would only lead to needless casualties. Surely, my brother-in-law can hold out for 3 days, right? Yang Wan anxiously gazed towards the Black Desert. Within the Black Desert, a radiant beam soared into the heavens. The brilliance of the Tao flickering as powerful waves radiated far and wide. The cultivators of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, exploring the area, felt this surge and were seized with ecstasy. The fluctuations of the Tao signified the presence of a treasured artifact. It must be a supreme treasure manifesting. I discovered it first. A throng of cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, consumed by frenzy, soared towards the source of the Tao's vibrations. However, upon arrival, they found no treasure. Instead, there stood two figures. A white-haired man dragged a chain, at the other end of which lay a bloodied human skin, devoid of internal organs and bones, save for the head, reduced to a mere heap of flesh, barely clinging to life. Seeing this gruesome sight, the Tianlan Immortal cultivators were horrified, their hairs standing on end. It was Chang Di, their prodigious disciple, consistently ranked among the top 10 of his peers. What calamity had befallen him? How could he be in such a dire state? And who was this white-haired man capable of reducing him to such misery? A conspiracy. The earlier Tao fluctuations were likely deliberately released by this individual to lure them in. The astute cultivators turned on their heels and fled. Jiang Ping'an activated his star pulling technique, drawing them back, and unleashed his destructive power, obliterating them as if they were mere meat paste. Everyone, do not flee. Otherwise, you will be picked off one by one. We have the numbers. If we attack together, he is doomed. A cultivator shouted. Chang Di, resembling a dying dog, twitched at these words, recalling their previous similar sentiments. Numbers would be futile. It would all be in vain, for these individuals were unaware of Jiang Ping'an's terrifying prowess. A swarm of cultivators surged towards Jiang Ping'an, who, clad in his battle armor, unleashed his dual domains, crushing the weaker cultivators effortlessly. Under the might of the destruction law, they stood no chance of reforming their bodies. The battle reignited. Death and slaughter have become the somber melody of the Black Desert. In the midst of bloodshed and battle, Jiang Ping'an's guilt-ridden heart finds a momentary respite. The death of Brother Bei and the miscarriage of the child strike him like a sharp blade, cleaving into his soul. Jiang Ping'an channels this anguish towards the architect of his suffering. Bodies tumble into the black sands, destined for the devouring sky vessel, to be refined into celestial crystals. Come to our aid. A formidable enemy approaches. A voice calls out via a sound transmission talisman. Upon witnessing the pleas for help, Jiang Ping'an refrains from intervening, for this spares him the burden of seeking each individual. Waves of cultivators rush in, yet many fall in the fray. Jiang Ping'an is oblivious to the number he has slain, only aware that he is steeped in the scent of blood, his eyes clouded with the haze of carnage. 3 days later, at the edge of the Black Desert, a large group of early-stage cultivators from the Feather Emperor Sect convenes. Brothers, Jiang Daoist is deep within the Black Desert, facing grave peril. The situation is dire. A bloody battle looms ahead, and lives may be lost. We must act swiftly and charge in to rescue Jiang Daoist. The cultivators of the Feather Emperor Sect rally, charging into the Black Desert. They are prepared for combat, fully aware that delving into enemy territory poses great risk, yet they resolutely step into the sands. Is their decision foolish, knowing the danger? Certainly not, for they understand that one day they too may encounter peril. They fight for their comrades, knowing that in the future, their comrades will fight for them. For one, for all for one. The Feather Emperor Sect embodies this principle, seeking solace in unity amidst the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Chapter 706, An Omen. A rift in space. The members of the Feather Emperor Sect enter the Black Desert, remaining vigilant. They anticipated fierce confrontations along the way. Yet the reality is quite the opposite, as they encounter but a handful of adversaries. Was it not said that many cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion were here in search of the divine bird's legacy? Where are they? Once a verdant expanse, The Black Desert was home to a divine bird, intricately linked to the Feather Emperor Sect. Their divine feather technique originated from this avian creature, gleaned by an immortal from its essence. The Tianlan Immortal Mansion, coveting this secret art, sought to uncover the bones or legacy of the divine bird to decipher the divine feather technique. Repeated clashes ensued, but the Feather Emperor Sect deemed the area lacking in value and ceased their contest, leaving it as a battleground for early-stage cultivators. In summary, there should be numerous cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion present, yet they encounter scarce opposition. Let go of any concern for others. Fewer enemies are preferable. We must hasten to rescue my brother-in-law, Yang Wan exclaimed, urgency in her voice. Leading the group in a specific direction, they raced toward the spot where Jiang Ping'an had previously saved them, believing him to be in that vicinity. After half a day of flight, they finally behold a multitude of cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, who are being ruthlessly hunted by a blood-soaked figure. Cries of despair echo throughout the land. A demon. This fiend is a demon. Flee. No one among us stands a chance against him. Help. The cultivators of Tianlan Immortal Mansion fled in a frenzy. Pursuing them was a blood-soaked figure, whose crimson fluid dripped from his icy white hair. Even from a considerable distance, one could still sense the terrifying and chilling aura that enveloped him. In one hand, he wielded a chain, dragging behind him a tattered human skin, the pale visage upon it etched with numbness and despair. Witnessing the tragic demise of their fellow cultivators, the practitioners of Yuhuang Immortal Sect were filled with horror. Who was this blood-soaked figure, with such formidable power? When did such a malevolent being emerge in the realm of Huanyue? The blood-soaked figure's attention shifted towards them, and he abruptly turned his gaze. His crimson eyes resembled the abyss of the netherworld, paralyzing everyone in place. Stand guard, Zhuo Feng bellowed. As the former prodigy of the early domain realm in Yuhuang Immortal Sect, now the second foremost, he felt a chilling threat of death from just a glance. This individual was truly terrifying. Brother-in-law, stay calm, it's us. We've come to support you, Yang Wan shouted, noticing Jiang Ping'an's fervor for battle. Brother-in-law? The crowd was taken aback by Yang Wan's words. During their journey, she had referred to Jiang Ping'an as her brother-in-law. So, this person was Jiang Ping'an? Shaking the blood from his form, Jiang Ping'an revealed his true countenance, the murderous aura dissipating entirely, though his expression remained frigid. Indeed, it was Jiang Ping'an, originally there to offer assistance, who would have imagined he single-handedly vanquished all foes. With a fierce strike of his destruction fist, he shattered the final Tianlan Immortal Mansion cultivator who attempted to escape. Gazing upon the multitude of corpses, the approaching members of Yuhuang Immortal Sect felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts gripped with dread. Had these individuals truly been slain by Jiang Ping'an alone? This was a greater toll than that of a minor skirmish between two sects. Jiang Ping'an's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. Among the crowd, Zhuo Feng wore a complex expression. Ever since Jiang Ping'an had surpassed him, he had taken him as his benchmark, aspiring to reclaim his former glory. However, it now appeared that this ambition was set far too high. Jiang Ping'an seemed insurmountable, likely having surpassed the prowess of the esteemed Wang Yang and Miao Xia from years past. Perhaps only the lifeless bodies bore witness to the true extent of Jiang Ping'an's might. Black sand howled as two luminous moons hovered in the sky, casting an eerie silence over the surroundings. No one dared to speak loudly, an invisible pressure weighing heavily upon their hearts. The burden Jiang Ping'an imposed was overwhelming. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Ping'an collected the bodies, casting their treasures and immortal crystals towards the arriving crowd. Strive to grow stronger, or you shall meet the same fate as these. Dragging the skin of Chang Di, he strode away, having nearly annihilated the enemies in the Black Desert. He was bound for other places to continue his slaughter. The onlookers gazed at the scattered treasures, then at Jiang Ping'an's retreating figure, feeling an immense sense of gratitude. The worth of these resources was such that even scattered immortals and human immortals would be tempted to seize them, yet Jiang Ping'an had freely bestowed them upon them. While he appeared cold and distant, his heart was undeniably warm. This bounty was indeed vast. However, to Jiang Ping'an, the true value lay in the corpses themselves. Look, over there. At that moment, a monk suddenly noticed something and shouted, pointing at the blood-soaked black sand. The crowd turned in confusion to look. They observed that the blood on the black sand was rapidly seeping into the ground, as if some entity were absorbing it. Within a mere moment, The surrounding blood vanished without a trace. Suddenly, the black sand began to sink rapidly, prompting the monks to hastily retreat with the resources thrown over by Jiang Ping'an. Just as Jiang Ping'an was about to leave, he sensed a powerful spatial fluctuation behind him, compelling him to halt and turn around. The black sandy ground behind descended, forming a massive pit, and a vibrant green light erupted like a volcano, instantly illuminating the void above. The dimly lit Illusion Moon secret realm was bathed in green. Many monks within the Illusion Moon secret realm sensed the disturbance and turned to observe. Such a formidable energy fluctuation. It seemed as though a treasure was about to emerge. This energy did not resemble that of a treasure. Rather, it felt like the release of energy from a special space being opened. It originated from the direction of the Black Desert. Could it be that the Divine Bird clan still has spatial caverns hidden away? Quick, notify the clan. A cavern belonging to the Divine Bird clan may have opened. Such a powerful fluctuation must indicate the emergence of a cavern brimming with potent energy. Deep within the Black Desert, a spatial rift emanating a verdant glow appeared, and green flora sprouted from the surrounding black sand, transforming the once desolate desert into a vibrant paradise. The numerous monks of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect stared incredulously at the scene before them. What extraordinary fortune! An entrance to a cavern has appeared right before their eyes. Zhuo Feng was the first to react. He quickly retrieved a communication talisman to contact the sect leader of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. Ancestor, a spatial rift has manifested in the Black Desert of the Illusion Moon secret realm. The resulting fluctuations are extremely strong. It is suspected to be a cavern left by the Divine Bird clan. The Feather Emperor, having derived the Divine Feather technique from the Divine Bird clan, gained renown across the world and earned the title of Feather Emperor. Later, when the Illusion Moon dynasty fell, the descendants of the Feather Emperor established their sect using the remnants of the Divine Feather technique, leading to the emergence of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. If this truly is the cavern of the Divine Bird clan, it would greatly benefit their sect. They might even uncover the complete Divine Feather technique. Mastering the complete Divine Feather technique to its fullest extent would make them elusive even to celestial beings, with speed rivaling true immortals. Even if the complete Divine Feather technique is not present, the intensity of this energy fluctuation suggests there are certainly abundant resources within. Jiang Ping'an observed the extraordinary phenomenon before him, a flicker of emotion breaking through his icy demeanor. Such a grand spectacle would undoubtedly attract many cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. How delightful that he would not need to seek them out personally. He cared little for what lay within. His sole concern was how many cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion would arrive. Chapter 707. The arrival of late-stage domain experts. A green light surged from the Black Desert, causing much of the sand to sprout lush grass. The previous desolation and silence vanished, replaced by vibrant life. Numerous cultivators sensed the commotion and rushed toward the source with fervor. Zhuo Feng gazed intently at the spatial rift before him and solemnly addressed the members of the Yuhuang Immortal Sect. Such formidable fluctuations will undoubtedly attract not only the cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion within the Black Desert, but will also draw in practitioners from the entire illusory Moon secret realm. Among them, there will certainly be formidable beings at the late stage of the domain realm. We are about to face a fierce battle, and we must safeguard this location until the elders of our sect arrive. If we fail to hold our ground, this opportunity will be snatched away by other sections. The energy emanating from this rift indicates that this cave abode is extraordinary, and it surely harbors significant fortunes. Should we falter, we will miss this chance, and it will slip through the fingers of our Yuhuang Immortal Sect. With just our numbers, the probability of successfully defending is dismally low, one might even say futile. The expressions of the crowd turned grave as they took deep breaths, bracing themselves for combat. You shall venture inside to explore. If fortune smiles upon you, you may uncover resources beneficial to you. I will handle matters outside. A voice, calm yet aloof, resonated through the air. The group turned their gazes to Jiang Ping'an. Junior brother Jiang, you are the most suited to explore within. Your strength affords you a greater chance of seizing opportunities. We shall remain outside to buy you time. Although Xiao Yu also yearned to delve into the search for fortunes, she understood that maximizing the sect's benefits necessitated sending the strongest individual inside to uncover more resources. Thus, even if they could not maintain their defense, Jiang Ping'an would at least be the first to grasp some opportunities before others. Jiang Ping'an, disinterested in further discourse, activated the star guiding technique, casting this group into the spatial rift. Do not recklessly pursue unattainable fortunes. Life is of utmost importance. The members had no time to react as they were thrust inside, leaving Jiang Ping'an alone before the rift. He raised his gaze to the heavens, where numerous beams of light were rushing toward him. The fastest among them were, naturally, the cultivators from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion within the Black Desert. This place was discovered by me first. Begone. One cultivator from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, noticing Jiang Ping'an lacked their sect's insignia, immediately swung his sword in an attack. The murderous intent emanating from Jiang Ping'an became palpable, a blood-red aura enveloping him, effortlessly deflecting the strike. Witnessing this, the assailant's countenance changed dramatically. What manner of monster is this? He blocked my attack with mere killing intent. He sought to flee, but soon found himself paralyzed, a fist crashing heavily into his body. In an instant, he felt a searing pain and vanished from this world. Another cultivator attempted a sneak attack from behind Jiang Ping'an, only to be shredded by the domain of destruction he had unleashed. Jiang Ping'an continued his relentless slaughter, as bodies fell like rain upon the newly sprouted greenery. After what felt like half a day, practitioners at the late stage of the domain realm began to arrive in droves. Within the illusory moon's secret realm, there were restrictions. Aside from the celestial beings of the 5 great immortal sects, no other immortals could enter, and now, with none present, the strongest among them were merely cultivators at the late stage of the domain realm. Jiang Ping'an released the array flags he had previously obtained, and a myriad of runes formed a barrier, sealing himself and the spatial rift within. This array flag was of a high grade. As long as there was sufficient celestial energy, it could withstand the onslaught of late-stage domain realm cultivators. This territory has been claimed by my Feathered Emperor Immortal Sect. Those unassociated are urged to depart swiftly. Jiang Ping'an stood beside the spatial rift. His voice, though not loud, reached the ears of these late-stage powerhouses. Before several formidable figures, he displayed not an ounce of trepidation. How audacious for a mere early-stage cultivator to act so brazenly. Open the formation at once, lest you face the consequences yourself. Observing Jiang Ping'an, an early-stage cultivator, asserting dominance over this place, they remained unconvinced. Beneath their greed, they cared not for Jiang Ping'an's sect. When a late-stage powerhouse from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion arrived, his fury ignited upon witnessing the corpses of disciples strewn about, and Jiang Ping'an ensnaring a human figure with chains. Release Changdi, you scoundrel of the Feathered Emperor Immortal Sect. The genius of the sect, imprisoned like a mere hound, filled him with shame. Despairing, Changdi glimpsed hope anew upon the arrival of his sect strongman. Senior brother, save me, and I shall ensure my elder brother repays you. Before the Tianlan Immortal Mansion's powerhouse could act, Jiang Ping'an made the first move, hurling Changdi's treasured spear beyond the barrier toward the Tianlan strongman. A flicker of disdain crossed the latter's eyes. Did he truly believe a treasured weapon could harm him? A laughable notion. He reached out to grasp the spear. However, as soon as he seized it, his expression shifted drastically. Before he could react, the treasured spear erupted with a resounding explosion. The earth trembled as a torrent of violent energy surged across the landscape, turning the verdant grass into a barren black desert, while numerous spatial rifts emerged. The cultivator who caught the spear was obliterated entirely. Other cultivators were hurled far away by the shockwave, hastily activating their defenses to stabilize themselves. They bore wounds from the blast. With faces etched in fury, they glared at Jiang Ping'an. You seek death. Their rage was accompanied by a pang of despair. This fool had actually self-destructed a treasured weapon. What reckless extravagance. This territory has been claimed by my Feathered Emperor Immortal Sect. Those unassociated are urged to depart swiftly, Jiang Ping'an reiterated, his tone as indifferent as before, his gaze unwavering as he met the eyes of the multitude of strongmen. Such arrogance. Did he believe he could remain unscathed behind the barrier? Let us all strike the barrier together, and we shall venture into the spatial rift. A female powerhouse incited the others to attack, prompting Jiang Ping'an to immediately unleash another treasured sword. Upon witnessing his possession of yet another treasure, the woman's expression shifted in alarm. Did he intend to self-destruct another? Regardless of his intentions, she rapidly retreated. The others instinctively activated their defenses. In that very moment, the treasured sword erupted violently, sending shards of precious metal scattering across the sky. The female powerhouse was caught in the blast, her clothing shredded by the overwhelming energy, propelling her hundreds of miles away. The fragments of the treasure lacerated her mouth, leaving a long, gaping wound that trailed down to her neck, blood flowing freely. Yet, her life was spared. The others, having activated their defenses in time, suffered minimal impact, save for one unfortunate cultivator who was pierced by a shard of the treasure but lived to tell the tale. "You little wretch, seeking death," they exclaimed. "I refuse to believe you possess any more treasures." The severely wounded female cultivator was consumed by an overwhelming rage, her fearsome visage resembling a gaping maw of fury as she cast a menacing glare at Jiang Ping'an, intent on exacting revenge. At this moment, she was indifferent to the spatial rifts. Her singular desire was to eliminate Jiang Ping'an. Chapter 708, Guarding. The wrath of a mid-stage domain expert is a terrifying spectacle. Such an entity, on the brink of ascension, has already brushed against the laws of the great Tao. This woman unleashed her treasured artifact, her face twisted in a grotesque snarl as she charged at Jiang Ping'an. Feeling humiliated by being injured by such a low-ranking cultivator, she was determined to slay him. As she approached, a jade disc suddenly soared from the sand, a treasured possession of Chong Hong, which Jiang Ping'an had previously secured using the devouring sky bottle at the Go City Inn. While the second treasure detonated, Jiang Ping'an had stealthily concealed this jade disc in the sand. The jade disc flew toward the woman's chest, and she was utterly unprepared, unaware that Jiang Ping'an had hidden another treasure in this location. Boom! The third treasure exploded, the sound reverberating through the heavens, obliterating the female expert's body. Under the assault of the great Taoist laws, she had no chance to reconstruct her form. The overwhelming energy stirred up clouds of black sand, howling winds, and the residual waves of the great Tao flickered in the air. Jiang Ping'an stood calmly within the barrier, observing the chaos, while several powerful figures around him remained in stunned disbelief. This young man possessed 3 treasures. Witnessing the destruction of 3 treasures firsthand evoked a profound mix of heartache, shock, and terror. These treasures, which they could never afford, were obliterated by this youth. If they were to possess such treasures, they would not need to seek any further opportunities. When had the disciples of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect amassed such wealth? The onlookers regarded Jiang Ping'an with trepidation, despite his seemingly modest cultivation level. He exuded an immense pressure. At that moment, several more mid-stage domain experts arrived from a distance. What had transpired here? Though they had not witnessed the events, they could sense the terrifying shockwaves of the explosion. This youth was utterly abnormal, having detonated 3 treasures and slain 2 individuals. When had the disciples of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect become so affluent? Their gazes converged on a swordsman, who, by the identification token at his waist, was recognized as a cultivator of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. "Is this person one of our disciples?" The swordsman stared blankly at Jiang Ping'an. He rarely returned to the sect, and Jiang Ping'an seldom ventured out. They had never met. Jiang Ping'an displayed his identification token, declaring himself a disciple of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. The swordsman's eyes widened in realization. "So, you are junior brother Jiang." Though he seldom returned to the sect, he had heard of the emergence of another battle body within their ranks. He regarded Jiang Ping'an with admiration, acknowledging the courage and sacrifice demonstrated by a low-ranking cultivator who had withstood so many powerful foes and wasted so many treasures. He felt inadequate in comparison. "Junior brother Jiang, you have worked hard. Leave the rest to your elder brother." The swordsman drew his treasured blade, positioning himself in front of the barrier. "This area has been claimed by the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. Those unrelated to this matter should depart swiftly," Jiang Ping'an called out, opening the barrier and tossing a treasured long sword into the fray. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. By heaven, he had detonated 3 treasures, yet somehow still possessed another. Was he running a treasure wholesale business? Even among scattered immortals, possessing 1 or 2 treasures is a rarity, yet this young man, a mere early-stage cultivator, boasted 4. They began to suspect he might possess even more treasures. Indeed, Jiang Ping'an had a few more treasures hidden away, though not many. These artifacts had been acquired from the cultivators of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. He had gathered a batch in the Ghost City and previously encountered several top-tier prodigies from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, seizing yet another set. Little did he expect to one day lay his hands on such treasures. This swordsman, brimming with confidence, eagerly awaited someone to challenge him, eager to test this precious artifact. The crowd remained still, hesitant to engage. This swordsman from the Tianlan Immortal Sect was somewhat renowned, while his combat prowess was not at the pinnacle. It was formidable enough, especially with a treasure in hand. Most importantly, no one knew if the individual within the barrier had additional treasures. As more cultivators arrived, including those from other sects and members of the Tianlan Immortal Sect, the pressure on the latter intensified. Those who witnessed should share in the spoils. "Do you think the Tianlan Immortal Sect can monopolize?" remarked a green-haired cultivator. "What do you mean by sharing? If I see your wife, can you really expect me to share?" retorted an irate disciple of the Tianlan Immortal Sect. "Of course, it can be shared," the green-haired cultivator replied. The crowd responded with disbelief. The disciples of the Tianlan Immortal Sect chose to ignore this eccentric, their focus fixed on the multitude of cultivators. If this group were to attack, they would stand no chance. The sole reason they had yet to strike was the formidable reputation of the Tianlan Immortal Sect. No one wished to be the first to act. "I, from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, am willing to take the lead. Let this matter rest on our shoulders. Together we shall act," treating it as an opportunity presented by the Tianlan Immortal Mansion to break through their defenses and explore the chances that lie ahead. After deliberation, the Tianlan Immortal Mansion resolved to spearhead an assault against the defenses of the Tianlan Immortal Sect. They could not allow the Tianlan Immortal Sect to monopolize this hidden lair. As for offending the Tianlan Immortal Sect, the Tianlan Immortal Mansion was unperturbed. They were already sworn enemies. Seeing someone willing to take responsibility, the surrounding cultivators drew their weapons, preparing to charge in. Just then, the fabric of space tore apart, and powerful immortal laws illuminated the secret realm, the might of the immortals descending. The crowd froze in their tracks. Immortals had arrived. Several figures adorned with golden wings emerged. The cultivators from various factions felt a chill run down their spines. It was over. These were the strong from the Tianlan Immortal Sect. The defenders at the barrier of the Tianlan Immortal Sect exhaled a long sigh of relief. The higher echelons of their sect had finally arrived to fortify their position. However, soon after, several more powerful figures radiating the aura of immortals appeared. They were the immortals from Lingwei Kingdom. Following closely were the immortals from the Beihuang Immortal Sect, the Jianxing Sect, and the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, each arriving in succession. The dimly lit hazy moon's secret realm suddenly brightened, each immortal appearing like a radiant sun, surrounded by ethereal laws of the immortal realm, dazzling and awe-inspiring, their potent presence demanding reverence and submission. A multitude of lower-tier cultivators swiftly descended from the sky onto the desert, gazing up at the assembly of celestial beings. It was the first time in my several millennia of existence that I had witnessed such a congregation of immortals. The leaders of various grand sects had appeared. Would a celestial battle ensue? Many harbored concerns that these immortals might erupt into conflict. How could a battle possibly break out? Such an event would spell doom for all cultivators within this secret realm. Unquestionably, a decision regarding the ownership of this cave would be reached through some means. Confrontations among immortals are indeed terrifying. Typically, skirmishes do not escalate to that level. Xiao Liangyan, the head of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, surveyed the numerous powerful beings and inquired. "This cave was first discovered by my Feather Emperor Sect, and it was initially occupied by my disciples. What is the meaning of this blatant attempt to seize it?" Ouyang Hongyun, the master of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, replied with indifference. "If reasoning held any value, there would be no wars in this world. Let us dispense with idle talk. Strength alone speaks." Their intention was clear. They sought to claim it. This cave was likely a legacy of the Divine Bird clan, and it must not fall into the hands of the Feather Emperor Sect, for that would elevate their standing. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the tense atmosphere. The multitude of cultivators and immortals instinctively turned their gaze toward the source. At the entrance of the spatial rift, a cultivator sat upon a stone, clutching a bloodied chain. One end of the chain was fastened to a human skin, with only a skull visible atop it. This head was trampled beneath the cultivator's foot. The sound emanated from the human skin, which had been grotesquely flattened. "No need to concern yourselves with me, esteemed elders. Please, continue your discourse," Jiang Ping'an stated politely. Chapter 709. The first madman witnessing the dismal state of Changdi, many furrowed their brows, casting disdainful glances at Jiang Ping'an. Who was this individual, capable of inflicting such cruelty upon a living being? The figure beneath his foot bore an uncanny resemblance to Changdi, the prodigy of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. It was indeed Changdi. He had been captured. The revelation of the identity of the human skin elicited gasps of shock, prompting instinctive glances toward the immortals of the Tianlan Mansion. To humiliate a prodigious disciple in front of the Tianlan Immortals was an immense affront, a slap to their faces. The wrath of the Immortals is a fearsome thing. As anticipated, the expressions of several Tianlan Immortals shifted, their auras radiating a chilling, murderous intent. One celestial artifact. And I shall return him, Jiang Ping'an declared, sitting upon the stone with Changdi's head beneath his foot, locking eyes with the Tianlan Immortals. A collective shiver coursed through the lower-tier cultivators upon hearing his words. What audacity! This fellow was extorting the Tianlan Immortal Mansion in public. Who was this audacious young man? Were he in their position, even 1,000-fold courage would not suffice. The shock was palpable not only among the cultivators, but also among the immortals of various sects present, who found it utterly inconceivable. Miao Jing hastily conveyed to Jiang Ping'an through voice transmission, "Disciple, cease this folly. Although we may protect you now, your actions will provoke the Tianlan Immortal Mansion to intensify their targeting of you, which would be detrimental." Targeting? That is splendid. What Jiang Ping'an desires now is a straightforward resolution. Are the immortals of Tianlan Immortal Mansion mute? Will you exchange or not? Jiang Ping'an inquired coldly. Miao Jing was taken aback. This usually low-key individual was acting remarkably differently today. Those nearby felt a chill run down their spines as he openly insulted the immortals. Henceforth, he would be known as the most audacious figure in the Dream Moon domain. Master of the mansion. Elders, save me. Changdi cried out in despair. Crushed beneath a foot, he wished to live. He was a genius with a promising future and a thirst for vengeance. Ouyang Hongyun, the master of Tianlan Immortal Mansion, fixed his celestial gaze upon Jiang Ping'an and finally spoke, "Exchange." The tone of his voice was chillingly grave, instilling a sense of immense pressure upon all present, for they understood that this celestial being was enraged. Ouyang Hongyun retrieved a celestial artifact, preparing to make the exchange. Was Changdi worth a celestial artifact? Certainly not. However, in front of so many witnesses, he had to offer one as compensation. Failing to do so would severely tarnish the reputation of Tianlan Immortal Mansion. They were already struggling to attract talented disciples due to the scandal involving Elder Tan Guangshou. Should they fail to unite their followers, few would come, jeopardizing the future development of Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Ouyang Hongyun had resolved that upon returning, he would find any means necessary to deal with this arrogant youth, ensuring he paid a bloody price. Bang! Jiang Ping'an exerted a slight force with his foot, and Changdi's head exploded, his brain splattering as he perished. You hesitated. It is too late. I no longer desire the celestial artifact, Jiang Ping'an stated nonchalantly. Ouyang Hongyun and the numerous cultivators froze in shock. No one anticipated such an action from him. From the very beginning, he had no intention of obtaining the celestial artifact. He merely wished for Changdi's demise. More accurately, he sought to slap Ouyang Hongyun and Tianlan Immortal Mansion in the face, humiliating them. The vast desert fell into silence, save for the howling wind. The gazes of dozens of immortals and thousands of cultivators converged upon Jiang Ping'an. This visage would be indelibly etched in their minds. Some displayed disdain, thinking, this fool, having so brazenly insulted Tianlan Immortal Mansion, still wishes to survive? Jiang Ping'an discarded the iron chains, wiped his hands, and calmly remarked, in Ghost City, I exchanged myself for Brother Yu Bei. Your Tianlan Immortal Mansion's Chang Hong took advantage of Brother Yu Bei's sealing to murder him. This man is Chang Hong's brother, repaying a debt for his sibling. You seek death. Ouyang Hongyun's murderous intent materialized, the laws of heaven bearing down upon Jiang Ping'an. At his level, a single thought could summon the laws of heaven. Xiao Liangyan casually waved his hand, dispersing the heavenly laws surrounding Jiang Ping'an, leaving him unharmed. As a celestial being, how could he allow the disciples of his sect to perish before his eyes? Impressive, as expected of my disciple, truly domineering. Miao Jing's refined demeanor vanished, revealing his true nature, as admiration for Jiang Ping'an filled his eyes. Jiang Ping'an stared directly at Ouyang Hongyun, declaring, Do I wish to die? No, I yearn to live. I have always wished to survive. Yet, there are matters I must undertake, even at the risk of my own life. Do you dare to oppose this? If you do not believe me, send someone to kill me, anyone of the same rank. Many individuals have lived for millennia. Yet it is a rare occurrence to witness a novice cultivator daring to defy an immortal. Even with the protection of a celestial being, such audacity is astonishing. Ouyang Hongyun, indifferent to the spatial rifts, bellowed towards the cultivators below. Where are the early-stage disciples of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion? This was no mere matter of a single life. It was a question of the dignity of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Failing to eliminate this youth would bring shame before the various factions. However, an unsettling silence enveloped the area. No disciples of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion responded to him. Ouyang Hongyun's face darkened with embarrassment. Had all these disciples become utterly useless? A sweep of his consciousness through the crowd revealed a disheartening truth. There were no early-stage disciples of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion present. He furrowed his brow, if memory served. The Black Desert should have been under their control, and this was a battlefield for early-stage cultivators. How could there be none of that caliber here? Are you searching for them? Jiang Ping'an waved his hand, revealing a gruesome mountain of corpses and flesh, the stench of blood overwhelming and nauseating. The onlookers noted that most of these bodies bore the insignia of Tianlan Immortal Mansion cultivators, emanating early-stage energy fluctuations. Jiang Ping'an gestured to collect the remains, stating, "I've nearly cleared this vicinity of cultivators. You may summon more from your Tianlan Immortal Mansion, as I am not yet satiated." A shudder rippled through the crowd. At this level, death was a rarity. It was unusual for so many elite disciples to fall in battle. How had he slain so many cultivators? Who was this individual? Miao Jing snapped out of his stupor, laughing. "Indeed, my disciple is formidable." Even he was taken aback. Jiang Ping'an's ferocity surpassed his own in his youth. The immortals of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion wore expressions darker than soot. They were unconcerned about the loss of a few cultivators, as they could be replenished over time. But the matter of face was paramount. The slaughter of their disciples like mere cattle was a profound humiliation. Ouyang Hongyun turned to an elder beside him, stating solemnly, "Bring forth the top-tier geniuses of our sect." The elder replied, "It would be futile. He is Jiang Ping'an, the war body. Among his peers in the illusory moon domain, none can surpass him, not even Ouyang Luoxue." Ouyang Luoxue, Ouyang Hongyun's son, had become the foremost early-stage disciple of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion at the tender age of 16, a true prodigy. Yet his youth and insufficient training rendered him incapable of overcoming Jiang Ping'an. Understanding dawned upon the crowd. So this was Jiang Ping'an. Can't you find anyone from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion? Such ineptitude, yet you still covet opportunities? What audacity! Begone! Each of Jiang Ping'an's words struck like a slap across the faces of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion's immortals. They were utterly frustrated, for despite their status, they could do nothing against this insignificant insect, forced to watch as it flitted about with impunity. Chapter 710. Jiang Ping'an has gone mad. The multitude of cultivators stood in awe. They had witnessed arrogance before, but never had they encountered such unparalleled audacity. Everyone has, to some extent, secretly cursed certain immortals, yet none have dared to do so openly. Even those with a backing as formidable as Jiang Ping'an's lacked the courage. They perceived Jiang Ping'an as possibly deranged. Without the protection of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, he would have perished 3,000 times over. Ouyang Hongyun gazed at Jiang Ping'an, and in his eyes, this man was already as good as dead. "Had you not been born several 100,000 years before me, I would slay you like a dog." Jiang Ping'an scoffed. The crowd now firmly believed that Jiang Ping'an had indeed lost his sanity. In the realm of the illusory moon, a celestial immortal represents the pinnacle of combat prowess and is regarded as a dominant force within the immortal world. Yet, in Jiang Ping'an's words, a celestial immortal was reduced to nothing more than a dog. Upon returning to the Tianlan Immortal Manor, they would undoubtedly raise the bounty on Jiang Ping'an, a sum so enticing that even immortals might find it irresistible. Countless powerful beings would surely seize the bounty, seeking to trouble Jiang Ping'an. Although he might stave off immediate threats, he could not guard against them for eternity. Seemingly oblivious to the consequences, Jiang Ping'an continued to wear a mocking expression, declaring, "If your Tianlan Immortal Manor refrains from employing despicable tactics, even a cultivator at the initial stage of the domain realm would be unable to contend with me. Do you yearn to slay me? I offer your Tianlan Immortal Manor the opportunity to send a mid-stage domain realm expert to engage in a life-and-death battle with me." After all this time, he had stirred up the ire of the immortals solely for this purpose. The crowd fell silent, stunned by his audacity. Was he truly seeking death? With the protection of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, Jiang Ping'an could indeed hurl curses at the immortals of Tianlan Manor without fear of death. However, to challenge a cultivator of a higher realm to combat was tantamount to courting demise. Even if Jiang Ping'an's combat abilities were exceptional, facing a mid-stage domain realm cultivator remained fraught with peril. The cultivators of Tianlan Manor were not mere ordinary loose cultivators. They wielded formidable immortal techniques and possessed immense power. Young one, cease this folly, finally spoke Xiao Liangyan, the leader of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. If it comes to a contest, he would be unable to intervene on his behalf. Rest assured, senior, I know my limits, Jiang Ping'an replied respectfully. Xiao Liangyan's expression shifted with unease. You are challenging a higher realm. How can you claim to know your limits? Miao Jing addressed the sect leader. Please do not worry. My disciple is prudent and will not engage in reckless actions. Xiao Liangyan cast a glance at Miao Jing, both master and disciple spinning tales of bravado. Jiang Ping'an openly cursing the immortals. Was that prudence? Jiang Ping'an's arrogance knew no bounds as he sought to challenge a cultivator of a higher realm. A course of action that could lead to disaster. Yet, it was Jiang Ping'an who had proposed this, his resolve unwavering and unwilling to heed counsel. Truly, as the top genius of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, we of Tianlan Immortal Manor find ourselves lacking. If you wish to compete, then let us compete. Ouyang Hongyun praised Jiang Ping'an with words, but his heart brimmed with murderous intent. Since Jiang Ping'an sought death, he would gladly oblige. To prevent Jiang Ping'an from retracting his challenge, Ouyang Hongyun immediately called out to the crowd below. Where are the mid-stage domain realm cultivators of Tianlan Immortal Manor? Here. Disciple present. 30 to 40 mid-stage domain realm experts soared into the air, exuding a terrifyingly powerful aura. Who will engage him in battle? Ouyang Hongyun inquired. I shall. The disciples expressed their willingness to serve the celestial mansion, with numerous cultivators clamoring for the opportunity to showcase their prowess. Slaying a practitioner of a lower realm is a relatively effortless feat, presenting an opportunity ripe for the taking. Should they succeed in vanquishing their opponent, they would earn the favor of the mansion lord, irrevocably altering the course of their destinies. Ouyang Zhuo, you shall step forward, Ouyang Hongyun commanded, directing his gaze toward a short-haired young man. He had a vague recollection of Ouyang Zhuo, unsure of how many generations removed he was, but remembered him for his commendable performance in a previous sect competition that had etched his name into Ouyang's memory. The other cultivators, whose names were not called, wore expressions of disappointment, lamenting the missed opportunity that allowed Ouyang Zhuo to seize the spotlight. I am here, Ouyang Zhuo exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement and his face flushed with pride. He could hardly believe that the mansion lord had remembered his name. It was a profound honor, and he was determined not to disappoint the lord's expectations. As Ouyang Zhuo soared into the air, Jiang Ping'an followed suit. However, as the two prepared to engage in combat, the onlookers sensed an unexpected turn of events. Were they not here to vie for opportunities? Why were these two about to clash? Nevertheless, the prospect of their duel intrigued the crowd, particularly the desire to witness the downfall of the Yu Huang Celestial Sect's combatant. The mere presence of an individual like Miao Xia from the Yu Huang Celestial Sect was already formidable. The emergence of another contender was alarming to many factions, as they feared Jiang Ping'an's growth would bolster the sect's strength. The demise of such a combatant would indeed be a cause for celebration. I shall act as the judge. An elder from the Lingyue Kingdom stepped forward, eager to partake in the excitement. Beneath the two luminous moons, the gazes of dozens of immortals and thousands of cultivators converged upon Jiang Ping'an and Ouyang Zhuo. Jiang Ping'an appeared to be courting death by challenging a mid-stage realm expert. Was this not sheer folly? Perhaps it was his considerable battle prowess that instilled in him such confidence. After all, he had slain numerous foes of his rank, a feat unattainable by ordinary practitioners. Yet, regardless of his strength, he remained a novice in cultivation, while Ouyang Zhuo had gained renown decades prior. Many recalled the notorious mercenary group, the Zhuo, which had gained fame 35 years ago, only to be obliterated by Ouyang Zhuo himself due to their shared name. The revelation that the Zhuo mercenary group had been annihilated by Ouyang Zhuo astonished many. This once renowned group, known for its high success rate and composed of several mid-stage realm experts and numerous initial stage practitioners, had caused quite a stir when it was defeated by a single individual. Though Ouyang Zhuo had not yet achieved a position among the top 10 of his peers, he was close. While Jiang Ping'an's combat abilities might allow him to triumph over weaker mid-stage realm experts, defeating a practitioner of such esteemed caliber was an insurmountable challenge. Holding a golden longsword, Zhuo Feng beamed at Jiang Ping'an, genuinely wishing to express his gratitude for the chance to shine before the mansion lord. Yet, he knew better than to voice his thoughts. For the lord currently harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Ping'an. Zhuo Feng flicked his wrist, swiftly thrusting his sword towards the void, aiming directly at Jiang Ping'an's brow. Poised to deliver a lethal blow, Jiang Ping'an reacted with remarkable speed, retreating immediately. In that fleeting moment, Zhuo Feng unleashed his domain, an arena of spatial mastery. Within this spatial domain, he possessed the ability to manipulate the very fabric of space at will, wielding formidable defensive and destructive capabilities without even invoking any spells. Jiang Ping'an, in his retreat, found himself ensnared by the spatial binding, rendered immobile. Witnessing this scene, the celestial beings from the Tianlan Immortal Sect wore expressions of grave concern. Miao Jing's heart sank. She hadn't anticipated that Zhuo Feng harbored such a rare talent for spatial domain. Trouble was brewing. In his next life, he must tread more cautiously. Employing celestial-level swordsmanship, bolstered by the might of spatial energy, Zhuo Feng could even breach the defenses of a typical late-stage domain master. No matter the defenses Jiang Ping'an employed, they would be futile against the oncoming blade. This was his full-force strike, and Jiang Ping'an's demise was inevitable. Chapter 7:11. The Celestial's astonishment as Jiang Ping'an beheld the glimmering sword approaching. He realized evasion was futile. In that instant, a radiant golden light erupted from him. Intricate patterns swirling around his form, his hair dancing in the air, his garments billowing. With a piercing sound, the sword reached Jiang Ping'an's brow, gliding along his forehead. Emitting a jarring friction, Zhuo Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of defensive secret art was this, capable of withstanding his full-force assault? Even a late-stage domain master could not simply block such a strike with their body. The celestial beings observing from the periphery exhibited expressions of astonishment. This defensive technique was formidable, and the fluctuations of its laws were peculiar and unfamiliar. What kind of secret art was this? Xiao Liangyan, the leader of the Tianlan Immortal Sect, gazed at the intricate patterns surrounding Jiang Ping'an, his heart racing and eyes widening in shock. The divine body, the battle god technique. How could this be? How could Jiang Ping'an possess this technique? Thousands of years ago, he had fought alongside the Archaic Alliance and had encountered this technique. It was certainly not a method from the realm of origin. How could Jiang Ping'an have acquired it? Was he not a cultivator of the realm of origin, but rather from elsewhere? On the battlefield, Jiang Ping'an, utilizing the divine body, successfully thwarted Zhuo Feng's attack, a technique from the 5th level of the battle god technique, which was exceedingly difficult to penetrate without being 2 minor realms higher. Naturally, this special technique demanded a tremendous amount of celestial energy. Typically, a cultivator could only maintain the divine body for a fleeting moment, using it as a critical life-saving secret art. Even though Jiang Ping'an possessed a terrifying reserve of celestial energy, he could not employ it frequently. After blocking the fatal strike, Jiang Ping'an unleashed the power of his 2 domains. Only by wielding dual domain forces could he contend with the opposing spatial force. As the laws of destruction and the will to fight emerged, Jiang Ping'an's demeanor transformed dramatically. He strode forward with great determination, launching a devastating punch at Zhuo Feng, causing the very space to distort and contort. Zhuo Feng sensed the terror of this punch and immediately summoned his spatial power to alter the structure of space. With Jiang Ping'an's fist materializing from the space behind him, poised to strike his own head. The formidable power of spatial forces is truly terrifying, capable of effortlessly altering the trajectory of one's attacks, even turning an enemy's strike against themselves. In but a fleeting moment, the fist behind Jiang Ping'an abruptly vanished, only to reappear before Zhuo Feng. With a resounding thud, Zhuo Feng's chest was pierced, sending his body hurtling backward. A look of incredulity adorned his face as he realized that the spatial rift he had created was annihilated by the law of destruction. The law of destruction can even obliterate the laws of space. Most peculiarly, Jiang Ping'an's domain surged forth as he pursued Zhuo Feng, unleashing a barrage of attacks. The two engaged in a breathtaking battle, with space flickering and laws swirling, their speed so astonishing that many spectators could scarcely perceive the unfolding drama. Witnessing this clash, the onlookers' hearts were stirred into a tempest, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. It was not merely the ferocity of the battle that astounded them, but rather the domain power Jiang Ping'an exuded, striking their hearts like a heavy hammer. Dual domains. Jiang Ping'an possessed not one, but two domains. No wonder he dared to be so audacious, so willing to cross boundaries and challenge others. He possessed such formidable capital. Dual domains are exceedingly rare. And even within some grand realms, few cultivators are endowed with this extraordinary ability. It is well known that possessing an additional domain equates to enhanced strength. Yet cultivating dual domains is an arduous endeavor. Even many of the immortals present were witnessing dual domains for the first time. With the augmentation of the domain of combat and the domain of destruction, Jiang Ping'an fought against Ouyang Zhuo spatial domain, and their powers appeared remarkably even. The crowd finally comprehended the source of Jiang Ping'an's audacity in challenging across realms. Xiao Liangyan, the master of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, cast a glance at the nearby Ming Miao Jing, realizing why he had such faith in Jiang Ping'an. It was due to this remarkable cultivation. Miao Jing, however, was utterly bewildered, having no knowledge of this matter, as it was not his doing. A female immortal from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion exclaimed in disbelief, "This is impossible. Jiang Ping'an has clearly lost one immortal root. How could he possess dual domains still?" Ouyang Hanyun and the other immortals turned to look at her in unison. "He has lost one immortal root? What does that mean?" The female immortal, fixated on Jiang Ping'an in battle, continued in astonishment. "Tan Guangshou mentioned to me in conversation that previously, in Ghost City, Jiang Ping'an had attempted to exchange his own body to retrieve Yu Bei, who was under the control of Qiu Siping. At that time, Jiang Ping'an voluntarily proposed the exchange and verified the essence, confirming it was his true body. However, it was later revealed that the body was not Jiang Ping'an's original form, but merely a clone implanted with the Yin Thunder Immortal Root. This implies that if Jiang Ping'an had not extracted the Yin Thunder Immortal Root, he might very well possess three domains. An immortal standing nearby remarked, "That body with the Yin Thunder Immortal Root must be another clone. It certainly cannot belong to the same physical form. It is impossible for a single individual to possess three domains, yet creating other clones to acquire domains is feasible." The female elder of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion shook her head, expressing uncertainty. According to Tan Guangshou, the aura of that Yin Thunder Immortal Root is quite faint, having been separated from the body. If it does not belong to Jiang Ping'an's current form, it signifies that he possesses yet another body, one that also harbors dual immortal roots. This conjecture left the crowd in quiet astonishment. Just how many secrets does the seemingly inconspicuous Jiang Ping'an conceal? How did this dual domain come to fruition? Miao Jing's pupils contracted as she pondered the implications. Could it be that Jiang Ping'an's devouring avatar possesses the legendary dual celestial roots? Miao Jing clenched her fists in regret, realizing she should have pursued Qiu Siping with unwavering determination and eliminated him. Had she resolved the matter with Qiu Siping back then, these subsequent events might have been averted. Given Jiang Ping'an's prodigious talent, his future achievements are boundless. However, the loss of a Yin Thunder celestial root has undoubtedly impacted his capabilities. Numerous celestial beings fixated on Jiang Ping'an's dual domain, their gazes flickering with unspoken thoughts. The celestial beings of the Tianlan Celestial Manor did not disguise their murderous intent. Ouyang Hanyun discreetly communicated with Ouyang Zhuo, urging, regardless of the circumstances, "Jiang Ping'an must be slain. I shall bestow upon you a celestial artifact and personally guide you. Should you incur any losses, I will ensure your compensation." Ouyang Hanyun was determined to prevent the prodigy Jiang Ping'an from maturing, for he posed a formidable threat to the Tianlan Celestial Manor. Above all, he sought to curtail Jiang Ping'an's arrogance. Upon hearing of the celestial artifact reward and the promise of personal tutelage from a heavenly immortal, Ouyang Zhuo felt exhilarated, his blood rushing with excitement. With the assurance from his lord, he prepared to employ his life-preserving techniques, harnessing the power of the celestial fruit contained within his roots. Upon reaching the mid-stage of the domain realm, a fruit known as the source fruit would emerge from the tree of his celestial roots. The source fruit is a concentrated essence of the law's power, born from the nourishment of the heavenly principles and the essence of life. To ascend to immortality, one must wait for the source fruit to ripen before consuming it. The source fruit harbors immense power, even without ingesting it. Merely channeling its energy can exponentially amplify one's damage output. However, utilizing the source fruit's power carries risks. Excessive strain can hinder its growth, potentially preventing one from ever becoming a true immortal, relegating them to the status of a loose immortal. Generally, cultivators resort to the source fruit's power only in dire situations. Now, Zhuo Feng was prepared to harness this power, fully aware that even if the source fruit sustained damage, his lord would provide assistance. Jiang Ping'an, prepare to meet your demise. With the amplification of his damage, Jiang Ping'an would undoubtedly find it impossible to withstand. Chapter 712. The Spirit of War this time. No matter what extraordinary combat prowess Jiang Ping'an possesses, he shall fall here. Zhuo Feng was astounded by Jiang Ping'an's strength. Despite being a minor realm below him, Jiang Ping'an was able to match him in combat, inciting both jealousy and fury within him. Nevertheless, Jiang Ping'an remained at a lower realm, lacking access to the source fruit to enhance his power. As Zhuo Feng extracted the power of the source fruit from within, the spatial domain that had been suppressed by Jiang Ping'an's dual domain once again revealed its formidable might. The eerie yet potent spatial force, combined with celestial-level swordsmanship, forced Jiang Ping'an into a series of retreats. His battle armor was breached, leaving numerous sword marks upon his body, and he found himself repeatedly pierced, blood flowing profusely. Under the absolute defense of the divine body, Jiang Ping'an was spared from being utterly obliterated, yet he was far from comfortable. Miao Jing observed that Jiang Ping'an was at a disadvantage and urgently transmitted a message. Do not conceal your power any longer. Swiftly employ the devouring avatar. If this continues, you will surely perish. This is a life-and-death battle, where only one side can survive. Only Miao Jing among the entire sect was aware that Bai Fan was Jiang Ping'an's devouring avatar, and it was imperative to harness this force now. Jiang Ping'an responded, his body injured. The separation of the Feather Immortal root by the devouring avatar had compromised his essence, rendering him unable to recover in the short term. Miao Jing's heart sank. Did this mean Jiang Ping'an was doomed? The others in the Tianlan Immortal Mansion grew anxious. Should Jiang Ping'an fall, it would inflict a tremendous loss upon the sect. They all hoped for his victory, yet Jiang Ping'an had no opportunity to turn the tide. Time is of the essence. I shall reign supreme. Zhuo Feng, brimming with determination and clad in flowing garments, did not consider himself inferior to the top-tier prodigies. He believed his lack of recognition was the sole reason for his perceived inadequacy. After today, with the support of the mansion's lord, he, Zhuo Feng, would inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of his tier. Jiang Ping'an, how much longer can the celestial energy within you sustain you? Surrender. Were it not for Jiang Ping'an's formidable defensive techniques, he would have been shattered long ago. Despite being covered in wounds, Jiang Ping'an remained unfazed. Indeed, to have forced me to this extent is commendable. You shall witness one of my trump cards. Zhuo Feng scoffed, relentlessly assaulting with his sword. No matter how many trump cards you possess, do not expect to survive. Jiang Ping'an's combat prowess had reached a terrifying level. Even if he were to improve, it would not be by much. Battle Spirit Avatar, the leader of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, Shao Liangyin, suddenly uttered these 3 words. The nearby immortals looked on in confusion, perplexed by the leader's words. What was this Battle Spirit Avatar? They comprehended nothing. In that very instant, the battle armor enveloping Jiang Ping'an transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the void. To remove the armor, was this a sign of surrender? What a wise choice. Zhuo Feng thought, a smile gracing his lips as he envisioned a bright future ahead. He lifted his sword, poised to end Jiang Ping'an's life. However, a terrifying and overwhelming aura surged forth, instantly propelling him away. Then, he beheld the most astonishing sight of his life. A colossal black divine statue, piercing the heavens, appeared. Seemingly endless, as if it were a sovereign. The immense aura felt like a torrent of the galaxy, and the 2 moons suspended in the sky became mere embellishments to the divine figure, surrounded by myriad divine patterns. At that moment, everyone present, including the immortals, felt an overwhelming sense of battle intent. Yet, the most intense sensation was experienced by Zhuo Feng, who stood at the center of the combat. Zhuo Feng gazed upward, awestruck by the incomprehensible and formidable divine statue, his sword trembling uncontrollably in his grasp. What was this? How could a cultivator of the early realm unleash such a fearsome energy? It was the 6th layer of the battle god technique. the secret art known as the battle spirit avatar. The indomitable battle intent within his heart fused with all the celestial energy in his body to manifest this monumental figure, which would temporarily amplify his power drastically. This towering divine image, in both visual and spiritual perception, delivered an immense sense of pressure and impact. The battle spirit raised its fist, unleashing the devastating punch, as myriad laws swirled around its knuckles, reminiscent of falling stars, igniting a brilliant blaze through friction with the air. Zhuo Feng yearned to flee, yet his body was ensnared, immobilized by an overwhelming pressure that rendered him incapable of harnessing his inner power. The surrounding space had become utterly frozen. No, Zhuo Feng cried out in despair, believing himself destined for a luminous future, only to find everything come to an abrupt end. With a thunderous crash, the earth shattered, and an endless torrent of black sand erupted, sending tremors across the expanse of 1,000 miles. Had it not been for the protection of the immortals present, the onlookers among the cultivators would have been swept away by the terrifying aftermath of this force. Zhuo Feng vanished, as did the battle spirit, leaving Jiang Ping'an nearly drained of energy. The crowd's emotions surged like the chaotic black sand, tumultuous and frenzied. Had Jiang Ping'an triumphed? Many instinctively swallowed hard, their gazes fixated on him in bewilderment. Those from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, who had regretted not having the opportunity to duel Jiang Ping'an, were struck with horror as they witnessed Zhuo Feng's obliteration. He had indeed crossed realms to slay Zhuo Feng, a formidable being of the spatial domain, with a single punch. What was that final move? It was terrifying. The Tianlan Immortal Sect possessed such formidable techniques. The astonishment was palpable among the spectators. Even the immortals wore grave expressions. This was the first time they had encountered such a potent amplification technique. An immortal from the Tianlan sect turned to their leader, Xiao Liangyan, and inquired with a furrowed brow, "Master, what is this technique?" Initially puzzled by the term battle spirit, they now grasped that it referred to the technique Jiang Ping'an had executed. Xiao Liangyan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ping'an, now convinced that the latter hailed from a place that had birthed numerous formidable individuals. Amidst the swirling black sand, Jiang Ping'an's hair danced in the wind, his eyes tranquil as a still lake, as if he had merely accomplished a mundane task. He addressed the immortals of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. "Is this all your cultivators have to offer?" Previously, when Jiang Ping'an had uttered such words, many would have mocked him for his arrogance, but now, no one dared to speak. For Jiang Ping'an had indeed earned the right to be audacious. Defeating a renowned genius while wielding power below a minor realm was an astonishing feat come again, Jiang Ping'an proclaimed, eager for further combat. For he had not yet quenched his thirst for battle. "Ping'an, you are running low on celestial energy. It would be wise to refrain from further fighting," cautioned an immortal from the Tianlan sect, concerned for Jiang Ping'an's well-being. Such a talent must be nurtured and safeguarded. Jiang Ping'an shook his head, activating his Zhangyu technique. As torrents of celestial energy surged towards him like a cascading waterfall, replenishing his depleted reserves, the spectators widened their eyes in astonishment. Such a terrifying rate of absorbing celestial energy. He undoubtedly possessed a high-quality celestial root. "Who will fight me?" Jiang Ping'an's aura of invincibility pierced the heavens like a sharp blade, instilling fear in those who dared to meet his gaze. Ouyang Hanyun, his face darkened, had not anticipated Jiang Ping'an's victory. Once again, he found himself humiliated, and he turned his attention to the disciples of the Immortal Mansion. The disciples of the Immortal Mansion hastily bowed their heads, fearful that the Mansion Master would summon them to their doom. Jiang Ping'an's combat prowess was utterly terrifying. Aside from the elite few, none could rival him. In that moment, his radiance even rivaled that of celestial beings. Chapter 713. Anxious-faced with Jiang Ping'an's provocation, the immortals of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion were infuriated, yet powerless to respond, as no particularly formidable mid-domain cultivators were present. Even if such a cultivator did exist and managed to defeat Jiang Ping'an, it would still be a disgrace for the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. As one of the 5 great immortal sects of the illusionary moon domain, it was humiliating to require a top-tier prodigy of a higher realm to overcome him. This was precisely Jiang Ping'an's intention, to trample the dignity of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, subjecting them to humiliation. A blow to one's pride can sometimes be more painful than death. Such as the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, Jiang Ping'an remarked nonchalantly. turning his gaze towards the other sect, Immortals. Esteemed seniors, this cave was discovered by me first, and I have safeguarded it. Since you covet this cave, let strength speak for itself. I reiterate my earlier condition. Send forth a cultivator of one realm higher than mine to compete with me. Should they defeat me, the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect shall withdraw. What gives you the right to make such decisions for the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect? An immortal from the Sword Immortal Sect scoffed at Jiang Ping'an. This young man surely did not believe that a modicum of skill granted him the authority to make such grand proclamations. This cave undoubtedly belonged to the Divine Bird clan. Rich with opportunities, otherwise, these immortals would not have appeared. Such a tremendous opportunity could not be solely determined by Jiang Ping'an, an unsanctified cultivator, nor even by elder immortals. Very well, as Ping'an has stated, should you prevail against him, we, the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect, will depart. However, if you cannot overcome him, do retain some dignity and leave on your own accord, spoke Xiao Liangyan, the master of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. A slight pause gripped the assembly. The master of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect had actually concurred? Was this a jest? Jiang Ping'an was indeed formidable, capable of contending with cultivators one realm above him. But that did not imply he could vanquish all. The top-tier mid-domain prodigies were not within Jiang Ping'an's reach. By making this declaration, the master effectively signaled a withdrawal. This delighted the immortals from the various factions. The master's public statement would not be rescinded, lest he tarnish his own reputation. Should a master-level figure retract their words, the sect's reputation would suffer significantly, leading to a decline in business. Even the other immortals of the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect were taken aback by their master's decision, yet none dared to voice dissent, recognizing that the master must have his reasons for such a stance. This demonstrated Jiang Ping'an's sense of belonging to the Feather Emperor Immortal Sect. The sect's trust in him was palpable. Jiang Ping'an opened a miniature world, and his devouring avatar emerged from within. The moment the avatar appeared, the energies of heaven and earth, even the very light, seemed to be consumed by him, as black holes and white orbs floated behind him, akin to two resplendent stars. Esteemed ones, I humbly seek your guidance. The avatar of the sacred demon body stood alongside the devouring avatar, emanating a powerful aura that pierced the heavens. Faced with the 5 great immortal sects and numerous cultivators, their countenance bore no trace of fear. Shouldn't the power of the devouring body belong to Bai Fan? As everyone witnessed Jiang Ping'an's avatar wielding this force, a momentary stupor enveloped them, particularly those who had participated in the previous contest, their minds struggling to comprehend. Shouldn't this power be exclusive to Bai Fan? How could Jiang Ping'an also possess it? As they observed the consistent essence emanating from both figures, the crowd began to grasp the truth. So that was it. No wonder Bai Fan had undergone such a transformation. It was not Bai Fan at all, but rather Jiang Ping'an's avatar. A cultivator from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion exclaimed in astonishment. They had previously assumed that Bai Fan was merely concealing his strength, revealing his talents all of a sudden. But now they realized that it was not Bai Fan at all. Although the specifics of the situation remained unclear, it was evident that this body, endowed with devouring power, was indeed Jiang Ping'an's avatar. Thus, the betrayal of the sect by Bai Fan and the charade of feigned combat to deceive for celestial artifacts were all orchestrated by Jiang Ping'an himself. While some were still in the dark about the events, a little inquiry led them to an understanding. The 2 geniuses who had vanquished the 9th layer projection were, astonishingly, the same individual. This was Jiang Ping'an's audacious ultimate trump card. What a formidable opponent! If these 2 bodies were to engage in combat together, their combined strength would undoubtedly multiply several times. All present, including the immortals, were left in profound shock. Among the multitude, only Miao Jing was aware of Jiang Ping'an's avatar. Even the sect leader, Xiao Liangyan, was taken aback. He had surmised that Jiang Ping'an's confidence stemmed from hidden reserves, but he never anticipated such formidable strength. Miao Jing clenched his fists, anxiously holding his breath, for he alone understood that Jiang Ping'an's avatar was in a wounded state, utterly incapable of battle. Merely putting on a facade, Jiang Ping'an gazed at the immortal sects, addressing the esteemed elders, requesting their disciples to offer guidance. Suddenly, the immortals fell into silence. One combat body was already terrifying, its might nearing that of the top 10 prodigies at the mid-level of the realm. With an additional devouring avatar of comparable strength, their combined power would be even greater. Perhaps only the most elite mid-realm prodigies of the sects could hope to defeat Jiang Ping'an, and even that was uncertain. Initially, everyone felt assured that overcoming Jiang Ping'an would be a trivial task, but it now appeared far more complex. Even if they did prevail, their sects would lose face, given the disparity in realms. Furthermore, whoever managed to defeat Jiang Ping'an and expel the Yuhuang Immortal Sect would inevitably incur their wrath. Numerous factions turned their gaze toward the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, hoping they would take the initiative, as no one wished to assume the role of the villain. The head of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, Ouyang Hongyun, fixed his gaze on Jiang Ping'an, astonished by the boy's formidable talents. Realizing he had not exerted his full strength in the earlier battles, summoning the foremost mid-realm expert of the sect might yield a chance to defeat Jiang Ping'an. But killing him would be a different matter altogether. What should be done now? Should they refuse the challenge? Did this not render them even weaker? The atmosphere suddenly became tense, with each faction at a loss for how to proceed. Who could have anticipated that a mere Jiang Ping'an would exert such immense pressure upon them? At that moment, Ouyang Hongyun and numerous celestial beings suddenly sensed something, turning sharply towards a particular direction. A brilliant golden light surged forth at an astonishing speed, illuminating the laws of the celestial realm. In the blink of an eye, a celestial being appeared before the crowd, exuding a domineering aura that nearly caused hearts to cease. A celestial? The crowd was jolted. It was not a celestial from the illusory moon domain. What fortune it was that upon arriving, he heard of the opening of a hidden abode in this vicinity. This celestial, with flowing golden hair and 5 compacted stars floating behind him, possessed eyes that seemed capable of penetrating all. Yi Zhen. Upon seeing this figure, the hearts of the celestial beings from the illusory moon domain sank. This individual was not one of their own, but hailing from another realm, the Yi domain, a realm named after their clan. The entire Yi domain was under the control of the Yi celestial dynasty, its strength comparable to that of the peak illusory moon dynasty. After the fall of the illusory moon dynasty, several smaller realms in the vicinity were devoured by the Yi domain, causing it to grow even more formidable. Today, the Yi domain is renowned among the hundreds of realms in the Zhangji territory. For the current illusory moon domain, the Yi celestial dynasty is a colossal entity, even possessing the presence of true celestials. And this person is indeed a celestial from the Yi domain. What brings him to the illusory moon domain? If he intends to stake a claim, the ownership of this hidden abode becomes uncertain. Chapter 714. The Yi celestial dynasty. Yi Zhen had not anticipated such fortuitous circumstances. He had come to the illusory moon domain to escort someone, only to hear of the emergence of a top-tier hidden abode. This was the providence of the heavenly Tao, presenting opportunities wherever one ventured. It was said that this abode belonged to the Divine Bird clan, and Yi Zhen was naturally eager not to miss out. The Divine Bird clan once coexisted with the royal family of the illusory moon dynasty, renowned for their unparalleled speed, making them infamous across several major realms for being nearly impossible to pursue at the same level. In the past, a formidable figure from the illusory moon dynasty had comprehended the laws of the Divine Bird clan for 100,000 years, manifesting their innate talents and creating the divine feather technique, which directly augmented the strength of the illusory moon dynasty by a significant margin. This creator of the divine feather technique was subsequently conferred the title of Feather Emperor. After some time, it remains unclear whom the illusory moon dynasty had offended, as it was annihilated overnight, leaving the complete divine feather technique in ruins, with only a fragmented version remaining. Even so, the descendants of the Feather Emperor utilized the divine feather technique to establish the Feather Emperor Celestial Sect, one of the 5 major celestial sects in the illusory moon domain. It was unexpected that after so many years, the place where the Divine Bird clan once thrived would once again reveal a hidden abode of theirs. Upon hearing this news, Yi Zhen hurried over. Yi Zhen, this is the relic of the illusory moon dynasty. Outsiders are forbidden entry. Depart at once, the ruler of Lingyuan nation coldly declared. The Lingyuan nation was founded by the descendants of the illusory moon dynasty's royal family, and given the ongoing conflicts between the illusory moon dynasty and the Yi celestial dynasty, their displeasure at seeing the latter come to seize opportunities was palpable. What if I choose not to leave? Yi Zhen was utterly unconcerned with the displeasure of others. Having finally arrived in the realm of the moonlight, it is only fitting to bring something back. So, do attempt to see if you can take anything from my moonlight domain. The celestial beings from the Lingyue kingdom and various powerful factions are are fixated on Yi Zhan, a formidable aura emanating from his being. At such a moment, unity is paramount. Only by standing together can the interests of the Moonlight Domain be safeguarded. Had there been any discord, the Moonlight Domain would have long been devoured by the Yi clan's celestial dynasty. Here, several heavenly immortals stand, while the opposition has but one. The disparity is evident. Though reaching the celestial realm makes death a rare occurrence, it does not render one invulnerable. Tensions are palpable between both sides. Ouyang Hongyan, the master of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, glanced at Yi Zhan and then at Jiang Ping'an, suddenly struck by an idea, his previously dark expression easing. There is no need for conflict. Should we engage in battle, the entire realm would be unable to withstand it. If you, Yi Zhan, seek fortune, then abide by our rules. You may dispatch a cultivator, and if they can defeat Jiang Ping'an, then the Tianlan Immortal Mansion shall have no objections. As he spoke, Ouyang Hongyan gestured towards Jiang Ping'an. The strength of the Yi dynasty surpasses that of the former Moonlight dynasty, undoubtedly harboring exceptionally powerful prodigies. The Yi dynasty has long sought to consume the Moonlight domain, suppressing it relentlessly, and would not permit the emergence of formidable talents within. Therefore, should the Yi celestial dynasty clash with Jiang Ping'an, they would undoubtedly fight to kill. Ouyang Hongyan, having grown indifferent to the cave, merely wishes to eliminate the prodigy Jiang Ping'an. Otherwise, allowing him to mature into an immortal would pose an immense threat to the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Oh! Yi Zhan gazed in surprise at Jiang Ping'an, pondering what cultivator could inspire such confidence in the master of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, daring to compete with disciples of the Yi celestial dynasty. Observing the auras emanating from Jiang Ping'an's two bodies, Yi Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly. As a heavenly immortal, he discerned Jiang Ping'an's extraordinary talent at a glance. This individual possesses a battle physique. Moreover, that devouring body is also remarkable, seemingly on par with a battle physique. A promising junior has emerged from the Moonlight domain, and he must be eliminated. Our Yuhuang Immortal Sect has not consented. Xiao Liangyan cast a cold glance at Ouyang Hongyan. The childish ruse was transparent to him. Xiao Liangyan had already learned from Yao Jing that Jiang Ping'an's devouring avatar was in a wounded state, and Jiang Ping'an was merely putting on a brave front, aiming to assist the Yuhuang Immortal Sect in acquiring this cave. Such a commendable disciple, who prioritizes the sect, cannot be allowed to come to harm. The prodigies of the Yi celestial dynasty are undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the cultivators from the Moonlight domain, and Jiang Ping'an is no match for them, especially in his current injured state. Is your refusal of any consequence? If you refuse, I can summon someone to measure the combat prowess among immortals. Yi Zhan, surrounded by resplendent stars, looked down upon the immortals of the Moonlight domain as if he were a sovereign. This cave will be mine without a doubt. This fellow named Jiang Ping'an is destined for annihilation. Observing Yi Zhan's arrogance, the cultivators of the Yuhuang Immortal Sect seethed with indignation yet remained silent. It was unacceptable for one to run rampant in their territory. Yet, the other party undeniably possessed the capital to be so audacious. I have no objections. The party, Jiang Ping'an, spoke to Yi Zhan, saying, "Bring someone over. I hope not to be disappointed." He wished to witness the prowess of the genius from another realm. Ping'an, do not act impulsively. You do not comprehend the Yi clan's celestial dynasty. The top talents of this dynasty far surpass those of our illusory moon domain, possessing numerous ancient legacies. Your current state is insufficient to compete with them. Miao Jing was not trying to diminish his aspirations, but rather to impart the truth of the Yi clan's formidable strength. To illustrate, in the illusory moon domain, only a handful of individuals can enter the Zhangji Academy every millennium, while the Yi clan can produce several every century, not counting those prodigies who are specially invited. Master, rest assured, I understand my limits. I aspire to secure this cave for our sect. Jiang Ping'an was deeply moved by his master's concern, intensifying his desire for the cave, which held immense significance for the Feather Emperor Celestial Sect. Observing the resolute expression on Jiang Ping'an's face, Miao Jing produced a radiant elixir and placed it in Jiang Ping'an's hands. This is the sect's medicinal pill for treating my origin, though it holds little value for me. It will aid in healing your injuries. Miao Jing's own origin was also wounded, rendering ordinary elixirs ineffective for him. Yet this would be beneficial for Jiang Ping'an. Miao Jing then addressed the sect leader, Xiao Liangyan. Leader, we have come this far. Let Ping'an have a chance. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Liangyan nodded, stating, "Your life must come first. The cave can be forsaken, but your life is paramount." Jiang Ping'an's future holds value far beyond this cave. Jiang Ping'an, clutching the precious elixir, felt resolute and vowed not to disappoint the sect's expectations. Yet, those expectations may soon be undermined. A voice, both unfamiliar and familiar, echoed in the air. Jiang Ping'an turned abruptly towards the sound, and beside the celestial Yi Zhun stood a recognizable figure, Yi Haoyan, with his golden hair and towering stature. He radiated an unparalleled aura of strength. The reincarnated celestial being he encountered in the Yuan realm. How could he be here? Yi Haoyan's cultivation was also in the early stages of the domain realm. Could it be that he was to be Jiang Ping'an's opponent? Chapter 7:15. Reunion with Yi Haoyan. Yi Haoyan was taken aback to encounter Jiang Ping'an here. Previously in the Yuan realm, upon witnessing Jiang Ping'an's battle physique, he had desired to seize it. However, due to the constraints imposed by the celestial rules, he could not act against Jiang Ping'an. Later, upon learning that Jiang Ping'an was participating in the celestial examination of the Yuan realm, Yi Haoyan had planned to seize the opportunity during the assessment. Yet, he discovered that the Feather Emperor Celestial Sect's examination involved warfare, causing him to miss Jiang Ping'an once again. Having assumed he would never meet Jiang Ping'an again, Yi Haoyan had resolved to abandon his pursuit. After emerging from the ancient divine microworld, he contacted his elder brother, preparing to return to the Yi domain. Little did he know, on the way back, he would encounter Jiang Ping'an. Such is the unpredictability of fate. Jiang Ping'an, we meet again. Yi Haoyan looked down upon Jiang Ping'an, expressing his dissatisfaction with his current form. He had long coveted Jiang Ping'an's body, believing that such a divine physique was wasted on someone like him. Only he could unleash its true potential. Upon hearing Yi Haoyan's words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Do the two know each other? Jiang Ping'an stared expressionlessly at his opponent. This individual was no ordinary early-stage practitioner of the domain realm. He was a reincarnated celestial being. Yi Haoyan coldly regarded Jiang Ping'an, finding this mere contest tedious. He preferred battles of life and death. Dare you wager your two bodies? Should he acquire these two forms, he could swiftly return to celestial levels. What can you offer in this gamble? Jiang Ping'an felt no fear, despite the immense pressure exerted by Yi Haoyan. He would not retreat. Yi Haoyan raised his hand, revealing a plump golden fruit, with primordial energy and the laws of power swirling around it. How about this ripe primordial fruit? The primordial fruit, a manifestation of a practitioner's celestial root, significantly boosts the probability of ascension when consumed. A practitioner can only produce one such fruit, and possessing merely one is often insufficient for ascension. However, consuming another primordial fruit can also be beneficial, leading many practitioners to acquire them through various means to enhance their chances of becoming celestial beings. Given the rarity of such fruits, which only arise from practitioners, they are more precious than many celestial elixirs. This was a mature fruit of power, intended by Yi Zhun for Yi Haoyan to restore his cultivation. Now repurposed as a wager, Yi Zhun did not intervene, believing his brother had no chance of losing. Very well, Jiang Ping'an nodded in agreement. This fruit could indeed heighten the probability of ascension, and consuming it before achieving celestial status would facilitate a quicker comprehension of the laws. The fruit of power was highly advantageous for Jiang Ping'an. Upon seeing Jiang Ping'an's acceptance, Yi Haoyan displayed a look of disdain. This fool had genuinely agreed, overestimating his own abilities, which would simplify matters significantly. Jiang Ping'an cast the celestial pill given to him by his master, Miao Jing, into the devouring black hole. For a practitioner of this realm, digesting such a pill would typically take several years. However, he required far less time, as the formidable devouring force would enable him to rapidly absorb the power within the elixir. The energy began to heal the primordial essence of his devouring form, at which point the onlookers noticed that the primordial fluctuations of Jiang Ping'an's devouring body were exceedingly chaotic, clearly indicating signs of injury. The expressions of the other practitioners from the four major celestial sects were complex. Jiang Ping'an, despite bearing injuries, intimidated them to the point where they hesitated to send anyone into battle, a rather embarrassing predicament. Yi Haoyan was not in a hurry to demand a duel. Only after Jiang Ping'an fully recovered would it facilitate his subsequent possession, and Jiang Ping'an's current efforts were merely paving the way for him. As Jiang Ping'an healed, numerous practitioners engaged in fervent discussions. Who would emerge victorious? I feel Jiang Ping'an will win. Both of his bodies harbor formidable talent, and their presence is terrifying. No. Do you not see the expression of fear on the face of that practitioner from the Yi family? He appears relaxed after witnessing Jiang Ping'an's talent, clearly confident of victory. Regardless, I hope Jiang Ping'an triumphs. If he loses, it would be a significant embarrassment for our illusory moon domain. Many harbor the hope that Jiang Ping'an will emerge victorious. However, such hope does not equate to certainty. If it were a certainty, it would not be hope at all. The formidable nature of the Yi clan's celestial dynasty requires no elaboration. A person who can stand beside a celestial being is undoubtedly of royal lineage from the Yi clan, rendering the situation even more daunting. Xiao Lianyan conveyed a message to Jiang Ping'an, suggesting that there was still time to withdraw. Thank you for your concern, Sectmaster. But I wish to give it a try. In the past, Yi Haotian had left a significant impression, indeed. A shadow, on Jiang Ping'an when he shattered the #1 genius of the Celestial Mansion in the Yuan realm with a mere kick. At that time, Jiang Ping'an could not possibly have defeated Yi Haotian. Yet now, he possesses the capability to do so. He must conquer this opponent to free himself from that lingering shadow. Xiao Lianyan sighed and refrained from further persuasion. Those with a battle physique are notoriously stubborn and cannot be swayed easily. The adversary is likely a member of the Yi royal family, and certain unique techniques warrant caution. Xiao Lianyan shared his knowledge of the Yi clan's techniques with Jiang Ping'an to ensure he was adequately prepared. Approximately an hour passed, and Jiang Ping'an stabilized the essence of his devoured avatar. The efficacy of the celestial elixir was indeed remarkable. Injuries that would typically require decades, if not centuries, to heal were mended in less than an hour. Onlookers were silently astonished. Such devouring power is truly terrifying. For others could not possibly absorb the elixir's energy in such a brief span. Yi Haotian's smile broadened. This was an impressive devouring physique, soon to be his. Are you ready to fight? Please entrust the essence fruit to the celestial beings on our side for safekeeping. Jiang Ping'an was wary of the possibility that the opponent might renege. Yi Haotian could not contain a laugh, filled with disdain. Would the esteemed royal of the Yi clan stoop to reneging over a mere essence fruit? He tossed the essence fruit directly to Jiang Ping'an. Here, take it. It will return to me in the end, regardless of who holds it. Jiang Ping'an calmly accepted the essence fruit and transferred it to his small world, where his true body was comprehending the ancient divine essence. The true body had grasped the laws of gravity and strength, making the essence fruit beneficial to him. Upon receiving the fruit, the true body consumed it immediately. Unbeknownst to Yi Haotian, the essence fruit was undergoing a transformation. He was now eagerly anticipating the opportunity to seize Jiang Ping'an's two bodies. Utilizing the illusory God Void step, Yi Haotian swiftly positioned himself before Jiang Ping'an's battle physique. This technique, a pinnacle celestial art of the Yi royal family, combined spatial power with illusion, resulting in astonishing speed and agility. Yi Haotian raised his fist, imbued with formidable force, accompanied by a tempest of dark sand. Jiang Ping'an disregarded the impending attack, suddenly pivoting to unleash the Annihilation Fist. Witnessing this, the cultivators of the illusory moon domain were astonished. What was Jiang Ping'an doing? The enemy was before him, yet he swung his fist backward. A tremendous collision erupted, unleashing a terrifying force that rent the void, with countless chaotic threads of laws swirling wildly. Yet, before Jiang Ping'an, Yi Haotian suddenly vanished, as if he had never existed. Many cultivators were left in shock. The figure they had seen was an illusion. The true body was attacking from behind Jiang Ping'an. The numerous cultivators felt a chilling terror. If they were to confront Yi Haotian, the latter could effortlessly vanquish them with but a single strike. How could Jiang Ping'an discern that this was merely an illusion? What was his method?